Sword God Chapter 2389 to Chapter 2440. Third update, begging for another wave of monthly votes. Our divine connection is still a 700-pound child crying piteously for more monthly votes to grow. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a major force in the universe. The nine heavens of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, from the lowest first to ninth heavens, were Crimson Light Sky, Xianxia Sky, Clear Jade Sky, Wuji Sky, Yema Sky, Tongyuan Sky, Haoyuan Sky, Xianxia Sky, and Supreme Emperor Sky. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was divided into 9 heavens. Those who received a first grade evaluation would have their cave abode in the first heaven, which was also called Crimson Light Sky. Those who received a second grade evaluation would be in the second heaven, which was called Xianxia Sky. Those who received a third grade evaluation would be in Clear Jade Sky. Those who received a fourth grade evaluation would be in Wuji Sky. Chenzong received a fifth grade evaluation and would be in Yema Sky. Those who received a sixth grade evaluation would be able to enter Tongyuan Sky. Those who received the highest seventh grade evaluation would be able to enter Haoyuan Sky. The 9 heavens, each higher than the last. There was a huge difference in the cultivation environment. The difference of one heaven was obvious, not to mention the difference of multiple heavens. The difference lay in the intensity and purity of the cosmic energy, as well as the clarity of the universe's laws. The cosmic energy was related to the cultivation of cultivation arts, the laws of the universe, and the comprehension of the mysteries of the great Tao. Those who lived in the first to third heavens were the outer disciples of the 9 heavens Imperial Court. Those who lived in the fourth heavens were not only the true disciples, but also the 9 heavens Imperial Court sect masters. Among this batch of disciples, only 3 could enter the fifth heavens, Yema Sky. Those who entered the fourth heavens, Wuji Sky, were only 5. Even those who entered the third heavens were only 30 or so. The most were those who entered the first heavens, Crimson Light Sky. Under the lead of the primordial envoy, Ao Wu, Chenzong stepped into the fifth heavens, Yema Sky. He felt that the aura here was very dense and pure, and the mystery was indescribable. At a glance, it seemed to be boundless, with no end in sight. In the distance, there were mountains and vast oceans. In the sky, there were white clouds floating thousands of miles. It was like a world of its own, which shocked Chenzong. This world of its own was one of the 9 heavens of the 9 heavens Imperial Court. It was simply unbelievable. After becoming a disciple of the 9 heavens Imperial Court, one could receive the most basic resources, a set of God weapons and 100 Cosmos God crystals. Chenzong received 500 pieces of Cosmos God crystals because he had obtained a 5th grade trial evaluation. As for the God weapons, he received a 9 heaven blade and a 9 heaven armor. The 9 heaven blade was a weapon while the 9 heaven armor was a protective armor. This was the 9 heavens set, a rather famous piece of equipment in the 9 heavens Imperial Court. Its most basic form was a divine weapon. Through Ao Wu, Chenzong already knew that there were 3 levels of divine artifacts in the universe: divine artifacts, Tao divine artifacts, and origin divine artifacts. There were also 3 levels: sun, moon, and stars. As for the 9 heavens set that Chenzong and the other disciples had obtained, it had another name, the 9 heavens soldier set. For example, the blade was the 9 heavens weapon blade, and the armor was the 9 heavens soldier armor. As for the 9 heavens set, it was also known as the 9 heavens general set. The blade was the 9 heavens general blade, and the armor was the 9 heavens general armor. The 9 heavens weapon blade could increase one's offensive power by 10%, making it easier to kill the target. The 9 heavens soldier armor could weaken one's offensive power by 10%, making it easier to protect oneself. Chenzong couldn't help but feel astonished. 10% of one's offensive power didn't sound like a lot, but it was long-lasting. It wouldn't consume any extra energy, and it wouldn't bring any burden to the body. It was like turning the 2 secret techniques into a regular method. Moreover, the 9 heavens set wasn't a special treasure. Every disciple in the 9 heavens Imperial Court could obtain it. In other words, everyone had a set. What an amazing gift. And it was said that the 9 heavens general set was even more amazing. Its offensive power was increased and weakened by 20%. It was simply terrifying. In his original void, such a 9 heavens soldier set could be called a divine weapon. It was enough to attract many people to fight for it. As for the Nine Heavens General Set, it was even more amazing. And Qinzong knew that the Nine Heavens General Set wasn't the limit. There were higher levels above it. The second characteristic was its transformation. The Nine Heavens Blade was just a name. Its appearance was actually a short, shiny silver stick that was half a meter long. As for the Nine Heavens Armor, it was a dark silver armor. It looked very ordinary, and was the kind of thing that no one would pay attention to if it was thrown to the side. However, after recognizing its owner, the Nine Heavens Blade began to change. It stretched rapidly and changed its appearance according to Qinzong's will. Finally, it turned into a sword more than 3 feet long. It was shiny and silvery white. The blade was thin and light was flowing around it. At first glance, one could tell that it was an extremely sharp sword. Following that, the Nine Heavens armor turned into a beam of light that landed on Qinzong's body. The light shone brightly, and as it shone, it continued to circulate. In the end, it turned into an exquisite-looking armor. This armor fit Qinzong's figure perfectly, and made him look even more extraordinary. Compared to the ordinary appearance before, it was much better. It was more exquisite. At first glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Then, the light flashed again and rolled up from the Nine Heavens armor. When the light was withdrawn, the Nine Heavens armor had turned into a dark silver sword robe. It had an indescribable mystery. This sword robe was very tight and made Qinzong look even more extraordinary. The aura of a sword cultivator was faintly discernible. Although it had turned into a sword robe, the power of the Nine Heavens armor was not weakened at all. The only thing that changed was its appearance. Qinzong tried it and found that the Nine Heavens armor's direct defensive power was limited. It would be broken or torn, but it would not be damaged. Instead, it would recover automatically. However, even if it was broken or torn, it would still weaken the power of the attack by 10%. In the next moment, the shiny Nine Heavens sword also changed according to Qinzong's will. It turned into a silver bracelet on his right hand and its aura was withdrawn. It's really amazing. Qinzong was amazed. Qinzong's cave residence in the Yima heaven of the fifth heaven of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was on a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak belonged to Qinzong. This mountain peak was 9,000 meters high and was named by Qinzong. Qinzong named it Heartsword Peak. As for the palace on Heartsword Peak, it was naturally named Heartsword Palace. In Heartsword Peak, there were other people besides Qinzong. They were basically life forms and cultivators from the second order and third order voids. They were the disciples who had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, due to their poor performance later on, they did not plan to leave the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In the end, they could only be servants and continue to stay here to cultivate. After all, the cultivation environment in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was pretty good. Otherwise, people like them who were eliminated midway would not have enough strength to survive in the universe if they left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Once they left, they would quickly encounter all kinds of dangers and die. In Heartsword Palace, Qinzong saw the servants of Heartsword Peak. There were a total of 96 people, and the leader was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was from the Horn People clan of the Second Order Voids. Her name was Jiao Yi. Her aura was withdrawn, but Qinzong could sense that her aura was very strong, much stronger than his own. Divine Aspect Realm, Qinzong said to himself. Jiao Yi greets the Peak Lord. Jiao Yi bowed to Qinzong. No need for formalities. I'll leave all the affairs on Heartsword Peak to you in the future, Qinzong said. Qinzong was not good at taking care of affairs, nor did he like it. What he liked the most was to cultivate in peace, or fight to improve himself. Of course, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had such an arrangement because of this. There would be someone to serve and take care of all the affairs so that the disciples could cultivate properly. However, only true disciples had such treatment. Outer disciples did not have such treatment. They had to rely on themselves to take care of everything. Yes, Peak Lord. I'll take care of everything. Jiao Yi bowed again. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court would not nurture useless people. After a period of nurturing, if their performance was not outstanding enough, they could either leave the Nine Heavens Imperial Court or continue to stay. However, there was a price to pay for staying, such as carrying out some dangerous missions or becoming a servant. Carrying out dangerous missions was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they could die. However, at the same time, the rewards would also be greater. There was almost no danger to becoming a servant. It was more comfortable, but the rewards would not be as good as the former. As for how to choose, it was up to the individual. After understanding this, Chenzong was first stunned. Compared to the void where he was, such a situation did not exist in the Will Heavenly Palace. From this, it could be seen that the Will Heavenly Palace was crueler. However, this was mainly for outer disciples. Outer disciples could enjoy the resources of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and so on. However, if they could not meet the requirements of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court within the stipulated time, they would face such a choice. After letting Jiaoyi leave with a group of servants, Chenzong started to think. As a newcomer, everything was unfamiliar. He had to adapt and start all over again. However, it also gave Chenzong a very novel feeling. He could not help but feel excited in his heart. The universe, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, this would be a new starting point for his cultivation. But speaking of cultivation, Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. After coming here, Chenzong naturally had some understanding. The division of cultivation realms in the universe was different from the division in the void where he was. In the void where he was located, there was the Tao Manipulation Realm, the Yuanming Realm, and the Divine Power Realm. However, in the universe, the corresponding realms were the Tao Force Realm, the Spirit Condensation Realm, and the Divine Aspect Realm. The Tao Force Realm is the initial mastery of the power of the Great Tao. It is similar to the Tao Manipulation Realm. It just has a different name. The Spirit Condensation Realm is also the condensation of the primordial spirit. This is the same as the Yuanming Realm. The difference should start from the Divine Power Realm. The Divine Power Realm is the condensation of the Divine Power Realm, but the Divine Aspect Realm is not. It has nothing to do with the Divine Power Realm. It has to do with the Great Tao. It seems that the Divine Aspect Realm is the integration of the Great Tao into the primordial spirit or the body to form the Divine Aspect. This seems to be more brilliant than the condensation of the Divine Power Realm. Although he only had a preliminary understanding of the Divine Aspect Realm, based on this understanding, Chenzong could generally make a judgment that the Divine Aspect Realm was more brilliant than the Divine Power Realm. After all, the Divine Power Realm was the condensation of the Divine Power Realm's Divine Power Realm. There was only one type of Divine Power Realm. There was nothing special about the rest and it was more one-sided. The Divine Aspect Realm, on the other hand, was directly on the Great Tao. The Great Tao was the foundation of a cultivator's comprehension. The Divine Aspect Realm was the comprehension and improvement of the foundation. It was also very easy to distinguish who was better and who was worse. No wonder the Lord Envoy only chose the Yuanming Realm prodigies and ignored the Divine Power Realm prodigies. This is because the Divine Power Realm has already deviated from the cultivation path of the universe. Fourth update, begging for monthly votes. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a great power in the universe, and it was divided into 9 heavens. Chenzong flew out of the Heart Sword Palace rapidly, riding on the Wind Xian bird puppet that Primal had assigned to him. The Wind Xian bird puppet had a wingspan of 10 meters, and its ability to carry weight was shocking. Its flying speed was very fast, and because it was a puppet, it didn't feel tired. As long as it consumed deity crystals, it could maintain its high speed, which was a necessity for traveling. After all, Spirit Condensation Realm experts couldn't fly in the universe, and even Divine Phase Realm experts couldn't fly. This was the restriction of the laws of the universe. In the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Spirit Condensation Realm experts were called soldiers, and Divine Phase Realm experts were called generals. Chenzong obtained a 5th grade trial evaluation and received a share of 500 Cosmos God crystals. Because he had entered Primal, he also received the resources allocated by Primal, which was also 500 Cosmos God crystals. In terms of Cosmos God crystals, Chenzong didn't lack them at the moment, because he didn't have any special use for them. It was more than enough for the Wind Xian bird puppet. The Wind Xian bird puppet flapped its wings, causing a violent gust of wind. With a whistle, it rushed out and flew across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind an afterimage in the void. About 2 hours later, they were already very far away from the Heartsword Peak. Chenzong saw a huge mountain peak towering into the clouds, standing between heaven and earth, as if it was the center of this world. Realm Gate Mountain. In this mountain, there was a palace called the Realm Gate Palace. Its function was to open the realm gates that led to various places in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. For example, if Chenzong wanted to go to the fourth heaven or other heavens, he would have to go through the realm gates. In addition, if he wanted to go to the Cultivation sacred grounds controlled by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he would have to go through the realm gates to reach them in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would have to spend a long time traveling, because there were many cultivation grounds that weren't located in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There were also some cultivation grounds that were hidden in very mysterious places. Even if he hurried, he wouldn't be able to reach them no matter how much time he spent. He could only go through the realm gates. There were 3 sacred grounds for cultivation in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. They were the Realm of Refinement, the Pavilion of Secrets, and Mount Wuwang. Chenzong couldn't enter the alchemy world right now. Only after he broke through to the divine manifestation realm could he enter. However, he only had a month to cultivate. If he wanted more time, he had to complete missions and get rewards. He could enter Mount Wuwang now to temper and nurture his divine will, but he would only be able to do so for a month. Similarly, if he wanted more time, he would have to complete missions first. But now, Chenzong was going to the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion contained the supreme legacy of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the 3 supreme martial arts formulas and the 3 supreme secret techniques. A new true disciple was qualified to choose a supreme cultivation formula or a supreme secret method to practice. If they wanted to obtain more, they had to go through other channels. For example, if one reached a certain level in the 3 great trial grounds. The Realm Gate Palace on the Realm Gate Mountain was a very peculiar palace. It was as if it was built from countless mountain gates from all directions. It gave off a very peculiar feeling. Chenzong looked around from outside and was surprised by this peculiar shape. He immediately descended and put away the Fengxian bird puppet. Standing in front of the Realm Gate Palace, he felt indescribably small. Like dust, Chenzong felt that everything in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court seemed to have been prepared for a 100-meter giant. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong gradually calmed down from the shock in his heart. He stepped into the Realm Gate Palace. Inside the palace, there was a vast and empty space. It was a little dim, but there was no one in sight. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dome and Chenzong's figure. His figure seemed to be reflected in layers of water, as if there were countless of them. Looking at it gave Chenzong a dazzling and dreamy feeling. It was somewhat unreal. All around him were walls as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Chenzong's figure. One after another, they seemed to be contained in countless spacetime spaces. A third-rank void human. A low, hoarse, and somewhat sinister voice sounded very abruptly, startling Chenzong, who was still in shock. He immediately turned around and gathered all his strength in an instant. The extreme heart faceless sword was also half unsheathed, releasing an astonishing sharpness. The voice suddenly appeared without any reaction at all. Chenzong felt that if the other party had malicious intentions, he might be killed directly without even having the chance to react. When he looked over, he saw a stooped old man in a black robe floating in the air with his hands behind his back. His old face was covered in wrinkles, and his eyes were extremely turbid. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, when that pair of turbid eyes stared at him, Chenzong felt as if he had been seen through, and his hair stood on end. Little did he know that the old man was also very surprised because he could see that Chenzong came from a third-rank void. He was also a human from a mediocre race that was judged to have no special racial talents. Although he did not have any special racial talents, a second-rank void human would naturally surpass a third-rank void human. A human from the third-rank void had actually appeared in the Yema heavens. This was truly shocking. "Senior, I want to go to the secret pavilion." Chenzong sheathed his sword and bowed to the old man. Although he could not sense the old man's aura, Chenzong instinctively knew that this was an existence that he could not match. "You don't have to call me senior, just call me Black Snake." The old man smiled mysteriously and said. Elder Black, please send me to the secret pavilion. Qianzong naturally could not call the old man's name directly, whether it was his real name or a fake name. Therefore, he called him Elder Black. This was basic respect and had nothing to do with strength. Go ahead. Elder Black's turbid eyes glanced at Qianzong a few times, then pointed to one of the walls that was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately, there seemed to be layers of ripples on the wall, as if it was blown by the wind. A faint light filled the air as if it had been activated. A realm gate, the wall of the realm gate palace was a realm gate. Qianzong could not help but be surprised. He did not expect the realm gate palace to be built by realm gates. Thank you, Elder Black. After Qianzong bowed once again, his figure flashed and flew towards the activated world gate. In an instant, it was as though he was submerged in water. His figure was submerged in it and he disappeared. A human from the third true void realm. How surprising. Elder Black smiled mysteriously as he watched Qianzong disappear. But, he's quite polite. Let me see. Oh, he was accepted by Primordial. But, with his status and ability, can he continue to stay in Primordial? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. As his voice fell, Elder Hay's body began to fade away. Wisps of black aura filled the air like smoke. When the wind blew, they dissipated and fused into the void, disappearing without a trace. After stepping through the realm gate, Qianzong felt as if he had entered a body of water. There were layers and layers of resistance as he continued to move forward in this invisible body of water. Step by step, he stepped forward in the void. After what seemed like an hour, Qianzong took another step and the heavy resistance disappeared. A huge pavilion appeared in front of him. This pavilion was dark golden color. It was quaint, profound, and mysterious. At the front of the pavilion was a huge gate. Above the gate was a plaque with 3 huge ancient and mysterious characters written on it. Secret Pavilion. These characters were not characters from the void, but from the universe. He had never learned them before, but he could understand their meaning just by looking at them. Secret Pavilion. Qianzong couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the secret pavilion of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The 3 supreme cultivation techniques, he wondered what they were like. Qianzong was very curious and expectant. He took a step forward and pushed the huge gate open. As it slowly opened, a wisp of darkness appeared from the gap. After calming himself down, Qianzong walked through the gap. Although it was only a crack in the door, it had to be known that this door was at least 100 meters tall. The crack in the door was also more than a meter wide, which was enough for Qianzong to step in. As soon as Qianzong stepped in, all he saw was darkness. Absolute darkness, endless darkness. He couldn't see anything, not even his own body. It was as if he had blended into the darkness. Just as Qianzong was secretly surprised, something strange happened. A ray of light suddenly bloomed in the dark distance. It was like a ray of light that connected the sky and the sea. It turned into a surging tide that charged forward like a raging wave. It was accompanied by a loud sound that resounded through the world in an instant. It surged in all directions, surging and boundless. In the blink of an eye, that ray of light turned into a sea of light. The sea of light became more and more vast, containing a magnificent and pure power. It swept over Qianzong as if it was endless. Qianzong's body shook unconsciously. Pieces of information also surged into his mind. 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique. It turned out that this was one of the 3 supreme skills. In addition to the name of the skill, there was also some introduction. 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique was one of the 3 supreme skills of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Its specialty was that the power cultivated was extremely pure and majestic. The 10,000 Elephant True technique was derived from the 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique. It was a simplified version. The power of the 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique was not biased in any way. It was just that the degree of purity and majesty was extraordinary. Of course, this could also be considered as the specialty of this skill. However, for a cultivation technique to appear in such a manner, it was truly shocking to the extreme. When that vast ray of light swept over, a shadow also appeared. That shadow was like a giant standing in the dark void. It looked up to the sky and roared. The aura that burst out from its body was incomparably heavy, domineering, and full of amazing power. Boom boom boom, the giant punched out. The speed of the punch was not very fast, but it condensed an extremely terrifying power. It was extremely domineering and unparalleled, as if it could smash everything into pieces. The punch was directly aimed at Chenzong. The surrounding darkness was completely suppressed, making Chenzong unable to move at all. He was directly hit by the punch. Fifth update, begging for monthly votes to rush into the top 30, one punch. It was as if it was going to completely shatter and annihilate Chenzong. However, Chenzong was unscathed. That punch was like an illusion. However, as the punch landed, waves of information appeared in his mind. Art of the Tyrant of the Nine Heavens. This was a cultivation technique that focused on strength. The strength that was cultivated was filled with astonishing strength and was extremely domineering. After throwing out a punch, the giant's figure walked past Chenzong and disappeared into the darkness. The wind blew and blew, sweeping through the darkness. It was vast and mighty. At the beginning, it felt like a gentle breeze, but it continued to strengthen. It became a gale, then a storm, and then a hurricane. The hurricane roared, containing an extremely terrifying might. It was as if it could shatter everything in the world and blow apart the dark void. It was extremely shocking. Subsequently, the terrifying whistling sound emitted by the hurricane gradually became fainter and fainter. In the end, it became so faint that it could not be heard. At the very least, Chenzong could not hear anything. The hurricane also seemed to become smaller and smaller, as if it had also disappeared. Gone, I can't hear you, he couldn't see it, it was as if it had completely disappeared. However, Chenzong felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if an undetectable aura had swept past his body. His hair stood on end. That aura seemed to have annihilated his body in an instant. Annihilation Force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale. The third supreme technique of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was an extremely outstanding supreme technique in terms of speed. Nine Heavens 10,000 Condensation Technique, Art of the Tyrant of the Nine Heavens, Annihilation Force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale. The three supreme cultivation techniques each have their own strong points. The true condensation technique focuses on the purity and vigor of one's strength, which can be considered as endurance. The Tyrant World technique focuses on the strength. The strength cultivated is vigorous, majestic, and overbearing to the extreme. It is unreasonable and all-powerful. The Annihilation Force focuses on speed. It even has a terrifying might that can blow everything into oblivion. Which one should I choose? Chenzong could not help but ponder. Arts were the foundations. These three supreme techniques gave Chenzong the feeling that they were countless times more powerful than the Taichu Sword Origin technique that he had created himself. In terms of level, even the 33 Heavens of Will could not compare. After all, the 33 Heavens of the Mind was only a supreme technique of the third sequence void, but this was the universe. Therefore, he had to choose one of the three supreme skills first. Only then would he be able to guarantee the foundation of his strength. After thinking for a while, Chenzong quickly made his choice. After making his choice, Chenzong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he checked the three supreme secret techniques. The first supreme secret technique was called the Nine Heavens Mixed Kill. It was a super powerful secret technique that could enhance the power of one's attack. The second supreme secret technique was called the Nine Mysterious Body Protection Technique. It was a super powerful secret technique that could enhance one's defense. The third supreme secret technique was called the Nine Heavens Escape Technique. It was a super powerful secret technique that could enhance one's speed. Attack, defense, and speed. All three supreme secret techniques were complete. However, Chenzong could only choose one of the three supreme cultivation techniques and the three supreme secret techniques. He could not choose two. Of course, if he wanted to choose more, he would have to challenge the three great trial grounds. He would choose one of them first. After making his choice, streams of information surged into Chenzong's mind. They were vast and mighty, surging endlessly, rendering Chenzong unable to move for a moment. It was too vast. The information he had received before was merely an introduction. Now, he was seeing the real content. The complete content of the supreme martial art was extremely mysterious. After receiving the inheritance of the supreme secret technique, Qianzong left the secret pavilion. Through the realm gate, Qianzong reappeared in the realm gate palace. Elder Black Snake's figure condensed again. Which one did you choose? Black Snake asked casually. After Qianzong gave his answer, Black Snake nodded slightly. Elder Black, please open the realm gate to the battle tower, Qianzong said again. Oh, do you want to challenge the battle tower? With that, Senior He waved his hand and another realm gate lit up with a faint light. Thank you. After bowing, Qianzong turned and walked into the realm gate. Challenging the battle tower before truly mastering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's secret art is not going to be an easy task. Old He looked at Qianzong's disappearing figure and smiled mysteriously. Soon after, he disappeared once again. Similar to his previous experience, after a period of time, Qianzong took a step forward and appeared in a spacious plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a tall tower. It was pitch black and emitted an incomparably vigorous aura. That aura was as strict as an abyss and prison. In addition to the pitch-black tower, Qianzong also saw dozens of people. These people were from various races. Every one of them exuded a strong aura. More than half of them exuded a terrifying aura. Qianzong was secretly shocked. Qianzong's arrival also attracted the attention of these people. When they saw Qianzong and learned about Qianzong through the Nine Heavens ring, their expressions changed. They were astonished. Human clan, third rank void, these two added together were equivalent to ordinary or even mediocre. However, this was not what surprised them. After all, it was not strange for a third rank void human clan to be able to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. No matter how bad a place was, there would occasionally be some prodigies. The most surprising thing was the identity of this human. He was a member of the Primordial and a true disciple who lived in the Yema Heavens. How was this possible? Even if he was from the four major races of the first rank void, it was very difficult for him to live in the Yema Heavens right from the start. Now, a human from the third rank void actually lived in the Yema Heavens and was even a member of the Primordial. This was unbelievable and made them feel like they were dreaming. However, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had never made any mistakes. This human must have his own strengths to be able to live in the Yema Heavens and even be accepted by the Primordial. Soon, the crowd inquired about him and found out the reason. At this moment, Qianzong also walked past the crowd and entered the battle tower. This human is actually in the top 3 of this batch of cultivators. A heavenly human clan member had a look of disbelief. How shocking! Since when did humans have such capabilities? An ancient beast clan member had a playful look on his face. Maybe it's just a moment of luck. A demon clan member snorted coldly. When the 10-year deadline for newcomers is over, someone will challenge him and he will be exposed. I wonder if he can pass the first level of the battle tower. Qianzong stepped into the battle tower and entered the first level. The first level of the battle pagoda was filled with darkness. Following which, a silhouette appeared and walked towards Qianzong step by step. This person was clad in armor and had a tall and muscular physique. He carried a long saber on his back and his speed was neither fast nor slow. However, every step he took was orderly and uniform. Step by step, the aura he exuded condensed unceasingly as the pressure grew more and more terrifying. You're at the peak of the spirit focus realm. My cultivation is the same as yours. The person's voice sounded from under the armor. It was somewhat dull and cold. Defeat me and you can only step on to the second level. As his voice fell, the person took a step forward and landed heavily. With a bang, the darkness seemed to shake. Layers of ripples spread out from the person's feet. As the tyrannical power rebounded, the armored person's body suddenly rushed forward. His speed instantly reached the extreme and he closed in on Qianzong. So fast. Qianzong's eyelids twitched. The opponent's speed was extremely fast. From the acceleration to the extreme, he crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. At the same time, a fierce cold light suddenly bloomed. It was like a rising sun that directly fell. The long saber on his back was unsheathed. He and the saber became one and slashed directly from the sky. That slash was extremely simple and direct, but the power it contained was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the speed of the slash was astonishing. It was as if the world would be split apart with a single slash. It was as if nothing could withstand that slash. Strong, fierce, domineering, unparalleled, this slash gave Chen Zong a feeling that it was more tyrannical than any opponent he had encountered in the trial ground. Chen Zong's reaction was also very fast. He pulled out his sword in an instant. There was no time to dodge, but his sword burst out and directly attacked. The 10th sword of the ninefold true sword, the 11th sword, was indeed more powerful, but it needed a little time to activate. Under such circumstances, it was somewhat insufficient. He could only use the 10th sword. As for the opening of the sword world, it also needed a little time. The sword slashed out and the saber slashed down. In an instant, they came into contact. The sword light paused for a moment and then collapsed. Although the saber light dimmed a little, it still slashed down heavily. Chen Zong's pupils were instantly stimulated to the point that they shrank like needles. This kind of slash was too fast and too fierce. It was beyond his reaction and endurance. The 10th sword was shattered. Chen Zong could only barely hold his sword in front of him to resist the remaining power of the slash. The moment they came into contact, Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely terrifying force coming at him. He was unable to resist and kept retreating. As he retreated, another saber light rolled up in front of him and slashed down from the sky. When the saber light arrived, Chen Zong was unable to dodge and was directly hit. His entire body flew backward, and his vision turned black. In the next breath, when Chen Zong woke up, he found that he was already outside the battle tower. What? Chen Zong's face was full of shock. To think that the difficulty of the battle tower would be so high. With just 2 slashes, Lin Fan was defeated and killed in just 2 slashes. If it were not for the special situation of the battle tower, he would have been killed. They were clearly at the same cultivation level, but his opponent's strength was so much stronger than his. It was simply unbelievable. Chen Zong shook his head and gave up on the idea of challenging again because there was no need for that for the time being. A new day continued to beg for monthly votes. News of what happened in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court spread quickly, and many people knew about it. Have you heard? It said that the 3rd-rank void human Chen Zong, who was accepted by Primordial as an exception, failed to reach the 1st level of the battle tower. Not only did he fail, but he also came out not long after he went in. Obviously, he didn't last long. Some people speculated that he couldn't last more than 3 moves. He's so weak. What right does he have to enter the Yema heavens and be accepted by Primordial as an exception? Many voices of doubt arose. However, Chen Zong's ranking in the top 3 of the trial ground was undeniable. That was why Primordial made an exception and accepted him. All kinds of doubts did not affect Chen Zong. After leaving the battle tower, Chen Zong directly returned to the Heartsword Peak. Sitting on the Fengxian bird puppet, Chen Zong was deep in thought as the wind blew against his face. The opponent on the 1st level of the battle tower seemed to be very powerful, far more powerful than him. However, after careful consideration, that was not the case. The main reason was that the opponent's power was very strong, and his speed was very shocking. His saber technique was simple and direct, but it was as if he had returned to the basics. With all these combinations, he could easily defeat Chen Zong. However, if Chen Zong were to display the sword world, he should be able to compete with the opponent and even defeat him. The problem was that the opponent's speed was too fast, and his attack speed was too fast. His every move was as easy as instinct, while Chen Zong needed a little time to activate the sword world. As everyone knew, the more powerful the move, the more time it took to accumulate power. This was an inevitable process. If one's speed was fast enough, one could strike first and interrupt the opponent's accumulation of power. Of course, in addition to being fast enough, one also needed to be strong enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to shake the opponent. Coincidentally, the person on the 1st level of the battle tower had both. Basic power. Chen Zong kept recalling the previous battle under the 5 mental states. He replayed every detail over and over again to find the details of his defeat. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Basic power, the so-called basic power was a name that referred to the power and speed that one had mastered. It was the basic power and speed without using secret techniques. However, a new question arose in Qianzong's mind. The man in armor was obviously at the same level as him. Why was his basic strength so much higher than his? Qianzong's thinking reached its peak under the 5 realms of mind. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like the stars in the sky. They were Qianzong's guesses and deductions. In the end, Qianzong's eyes lit up. Cultivation technique. This was what Qianzong could think of. In addition to the martial arts formula, there should also be the gap and application of the power of the Great Path. Cultivation method. The difference between a void technique and a universal technique was very obvious. The Genesis sword energy technique that he cultivated was only a void technique, while the 10,000 elephant true technique was, in fact, a simplified version of the 9 heavens 10,000 condensation technique. It only contained a little bit of the supreme technique's mysteries, probably not even 1/10,000th of it. The 10,000 elephant true technique only had 5 levels. Its function was to allow trial takers to adapt to the laws of the universe and restore their own strength. Therefore, in terms of cultivation power, although he had adapted to the laws of the universe, it was only an adaptation. He had not changed, so he was still at the same level of power as in the void. Therefore, there was a gap. However, in the trial ground, compared to those fierce demons, his battle strength was not weak. Moreover, Qianzong could feel that those fierce demons were very fierce and terrifying. Another point was that in the void, at least in the void where he was, although cultivation strength was an indispensable part, it accounted for a relatively small proportion of overall strength. Was it different in the universe? Limited by his knowledge, Qianzong did not know. However, he should be able to find out soon enough. Cultivate. As long as he cultivated the supreme technique that he obtained from the secret pavilion, he would know. Riding on the black wind bird puppet, Qianzong returned to the Heartsword Peak and went straight to the Heartsword Palace. He summoned the Heartsword Peak attendant, Jiaoyi, and informed him that he was going into closed-door cultivation. Then, he began his closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation was, of course, to cultivate the supreme technique that he had chosen from the secret pavilion. However, before he went into closed-door cultivation, Ao Wu sent a message to ask about Qianzong's challenge to the battle tower. Primordial was a force established by the originals in the 9 heavens imperial court. It was the strongest among the many forces and was incomparable. Primordial's headquarters was located in the 8th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court. Among the many forces, only Primordial was located in the 8th heaven. As for the Demon Palace, Heavenly King Palace, Giant King Sect, and Beast King Mountain, they were second only to Primordial. However, their headquarters were located in the 7th heaven. They were not qualified to build their headquarters in the 8th heaven. Primordial was a first-tier force in the 9 heavens imperial court. It was the strongest and only one. Demon Palace, Heavenly King Palace, Giant King Sect, and Beast King Mountain were second-tier forces. Big Black Mountain, Full Moon Valley, Unicorn Fort, and Tao Alliance were third-tier forces. Their headquarters were located in the 6th heaven. Primordial was established by the originals. Most of its members were originals. Demon Palace was established by the Demon Tribe. Heavenly King Palace was established by the Heavenly Human Tribe. Giant King Sect was established by the Giant Tribe. Beast King Mountain was established by the Ancient Beast Tribe. As for Big Black Mountain and Full Moon Valley, they were jointly established by some of the second-tier forces. Tao Alliance was established by the originals. Its internal members were only humans. Unicorn Fort was established by the Horn People. Similarly, the members of Unicorn Fort were Horn People. Apart from the headquarters, there were also branches in the other heavens. Within the Yema heavens, there were also branches of the 9 great forces. Within Primordial's branch. Ao Wu, I heard that the human you personally recruited was defeated in less than 3 moves on the first level of the battle tower, an original said to Ao Wu in a somewhat mocking tone. That's indeed the case. I've already asked. To be precise, it was 2 moves, Ao Wu replied expressionlessly. One could tell that he was not in a good mood. When he recruited Qianzong, Other than feeling that Chenzong was not bad, the biggest reason was because he was curious. For a human from the originals of the third-tier forces to be able to obtain a fifth-tier evaluation and even surpass the demon race, that was unbelievable. This also meant that perhaps this human was a peerless genius. He was like a true dragon that was born in shallow waters. His talents were shocking. However, due to the limitations of the environment, he could not unleash his full potential. Now that he had entered the universe, it was like entering the ocean from shallow waters. Given some time, he might even be able to rise from the depths of the ocean and soar into the 9 heavens. Of course, this was just a guess. Who knew if that was the truth? Sometimes, there were so-called geniuses who were extremely outstanding in their original voids. However, after entering the universe, they would gradually fade into the crowd. On the other hand, there were also those who performed well in their original voids, but weren't the most outstanding. After entering the universe, they would slowly accumulate strength and gradually erupt, shocking the world with a single feat. Therefore, Ao Wu did not know what kind of situation Chenzong would be in. However, recruiting him was like taking a gamble. If he lost, Primordial would just have to pay some resources. Now, it seemed like he had misjudged. The first level of the battle tower was the easiest level. However, it was fine if Chenzong could not pass the first level. After all, it was his first attempt. Furthermore, he had just arrived at the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He had not even cultivated properly. However, to be defeated in just 2 moves? Wasn't that a little too weak? Ao Wu, you might have misjudged him this time. That originals chuckled once more, as though he had pointed out Ao Wu's inner thoughts. Not necessarily. He is still in the newbie stage. After the newbie stage, he should be able to adapt to the cultivation under the laws of the universe. At that time, we will know what will happen. Ao Wu's expression turned cold. If at that time, he is still this weak, then don't blame me for being impolite. Primordial's resources are not that easy to obtain. Primordial, as the number 1 power in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, was naturally not ordinary. After all, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was originally created by the originals. Naturally, the treatment that Primordial could enjoy was also the best. Any member of Primordial was qualified to receive more resources. Taking Chenzong as an example, Chenzong had obtained a 5th grade trial evaluation. He could receive the basic resources of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, which were a set of 9 Heavens set, 500 Cosmos God crystals, and some pills. He could enter Mount Wuwang to temper and nourish his divine will for a month. After breaking through to the divine phase realm, he could enter the refinement path world to cultivate for a month. Then, as a member of Primordial, he could receive 500 Cosmos God crystals and pills of the same quantity and grade. Furthermore, he could enter Mount Wuwang to temper and nourish his divine will for 2 months. In addition, after breaking through to the divine phase realm, he could enter the refinement path world to cultivate for an additional month. Without a doubt, such resources were very shocking. The originals were originally very talented. Under the situation where they could receive more resources after joining Primordial, their improvement would naturally be even more terrifying. As for other powers, they didn't have such amazing capabilities and treatment as Primordial. Everyone who had just entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was considered a newcomer and had to undergo a newcomer's period. The purpose of this newcomer's period was to allow them to further adapt to the laws of the universe and properly comprehend the martial arts or secret techniques that they had chosen. During this period, no one would challenge them. Therefore, the newcomer period was also known as the protection period. This period was 10 years. Once this protection period was over, it would be different. They could face challenges at any time. If they failed, they would have to pay a price. And during the newcomer period, other than giving the newcomers time to adapt, it was also meant to observe how these newcomers performed in these 10 years and then give some evaluations and so on. Chenzong knew all this. After all, Ao Wu had already said it before. And now, Chenzong had started his closed-door cultivation to properly comprehend the supreme cultivation technique he had chosen from the secret pavilion. He wanted to comprehend it thoroughly and cultivate it successfully as soon as possible. Time was the most fleeting thing in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In other words, the protection period for this batch of newcomers had ended. Next, they would have to compete with the many geniuses in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and be washed away by the long river of competition. They were like grains of sand being washed and washed by the waves. Whether they turned into pearls or were washed to the edge and stranded depended on one's ability. 10 years have passed. The protection period is over. Let's go and test the abilities of this batch of newcomers. Those who had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court earlier but had not broken through to the divine manifestation realm moved one after another, targeting the newcomers who had just passed the protection period. At the same time, some of the primordial tribe members also moved. What right does a mere human from the third sequence void have to stand side by side with us? One of the primordial tribe members had a cold expression, and cold light shot out from his eyes as if he could pierce through the void. That's right. It's already good enough for such lowly life forms to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. How dare they dream of standing side by side with us? Chase them out. I can't hold back anymore. Let's go and chase that human out. Even so, we can't go against the rules. Let's do it the normal way, one of the primordial tribe members said with a smile. In the Heart Sword Palace on the Heart Sword Peak, Qinzong was still in seclusion, continuing to comprehend. Immediately, Qinzong opened his eyes. Because the comprehension this time had exhausted his mental strength to the limit, he had to recover for a while before he could continue comprehending. Difficult. Qinzong muttered to himself as he circulated the 33 heavens of mind to speed up the recovery of his mental strength, his brows slightly furrowed. The technique Qinzong chose was the Nine Heavens Breath Gale Annihilation Force. It was a supreme technique that focused on speed and sharpness. Once Qinzong comprehended it, he knew that its profundity was incomparably profound. More importantly, it involved the laws of the universe and not the laws of the void. In addition, it was very different from all the cultivation techniques he had cultivated in the past. In other words, Qinzong's accumulation of cultivation techniques in the past was not very helpful. It was almost as if he had to comprehend it step by step, starting from the most basic. This feeling was full of challenges, which made Qinzong feel very excited. Although he encountered many difficulties, Qinzong was never discouraged. In the beginning, Qinzong's comprehension did not improve at all because of the laws of the universe. Adapting to the training grounds was only the most basic adaptation. It was only the initial adaptation. There was still a huge gap between them and a complete adaptation. Furthermore, Qinzong came from the third-tier void and was even the first batch of people from that void to enter here. This also showed that there was still a gap between the third-tier void where Qinzong was from and the third-tier void that entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court earlier. This gap was reflected in the gap between the law of the void and the law of the universe. In other words, the gap between the law of the void where Qinzong was born and the law of the universe was immeasurable. Qinzong was born, grew up, and cultivated there. He had long imprinted the law of the void in his bones and directly into his spirit. Now that he came to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it was like entering the universe. It was a sudden jump from the lowest level of the void law to the law of the universe. If it were not for the 1 year in the training grounds and the initial adaptation, he would have no clue at all. Even so, it was not so easy to completely adapt to the law of the universe. After all, the law of the void was deeply rooted in his spirit. Now, it was equivalent to replacing it with the law of the universe. Since the law of the universe was much more advanced than the law of the void, the speed of replacement would not be too fast. However, it was still replaced now. It was just that it took 7 years. For 7 years, he had been immersed in the law of the universe, especially the law of the fifth heaven. He finally adapted at all times. During those 7 years, no matter how Qinzong comprehended the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale, he always had a feeling that he could not get the hang of it. It was as if there was a barrier. It was not until he had truly adapted to the law of the universe that the barrier in comprehending the martial art formula disappeared. However, this supreme martial art formula was really too profound. Even if Qinzong often activated the 10 intents of mind to comprehend it, the progress he made was very mediocre. In the final analysis, it was because his birth was too different from the law of the universe. If he was born in the first-tier void, with his talent, he would have cultivated this supreme martial art formula to a certain extent. No, he did not need a first-tier void. A second-tier void should be enough. After all, the law of the second-tier void was much more complete than that of the third-tier void. It was closer to the law of the universe. However, there was no other way. He could not choose his birth. In terms of his innate ability to adapt to the law, he was not as good as other life forms in the void. This had nothing to do with the level of cultivation talent or the level of comprehension. However, Xianxia did not feel annoyed, dissatisfied, or even jealous. There was no need for that. He thought back to the time when he was born with weak qi and blood and could not cultivate. However, he continued to strive for self-improvement and never gave up. That was how he got the opportunity to change his fate and seized it. If he did not have that kind of self-improvement and tenacity at that time, even if he got the opportunity, he would not have been able to rise in adversity. He would not have been able to move forward, climb the peak, surpass his peers and even his seniors, and come to where he was today. Perhaps he would have faded into the crowd long ago. Those prodigies from the first-tier void should have cultivated the supreme martial art formula to a certain extent. Xianxia secretly guessed. After all, those people were quite talented and could adapt to the law of the universe very quickly. Of course, there might be some who had not cultivated it. Fortunately, after 3 years, I finally comprehended the first level of the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale. However, the second level is too difficult. I must first cultivate the first level before I am qualified to comprehend it. Xianxia said to himself, next, I will continue to cultivate in seclusion until I master the first level of the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale. The annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale gave Xianxia a feeling that it was very profound. Even the first level was much more advanced than the Genesis sword technique that he cultivated. If he mastered the first level, Xianxia was confident that his strength would be even stronger. Then, he would continue to cultivate in seclusion after his mind power was fully recovered. When his mind power was fully recovered, Xianxia was ready to continue cultivating the first level of the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale. Come out, human. A cold voice that was full of arrogance suddenly rang out. It was like rolling thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Heart Sword Peak seemed to be shaking as well. That voice carried a sense of superiority and an irresistible penetrating force. It penetrated everything and directly entered Xianxia's ears. Who is it? Xianxia could not help but frown. He was just about to cultivate the first level of the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale. Who would disturb him? Human, the 10-year protection period is up. Come out quickly. The voice rang out again. Xianxia suddenly realized that 10 years had passed without him noticing. 10 years was the rookie protection period. Now, he had been cultivating in seclusion for 10 years. Although Xianxia knew before, he did not think too much about it because all his attention was attracted by the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale. He temporarily ignored everything else. It seemed that his intention to continue cultivating in seclusion was interrupted. Xianxia got up and stepped forward. He retreated from the secret chamber and walked out. Finally, he walked out of the Heartsword Palace. Outside the Heartsword Palace, other than some Heartsword Peak attendants, there were 3 other figures. Silver hair, Polychoria, origin tribe. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was stern. Once the rookie protection period was over, newcomers would often be challenged. This was very normal, especially for the true disciples. However, Xianxia did not expect that the first person to challenge him would be the Origin tribe. The Origin tribe was a native race of the universe. Compared to the life forms from the void, they were naturally noble life forms. Because they were born in the universe, they were born to enjoy the nourishment of the natural order. This was something that the void races could not compare to. Therefore, they did not need to adapt to the natural order of the universe. They could cultivate directly. Their cultivation speed and efficiency were not something that the void races could compare to. At the same cultivation level, the Origin tribe was often younger. They were even younger than the void races. The difference in age was more than double. For example, if a first-rank void race prodigy took 100 years to cultivate to the God Focus realm, the Origin tribe would only need 50 years. This was the difference between them. In addition, the Origin tribe was often more outstanding in the application of power. This was determined by their innate factors. It could be said that the Origin tribe occupied the majority of the powerhouses in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Moreover, almost all of them were ranked at the top. Such Origin tribe members were arrogant, especially when facing the void races. Unexpectedly, they actually came to look for Chenzong personally. Although Chenzong would not belittle himself, he was also very surprised. It felt as if a noble had come to visit a commoner's house personally. Although surprised, Chenzong still greeted them with a sword salute and asked slowly, "May I know what advice you have for coming here?" Advice? One of the Origin tribe members suddenly revealed a mocking expression. "That's right, we're here to advise you. The 10-year rookie protection period has passed. Go to the death arena. Let me see what kind of ability a lowly life form from the third order void like you has to be able to enter primordial," the Origin said once more, his mocking tone becoming more and more obvious. From the other party's words, Chenzong could tell that his attitude was not friendly at all. There was a kind of arrogance that came from his bones. The other two Origin tribe members did not speak. However, their gazes were indifferent and also carried some contempt. To be honest, if it were not for this reason, they would not have condescended to personally look for a lowly life form. Now, they would act according to the rules of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and send him away to prevent him from leaving a bad reputation for the Origin tribe. The other party's attitude made Chenzong frown slightly. However, he was not angry. He calmed down and took out the black wind bird puppet. It spread its wings and flew high, leaving the Heartsword Peak and heading towards the death arena. Baidu search Xing81 Chinese network. No advertising message. The death battle ring was a small space opened up by the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was specially made for the people of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to fight in. Inside, they could attack without any qualms. It didn't matter even if they killed their opponents because there was no real death in the death battle ring. Like a gust of wind between heaven and earth, it was hard to detect. A streak of flowing light had already crossed the sky, as though it was close at hand. In the blink of an eye, it was approaching Chenzong. Fast, too fast, Chenzong was shocked. Subconsciously, he swung his sword. The sword light broke through the sky, as though it could pierce through the sun and moon. However, this sword missed completely. On the contrary, a terrifying force hit his body directly. The sword robe formed by the Nine Heaven soldier armor swayed slightly, immediately weakening the force of this attack by 10%. However, the remaining 90% passed through the sword robe and penetrated Chenzong's protective energy, directly hitting his body. Chenzong's body trembled unconsciously. The place where he was hit seemed to have been penetrated. Waves of piercing pain spread rapidly, and he was sent flying backward. However, the opponent didn't stop. The second and third attack came consecutively. Chenzong couldn't react in time because the speed was too fast. After 3 attacks, Chenzong was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Waves of piercing pain came from his chest. Waves of impact spread, and he was torn apart. His vitality was drained, and he died in the blink of an eye. However, in just 3 breaths, Chenzong came back to life again. One wouldn't really die in the death battle arena. How could it be? After coming back to life, Chenzong was even more shocked. His opponent's cultivation was the same as his. According to the cultivation realms of the universe, they were both at the spirit condensation realm, and at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. With the same cultivation, why couldn't he withstand his opponent's attacks and be defeated in an instant? He felt that his opponent was even more terrifying than the one on the first level of the battle tower. Unbelievable, especially his opponent's speed, which was extremely fast. It was so fast that he couldn't react in time. You have lost. According to the rules, you have to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals. This Origin clansman placed his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Chenzong. His tone was filled with mockery. This was the rule of the challenge after the rookie period. Those who won would receive 100 Cosmos God crystals, and those who lost would have to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals. If there weren't enough Cosmos God crystals, they would have to use other things to replace it, like treasures or pills. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court encouraged competition between disciples, but had strict rules that forbade anyone from using any means to force others to place heavy bets on a battle. This was to prevent people from using such challenges to get rich. Of course, if one didn't have Cosmos God crystals and used other methods to replace them, that would be a different matter altogether. But even if one took a step back, 100 Cosmos God crystals was not a small sum. To a God condensation realm expert, it was a huge fortune. Even to God phase realm experts, 100 Cosmos God crystals wasn't a small sum. Chen Zong knew of this rule. After handing over 100 Cosmos God crystals to the other party, he still had close to 900 Cosmos God crystals left. For 10 years, I allowed you to stay in the Yema heaven, allowing you to be nourished by the origin energy of the Yema heaven and soak in the laws of the cosmos. But now, you haven't even completed the first level of the supreme cultivation technique. What qualifications do you have to be one of my origin clansmen? This origin clansman who defeated Chen Zong became colder and colder. Chen Zong didn't say anything. A loss was a loss. There was no excuse to speak of, and there was no reason to find. Because no matter how many excuses and reasons there were, they were all fake. Only strength was real. If he had won, it would be a different story. Excuses and reasons were only needed by the weak. Now, it's my turn. The second origin clansman spoke. He took a step forward and challenged Chen Zong. Even though he knew he wasn't his opponent, Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. He didn't retreat at all. Fight, unavoidable, even though Chen Zong could refuse, he didn't want to. It was nothing more than a defeat. Fighting could also let him know how strong the other party was. It could also motivate him further. I'll let you make the first move. Show me your strongest strength. This origin clansman didn't attack immediately. Instead, he sneered. Without hesitation, Chen Zong exploded with his maximum strength and displayed the 11th sword of the 9-layered true sword. The sword light flashed in an instant and turned into a beam. It pierced through the sky and attacked. The shocking sharpness spread out in an instant. It was as if the world had lost its color. The origin clansman's eyes narrowed. A smile appeared on his face. This sword is a little interesting. But it's still not enough. As he spoke, he also attacked. He clenched his fist and slowly pulled it back. After a slight pause, he suddenly punched out. With a boom, it was as if the void was shattered. It was as if a giant was waving his arm and punching out a terrifying punch. This punch contained extreme strength. It was as if everything in the world would be shattered. There was no way to resist it. The sword light collided with the overbearing fist strength. In an instant, the sharp sword light seemed to be extremely fragile and shattered. The power of the punch didn't seem to weaken. It continued to attack and hit Chen Zong's body. After being weakened by 10%, the remaining 90% shattered Chen Zong's protective power. Chen Zong was sent flying. His whole body seemed to be crushed. He died again. The Heart Seal treasure robe was a treasure in the void. It couldn't exert any effect in the universe. Otherwise, Chen Zong wouldn't have been injured like this. Defeated, another defeat. The resurrected Chen Zong had to hand over another 100 Cosmos God crystals. If that's your strongest power, then I'm really disappointed. However, rules are rules. The third origin stepped out. His face was full of disdain. He hooked his finger at Chen Zong and said, "Make your move. I'll let you know what despair is." Without hesitation, Chen Zong unleashed his maximum power and opened the sword world. The sword world spread out and covered a radius of 20,000 meters. It also covered his opponent. Immediately, 100 sword lights condensed. Each sword light contained Chen Zong's maximum power. The 100 sword lights condensed into 10 in an instant. 10 swords as one. This method is even more interesting. The other two Origin race members who had won the challenge were slightly stunned. They immediately laughed. However, their expressions were calm. It seemed that they were just surprised. The Origin race member who was targeted by the 10 sword lights smiled. His body shook, and a vast and endless aura spread out. The aura was pure and vigorous, giving people a feeling that it was endless. Kill. The 10 sword lights immediately displayed the 8th sword of the ninefold true sword. It was also the strongest sword move that Chenzong could display with the sword world. The Origin race member also made his move. His palms carried a vast and boundless power. He suddenly pushed them out. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. It was as vast and terrifying as the shaking of the heavens and earth. It was as vast and mighty as an ocean with millions of waves rolling up. 10 rays of sword light shot into the ocean, breaking through the layers of waves and ceaselessly closing in on the enemy. However, they were also ceaselessly attacked and weakened by the ocean-like energy. In the end, they were unable to resist the peerlessly powerful energy and were completely obliterated, dissipating into the ocean. Chenzong's expression couldn't help but change. The 10 streaks of sword light had been completely obliterated, not shattered. As a result, they couldn't be reforged. They had to expend even more energy to condense new streaks of sword light. However, when Chenzong exhausted all his power, the sword lights could not break through the opponent's ocean of power. Instead, they were attacked. Under the repeated attacks, he could no longer withstand and was killed. 3 battles, 3 defeats, Chenzong lost 300 Cosmos God crystals. These 3 battles also made Chenzong realize that the gap between him and the Origin race prodigies was too big. They were easily defeated. They were even more tyrannical and terrifying than the opponents on the first level of the battle tower. Moreover, Chenzong also felt the terror of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques from these 3 Origin race members. The first Origin race member should have cultivated the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath wind. The second Origin race member should have cultivated the 9 heavens soul tyrant technique. The third Origin race member should have cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique. Although he was defeated, Chenzong also saw the shocking potential of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques. Human, a lowly life form from the 3rd sequence void. You are not qualified to stay in Primal, the first Origin race member said. His voice was cold and sharp. If you know what's good for you, leave Primal yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. You are not qualified to be with us, the second Origin race member said coldly. If you don't leave, we will find a way to make you unable to stay, the third Origin race member also threatened. Chenzong finally understood why they had come in person. They wanted him to lead Primal. Primal was a force of the Origin race members. They were ostracizing Chenzong. Of course, if Chenzong had won these 3 battles, these 3 Origin race members would not have said so. In the end, everything still came from strength. Human, Chenzong, I have already cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique. It's time to find you and avenge my humiliation. In the 4th heaven, Wuji heaven, Mo Luogu came out of seclusion. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, and his aura was extremely vigorous. He issued a challenge to Chenzong. This kind of challenge did not matter which heaven one was in. Anyone could issue it as long as they were willing. In the death arena, Chenzong and Mo Luogu appeared one after the other. Fight! Mo Luogu roared. Immediately, his power surged. Black fog surged as if it was about to turn into an ocean. It was extremely vigorous. Chenzong's expression changed, and his pupils contracted. This kind of aura was clearly the aura of someone who had cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique. Of course, there would be differences when different races cultivated the same technique. For example, the demon tribe and the celestial tribe were born with different auras. Therefore, after cultivating the same technique, their auras would be different. However, they had one thing in common, and that was the vigorous and pure power. That was the essence of the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique. Mo Luogu's strength was already very strong. Now that he had cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique, he was even more terrifying. However, compared to the 3 Origin race members from before, there was still a gap. At least, he could not crush Chenzong. Fight, fierce battle. After a fierce battle, Chenzong used all his techniques, and Mo Luogu also used 100% of his strength. However, he also used the Dark Extermination, which was a fusion of the Great Tao of Darkness and the Great Tao of Destruction. He defeated Chenzong. Low-level life forms will always be low-level life forms. Emoluagu left with 100 Cosmos God crystals. As he left, he was full of mockery. Fifth heaven, Yema heaven, primordial palace. In a grand and exquisite hall, everything seemed so harmonious and natural, and it contained an indescribable realm. There were 5 primordial clan members in the palace, each of them exuding an extremely shocking aura. That aura seemed to be in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Ao Wu was among them. The primordial clan member sitting at the head of the table had the most profound and mysterious aura. His eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries as they pierced through the void and landed on Ao Wu. Ao Wu, the member you made an exception to recruit is not that great. This person's voice was ethereal, neither high nor low, and there was no accusation in it, but it made Ao Wu's expression change. Palace Master, I made an error in judgment. Ao Wu immediately stood up and responded with an ugly expression, but he still explained, originally, when I saw that the human was a third-rank void being, but was able to obtain a fifth-rank evaluation, surpassing many others, I guessed that perhaps this human was extraordinarily talented, but was limited by the void rules. That was why I made an exception to recruit him, thinking that he might be a great general for primordial, but I didn't expect him to be so disappointing. Ao Wu, the human you made an exception to recruit has been defeated in a row recently. Before the palace master could speak again, the other primordial clan members laughed one after another. It's not a big deal if he lost to us primordial clan members, but even those from the 4th and 3rd heavens couldn't win against him. Humph, what a disgrace. With the cultivation environment of Yema heaven, he couldn't even cultivate the first level of the supreme technique after 10 years. This kind of talent is too weak. From the looks of it, his performance in the trial grounds was only temporary, just like that meteor. Since ancient times, such people have performed amazingly at a certain stage, but it's usually temporary. It's not surprising that they can't withstand the test. After all, he's only a third-rank void being, and a human without any special talent. Recently, the juniors in Primordial have been very dissatisfied, and they have all given me feedback that a third-rank void being is not qualified to be on the same level as them. Sentence after sentence, Ao Wu's expression became more and more ugly. Ao Wu, since you've made an exception to recruit this person, I'll leave it to you to deal with him. Give him 2 choices. Either he leaves Primordial, or he becomes a servant if he wants to stay. The palace master's voice rang out once more in an unhurried manner. Yes, I'll deal with it right away. Ao Wu bowed, then turned and left, exploding with shocking speed toward the Heartsword Peak. Before long, he was there. Above the Heartsword Palace, Ao Wu stood in the air and looked down, as if he could see through everything. Chenzong, come out and see me. Ao Wu's tone was majestic, with a hint of anger. As his terrifying aura spread out, all the living beings on the Heartsword Peak trembled. After all, in the entire Heartsword Peak, the most powerful person was Jiao Yi, who was only at the divine phase realm. He was far inferior to Ao Wu. Chenzong was in closed-door training. He planned to master the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale. He believed that as long as he mastered it, there would be a significant change in his strength. However, when he heard the voice, Chenzong recognized that it was Ao Wu's voice. He immediately came out of closed-door training. Master Ao Wu. Chenzong bowed. Chenzong, you disappoint me. Ao Wu's eyes were cold and sharp, filled with anger. A terrifying aura descended, as if it wanted to crush Chenzong. Chenzong's body trembled, he felt as if his internal organs had suffered a heavy blow. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but with his strong will, he didn't fall. The people of the Origin clan challenged you, and you lost. It's reasonable, it's understandable. However, in the next 7 challenges, there were challenges from the disciples of the 4th layer of heaven, and you lost again. Considering the difference in your background, it's still understandable. However, in the 3rd layer of heaven, you lost as well. What do you have to say? Chenzong's expression changed slightly, but he didn't panic. Master Ao Wu, I have nothing to say. Chenzong replied calmly. Indeed, he had been challenged 10 times, and he lost all 10 times. There were 5 challenges from the 4th heaven true disciples. They were respectively from the same batch of trial takers as him, Great Rock Force Mo, and so on. They had all begun to cultivate the first layer of the supreme art. Their strength had immediately transformed, and they were completely different. As for the two challenges from the third layer of heaven, they were from Wu Xiu and the others who had also mastered the first layer of the supreme technique. Qinzong realized that the difference between those who had mastered the supreme technique and those who hadn't was very obvious. Therefore, he lost all 10 challenges in a row, and lost all his Cosmos God crystals. He even used up some pills. It could be said that Qinzong didn't have a single Cosmos God crystal on him. He was simply poor. Humph, I guess you have nothing to say. The treatment of a true disciple, the cultivation environment of the fifth layer of heaven, and you didn't improve at all. Disappointing, I'm extremely disappointed. Ao Wu snorted again. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you continue to stay in primal, but your status will be demoted from an official member to an attendant. If you perform well in the future, there's still hope for you to become an official member again. Or you leave primal. The last 4 words were like rolling thunder, and everyone on the Heart Sword Peak turned pale with fright. Qinzong's expression also changed involuntarily. 2 choices, demotion to an attendant, and leaving primal. How to choose? Without any hesitation, Qinzong made his choice. His expression was solemn as he bowed to Ao Wu. Master Ao Wu, thank you for taking me in as an exception. But now, I've disappointed you. I'm sorry, but my choice is to leave primal. Ao Wu's expression was cold, and the void seemed to be frozen, making it hard for people to breathe or move. Every breath felt as long as a year. After 3 breaths, Ao Wu spoke again. Alright, since you've made your choice, we'll do as you wish. But primal isn't a place where you can join or leave as you wish. The only way is to expel you. Also, everything you've obtained in primal must be returned. The word expel caused Qinzong's expression to change slightly, but it soon returned to normal. Leaving and being expelled, the result was the same, but the meaning was different. One was to leave by oneself, and leave with dignity. The other was to be expelled, and it was very embarrassing. But Qinzong wasn't dissatisfied, or at least didn't express any dissatisfaction. Because facing a colossus like primal, any dissatisfaction was useless. The other thing that troubled Qinzong was the Cosmos God crystals. The resources he obtained from primal were 500 Cosmos God crystals and some pills. Other than that, there was the time he had to enter the Refinement Dao World and Innocent Mountain. Qinzong hadn't used the time he had to enter the Refinement Dao World and Innocent Mountain. Thus, primal could take it back, leaving behind the portion that belonged to Qinzong when he became a 5th layer true disciple. The problem lay in the Cosmos God crystals. In the previous 10 battles, Qinzong was defeated time and time again. For every defeat, he had to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals. For the 10th battle, he didn't even have 100 Cosmos God crystals, and he had to take out a portion of pills as compensation. But now, Qinzong didn't even have a single Cosmos God crystal. Even the Cosmos God crystal within the Black Wind Bird puppet had been taken away. Oh, this Black Wind Bird puppet was given to him by Primal, and now, it had to be taken back. Without half a Cosmos God crystal on him, Qinzong naturally couldn't return it. As for those pills, other than the portion that was used to compensate the Cosmos God crystals after he lost, there was still a portion left. It was enough for him to return it to Primal, and there was still a portion left. In view of the fact that you lost 10 battles and lost a total of 1,000 Cosmos God crystals, I can make the decision to allow you to postpone it for 10 years. Ao Wu was also aware of Qinzong's situation. He coldly said, but there is an interest. Within 10 years, you have to return 500 Cosmos God crystals. Other than that, you have to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals every year. If you can't do it, you have to use the comprehension time in the Refinement Dao world to replace it. The first part of Ao Wu's words made Qinzong heave a sigh of relief. But the latter part made Qinzong's expression change. 500 Cosmos God crystals, and he had to return it within 10 years. Furthermore, he had to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals every year. It was simply terrifying. If he had to return it after 10 years, he would have to pay 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. And if he didn't return it within 10 years, he would have to use the comprehension time in the refinement Dao world to replace it. 500 Cosmos God crystals might not be a small amount, but the comprehension opportunity in the refinement Dao world was extremely rare. Not to mention 500 Cosmos God crystals, even 5,000 Cosmos God crystals couldn't be bought. After all, the comprehension opportunity in the refinement Dao world wasn't bought with Cosmos God crystals. One had to complete some missions to be qualified to obtain it. Ao Wu's actions seemed to be considerate of Chen Zong, but in fact, he was digging a hole and planning to bury Chen Zong. Although Chen Zong was somewhat shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. This was the difference between them. I will definitely return enough Cosmos God crystals within 10 years. Chen Zong felt aggrieved, but he still took a deep breath and replied word by word. Remember your words. You only have 10 years. Ao Wu coldly glanced at Chen Zong, then turned and left. Looking at the back of Ao Wu, Chen Zong only felt a ball of flame burning in his chest. It was burning fiercely, and waves of heat kept rolling over and over. It was like a volcano's magma that could erupt at any time and destroy everything. This made Chen Zong feel that the breath he exhaled carried an indescribable heat. Taking deep breaths over and over again, his chest that was about to explode gradually calmed down. It was useless to be angry. Only by feeling ashamed and working hard to improve oneself was the right path. Especially in a place like this where he had no one to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was his own strength. When he was strong enough, the one who should be angry was others, not himself. Next, I will go into seclusion with all my strength. I will strive to master the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale in the shortest time possible. I will do my best to improve myself and become stronger before challenging others. Chen Zong clenched his fists and said to himself. His figure flashed and he immediately rushed into the Heart Sword Palace to continue his seclusion. This time, he was like a hidden dragon waiting to soar to the 9 heavens in the future. Chen Zong had already comprehended the first level of mystery of the 9 heavens breath-wind annihilation force. What he lacked was cultivation. But because he was constantly being challenged, he could not cultivate properly. Now, he should be able to focus wholeheartedly on closed-door cultivation. When Chen Zong began his closed-door cultivation, a piece of news was spread from Primal. In the shortest time possible, it swept across the 9 heavens imperial court, especially from the 1st heavens to the 5th heavens. It caused an uproar. Chen Zong, a human from the 3rd sequence void, who was one of the 3 5th-grade trial takers, had been taken in as a member by Primordial 10 years ago. However, his performance in the past 10 years was mediocre, and he had been challenged 10 times and lost all 10 times. He was no longer qualified to stay in Primordial, and since then, Primordial had expelled him. In addition, Chen Zong owed Primal 500 Cosmos God crystals and was unable to repay it. He was allowed to postpone it for 10 years. He had to repay it within 10 years. Every year, he would have to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals. If he could not repay all the Cosmos God crystals after 10 years, he would have to use the time spent in the refinement path world to replace it. When this piece of news spread across the 9 heavens imperial court, it caused a huge commotion. He was expelled, he still owed a debt that had to be paid off within 10 years. Furthermore, every year, he would have to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals, increasing the debt. If he could not repay it, he would have to use the time spent in the refinement path world to replace it. This Primal is so overbearing. Primal has always been a man of his word. What's so strange about it? But this time, he seems to be targeting him too much. Indeed. He is merely a 3rd-rank void space lowly lifeform human. It's fine to expel him, but he is actually so harsh. In my opinion, that Ao Wu should be angry out of humiliation. After all, he was the one who made an exception to recruit that human. The experts of the various forces discussed endlessly, and their analysis of the facts was not far from the truth. Indeed, it was the original decision to expel Ao Wu, but the interest and time to comprehend the refinement path were added by Ao Wu himself. Because he had made an exception and recruited Chen Zong. If Chen Zong had performed well, Ao Wu would have been praised for his ability to recognize talents. He might have even been rewarded. However, the truth was that Chen Zong's performance was mediocre, it could only be described as unbearable. As for Ao Wu, not only did he not receive any praise, he was also ridiculed by the others. He was even scolded by the palace lord. To Ao Wu, this was unacceptable. It was as if he had lost all his face. Ao Wu, who was angry out of humiliation, naturally treated Chen Zong harshly to release the anger in his heart. If they weren't in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he might have killed Chen Zong directly. The Fifth Heaven. Within the Dao Alliance's sub-alliance. This Ao Wu is really unscrupulous, Lin Ming said coldly. Lin Ming said in a cold voice. Soon after, he looked towards the elder seated at the head of the table. The elder's aura was faintly discernible, as though there were wisps of clouds lingering around his body. He appeared increasingly mysterious. Palace Master, I suggest that we recruit Chen Zong into our Dao Alliance. Wait, I have an opinion. A long-haired human man suddenly spoke up. His aura was rough, and his voice was deep. That Chen Zong has already been expelled by Primordial. He has been evaluated as a mediocre talent who can't be nurtured. Is our Dao Alliance recruiting him for the sake of raising him? Ling Zhen, that Chen Zong's performance is definitely not as bad as Primordial said. A clansman from the third sequence void was able to obtain a 5th grade trial evaluation and defeat most of the 4 great races. This is definitely not a fluke, Lin Ming said seriously. Then, he looked at the old man at the head of the table and said again, Palace Lord, I think very highly of that Chen Zong. I think that what he lacks is time and opportunity. As long as he is given enough time and the right opportunity, he will definitely rise to prominence once he truly adapts to the cultivation environment of the universe. What guarantee do you have? Ling Zhen sneered. This time, Lin Ming ignored him. Instead, he looked at the palace lord and waited for him to make a decision. The palace lord pondered for a long while before saying, that Chen Zong may not be from the same void as us, but his bloodline is that of the human race. It is reasonable for him to become a member of our Dao Alliance. Lin Ming and Ling Zhen did not speak. The others did not speak either, because they all knew that the palace lord still had something to say. Lin Ming, since you are so insistent, I will leave the matter of contacting Chen Zong to you. The palace lord turned his gaze to Lin Ming and said slowly, if that Chen Zong is willing, he can become a member of our Dao Alliance. If he is unwilling, then forget it. Also, there is one thing that you need to make clear to that Chen Zong. If he is willing to join our Dao Alliance, then there are conditions. The palace lord said seriously, give that Chen Zong a test. If he can pass the test, then our Dao Alliance will place him in the highest order of cultivation for prodigies. If he fails, then he will only receive the lowest order of cultivation. Palace Lord, may I know what the test is? Lin Ming could not help but ask after some thought. After all, the difference between the highest order of cultivation for prodigies and the lowest order of cultivation was very obvious. This test is related to the predicament that Chen Zong is currently facing. The palace lord smiled, didn't that primal want Chen Zong to repay all the Cosmos God crystals within 10 years? This test means that Chen Zong can only repay all the Cosmos God crystals within 10 years with his own ability. He cannot have the help of others, nor can he sell any treasures or cultivation opportunities. Does anyone have any objections to this palace lord's decision? The palace lord swept his gaze across the others. If that Chen Zong passes the test, then it proves that he is indeed capable and is worth nurturing. I have no objections. One of them immediately expressed his opinion. Even Ling Zhen, who had been against Lin Ming several times, curled his lips and did not voice any objections. After all, it was not easy to repay all the Cosmos God crystals that Primal owed within 10 years with his own ability. That would require at least 500 Cosmos God crystals, and at most 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. Not to mention 1,500 Cosmos God crystals, even 500 Cosmos God crystals was extremely difficult to obtain. Given Chen Zong's current ability, he did not have the qualifications to leave the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to hunt and earn Cosmos God crystals. Furthermore, he could not sell any treasures or cultivation opportunities within the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. According to the current situation, there was only one way to obtain Cosmos God crystals. Challenge, that was to challenge other disciples and defeat them, obtaining cosmos god crystals from them. Challenging and defeating them required strength, true strength. There was no shortcut. Furthermore, one had to win at least 5 times, or even 10 times or more. If Qianzong could do it, it proved that he was capable enough, and he was worth the Tao Alliance to nurture or even focus on him. After obtaining the Palace Lord's permission, Lin Ming immediately left the Tao Alliance branch palace and headed towards the Heartsword Peak. In terms of cultivation, Lin Ming was on the same level as Ao Wu. Of course, due to the difference between their races, Lin Ming's overall strength was not as strong as Ao Wu's. However, he was still an expert and could fly at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, Lin Ming arrived at the Heartsword Peak. Go and tell your Peak Lord that the Tao Alliance branch palace protector Lin Ming has come to visit. Lin Ming scanned the area with his spiritual sense and locked onto Jiaoyi. Yes. Jiaoyi was startled at first, but she quickly responded. To an attendant like her, both Primal and the Tao Alliance were existences that could not be offended. As for the protectors of the Tao Alliance, even if they were just branch protectors, they were existences that she could only look up to. She could kill them with a wave of her hand. However, compared to Primal and the other powers, the Tao Alliance's actions were gentler and more comfortable. Jiaoyi immediately entered the Heartsword Palace and arrived outside Qianzong's closed-door cultivation room. She transmitted a message to Qianzong. Tao Alliance's Lin Ming. Within the secret room, Qianzong's expression changed when he received the message. He immediately stood up and exited his closed-door cultivation. Qianzong clearly remembered that it was Lin Ming from the Tao Alliance who had asked him to join Primal. From the other party's tone, Qianzong could hear the other party's goodwill. Of course, there was no way to predict what would happen next. No matter what, he had to come out of his closed-door cultivation to meet Lin Ming. However, compared to Primal, Lin Ming's methods were much gentler. He did not transmit a message directly. Instead, he sent Jiaoyi to inform Qianzong. This method was more comfortable. Qianzong greets Senior. Please come in and have a seat. Qianzong saw Lin Ming outside the Heartsword Palace. Lin Ming was a middle-aged man in black robes. His skin was dark, but his expression was gentle. His eyes were filled with spirit and seemed to be boundlessly deep. Lin Ming did not stand on ceremony. He followed Qianzong into the Heartsword Palace. Qianzong, let me apologize first. If it wasn't for my suggestion, you might not have suffered such humiliation. Lin Ming spoke first after sitting down. Senior, it's not your fault. It was my own choice. Qianzong shook his head and replied, besides, it's just a setback. It can't be considered a humiliation. Haha, it is indeed a setback. Lin Ming's expression changed. He had not expected Qianzong to view the matter this way. His temperament was indeed extraordinary. It surpassed many people. Lin Ming could not help but be more certain of his own judgment. With such temperament and talent, Qianzong would definitely achieve great things in the future as long as he was given the chance. At the very least, he would be able to add another protector to the Tao Alliance. He might even be able to advance to the next level if he was a powerful protector. All in all, Lin Ming was even more determined to recruit Qianzong into the Tao Alliance. Qianzong, I'll cut to the chase. I'm here to invite you to join the Tao Alliance. Lin Ming said directly. The Tao Alliance is an alliance of the various human races in the void. All members of the Tao Alliance are humans. Qianzong's heart skipped a beat. They were all part of the human race's Tao Alliance. Naturally, they felt closer to each other. The Tao Alliance is also more humane when it comes to the treatment of its members. Lin Ming smiled. Consider whether you want to join the Tao Alliance. However, you're still a newcomer. If you don't join a faction, you'll receive fewer resources. Your growth will be slower. It's very likely that you'll be surpassed by other geniuses of the same generation, Lin Ming said sincerely. Therefore, I hope you'll consider it carefully. Don't worry about other things just because of Yuan Chu. Qianzong's mind spun. He thought of many things at lightning speed and finally came to a decision. Lin Ming was obviously different from Ao Wu. Although Ao Wu had imparted some general knowledge about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to him, he had only briefly mentioned it and did not go into detail. On the other hand, Lin Ming had explained it in great detail, allowing Chen Zong to have a deeper understanding. Basically, Lin Ming had told Chen Zong everything he knew, except for those that were more secretive or that Chen Zong was not qualified to know at his current level. This conversation lasted for nearly an entire day. I won't disturb your cultivation. Lin Ming stood up and left. After sending Lin Ming out of the Heart Sword Palace, Chen Zong returned and stepped into the secret chamber for closed-door cultivation. After talking with Lin Ming, he felt a little more confident and a little more urgent. The Dao Union, Chen Zong's choice was to join the Dao Union and become a member. Just as Lin Ming had said, he had just arrived and had no foundation. If he was alone, it would be difficult for him to compete with other Heaven's Prides. After all, this place was different from the Void. If he did not want to be left behind by other Heaven's Prides of the same generation, other than his own efforts, resources were also very important. Joining the Dao Union would be a good choice. After all, it was a force that belonged to the human race. Actually, he should not have agreed to Ao Wu's request from the start. If he had joined the Dao Union directly, he would have saved himself a lot of trouble. However, it was not too late now. At least, this experience and this setback had brought him more accumulation and growth. As for the conditions of the Dao Union's assessment, it was actually nothing much because it was something he had to do. He would win back Cosmos God crystals the way he had lost them. With a smile, Chen Zong got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to cultivate. The annihilation force of the Nine Heavens Wind was divided into 5 levels. Each level was different, and each level was stronger than the last. The first level had a name, which was Cool Breeze. Chen Zong did not know why it had such a name, but it would not hinder his cultivation. Suddenly, Chen Zong recalled the various information that Lin Ming had told him. He seemed to have missed something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Each of the 9 divine palaces has its own mysteries. It seems that one of them is the Hurricane Palace. According to Senior Lin Ming, the Hurricane Palace is very suitable for practicing the annihilation force of the 9 Heaven Breath Gale, Chen Zong thought to himself and immediately walked out of the secret chamber. He quickly left Happy Sword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. The 9 great sacred halls were the cultivation grounds of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Each of them had their own mysteries. The Hurricane Hall could allow one to comprehend the mysteries of the Way of the Wind and could also assist in the cultivation of the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens Breath Gale. Of course, there was also the Physical Force Hall, which was beneficial to the cultivation of the 9 Heavens Physical Force World Tyrant technique. There was also the Vast Origin Hall, which was beneficial to the cultivation of the 9 Heavens Myriad Condensation technique. Chen Zong was a true disciple. Therefore, he could enter the 9 great holy palaces at will to cultivate. Thank you, Elder He, Chen Zong said to Elder He. Go. Elder He's smile was always so mysterious. When Chen Zong stepped into the portal leading to the Hurricane Hall, Elder He retracted his gaze. It seems that this little guy didn't suffer much of a blow. After stepping out of the portal, Chen Zong heard a continuous whistling sound. It was the sound of the wind. In the dark void, a huge storm that covered hundreds of thousands of meters was sweeping across. The storm was vast, as if it could destroy everything. Its power was shocking and terrifying. Just one look at it made Chen Zong's heart skip a beat. Just a little bit of it would be enough to turn him into ashes. In the mighty storm, the outline of a sacred hall was faintly discernible. The Hurricane Hall. When Chen Zong gradually approached, a wisp of storm aura overflowed and condensed into an illusory figure. It was Feng Ling, the manager of the Hurricane Hall. To enter the Hurricane Hall, one must go through Feng Ling's power. Otherwise, if one barged in directly, even someone of Lin Kuei's level would die. The Hurricane Hall was huge and had many secret rooms. Chen Zong entered one of the secret rooms. There was no one else, so he wouldn't be disturbed. This secret room was filled with a strong aura that constantly flowed and stirred up gusts of wind. It was the aura of the wind. Chen Zong was enveloped and soaked in the aura of the wind. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Zong seemed to relax. He was in a very comfortable state. All distracting thoughts were eliminated and he began to cultivate. The first level of the annihilation of the 9th Heaven's Breath, Cool Breeze. As the cultivation technique was activated, Qinzong's sword energy was also driven. It slowly circulated along a path that was completely different from the Genesis sword energy technique. It was the first time he circulated it, and it was a new path. It was a little jerky and the speed was slow. After all, this was a new cultivation technique from the universe. It was more mysterious and the path was completely new. It was as if he was cultivating from the beginning. Little by little, Qinzong spent a total of 10 days to complete the first cycle. However, as soon as he completed the cycle, a relaxed feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if a blocked pipe had been unblocked. Following this, his cultivation began to become smoother. Although it was a new cultivation technique, it wasn't a complete recultivation. The first step was to transform his sword energy into the power of the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens Breath Gale, which was the first level of the Clear Wind Force. The transformation wasn't very easy. But Qinzong soon rejoiced that he had talked to Lin Ming. Otherwise, he would probably be cultivating slowly and bitterly in the Heart Sword Palace. Cultivating in the Hurricane Palace was even more beneficial. The aura of the wind in the surroundings was slowly seeping into his body. As the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens Breath Gale circulated, it merged into Qinzong's sword energy even faster. On the 15th day, the first wisp of the Clear Wind Force was successfully transformed. Qinzong's mind moved. Suddenly, a wisp of light green qi condensed on his fingertip. That light green qi was very thin, as if it was only a wisp of it. It condensed on Qinzong's fingertip like a flickering flame, but also like a wisp of wind. It looked very small and weak, as if Qinzong's finger moved a little more, it would be extinguished, dissipated, and completely disappear. But in fact, Qinzong could clearly feel that the power contained in it was extremely shocking. It's not any weaker than my Taichu sword energy. Qinzong was secretly surprised. And this was only the first level of power that had just been condensed. It was only the first level of power that had just been condensed. Another point was that the conversation with Lin Ming made him realize that in the universe, the power of cultivation techniques was very important. It had a very obvious impact on one's battle strength. Battle strength was a combination of cultivation, great ways, martial arts, and so on. In the past, cultivation was only a small part of Qinzong's battle strength. It was the weakest link. But in the universe, it wasn't the same. Cultivation was an important part of battle strength and was not inferior to great ways and martial arts. Because of this, the power of cultivation techniques became very important. However, Qinzong didn't quite understand one thing. Since this power didn't seem to exceed his original power, why did Mo Luogu, who had been defeated by him before, become so terrifyingly powerful and defeat him after he had just mastered the first level of the supreme cultivation technique? Since he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it for now. Cultivate, he continued to cultivate and convert the remaining sword energy into clear wind qi. When the time came, he believed that his strength would increase again. With the help of the wind qi in the Hurricane Palace, Qinzong's conversion speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the outside world, the news about Qinzong had died down. Although it had caused quite a stir at that time, it would gradually calm down. Moreover, there was always news. For example, who had challenged whom, who had defeated whom, or who had challenged the 3 trial grounds to what extent. As soon as new news appeared, it would often replace the old news. Half a year was enough for Qinzong to be forgotten. To them, he was just a human from the 3rd sequence void, a low-level life. He had been accepted by the primordial with some luck, but was expelled by the primordial because of his mediocre performance. For a time, he had become a laughingstock and a source of entertainment during cultivation. That was all. In the Hurricane Palace, endless wind qi filled the air and turned into gusts of wind that blew past. Qinzong sat in the middle with his eyes closed. His body was surrounded by wisps of qi. Immediately, Qinzong opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was a wisp of light blue that blew past like a gust of wind. In the next moment, Qinzong's body trembled slightly. A terrifyingly pure aura swept out from his body like a gust of wind. It blew in all directions and immediately repelled the aura in the surroundings. Immediately, Chenzong stretched out his hand and opened his palm. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, and wisps of light blue qi spread out. They gathered and lingered in his palm, turning into a gust of wind that swept past. It was slow and gentle, but there was a kind of tenacity. Gust of wind. Chenzong muttered. Immediately, his fingers were like a sword. The wisp of light blue qi was integrated into his sword fingers in an instant. As Chenzong gently drew, a light blue sword mark was left in front of him. Light, wanton, carefree, and extremely fast. So fast. It's twice as fast as when I was here. Chenzong's eyes flashed with a bright light as he was secretly shocked. He stood up and his body flashed. In an instant, there were many afterimages in the secret chamber. Fast, both the attack speed and the movement speed were much faster than before, more than twice as fast. The gap is so big. My cultivation and strength didn't increase much compared to before. Chenzong was secretly shocked, but he gradually came to a realization. The primordial sword energy technique was, after all, a technique of the void. The sword energy cultivated was only the power of the void. Even if he had adapted to the laws of the universe, he could only use the power of the sword energy. The gust of wind he cultivated was the power of a powerful technique of the universe, the annihilation force of the ninth heaven. It was a technique that was born under the laws of the universe. When used in this part of the universe, it was like a fish in water. It was very compatible. One could only exert the basic power, while the other could be very compatible. It was clear at a glance which one was better. After unsheathing his sword, Chenzong immediately practiced his swordsmanship to adapt to the new power. Although it didn't feel as strong as his sword energy, the power it exerted was twice as strong. It made his overall strength improve significantly. This was only the beginning of the gust of wind. If he continued to cultivate, he would be even stronger. It took Chenzong half a year to master the first level of the annihilation of the nine heavens breath. After fully adapting to the new power, Chenzong did not leave, but continued to cultivate. Another half a year passed, making it a full year. Every 10 years, a true disciple could enter any of the 9 great divine palaces to meditate and cultivate for a year. This time could be accumulated. For example, if one did not enter for 10 years, then in the next 10 years, this time would accumulate from 1 year to 2 years, and the time would be counted from the time one officially entered the nine heavens imperial court. In the first 10 years, Chenzong had been adapting to the laws of the universe and meditating on the annihilation of the nine heavens breath, so he did not enter the 9 great divine palaces. Now that it was the second 10 years, he had 2 years. Chenzong had also planned to spend 1 year in the Dark Wind Palace, and the second year in the Divine Martial Palace. As the name implied, the Divine Martial Hall was a divine hall related to martial arts. The Way of the Sword was also included in it. The surroundings of the Divine Martial Palace were filled with numerous tyrannical auras. There were sharp auras, vigorous auras, and light auras. The auras were ever-changing. They were very mysterious and very frightening. When mixed together, Chenzong's hair stood on end and his heart trembled. There was also a spirit in the Divine Martial Palace that sent Chenzong into the palace. In the Divine Martial Palace, there were many palaces, which together formed the Divine Martial Palace. Chenzong chose the Sword Palace. The Sword Palace was very vast. Even if it accommodated tens of thousands of people at the same time, it would not be crowded at all. Moreover, Chenzong also found that his power was suppressed from the moment he entered the Sword Palace, and he could not use it. In the Sword Palace, there was already someone else here, but they had nothing to do with each other. Numerous pillars that were shaped like swords stood towering on the ground of the Sword Palace, and they pointed straight towards the dome. They were suffused with a faintly discernible sharp aura that was extremely sharp, and strands of sword chi coiled around the surroundings without end. Chenzong glanced at the sword pillars. There were 99 of them. Each of them was 10 meters wide and more than 100 meters long. They were majestic and magnificent. From the outside, every sword pillar looked exactly the same. However, when Chenzong carefully sensed it, he discovered that there was a difference in the aura contained within every sword pillar. This difference seems to represent different directions. Chenzong could not help but guess. Of the 99 sword pillars, some had people in front of them, while others were empty. Chenzong chose one of the sword pillars and started to meditate on it. As soon as he did, Chenzong was astonished. Ninefold true sword, the mysteries contained within this sword pillar were the mysteries of the 9-layered true swords. How could it be? Suddenly, Chenzong remembered what Senior Lin Ming had said. The 9-layered martial arts was the foundation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was the foundation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's martial arts. It was finally formed after countless modifications and improvements by the experts of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was the most suitable for building the foundation. It could be called the supreme inheritance for building the foundation of martial arts. In the entire vast universe, it was also ranked among the top. The 9-layered true sword was included in the 9-layered martial arts. When he first started to practice the 9-layered true sword, Chenzong felt that it was not simple. The more he practiced, the more extraordinary he felt. When he comprehended and deduced the 10th and 11th sword, Chenzong was even more certain that the 9-layered true sword was amazing. Because of this, Chenzong was even more surprised. This was only the foundation of martial arts that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court used to build the foundation. Amazing, all this time, Chenzong had been comprehending the 9-layered true sword on his own. When he deduced the 11th sword, he reached the peak. Now, the purpose of entering the Divine Martial Arts Palace was naturally to comprehend the way of the sword. He did not expect it to be the 9-layered true sword. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Chenzong began to comprehend. As soon as he comprehended, Chenzong immediately felt the difference. There was a difference between the 9-layered true sword contained in the sword pillar and the 9-layered true sword that he had cultivated. When he first obtained the 9-layered true sword, he directly comprehended and cultivated it. What he comprehended was the sharpness of the sword. With a sword in hand, it was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. However, the 9-layer true swords that he had comprehended were not about sharpness and profoundness, but about power. That silhouette wielded the sword and displayed the first, second, and third sword of the 9-layer true swords. As he continued to practice, each sword was stronger than the previous one, becoming more and more tyrannical. Every sword contained an extremely terrifying power. It was vigorous, powerful, and overbearing. It was as if it was using absolute power to suppress everything. It was as if an ancient mountain had crashed down, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Each sword was better than the previous one. Its power was unparalleled. After comprehending for a while, Chenzong left the sword pillar and walked to the other sword pillars to comprehend again. Chenzong wanted to verify his thoughts. When he was comprehending the second sword pillar, a figure also appeared. The figure holding the sword was a figure condensed by countless sword chi. Each of the sword chi was light and agile. The figure condensed naturally exuded a light and agile aura. He drew the sword, practiced, and casually displayed the first sword of the 9-layered true sword. As soon as he displayed it, Chenzong saw that the figure's sword was extremely light and agile. It was different from the sharpness of the 9-layered true sword that he had comprehended. It was also different from the 9-layered true sword in the first sword pillar that he had just comprehended. In this way, Chenzong verified his thoughts. In this sword palace, there were 99 sword pillars. Each sword pillar represented a different mystery of the 9-layered true sword. In other words, they were in different directions. How amazing was that? I don't have much time. I only have 1 year. I have to concentrate on comprehending only one kind. I can't disperse it. Chenzong thought to himself, what I'm comprehending is the mystery of the sharpness of the sword. It should be the best way to comprehend it. But which of the 9-layered true swords in the sword pillar represents the sharpness of the sword? Chenzong thought as he searched. He raised his perception to the extreme and carefully searched. Each of the 99 sword pillars had the same shape. It was impossible to distinguish them, but one could sense them from their auras. However, one must have a very sharp perception to be able to detect the subtle differences. After all, one had not entered the state of comprehension. The aura that was emitted was the pure aura of the 9-layered true swords, mixed with a trace of other mysterious auras. Chenzong's perception was very sharp, but he only sensed it after activating it to the extreme. Not long after, Zhong sensed a sword pillar that contained a sharp aura. Unfortunately, someone was comprehending it. Once a sword pillar was comprehended by someone, no one else could comprehend it. In other words, if all 99 sword pillars were comprehended by someone, the visitor would not be able to step into the sword palace and could only wait. Fortunately, time could only be calculated when one actually stepped into the sword palace. "I'll wait and see," Zhong said to himself. He did not know how long the other person would comprehend it, so he could only wait. However, Zhong did not stay idle. While paying attention to the movements, he chose a sword pillar to comprehend. The mystery of the 9-layered true swords in this sword pillar was its speed. The first sword was very fast. The second sword was even faster. The third sword was even faster. Each sword was faster than the previous one. There was nothing but speed. Each sword was faster than the previous one. Speed was the only thing that mattered. Zhong immediately started to comprehend it. With the powerful mind power, Zhong directly activated the 10 intents of mind. Although he did not fully comprehend it and still needed to pay attention to the movements of the sword pillar that contained a sharp and mysterious aura, he still used the 9 intents of mind to comprehend the mystery of the sword pillar that contained the mystery of speed. The environment of the universe and the void was very different, especially the difference between the laws and rules. All the power that was cultivated within the rules could not be used in the laws of the universe. One had to adapt to it first before they could exert their basic power. For example, the power after qi refining and body refining. However, some fundamental powers were least affected, such as the essence, qi, and spirit of a living creature. Essence, qi, and spirit. To put it in more depth, it was the spirit, physique, essence, and so on. These already existed when a person was born. They were innate and not acquired. However, they could be continuously strengthened with the cultivation of the acquired. This was the fundamental power that originated from the congenital. Even if one entered the universe from the void, one could adapt faster. The mind power was also the fundamental power of a person. Everyone had the mind power. The difference was how strong it was and whether it could be used. The 33 levels of mind was a cultivation method to cultivate the mind power, while the Heart Sutra focused on application. Naturally, it was easier to adapt to the laws of the universe and operate under the laws of the universe. Zhong continued to comprehend. The more he comprehended, the more he felt the mystery of the 9-layered true sword was extremely profound. Especially when Zhong used the 9 intents of mind, it was as if 9 Zhongs were comprehending at the same time. Most importantly, 9 Zhongs comprehended at the same time, but their minds were connected. Therefore, they would not comprehend at the same point. Instead, they would comprehend at different points, which was more comprehensive. The efficiency was not as simple as increasing by 9 times. Zhong's comprehension was good. In the void where he came from, it could be said that no one could compare with him since ancient times. Perhaps in this universe, there were people whose comprehension was comparable to or even better than Zhong. However, in terms of comprehension efficiency, Zhong was definitely at an amazing level. In less than a month, Zhong had fully comprehended the 9-layered true sword, which represented the way of speed. However, Zhong did not comprehend anything else. He continued to comprehend and study the way of speed while waiting. Mastery and erudition were 2 directions of development. The best way was to develop both at the same time. However, given the limited time, mastery should be the priority. If conditions permitted, he would have to have both. However, at present, Zhong could only choose one. Comprehension, continuous comprehension. It was not until half a year later that the sword column containing the way of sharpness was empty. Zhong did not hesitate to stop comprehending. He moved his body and immediately went to the sword column. Comprehension. This time, what Zhong comprehended was the sword column containing the mystery of the way of sharpness. Time passed quickly while comprehending. Unknowingly, another half a year had passed. Zhong had used up the time given to him by the 9 great divine palaces. If he wanted to continue comprehending, he would need to be rewarded and so on. It was impossible at present. Zhong was very decisive. He immediately withdrew from the sword palace. Otherwise, he would be expelled. After leaving the Divine Martial Palace, Qianzong returned to the Realm Gate Palace. After bidding farewell to Elder He, he went to the Heartsword Peak at his fastest speed. On the way back, Qianzong saved half of the time because his speed had more than doubled. It wasn't a secret that Qianzong entered the Hurricane Palace before entering the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Palace. Of course, no one would pay special attention to him at this time. After all, Qianzong was a true disciple. It was normal for him to enter the 9 great divine palaces to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. This was the 3rd year since Qianzong came to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Other than facing 10 challenges after the 10-year rookie protection period, Qianzong didn't encounter any challenges. Everyone knew that Qianzong had lost all his Cosmos God crystals and didn't have many pills left. Challenging him wouldn't give them any substantial benefits. Defeating Qianzong would only give them some reputation. However, Qianzong's reputation was already very bad. Even if they defeated him, they wouldn't gain much reputation. Why bother? Because of this, Qianzong didn't receive any interference. Similarly, the attendants on the Heartsword Peak were very sullen. To some extent, they were master and servant to Qianzong. They shared honor and disgrace. Now, Qianzong seemed to have faded into the crowd. Of course, they felt uncomfortable. Now, some people left the Heartsword Peak and went to other peaks to become attendants. Year after year passed quietly. Now, it was the 15th year since Qianzong entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Another 3 left. The head attendant of the Heartsword Peak, Jiaoyi, frowned. There were originally 96 attendants on the Heartsword Peak. Now, there were only 50 left. After he left, the Heartsword Peak seemed to become even more desolate. No one knew how many people would leave later. In actuality, Jiaoyi had also thought about leaving. However, as the head of the attendants, her status was different, so she had to consider more. After all, if she left and joined another peak, she would most likely become an attendant. There was a big difference between an attendant and a head of an attendant. Let's wait a little longer. Jiaoyi glanced at the Heartsword Palace and said secretly. If it really didn't work, she could only leave. But if there was still hope, she didn't want to leave. After all, she had stayed here for a long time and was very familiar with everything here. Within the 5th Heavens Dao Alliance Branch Palace, a routine meeting was being held. Lin Ming, how is Qianzong now? The palace master suddenly thought of something and asked casually. Palace master, Qianzong has been in seclusion in the Heartsword Peak ever since he left the Hurricane Palace and the Divine Martial Palace, Lin Ming answered honestly. Until now, you haven't issued any challenges? The palace master asked. Yes, I think he is gathering his strength, Lin Ming replied. Pfft, Ling Zhen sneered. Ling Zhen, what do you mean? Lin Ming frowned and asked in a serious tone. Nothing. Ling Zhen curled his lips and said, whether or not he's worth nurturing, we'll know in 5 years. The palace master didn't say anything else. At his level, it was just a casual question. He wouldn't pay too much attention to Qianzong unless he was satisfied with his performance. Year after year, time continued to pass. Within the Heartsword Palace, Qianzong was practicing his swordsmanship. Although he owed a debt, Qianzong wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was calm because the time wasn't up yet. After all, if he wanted to repay that debt, he had to have enough Cosmos God crystals. How could he get them? Challenge. By challenging other disciples, he could obtain Cosmos God crystals. And Qianzong already had the targets he wanted to challenge. Those were the 10 disciples who had challenged him before. They were his primary targets. After that, he would choose other targets to challenge. Among the 10 targets, only the 3 from the origin race made him feel apprehensive. Of course, after all these years, these geniuses had also been improving. Their strength would definitely increase further and become even stronger. Therefore, he had to be even more powerful to ensure that he could defeat all of them and repay his debt. Now, Qianzong was accumulating his strength. Just like what Lin Ming said. He was cultivating his cultivation technique and practicing his swordsmanship. The cultivation technique was the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens breath. With the help of the clear wind force, Chenzong's speed was faster and his strength was sharper. However, without the cultivation environment of the Hurricane Palace, his cultivation speed was obviously reduced by several times. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the pills given by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Otherwise, his progress would be slow. Even so, after year, Chenzong felt that his cultivation of the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath didn't improve significantly. After all, in terms of cultivation technique, Chenzong's talent wasn't bad, but it wasn't particularly outstanding. However, in terms of swordsmanship, Chenzong's progress was astonishing. The Ninefold True Sword was the basic swordsmanship of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was also the basic swordsmanship that Chenzong mainly cultivated. However, there were many mysteries in the Ninefold True Sword that could be comprehended. It meant that there were many directions, and each direction had different mysteries. What Chenzong comprehended were sharpness and speed. Soon, Chenzong muttered to himself as he sheathed his sword after finishing his swordsmanship practice. When the time came, he would challenge in his best condition. Finally, 9 years had passed. It was the second half of the 10th year. There was only 1 month left before the second decade passed. Lin Ming, how is that, Chenzong? The palace lord asked again as he thought of this for the second time. Palace lord, that Chenzong is still in closed-door training. Lin Ming frowned slightly, but he still replied. I'm afraid this Chenzong is going to go all out. Ling Zhen sneered again. There's still 1 month left. We'll know the result by then, the palace lord said. This topic was skipped again because 1 month passed very quickly. In the Heartsword Palace, a wisp of sword will dissipated. Chenzong also sheathed his sword. He had officially come out of closed-door training. Jiaoyi. Chenzong called Jiaoyi over. Peak Lord. Jiaoyi quickly stepped into the Heartsword Palace and bowed to Chenzong. Jiaoyi, did anything happen these past few years? Chenzong asked first. Peak Lord, most of the attendants on the Heartsword Peak have left to join other peaks. Including me, there are only 20 left. Jiaoyi lowered her head, and her voice was a little depressed. Oh, is that so? It's okay. Chenzong was slightly startled. He immediately understood why, but he didn't care much. This time I have something I need you to do. As he spoke, Chenzong read out 10 names one by one. Help me write a letter of challenge. 3 days later, ask these people to come to the death arena. I want to challenge them. Chenzong's tone was a little sharper. Okay. Jiaoyi was slightly startled. She immediately replied, Peak Lord, do you have any other orders? No, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip, Chenzong said. Jiaoyi quickly left the Heartsword Peak. She was very excited. Was he finally going to fight back? After 10 years of silence, was he finally going to take action? This was a very crucial time. If his counterattack was successful, it would mean that he had hope. If he failed, he would really have to leave the Heartsword Peak. Jiaoyi's cultivation was in the divine manifestation realm. She was much faster than Chenzong. Soon, she sent Chenzong's challenge to various places. These people were the people who had challenged and defeated Chenzong 9 years ago. The first person Chenzong challenged was Wu Xiu of the Ancient Beast clan. Wu Xiu was an outer disciple, while Chenzong was a true disciple. Under normal circumstances, it was not honorable for a true disciple to challenge an outer disciple. However, Chenzong had been defeated. It was normal for him to challenge back. Wu Xiu naturally received the challenge as well. Chenzong, are you from the human race? Wu Xiu smiled. I was able to defeat you 9 years ago. Now that 9 years have passed, my strength has increased a lot. You are no match for me. After all, Wu Xiu was a life form from the First Order Void. He had also joined the Beast King Mountain and received training. His improvement over the years was not small. On the other hand, although Chenzong lived in the 5th heaven, he did not have many cultivation resources available because he had been expelled by the primordial. Moreover, he came from the 3rd Order Void. Naturally, he was not as good as Wu Xiu. This kind of innate gap would gradually widen with the passage of time. Otherwise, why would the human race's Tao alliance be inferior to the Beast King Mountain and the others? It was the weakest of the 9 forces in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Fine. Since Qinzong doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll make another move and let him know the difference between us. Wu Xiao smiled again and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. It was not time yet. However, the news of Qinzong's challenge spread quickly. Many people knew about it. Qinzong? Who is that? Some people were surprised at first when they heard the news. Then, they gradually reacted. So it's that lowly life form that was expelled by the primordial. Interesting. He actually dares to take the initiative to issue a challenge. Is he confident now? I guess he has made some progress in his cultivation over the years. There were all kinds of guesses. The 5th Heavens Tao Alliance. Palace Master, Qinzong has issued a challenge. Lin Ming took the initiative to mention this. After all, the 10-year period was almost up. That was also the time limit for Qinzong's assessment. Oh, it's finally starting. Let's see how he performs, the Palace Master replied casually. Lin Ming was also looking forward to it. Sharpening a sword for 10 years? It's finally starting. Little fellow, I hope you can show your outstanding abilities. Otherwise, I can't do anything about it, Lin Ming said to himself. Although he liked Qinzong and was willing to help Qinzong, that would require Qinzong to be competent enough. Otherwise, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could help him for a while, but not forever. Now, it was time to see how capable Qinzong was. He only hoped that his judgment was not wrong. Whether it was a hidden dragon rising from the abyss or a bluff, it all depended on this. Time flowed by. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. Qinzong remained in the Heartsword Palace, quietly cultivating. His sword was always hidden in the scabbard, never unsheathing it. Qinzong also didn't practice the sword. On the 3rd day, Qinzong walked out of the Heartsword Palace. Under the gaze of a group of attendants, he walked down the Heartsword Peak. His speed was neither fast nor slow, but his back was incomparably straight. He was like a long sword that pointed to the sky. There was a sharpness that was quietly condensing and slowly strengthening. Peak Lord, you must win this battle. The attendant, Chong Jiani, looked at Qinzong's back and murmured. Because the first battle was very important. If he lost, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow. Please give me some monthly tickets. The death fighting ring, Qinzong was the first to arrive. He stood in the death fighting ring with his sword in the scabbard and his body upright, waiting quietly. Time passed slowly like water. Someone entered the ring, but it was not Wu Xiao or anyone Qinzong challenged. It was a curious spectator. The death fighting ring could be opened, but it could also be closed to prevent irrelevant people from entering. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, but Wu Xiao still had not appeared. Only Qinzong stood in the death arena, waiting silently with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. His aura was extremely calm, without the slightest fluctuation. When the day was about to end, another ripple spread out, and a figure appeared. It was Wu Xiao. Feeling Wu Xiao's breath, Qinzong opened his eyes in an instant. At the same time, except for Qinzong and Wu Xiao, the others were all excluded. Their figures faded and they left the death fighting ring. What's going on? It must be Qinzong who doesn't allow us to watch. He must be unsure and afraid of losing face in front of us. Those who were excluded from the death fighting ring were furious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the protagonists of the death fighting ring were Qinzong and Wu Xiao, and the initiator was Qinzong. Qinzong had the right to let others watch or not. They did not know the reason, but they guessed that Qinzong was afraid of losing face. Because after analyzing it, this explanation was feasible. Oh, why did you let them out? Are you afraid of losing face? Wu Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry, for the sake of the same batch of disciples, I won't let you lose so badly. Thank you very much. Qinzong's expression did not change, and his tone was light. It seemed that he did not take Wu Xiao's words seriously, which made Wu Xiao frown slightly. He said that to disturb or even attack Qinzong's state of mind, but it seemed to have no effect. In addition, he deliberately came so late to wear down Chenzong's patience. His every move had a meaning. However, it seemed to have failed as well. Since that was the case, he could only use his true strength to defeat his opponent. Wu Xiu had made up his mind that this time, he would make Chenzong lose so thoroughly that whenever Chenzong thought of Wu Xiu, he would not dare to challenge Wu Xiu. One had to know that over the years, he had been constantly cultivating, and with the resources of the Beast King Mountain, his strength had increased significantly. He had become much stronger than before. Strength was the source and guarantee of confidence. Oh right, you don't have any more Cosmos God crystals with you, right? If you lose this time, what are you going to give me? Wu Xiu spoke again with a hint of ridicule in his voice. If I lose, I'll give you the next 10 years of cultivation time in the 9 major temples, Chenzong said unhurriedly. Okay, thank you very much. Wu Xiu was slightly taken aback. Then, he laughed excitedly, as if the time to practice in the 9 great divine temples was already in his hands. He was an outer disciple, so he could only practice in the 9 major temples for 1 year every 100 years. If he could get 1 more year, it would undoubtedly be better, because he had personally experienced the effects of practicing in the 9 major temples. If he could get 1 more year, his strength would definitely improve again. Since you're going to give me the time to practice in the 9 major temples, I'll let you fight a few more times. Wu Xiu's eyes were full of excitement. He stared at Chenzong, licked his lips, and said in a slightly excited tone, "Go ahead." Chenzong's expression did not change. He waved his hand, and a flash of sword light gushed out from the scabbard. Fast, it was a very fast sword. In just a moment, it had crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu's expression changed involuntarily. He was secretly shocked, and hurriedly attacked. This sword was the 7th sword of the fast path of the 9-fold true swords. Together with the speed increase of the cool breeze force, it reached an astonishing level, which surprised Chenzong himself. The purity of the clear wind force was on par with his original sword Yuan. However, the power and speed of the clear wind force was double that of his original sword Yuan. After nearly 10 years of cultivation, although it was not as fast as when he was in the Hurricane Hall, there were still some improvements with the help of pills. The cool breeze force was now several times more powerful than before, and the increase in power for Chenzong was even more obvious. The supreme skill, annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale, focused on speed and sharpness. This was also the reason why Chenzong chose it. The fast sword of the 9-fold true swords focused on speed. It pursued extreme speed, ignoring all other speed. Therefore, once it was used, the speed of the sword was really terrifying. If Wu Xiu's strength was still the same as when he first entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, he would not even have the chance to react to Chenzong's sword. However, he was indeed much stronger now. Therefore, he reacted quickly and immediately defended against it. However, Chenzong kept waving his sword and continuously using the 7th sword. For Chenzong, the consumption of energy was very normal. It was not a big deal for him to continuously use tens of thousands of swords. However, for Wu Xiu, it was very uncomfortable because Chenzong's sword was too fast. Moreover, the speed of his attack was also very fast. It seemed that he did not need any time to mobilize his energy. Every time he attacked, there would be a process, which was to mobilize his own energy and then release it. No matter what, this process was inevitable. However, some people could shorten this process infinitely, to the point that it almost did not exist. Naturally, the speed of his attack would be astonishingly fast. Furthermore, the simpler the move, the faster the speed at which one could mobilize one's strength. Naturally, one's attack speed would also be faster. The movement of the cool breeze force was smooth and smooth. There was no difficulty at all. Chenzong's attack also became faster and faster. Under Chenzong's sword, Wu Xiu had no ability to fight back. He could only passively defend. Fortunately, the fast sword of the 9 Heavens true sword only focused on speed and not power. Therefore, it was not a threat to Wu Xiu. As long as he was not hit directly, he would not be hurt. Even if he was hit by 1 or 2 swords directly, the injury would not be serious. However, if he was hit by multiple swords consecutively, he would definitely not feel good. Wu Shou was shocked. Chen Zong did not have such skills 9 years ago. Beast transformation. Without hesitation, Wu Shou transformed into a werewolf. His aura also became stronger and fiercer. The real strength of an ancient beast could only be unleashed after the transformation. Like Chen Zong, the martial arts formula that Wu Shou practiced also focused on speed. However, because he was not a real disciple, he could not choose the highest martial arts formula. He could only choose the inferior martial arts formula. However, Wu Shou was originally good at speed. Now that he had transformed into a beast, his speed was even faster. His sharp claws flew across the sky and kept attacking. It seemed that he could keep up with the speed of Chen Zong's sword. They kept colliding, and sparks flew. Not only did Wu Shou attack quickly, but his movement speed was also extremely fast. He formed a series of afterimages, circling around Chen Zong and attacking wildly with his claws. However, Chen Zong did not move his feet. With a sword in his hand, he blocked all of Wu Shou's attacks. Unbreakable, no matter how Wu Shou attacked, he could not really hit Chen Zong. Wu Shou's face suddenly became very ugly. How could it be? He was the one who defeated Chen Zong last time. Of course, when Wu Shou defeated Chen Zong last time, he also used all of his strength to barely defeat Chen Zong. This time, he thought that his strength had improved again and that he should be able to defeat Chen Zong more easily. Unexpectedly, the reality was not so. It turned out to be a tough fight. Damn it. Take my 10th claw. Wu Shou muttered to himself. He immediately attacked. A claw mark tore through the sky. It was extremely fast and sharp, as if it could tear everything apart. It was extremely terrifying. This claw was the one that Wu Shou had comprehended in the past 10 years. It was even more powerful. The claw was about to tear Chen Zong apart. The sword light that filled the sky was also torn into pieces. Chen Zong reacted even faster. He attacked with several swords. These swords were the 9th sword of the quick sword of the 9th sword. The speed of the sword was several times faster than the 7th sword. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It pierced the claw at different places and immediately weakened the power of the claw. In the next moment, an even more dazzling sword light suddenly lit up. The speed of the sword was 1 level higher than the previous swords. It was astonishingly fast. The 10th sword, Wu Shou was immediately hit by the sword. Blood gushed out, but he did not die. The sword did not pierce through him. It was only a minor injury. After shapeshifting, Wu Shou's physique became even stronger. Coupled with the protective power of the cultivation formula and the defense of the 9 sword armors, his defensive power reached a new height. However, the quick sword of the 9 sword only focused on speed and did not have any other power. Therefore, its power was relatively weak. However, if 1 sword was not enough, then 2, 3, or even 10 swords would be used. Using the 10th sword in a row was nothing for Chen Zong's current strength. In the face of Chen Zong's sword light, Wu Shou could neither dodge nor defend against it because it was too fast. Moreover, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was extremely high. It was amazing. He attacked with many swords in a row, but they all hit the same spot. Suddenly, Wu Shou's defense was broken, and his injury was worsened in an instant. When the sword light dissipated, Wu Shou's body was motionless. A sword hole appeared between his eyebrows and went straight to the back of his head. Death was coming. Wu Shou stared at Chen Zong in a daze. His face was full of disbelief. Why was it like this? He was obviously stronger than before. He was just a lowly life. Why was it like this? With a heart full of unwillingness and confusion, Wu Shou finally passed away. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and stared at Wu Shou's disappearing and reappearing figure. He said, neither too fast nor too slow, you're the first. Wu Shou stared coldly at Chen Zong. His eyes were full of confusion and unwillingness, but he still took out 100 Cosmos God crystals and threw them at Chen Zong as if to vent his anger. Each Cosmos God crystal carried a terrifying power. However, Chen Zong waved his hand and skillfully collected all 100 Cosmos God crystals. Humph! Wu Shou snorted when he saw that his move did not bring any trouble to Chen Zong. His figure faded and he left the deathmatch arena. As for the result, Wu Shou would not tell anyone, because it was not something to be proud of. However, the people outside could see some clues from Wu Xiu's expression and actions. Remember the mobile version of the website, Chapter 60, Death Today's Blade, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. He won the first battle. The second battle was in the death arena. Chen Zong faced his second opponent, who was also an outer disciple of the third heaven. He was also from one of the 4 first-order void races. In this battle, Chen Zong still used the fast sword of the ninefold true sword. He used absolute sword speed to suppress and defeat his opponent. Even though his opponent used all his strength, Chen Zong did not explode with his full strength. It's a pity that after cultivating the 9-heaven annihilation gale, my chi cultivation has surpassed my body refining cultivation. I can't use the supreme Lingwu technique for the time being, Chen Zong said to himself. He had to raise his body tempering cultivation to the same level as his chi refinement cultivation before he could fuse the power of the supreme martial technique. However, in terms of cultivation, his chi refinement and body tempering cultivation had both reached the peak of the Yuan underworld. Although his chi refinement cultivation continued to improve, it was because of the 9-heaven wind breath annihilation technique. The 9-heaven annihilation gale did not improve Chen Zong's cultivation. Instead, it improved Chen Zong's chi refining power. It was constantly purifying and increasing, making him even more powerful without increasing his cultivation base. However, even if he couldn't use the supreme Lingwu technique to fuse his body refining and chi refining powers again, the power he could unleash after cultivating the first level of the 9-heaven annihilation gale and the clear wind power was greater than the power he could unleash after using the supreme Lingwu technique. In addition, Chen Zong's swordsmanship had improved tremendously, so the increase in his power was even more obvious. In the third battle, his opponent was the 4th heaven true disciple, Mo Luogu. He was also an old rival. In the death arena, Chen Zong and Mo Luogu faced each other from a distance of a few hundred meters. You have truly surprised me, Mo Luogu said. There was some surprise in his voice because Chen Zong had indeed surprised him. Who would have thought that Chen Zong would take the initiative to challenge him and even defeat 2 of his opponents? You will be even more surprised next. Chen Zong smiled as if he was implying something. Is that so? I look forward to it. Mo Luogu clearly understood the meaning behind Chen Zong's words. He could not help but smile as he replied. His talent was even greater than Wu Qiu's. Furthermore, he was a true disciple. The resources he received were not something that Wu Qiu could compare to. Thus, over the years, Mo Luogu was confident that the increase in his strength was definitely greater than Wu Qiu's. The gap between them was even greater. Therefore, when Chen Zong defeated Wu Xiu and another outer disciple of the third heaven, Mo Luogu was surprised, but he did not think much of it. After all, Chen Zong's performance on the trial ground was not bad. Now that he was a true disciple of the 5th heaven, even if he was expelled by Primordial, it did not change the fact that he was a true disciple. However, if he wanted to rely on this to challenge him, he was overestimating himself. However, no matter how many words were spoken, they were all empty words. Only a battle would reveal the truth. You make the first move. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Mo Luogu smiled and said, show me your strongest ability. Chen Zong smiled faintly. His body flashed, and his sword light tore through the air at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed hundreds of meters and closed in on Mo Luogu. The speed of his sword immediately shocked Mo Luogu. So fast. No wonder you dare to challenge me. However, speed alone is nothing, Mo Luogu muttered to himself. Mo Luogu's reaction speed was not slow. His body swayed, and he instantly attacked again. A pitch-black saber light swirled around Chen Zong, and a tyrannical aura soared into the sky. It was an extremely frightening saber strike that seemed to be able to cut through everything in front of it. Speed was indeed an advantage, but for an expert, speed wasn't enough to dominate everything. Otherwise, everyone would just focus on speed. Why would they need to cultivate other things? Every aspect had its own power. The key was how well the cultivator could master it and how well he could apply it. This strike caused Chen Zong's expression to become stern. Compared to 9 years ago, Mo Luogu's strength had increased again. His cultivation level was still at the peak of the divine condensation realm, but his cultivation level had increased significantly. This originated from the cultivation of the technique. Chen Zong had to admit that this technique was indeed very frightening. It allowed one's cultivation level to continue to increase without breaking through after reaching the peak. The sword light was shattered in an instant. Mo Luogu took a step forward and swung his saber again. The saber light tore through the air like a dark bolt of lightning, becoming more and more tyrannical and ferocious. Chen Zong swung his sword, and the sword light came one after another, densely packed like countless streams of flowing light. In an instant, they all blasted toward Mo Luogu. Although the power of each sword light was not that strong, they were fast. When Mo Luogu swung his saber once, Chen Zong could swing his sword more than 10 times. The sword light shattered, but Mo Luogu's saber was also blocked. Slash, slash, slash. Mo Luogu's eyes deepened. He gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands, and wisps of dark energy continued to condense. The power of destruction also surged forward, reaching the saber and lingering endlessly. The two powers of the great path instantly overlapped. His power exploded as he swung his saber again. The pitch-black saber light was surrounded by wisps of black lightning. It was filled with astonishing waves of destruction, as if it wanted to destroy everything. It seemed like one strike, but there were actually 5 strikes in succession, shattering the sword light that Chen Zong had swung out. The saber light continued to press forward. The saber pressure was astonishing, and it caused Chen Zong's expression to become stern. Compared to Wu Xiao, Mo Luogu's strength was indeed much stronger. Retreat. Under Mo Luogu's violent saber light, Chen Zong had no choice but to retreat. He retreated quickly like a gust of wind, causing the saber light to miss. If that's all you've got, then you'd better admit defeat. Mo Luogu chuckled. His eyes were dark, and there was a glint of saber light in them. Chen Zong did not speak, but the aura on his body suddenly changed. An indescribable sharpness immediately spread out. The sharpness seemed to be able to tear apart everything between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Kill, a sword slashed out. It was still the ninefold true sword, but it was not the ninefold true sword from before. It was the sharpness of the ninefold true sword. The 10th sword, it was the same 10th sword, but it was even more powerful than when he had used his maximum combat ability in the trial ground. Mo Luogu's expression changed involuntarily. The sharpness of the sword was approaching, and he felt a chill all over his body. It was as if he was going to be torn apart. If he was hit by this sword, it would be difficult for him to withstand it even with the weakening effect of the ninefold armor. The sharpness was too terrifying. His expression darkened. Mo Luogu swung his saber with lightning speed. This saber was filled with terrifying power. It immediately collided with Chen Zong's sword light. There was a slight tremor, and the sword light shattered. The saber light was also torn apart. The 11th sword, an even stronger and sharper sword, slashed out, tearing everything apart. Dark destruction. Mo Luogu's expression darkened. There seemed to be strands of black lightning flashing in his eyes. The power of the great path of darkness and the great path of destruction quickly merged. All out, Mo Luogu unleashed all his strength. This was because Chen Zong's sword brought him great pressure. It was a clear threat. If he did not unleash all his strength, he might be defeated. Slash, the saber that had merged the power of 2 great paths increased its power by a great deal. His hair stood on end. This saber made Chen Zong feel a chill. Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. The power of the 11th sword was immediately shattered upon contact. The terrifying saber light brought with it an incomparably shocking power, as if it wanted to kill Chen Zong directly. His body and Dao would vanish. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong turned around and took a step back. However, his eyes became even sharper. The sharpness of his aura rose to the extreme in an instant. It was even more powerful and shocking than before. That step back was not a true retreat. Instead, he was retreating in order to advance. He was accumulating power. The 12th sword of the sword of sharpness of the ninefold true sword. It was also a move that Chen Zong had comprehended from the sword pillar in the sword palace of the Divine Martial Hall. Its sharpness was twice as powerful as the 11th sword. It was even more terrifying. Mo Luogu's dark destruction saber was instantly shattered and torn apart. The sword light charged toward Mo Luogu with an unstoppable force. Under the impact of the sharpness, Mo Luogu's entire body felt slightly numb. His reaction also slowed down for an instant. This thin line was the difference between life and death. He could not avoid it. He could not block it, the sharpness was too great. Even though the ninefold armor formed a helmet to block the attack, it could not block the sharpness of the sword. After weakening it by 10%, the terrifying sword energy penetrated the armor and pierced through his forehead. Kill. Soon, Mo Luogu came back to life. His eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia. The second time, thinking about it, this was the second time that he had died under Xianxia's sword. But no matter what, he had lost this battle. His opponent's swordsmanship was indeed terrifying. In terms of martial arts, he was not someone that he could compare with. He handed over 100 Cosmos God crystals, which were taken away by Xianxia. 3 battles, 3 victories, Xianxia not only took back 300 Cosmos God crystals. More importantly, 3 victories and 3 battles had cultivated Xianxia's confidence and accumulated Xianxia's aura. This was very important. The 4th battle came quickly. His opponent was also a true disciple of the 4th heaven. Xianxia used the 12th sword of the sword of sharpness of the ninefold true sword to defeat his opponent. The sharpness of this sword was extremely shocking. It was impossible to block it. In the 5th battle, Xianxia won again. 5 battles, 5 victories. Xianxia's accumulated aura was even more shocking. The ninefold true sword of swiftness also broke the limit. The 12th sword was derived, and its sword speed was raised to a whole new level. With the 12th sword of the ninefold true sword of swiftness, Xianxia defeated his 6th opponent. A true expert should not be strong in a single aspect. However, under certain conditions, if one side reached an astonishing level, surpassing the others by a large margin, it could form a suppression. The speed of the 12th sword was way too fast. Combined with the clear wind force that focused on speed, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Although it only increased the speed of the sword and its power did not directly increase, under this speed, all of the opponent's attacks would be interrupted in advance. The multiple sword attacks would directly kill the opponent. 6 battles, 6 victories. When this news spread out, it caused a huge commotion. A human from the 3rd sequence void, a human who was expelled by Primal because he was unworthy, and a human who lost all his Cosmos God crystals in the previous 10 battles. After more than 9 years of silence, he actually exploded with such shocking power. It was fine if he did not make a sound. This news naturally spread to the Dao Alliance. It made Lin Ming extremely happy. The Palace Master also nodded inwardly. At least, it proved that Lin Ming's judgment was not bad. And in Primal, Ao Wu was also slightly surprised. But it was only a surprise. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guest Residence Mobile Edition website, The 9 Heavens of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Every heaven was as complete as a world. There was the alternation of day and night, the cycle of the sun rising and the moon setting, and the resplendent night sky full of stars. At night, on the Heartsword Peak, Jiaoyi and the other attendants who stayed behind were all very happy. At least, Xianxia had won 6 out of 6 battles. His reputation was gradually rising, and they felt the same way. Fortunately, I didn't leave, Jiaoyi thought to herself. She had stayed on the Heartsword Peak for many years, and she had feelings for every blade of grass and every tree. She didn't like fighting and killing, or she wouldn't have chosen to become an attendant. In fact, there were only 2 kinds of people who chose to stay behind after becoming an attendant. Either they were afraid of dying while carrying out dangerous missions, or they didn't like fighting and killing. The universe was so big, and there were so many voids. There were all kinds of people. But those who didn't like fighting and killing were more comfortable. They were used to staying in a place for a long time, and they didn't want to leave easily. Regardless of whether they were nostalgic or lazy to move, it was the same. Jiaoyi was such a person. She didn't like fighting and only liked to take care of things. Now, it seemed that she didn't need to leave. Immediately after, Jiaoyi's gaze looked towards the palace that stood on the peak of the mountain. There was a person training inside. The sky was full of twinkling stars, but it was boundlessly quiet. 7 battles and 7 victories. What Xianxia received wasn't just 600 Cosmos God crystals, but also his aura, the kind of aura that was constantly cultivated. When the aura of a victor was accumulated to a certain extent, it would bring invisible benefits to one's cultivation path. When he won 3 battles, Xianxia used this aura to break the shackles of the fast sword of the 9-stage true sword, comprehending the 12th sword. The speed of his sword reached a whole new level, and it became faster and faster. As for the sharp sword of the 9-stage true sword, although it was still the 12th sword, it had improved a little. The further it went, the harder it was to improve. The 8th battle was about to arrive. When the day came. In this battle, Xianxia's opponent was no longer the previous people, but the origin race of the universe, a race that was more outstanding than the 4 first sequence void life races. Xianxia didn't have absolute confidence in this battle, but he had to fight and win. No matter what, he had to give it his all to win. Faith, for the entire night, Xianxia had been accumulating his aura, accumulating his confidence. As day came, Xianxia left the Heartsword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. He entered the arena of death again and waited for his opponent. The morning gradually passed. His opponent had yet to make a move, but Xianxia was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he continued to wait and accumulate momentum. In the afternoon, his opponent still did not show up. It was only in the evening that he appeared. When the Origin race member appeared, he looked at Xianxia with a hint of surprise and mockery in his eyes. Humans are quite patient, aren't they? The Origin clansman teased. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Xianxia said with a smile. His tone sounded like a greeting, but it caused the Origin clan member's expression to change. A terrifying aura erupted from him in an instant. Human, you're trying to infuriate me. The Origin clan member narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. A murderous aura emanated from him. He was a dignified Origin clan member. What was that, human? He was just a lowly life form. How dare he say that he was afraid? That's right. Xianxia was trying to infuriate the Origin clan member. This was a counterattack. After all, the Origin clan member purposely let him win. He had waited for an entire day and only appeared now. It was nothing more than a tactic to make the Origin clan member lose his patience or rationality due to anger. For a swordsman, losing his rationality wasn't a good thing. If a swordsman lost his rationality, his strength might increase, but he would have taken the wrong path. It was very likely that he would have some regrets, big or small. Unfortunately, Xianxia was very patient. Not to mention one day, even if Xianxia had 10 days, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of impatience or anger. It was absolutely impossible to use such a tactic to make him lose his rationality. Perhaps compared to the Origin clan member, the Origin clan member's environment of birth and cultivation were fundamentally different. However, in terms of experience, the Origin clan member couldn't compare to Xianxia. Therefore, in terms of temperament, the Origin clan member couldn't compare to Xianxia. As a matter of fact, Xianxia's rebuttal had caused the Origin clan member's anger to erupt. He immediately erupted with astonishing power. In the next moment, the Origin clan member immediately transformed into a gust of wind and blew out in an instant. He was extremely fast and directly approached Xianxia. His finger pierced through the air and attacked. The Origin clan member cultivated one of the 3 supreme techniques, the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath gale. Like Xianxia, he was at the first level. However, there were differences between the levels of the first level. The Origin clan member and Xianxia belonged to the same cohort. However, he didn't need to spend time to adapt to the laws of the universe. Therefore, the time he took to cultivate the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath gale was longer than Xianxia's. In addition, the Origin clan member's innate talent for cultivation wasn't low. Their cultivation speed was faster and more efficient. Due to all these factors, the Origin clan member's cultivation of the first level of the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath gale was better than Xianxia's by a large margin. If the first level was divided into beginner, small success, great success, and perfection, then Xianxia was only at the small success level. However, the Origin clan member had already reached the great success level. There was a small gap between them, but there was a clear difference in the power of the breeze gale. In the universe, the power of a technique was extremely important. The difference in the breeze gale made the Origin clan member's speed extremely fast. He was even several times faster than Xianxia. More than 9 years ago, Xianxia had been defeated by the Origin clan member's 3 fingers. He had been killed instantly. Now that they were going to fight again, Xianxia was confident that he could defeat the Origin clan member. The Origin clan member's finger pierced through the air. Xianxia also drew his sword in an instant and slashed through the air. Although Xianxia's movement speed wasn't as fast as the Origin clan members, the speed of his sword wasn't inferior. This was because he was using a fast sword. He was using speed to defeat speed. The sword flashed and the finger force swept across the sky. The Origin clan member kept attacking. The more he attacked, the more shocked he became. This was because he had already used 100% of his strength, but he still hadn't killed his opponent. He hadn't even been able to suppress his opponent. How was this possible? Last time, his opponent had been killed by his 3 fingers. Moreover, he hadn't used his full strength at that time. However, what was going on now? In less than 10 years, his opponent's strength had increased by so much. It was incomprehensible. Even though he couldn't understand, he still had to fight and kill his opponent. Otherwise, once he was defeated, he would become a laughingstock. He couldn't accept that kind of result. With this thought in mind, the Origin race clansman's attacks became even more ferocious. Dense streams of finger energy spread out in all directions, surrounding Xianxia. Every single one of these streams of finger energy contained a frightening amount of power, and they were everywhere. However, Xianxia's sword was astonishingly fast. He completely blocked the finger force and remained unbroken. However, it wasn't enough to just remain undefeated. He was no match for the Origin clan member in terms of consumption. The Origin clan member's strength was innately vigorous. It wasn't something he could compare to. After blocking the Origin clan member's finger force, Xianxia counterattacked. His fast sword immediately turned into a sharp sword. The astonishing sharpness shocked the Origin clan member. He felt as if the sword was going to pierce through him and tear him apart. Even the armor on his body couldn't block it. In fact, the 9 Heavens armor was very special. Its function was to weaken the power of attacks, not to block them. Therefore, when it was hit, it would be pierced or broken. However, as long as it wasn't completely destroyed and its core was destroyed, it could quickly recover. This was because the 9 Heavens armor was made of special materials and special refining methods. It seems like I have no choice but to take out my trump card. The Origin clan member pointed out a few times. After colliding with Xianxia's sword, he retreated. His eyes narrowed. Immediately, a mysterious aura spread out from his body. As the aura spread out, it turned into gusts of wind that circled around him. It made the Origin clan member's figure even more ethereal. As the mysterious aura spread out, the Origin clan member's figure flashed. His speed increased by more than 50%. He disappeared from Xianxia's sight. This speed was too fast. It was much faster than Xianxia's speed. Xianxia's sword couldn't hit the Origin clan member at all. Even if Xianxia used the heart flame to increase his strength and speed, he still couldn't catch up. Immediately, gusts of finger force condensed into gusts of wind that pierced through the air. Compared to before, the Origin clan member's power had increased by 10%. The threat was even greater. In an instant, Xianxia fell into a bitter battle. He was at a disadvantage. As expected, the Origin clan member wasn't someone that Morogu could compare to. He had no choice but to come up with even more methods. Sword World. Open, in an instant, an invisible force swept out in all directions. It covered an area of 20,000 meters. Naturally, the Origin clan member couldn't dodge and was covered. Suppress, the Origin clan member's speed was immediately affected. It decreased by 20%. Even so, his speed was still extremely fast. He was faster than Xianxia. In an instant, the extreme heart faceless sword in Xianxia's hand dispersed. Gusts of sword light also condensed. In an instant, there were more than 1,000 gusts of sword light. Then, there were another 100. The 100 gusts of sword light were in the form of 10 swords combined into one. Each one of them had astonishing power. When Xianxia mastered the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine-Heaven Breath Gale, the speed at which he used the sword world had increased. The power of the gusts of sword light had also increased. As his divine consciousness covered the area and his mind power spread out, he captured the Origin clan member's figure. The gusts of sword light pierced through the air. Xianxia, who had opened the sword world, was the strongest. In the trial ground, Xianxia had opened the sword world and fought fiercely to the extreme. He had almost exhausted himself before he killed Ma Yuogu. If he hadn't opened the sword world at that time, Xianxia wouldn't have been Ma Yuogu's match. However, not long ago, in the battle with Ma Yuogu, he killed him without opening the sword world. This meant that Xianxia's strength had increased even more than Ma Yuogu's. Now, facing the Origin clan member, Xianxia had no choice but to open the sword world to fight. This also meant that the Origin clan member was very strong. Compared to Ma Yuogu, there was a huge difference. If Ma Yuogu had been the one to fight the Origin clan member, he would have been defeated and killed long ago. After cultivating the clear wind force, it was easier for him to condense another 1,000 gusts of sword light and use the 10 swords combined into one. Kill. The 100 gusts of sword light immediately exploded with extreme speed. They all used the fast sword 7th sword of the 9-layered true sword and attacked from all directions. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book guest house mobile version. The sword world covered the area, and 100 sword lights surrounded and attacked. This Origin was extremely fast, but it was difficult for him to dodge unless he escaped the range of the sword world. However, once he escaped, he would not be able to attack Xianxia. After all, they were 20,000 meters apart. Using a stalling tactic? Consuming Xianxia's energy, he could not do it. He was an Origin, and his opponent was just a human. How could a giant dragon use such petty tricks to deal with a little bug? That would be so demeaning. At the very least, in the eyes of this Origin clan member, he was like a giant dragon and Xianxia was like a little bug. No matter what he thought, under the sword world, he was finally suppressed by Xianxia. Each streak of sword light was composed of 10 swords combined into one. They were incredibly powerful, and because of the clear wind, they moved even faster. Under the constant barrage of 100 streaks of sword light, the Origin race member was completely exhausted. There was no way for him to attack Xianxia, so he could only constantly dodge with explosive speed. Consumption. Xianxia's energy was constantly being consumed, and so was the Origin's energy. In the Battle of the Death Arena, the consumption of pills was not allowed. Once a pill was consumed, it would be judged as a failure. In the end, this Origin was hit by a sword light. Although he blocked it and was not injured, his body slightly paused. This pause allowed more sword lights to explode. He could block one, but it was difficult to block two. The 5th sword light immediately pierced through and killed him. Anger, fury, the revived Origin almost exploded. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent filled the sky. However, it was useless. A defeat was a defeat. He still had to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals to Xianxia. 8 victories. Human, fight with me again. This Origin was very unwilling. He thought for a while and felt that his defeat was partly due to bad luck. However, if he fought again, he would be able to deal with it better, and the possibility of winning was not small. With the help of the Death Arena, Xianxia's strength also recovered to its peak. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight. The sword world directly opened. Xianxia did not plan to deal with the opponent, and this Origin also directly erupted with all his strength. But in the end, this Origin was defeated again, and even faster than before. Impossible. How could this be? He had clearly seen through some of Xianxia's tricks. He should have been the one to win, but why was he losing even faster? Little did he know that he had seen through some of Xianxia's tricks, but in fact, Xianxia had seen through more of his tricks. In terms of combat experience, Xianxia was countless times more abundant than his opponent. After all, Xianxia had risen from the weakest, and he'd walked step by step until now. He'd experienced countless life and death battles. On the other hand, the origin race people, because of their innate environment and other reasons, cultivated very quickly and could easily cultivate to the Tao energy realm. Those with good talent could even cultivate to the spirit condensation realm in a short period of time. Such rapid improvement, superior environment and talent allowed them to fight less. Of course, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court also placed a lot of emphasis on the cultivation of actual combat. It was just that comparatively speaking, it wasn't as rich. If it weren't for the fact that the origin race clansmen's innate talent and cultivation arts were superior to Qianzong's, Qianzong would have been able to rely on his rich combat experience to crush them like dogs. Let's fight again. This origin race person's eyes turned red. The third battle. In this battle, the origin race clansman sped up due to his rage. However, it was useless because he had already lost his cool. He only wanted to defeat Qianzong, and his mind was in a mess. As a result, he lost even faster. 3 battles, 3 losses. Qianzong, on the other hand, had won 3 battles, and had accumulated a shocking record of 10 consecutive victories. The Cosmos God crystals he won had also reached 1,000. Do you want to continue? Qianzong narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face as he asked that origin race person. If this origin race person wanted to continue, Qianzong did not mind defeating him to earn more Cosmos God crystals. Even though he had taken back the Cosmos God crystals he lost in the past, it was still not enough to repay origin. He was still short of 500 Cosmos God crystals. Furthermore, Cosmos God crystals were beneficial to his cultivation. Naturally, the more the better. Human, don't be complacent. This origin race person had woken up and realized that he was not this human's opponent. Even if he continued to fight, he would only lose a few more battles. Leaving behind a ruthless sentence, this origin race person turned around and left the death arena. Following that, Qianzong also left the death arena. 3 battles, 3 victories. This allowed Qianzong to accumulate more victories. Under the night sky, Qianzong cultivated while comprehending the battle and sword techniques. He was fully displaying the effects of the One Heart Sutra. As day arrived, Qianzong came to the death arena to wait for the 9th challenger. This person was also from the origin race. He was one of the 3 origin race people who defeated Qianzong 9 years ago. He cultivated the 9 Heavens Force Spirit World tyrannical art. That Chiwu fellow is too useless. He was actually defeated by a human. This origin race person sneered. His eyes flickered with cold light. Watch how I crush you. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst forth. He rushed forward. His speed was not fast, but there was a terrifying might and an overbearing force pressing down on Qianzong. 1 against 10, Qianzong didn't directly display his sword world. This challenge was to obtain the Cosmos God crystals and also a way to temper himself. Naturally, he had to display the 9-layered true swords to fight with the other party to temper himself. Fight, 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 Qianzong alternated between the 9-layer true sword's quick sword and sharp sword. At times, it was incomparably swift. At other times, it was incomparably sharp. However, his opponent's iron fists were covered in a layer of mysterious light. It was the 9 Heavens boxing glove. He punched out continuously. Every punch contained a terrifying and tyrannical force. It was as if a giant was punching out continuously. For a moment, the battle was incomparably intense. After displaying the secret technique, the body of this origin race person immediately expanded. Originally, this origin race person's body was slightly stronger than Qianzong's, but the difference was not huge. Now that he displayed the secret technique, he expanded to 3 meters in size. His muscles bulged and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. It crazily rushed out in all directions, suppressing everything. Strength, 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 tyrannical strength was surging. Hong, both fists punched out continuously. Every punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Its power was extremely violent. It came from the front, suppressing everything and forming a vacuum. It made Qianzong feel suffocated. His expression was stern and his eyes were solemn. Strong, the power of this fist was incomparably strong. If he was hit, he would most likely explode. That kind of power was too terrifying. With a flash, Chenzong burst out with his fastest speed to dodge. However, speed was an advantage, and so was strength. Under the terrifying power of the two fists, the void in front of him was covered, forming a vacuum distortion. It affected Chenzong's speed. He swung his sword, the 12th sword of the ninefold true sword's cutting-edge sword. The sword pierced through the air, tearing everything apart. After the collision, the sword light shattered. However, Chenzong's terrifying power was also slashed apart by his sword. However, a terrifying rebound force caused the sword to tremble violently, forcing Chenzong to retreat. Sword World. Open, Chenzong burst out with all his strength. Under the Sword World, a fierce battle began. This origin race person's strength was extremely terrifying. When the sword light arrived, it was blown away. It only needed 2 punches to shatter a sword light. This battle was another bitter one. There was no other way. This origin race person's strength was too strong. Fight, 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 the incomparably fierce battle consumed energy crazily. The origin race person urgently wanted to get close to Chenzong. If he could get close, he could use his unparalleled strength to kill Chenzong. However, in the sword world, under the obstruction of the sword light, he could not get close. He could only be continuously attacked and defended by the sword light. In the end, he was exhausted to death. Chenzong was also close to exhaustion. Let's fight again. The origin race person roared. Almost, just a little bit more and he would have won. After Chenzong's strength was fully recovered, they fought again. The sword world was also opened. This origin race person soon experienced the feelings of the first origin race person. He lost the second battle faster. However, although this origin race person was angry, he did not lose his mind. He did not initiate the third battle because he realized that whether he was willing to admit it or not, he was not Chenzong's opponent. What a pity. Chenzong looked at the disappearing figure of the origin race person and thought inwardly, if he fought a few more battles, I might be able to gather enough Cosmos God crystals. Currently, he had 1,200 Cosmos God crystals. He was very close to 1,500. He only needed to win 3 more battles. The 10th person to be challenged was the third origin race person who defeated Chenzong. This origin race person cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation true technique. His strength was extremely vigorous and pure. Fight, this battle was going to be a bitter one. This origin race clansman fought steadily and surely. He wasn't in a hurry to advance because his strength was incomparably vast. He wasn't afraid of exhausting his strength at all. He could easily exhaust Chenzong to death. Chenzong soon realized this point. Immediately, he grabbed with his right hand. The bracelet on his wrist flickered and turned into a sharp longsword. It was the 9 heavens soldier sword. Chenzong did not use this sword when he fought against the 2 origin race people. Sword World was activated. 10 swords became 1 and 100 sword lights surrounded the origin race person. Chenzong held his sword and closed in instantly, displaying his sword techniques. This was Chenzong's full strength. Compared to before, when he used the sword world, it was much better for him to move. Immediately, the pressure on the origin race person increased greatly. In the end, Chenzong's sword erupted with an unparalleled sharpness. It was tyrannical to the extreme. Kill, this sword pierced through the origin race person's body, tearing it apart and killing it. Victory, the number of Cosmos God crystals increased by another 100, reaching 1,300. He was even closer to 1,500. Do you want to fight again? Chenzong asked, neither too fast nor too slow. As an origin race person, you won't admit defeat just like that, right? It had to be said that Chenzong's words were somewhat infuriating, at least to the origin race person. Fight. The origin race person said angrily. He originally did not plan to fight again, but now that he was asked to fight again, he would be looked down upon if he did not fight again. Moreover, in the previous battle, his opponent had used all his strength to barely win. If he fought again, as long as he was careful enough, he would be able to defeat him. Within the death battle arena. Many thanks. Chenzong smiled at that origin race clansman. His attitude was very good, and his tone was gentle. He was simply as friendly as a friend. However, that origin race clansman's face was filled with rage. Hearing Qianzong's thanks, his expression became even gloomier. He thought that it was mockery. How infuriating it was to be mocked by a lowly life form. Unfortunately, he lost all 3 battles. That's right, he experienced the anger and helplessness of that origin race clansman named Seven Wu. After losing the first battle, he felt that he could win the second battle after seeing through Qianzong's methods. In the end, he lost the second battle faster than the first. Being furious and unwilling, he did not need Qianzong to speak and proposed a third battle. This time, he lost even faster. 300 Cosmos God crystals were lost just like that. The moment the origin race clansman left, Qianzong also left rapidly. However, he did not return to the Heartsword Peak. Instead, he went to the Primal Branch. The Primordial Division was a palace with an exquisite appearance. Its color was bright, and it was very protruding. With a glance, it would leave a deep impression. It was as if it was constantly highlighting its own existence, as clear as a red dot in a sea of green. Qianzong did not enter the Primal Branch. Instead, he stood outside and said that he wanted to meet Ao Wu. After waiting for a full hour, that Ao Wu finally appeared. "It's you." Seeing Qianzong, Ao Wu frowned. "Sir Ao Wu, this is the principal and 10 years of interest. The total is 1,500 Cosmos God crystals." Qianzong did not bother with formalities. He directly waved his hand, causing a pile of Cosmos God crystals to appear and float towards Ao Wu. Ao Wu was startled at first. Soon after, his expression darkened. He was astonished in his heart. He actually won 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. It seemed somewhat extraordinary. It seemed that he could not obtain the comprehension time of the refinement Tao world. "Sir Ao Wu, from now on, I am even with Primal. Farewell." Qianzong bowed slightly before turning and leaving rapidly. There was no need for him to stay. Even, from now on, he no longer owed Yuanchu anything. When he left, Qianzong felt his body and mind relaxed. It was a feeling of being free of debt. It was a wonderful feeling. Qianzong relaxed, but that Ao Wu didn't feel relaxed at all. He didn't feel happy about obtaining 1,500 Cosmos God crystals at all. On the contrary, he stared at the departing figure of Qianzong, and a ripple appeared deep in his heart. It was a ripple called regret. It seemed as though he shouldn't have chased this human away just like that. Instead, he should have given him another chance. Ao Wu shook his head abruptly, shattering that trace of regret. The human race will always be the human race, and low-level life forms will always be low-level life forms. Even if they are outstanding for a while, they will eventually exhaust their potential and fade into the masses. They will never be able to compare to the origin race, Ao Wu said to himself, his tone becoming more and more firm. If the same amount of cultivation resources were given to the origin race and the human race, the origin race would often be the more outstanding one. This had been proven many times before. Of course, there were always exceptions to everything. Nothing was absolute. However, 1 or 2 exceptions didn't mean much. Since ancient times, the status of Yuanchu and the origin race had never been shaken in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Retracting his gaze, Ao Wu returned to the great hall with 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. With light footsteps, Qianzong's figure flitted across the ground like a gust of wind. It was as light as a feather, as though he was weightless. It felt as though his speed was much faster than usual. Not long after, the Heartsword Peak appeared in front of Qianzong. "Peak Lord." Jiaoyi and the other attendants bowed when they saw Qianzong. "Peak Lord, could it be?" Seeing Qianzong's expression, Jiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. "That's right." Qianzong nodded with a smile. "I've already repaid what I owed Yuanchu." Jiaoyi's heart trembled. Soon after, it was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, it came true. What he repaid wasn't just Yuanchu's debt, but also his reputation. Soon, the news spread like a gust of wind, blowing through the 5th layer of heaven and into the other layers of heaven. A human defeated 3 origin race cultivators in a row. Unbelievable. In the Tao Alliance branch palace in the fifth heaven, Lin Ming was overjoyed. He didn't even try to hide his excitement. Palace Master, Qinzong did it. He passed the test. Lingzhen didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he was very surprised. He actually did it. That was quite extraordinary. Amen, not bad. The Palace Master nodded. Since he did it and passed the test, then according to the agreement, he's a member of the Tao Alliance from now on. He'll receive the highest ranking of Tao Alliance prodigies. Yes, I'll bring Qinzong over immediately. Lin Ming was delighted. He immediately set off. Humph, this Lin Ming is really attentive. Lingzhen looked at Lin Ming's departing figure and snorted. Those who don't know would think that he's his illegitimate son. Lingzhen, don't joke around, the Palace Master said. Yes. Lingzhen dared to talk back to Lin Ming because they were of the same strength and status. Moreover, they had some conflicts and could be considered opponents. However, he didn't dare to talk back to the Palace Master. That would be asking for trouble. He waited quietly. Less than 2 hours later, Lin Ming returned. Apart from him, there was another person. That was Qinzong. Lin Ming personally went to the Heartsword Palace on the Heartsword Peak and brought Qinzong with him. Qinzong, on the other hand, had cleared his debt with primordial origin. Naturally, he had also completed the Tao Alliance's test and followed Lin Ming here. Qinzong was actually quite curious about the Tao Alliance. Although the Tao Alliance was the lowest ranking among the 9 great factions of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the fact that it had been able to survive until now was a testament to its extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Moreover, the Tao Alliance was an alliance of the human race. It belonged to the human race, so there was an innate sense of familiarity with it. Qinzong, this is the Palace Master. These are the guardians. Lin Ming introduced them one by one. Qinzong pays his respects to the Palace Master and the guardians. Qinzong saluted them one by one with his sword. No need for formalities. The Palace Master smiled faintly. From the moment Qinzong appeared, he had been observing Qinzong's every move and reaction. Even the slightest changes in his expression were captured by him. He realized that although this was Qinzong's first time here, he wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he didn't even show the slightest bit of uneasiness. There was only a kind of calm and easygoing attitude, which showed that this person's temperament was extraordinary. People like this usually went through many trials and tribulations. For example, the forging of a sword required a piece of stubborn iron to go through various processes. Only after being tempered 1,000 times would a sword be formed. Only after seeing blood would it become a real sword. The Palace Master couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Qinzong, I once said that if you could pass the test, not only would you be able to enter the Tao Alliance, but you would also be able to receive the highest ranking of the Tao Alliance's prodigies. The Palace Master's eyes narrowed, and a faintly discernible aura pressed down on Qinzong, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, as if it was an illusion. I keep my word. From now on, you are a member of the Tao Alliance. You are a Tao disciple of the Tao Alliance, a first-grade Earth Tao disciple. On the way here, Lin Ming had already explained the Tao Alliance's situation to Qinzong. The highest rank in the Tao Alliance was the Alliance Master, followed by the Vice Alliance Masters, and then the Alliance Sovereign, also known as the Great Sovereign. Below them were the Guardians, and below them were the Deacons and Tao disciples. The Palace Lord was the Palace Lord of a branch palace. His status within the Tao Alliance was that of a Great Paragon. Every Great Paragon was a 5th-level expert, while the Enforcers were 4th-level experts. As for the Spirit Focus stage, it was the 2nd level, while the Tao Force stage was the 1st level. Although there was a cultivation system below the Tao Force realm, it wasn't included. This was because it was relatively easy to reach the Tao Force realm by cultivating in the universe. As for the Divine Phase realm, it was the 3rd level. Under the Guardians were the Deacons, and the Deacons were basically the 3rd level, which was the Divine Phase realm. As for Tao disciples, they were divided into Heaven and Earth Tao disciples. Earth Tao disciples were at the Spirit Focus realm, and Heaven Tao disciples were at the Divine Phase realm. Whether it was Heaven Tao disciples or Earth Tao disciples, they were divided into 3 levels. First level was the highest, and third level was the lowest. These levels were separated by the resources and training they received. In theory, the status of a deacon was higher than that of a Tao disciple, but this wasn't necessarily true. This was because deacons were basically Earth Tao disciples who couldn't pass the Heaven Tao disciple test after breaking through to the divine phase realm. In other words, only the more outstanding people who broke through to the divine phase realm could become Heaven Tao disciples and continue to enjoy the Tao Alliance's resources and cultivate in peace. The rest could only become deacons and serve the Tao Alliance. Of course, Heaven Tao disciples also had to serve the Tao Alliance, but there was a difference between them and deacons. The status of a Heaven Tao disciple wasn't inferior to that of a deacon. Now, Chenzong was a first Earth Tao disciple, and he could enjoy the Tao Alliance's high-level resources and training. The news of Chenzong joining the Tao Alliance and becoming a first Earth Tao disciple quickly spread, and more people knew about it. This was because it wasn't a secret to begin with. A first Earth Tao disciple is a bit unusual. So what? No matter how unusual it is, it's still just the Tao Alliance. The 9 great factions could be divided into 3 levels, and the Tao Alliance belonged to the 3rd level, which was the lowest level. Therefore, the experts of the higher levels wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Of course, it was undeniable that there were still some experts in the Tao Alliance that they couldn't ignore. No matter what, this matter had come to an end. After all, Chenzong wasn't the main character, and no one would pay attention to him. This attention was only temporary unless he could display more outstanding abilities. Defeating a few origin race people of the same level as him wasn't a big deal. Although the human race was a mediocre race, they had a large population, and it wasn't surprising that 1 or 2 powerful people would occasionally appear. Otherwise, the Tao Alliance would have been swallowed up by other factions long ago. The reactions of the outside world had nothing to do with Chenzong, and he didn't care either. After joining the Tao Alliance, Chenzong began to receive the Tao Alliance's resources. The Tao Alliance had been established in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for many years, and its foundation was still very deep. First, Chenzong received 500 Cosmos God crystals, which was quite good. Next, Chenzong received 10 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pills, which were standard pills of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Although they were standard pills, they were still expensive. There were some pills in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court that were standardized pills. Just like the 9 Heavens set, they looked ordinary but were in fact extraordinary. The effect of the 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pill was to aid one's cultivation. Previously, when Chenzong had become a 5th Heaven True Disciple, he had received 10 pills. Every 10 years, Chenzong would receive another 10 pills. Similarly, when one became a first-grade Earth Tao disciple of the Tao Alliance, one would also receive 10 pills every 10 years. When Chenzong joined Primordial, it was the same. Of course, Primordial was different. When Chenzong joined Primordial, although he was an official member, he was only an ordinary member, equivalent to a 3rd-grade Earth disciple of the Tao Alliance. The resources enjoyed by the highest-ranking members of Primal Origin were much better. Come to think of it, their normal official members would be able to enter Mount Wuwang and the World of Refinement once more. This was something that other factions could not compare to. Therefore, the further one progressed, the more obvious the gap became. Spirit Focus Realm is fine, but in the Divine Manifestation Realm, if one does not have extraordinary talent, the gap between them and the 4 Void races and the Origin race will be further widened. These were Lin Ming's words, and he deeply understood them. The Tao Alliance had been established for many years, and its foundation was very deep. With the continuous efforts and contributions of the Tao Alliance's ancestors, there were some opportunities in the Tao Alliance. Perhaps they were not as good as the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, but they were still very useful to those in the Spirit Focus Realm and Divine Manifestation Realm. Even those in the 4th realm could benefit greatly from them. As a first-grade Earth disciple of the Tao Alliance, Chenzong was qualified to enjoy most of the opportunities. Those that he could not enjoy were limited by his cultivation level. Once his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would be qualified to enjoy them. To be precise, Lin Ming was Chenzong's guide. He was the one who had taken a fancy to Chenzong and strongly recommended Chenzong. Naturally, as the one who brought Chenzong into the Tao Alliance, he was responsible for guiding Qianzong and familiarizing him with everything in the Tao Alliance. This is the scripture repository of our Tao Alliance. The cultivation techniques and secret techniques stored within it were either collected or created by the seniors of our Tao Alliance. Besides that, there are also some miscellaneous notes and cultivation experiences. Lin Ming pointed at an azure tower that was 100 meters tall within the Tao Alliance and said, "When you practice the sword, you can choose sword techniques from there. Those sword techniques are all closely related to the Ninefold True Sword. The Ninefold True Sword of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court is the foundation, the best sword technique to forge a foundation for. It is also an extremely good close combat technique. Therefore, you must not be careless and must grasp its mysteries. Once you break through to the divine manifestation realm, you will be able to practice even more profound and powerful martial arts. As for martial arts manuals, it's enough to choose one of the 3 supreme martial arts manuals of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There's no need to pay attention to the others. If it's a secret technique, you can choose one. It's up to you." After his explanation, Qianzong did not immediately enter the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Instead, he continued to follow Lin Ming. That's the Enlightenment Tower. It can't be compared to the refinement world of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, but it's not bad for you guys. You don't need to reach the divine manifestation realm to enter. You can enter now, Lin Ming said with a smile. After bringing Qianzong around the Tao Alliance, Lin Ming left and let Qianzong act on his own. Qianzong immediately headed towards the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. It looked like an illusion, but it also seemed to be real. It was very mysterious. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was 100 meters tall, but it had 5 floors. Each floor was about 20 meters tall. The first floor was filled with miscellaneous notes. There were many of them. Qianzong glanced through them. Some of these notes were some experiences, some of them were local customs, and some of them were records of information. Then, Qianzong walked towards the second floor. The second floor was filled with some cultivation techniques, sword techniques, and secret techniques. Apart from that, there were also cultivation experiences left behind by predecessors. After wandering around, Qianzong didn't find anything, so he walked up to the third floor. A first-grade Earth Realm Tao disciple could enter the third floor at most. The third floor also contained cultivation techniques, sword techniques, secret techniques, and cultivation experiences. There were fewer of them than the second floor, but the level was higher. Similarly, Qianzong slowly walked around, carefully looking and searching. Then, he took out an ancient book. He didn't know what material it was made of. It seemed a little rough, but it felt comfortable in his hand. The cultivation techniques, sword techniques, secret techniques, and so on were all in the form of books. The Mystery of Slowness of the Ninefold True Sword. Looking at the words on the cover of the book, Qianzong read. Then, he opened it. A paragraph of text entered his eyes. It was a description of the Ninefold True Sword, and so on, and then the mystery of it. He flipped it open again. Apart from the text, there was also an image. The image was of a white-robed man holding a sword. It was vivid and lifelike. On every page, the white-robed man was practicing with a sword. When combined together, it was a sword technique. Sword techniques and sword techniques were the names of the universe and the void. They were the same in essence. Soon, Qianzong was immersed in it. It was as if he saw a white-robed man holding a sword and practicing a sword technique in front of him. It was the Ninefold True Sword. However, every sword was very slow. The second sword was slower than the first, and the third sword was even slower. However, Qianzong found that although the sword technique was very slow, there was a terrible power condensed in every sword, as if it was accumulating power. Yes, it was accumulating power. The slower it was, the more power it accumulated, and the stronger the power it would explode in the end. The effect of this kind of meditation was not as good as the one in the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Hall. There was a big difference. However, Qianzong's comprehension was amazing. With the help of the 5 intents, he quickly understood part of the mystery. Not in a hurry to continue, Qianzong put the book back and looked at other things. The mystery of Ninefold True Sword, the mystery of Ninefold True Sword's sharpness, the mystery of Ninefold True Sword's swiftness, the mystery of ninefold true sword slowness, the mystery of ninefold true sword, the mystery of ninefold true sword. Chenzong found more than 30 mysteries of ninefold true sword. Chenzong's eyes lit up. I have understood the mystery of speed, mystery of edge, and mystery of sharpness. Chenzong said to himself, however, I can still observe it. The other mysteries are worth my time. The ninefold true sword was the basic sword technique of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was not enough to master one or two mysteries of the basic martial arts. Because it was too simple, it would be easy to be seen through and targeted in a fight with an expert. However, if one could master more mysteries and use them together, there would be more moves, and it would be harder to see through and target. Moreover, the more mysteries one mastered, the more advanced martial arts one would practice in the future, the more solid the foundation would be, and the easier it would be. Chenzong was not in a hurry to choose. He continued to read. In addition to swordsmanship, Chenzong paid attention to the body refining technique. He wanted to see if he could find a powerful body refining technique that was comparable to the annihilation force of the ninth heaven breath gale. However, Chenzong did not find it after a round of searching. He then turned to the secret techniques. Since he could not use the supreme Lingwu technique, what he could use was the secret technique of heart flame from the heavenly palace of will. It burned the power of the mind to increase one's strength and speed. Secret techniques of the same type could not be used at the same time. Therefore, Chenzong did not need a secret technique that could increase one's strength and speed. After all, the secret technique of heart flame was closely related to the 33 heavens of will. The higher the level of cultivation, the more obvious the improvement would be. However, what the secret technique of heart flame increased was the strength and speed of the body, not the overall strength and speed. Therefore, it did not have a big impact on one's strength. Of course, if there was a secret technique that could increase one's strength and speed, Chenzong would definitely not let it go. Unfortunately, after a round of searching, there were secret techniques that could increase one's strength and speed. However, there was only one secret technique that could increase one's strength and speed at the same time. After searching for a long time, Chenzong finally chose a secret technique called Lightning Force. This was an enhancement secret technique. After mastering it, one would be able to condense lightning force in one's body. It could be integrated into one's divine power to strengthen one's divine power and thus increase one's strength. Next, Chenzong chose a book of cultivation experience. It was a book called Mo Wui Sword Practice Experience. Finally, Chenzong finished his selection. Secret Technique Lightning Force, Mo Wui Sword Practice Experience, 4 sword techniques. 3 of them were fast, sharp, acute, and the 4th was slow. Moreover, Chenzong could take it away directly. Speaking of which, there were very few Earth-level Dao disciples in this 5th Heaven Dao Alliance Branch Palace. After all, Earth-level Dao disciples were at the Spirit Condensation Realm and the Dao Alliance was made up of the human race. The highest level of the human race came from the 2nd sequence void. There were very few humans who could achieve a 4th level evaluation in the trial grounds. There were very few humans who could achieve a 5th level evaluation. At least in the past 100 years, Chenzong was the first human prodigy to achieve a 5th level evaluation. Although there was a chance to increase one's disciple level in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it was not an easy task. Because there were very few of them, Chenzong could make a better choice. After selecting the secret sword techniques and cultivation experience, Chenzong left the sutra depository. Looking back, the scripture depository still looked like an illusion, but just now, he had really stepped into it and picked out the sword techniques, secret techniques, and so on, and even brought them out. Chenzong could not understand such a method. At least for now, he could not understand it. The difference between their levels was too big. Dao Enlightenment Tower. Staring at the illusion of the sutra depository, Chenzong narrowed his eyes. I will go to the Dao Enlightenment Tower after I have comprehended the secret sword techniques that I have obtained. Chenzong left the Dao Alliance and returned to the Heart Sword Peak. After informing Jiao Yi, he entered the secret room in the Heart Sword Palace and continued his closed-door cultivation. This time, Chenzong did not immediately cultivate the secret sword techniques or the secret sword techniques. Instead, he picked up the Book of Cultivation Experience. Mo Wui Sword Cultivation Experience, From the name, it seemed to be the insights and experiences of a cultivator named Mo Wui who practiced the sword. When Qinzong looked at the 7 words, he felt a mysterious feeling. It was as if the sword qi was lingering around it. It was as if the 7 words were written with the profoundness of swordsmanship. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong opened Mo Wuyi's sword practice book and started to read it carefully. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. Every word gave Qinzong the feeling that it contained countless sword qi and mysteries of swordsmanship. It was unfathomable and every word was like a gem. Soon, Qinzong was immersed in the various mysteries recorded in the sword practice experience and forgot about everything else. This was like a guide. It was as if an expert in the way of the sword was explaining the mysteries of the way of the sword. Mo Wui's insights on sword practice were not about sword techniques, but just his understanding of sword practice. However, the benefits it brought to Qinzong were obvious. The sword techniques of the universe and the sword techniques of the void had different names, but they were the same in essence. They were common. Other than sword practice insights, there was also Mo Wui's understanding and elaboration of the way of the sword. The first page talked about Mo Wui's background. He came from a second-order void. He loved swords since young and was very talented in sword practice. After he had the chance to enter the universe, he made use of the environment of the universe to further improve his way of the sword. Mo Wui explained the difference between the way of the sword in the void and the way of the sword in the universe. The way of the sword in the void was basically the way of the sword. For example, the illusory way of the sword that Mo Wui had originally comprehended. However, Mo Wui knew that there were thousands of ways of the sword. Although there were many differences, the way of the sword was only a part of the way of the sword. The way of the sword was the most refined and pure. The other ways of the sword were not pure. Impure ways of the sword were just unorthodox ways, not the great way of the sword, not the true way of the sword. The way of the sword was pure and refined. This sentence made Qinzong's heart skip a beat. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. The way of the sword was pure and refined. If that was the case, his way of the sword was on the wrong path. Perhaps it was not the wrong path. It was just limited by the environment of the void. It was not as complete as the universe. However, since he had entered the universe and knew about a more profound path, Qinzong would not ignore it. Not long after, Qinzong finished reading Mo Wui's insights on sword practice. Every word was deeply imprinted in his mind. He closed the book and closed his eyes. Qinzong started to meditate. The way of the sword was pure and refined. If that was the case, my way of the sword of the heart was on the wrong path. According to what Senior Mo Wui said, an impure sword Dao is a minor Dao. It doesn't have enough essence, and it doesn't have enough potential. It's easier to get started at the beginning, and it's faster to display its might. However, it's hard to cultivate to the end. Mo Wui used his own sword Dao as an example. That was the illusory sword Dao. It was a sword Dao that combined the illusory Dao and the sword Dao. However, it only contained a small portion of the Dao and its potential was limited. The illusory sword Dao can be divided into the illusory sword Dao and the illusory sword Dao. According to this, my heart sword Dao can be divided into heart Dao and sword Dao. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I've mastered 3 Daos? Qinzong's eyes shone brightly. In the void, every cultivator could only master 1 Dao. However, because he took a risk and cultivated both Qi cultivation and body refinement at the same time, he managed to master 2 Daos. And now, there was hope for him to master another one. Although mastering more Daos wasn't necessarily a good thing, if he could master 1 more Dao and it was still within his control, it would be beneficial for his future development. The power of Dao could be stacked, strengthened, and even fused. Although he couldn't do it now, he might be able to do it in the future. The superposition and integration were different than that of the illusory sword principle and the heart sword principle. That method was just a small part of the 2 kinds of Daos. It was very partial and incomplete. In that case, the next step would be to separate his heart sword Dao into heart Dao and sword Dao. Fortunately, the method to separate them was recorded in the sword cultivation experience. This saved Qinzong the time to figure it out slowly. Now, I'll start to separate them so that the heart sword Dao can become a complete heart Dao and sword Dao, Qinzong thought to himself and started to cultivate. This method of separation wasn't difficult and wasn't dangerous. It was just time-consuming. Time passed slowly. In addition to dividing the heart sword Dao, Qianzong also cultivated the Yin Thunder Force and comprehended the 9 real swordsmanship. Among them, Qianzong had already comprehended the mystery of speed and mystery of sharpness. Moreover, the mystery of sharpness and the mystery of sharpness were directly comprehended together. The 12th sword level was the limit that Qianzong could reach at the moment. It would be very difficult for him to improve further. The mystery of sharpness was in cutting, while the mystery of sharpness was in penetrating. What Qianzong focused on comprehending was the mystery of slowness. Because speed could be fast or slow. Only when both were combined would it be complete speed. Pure speed was only speed, but its power was limited. However, the mystery of slowness was that although it was slow, it focused on accumulating power. The slower it was, the more power it accumulated. If speed and slowness were combined, when the sword was drawn, it could be fast or slow. It could even be completely combined into the mystery of speed. Not only could it display extremely fast swordsmanship, but it could also accumulate great power. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Qianzong had basically grasped the mystery of slowness of the 9 real swords. He had also successfully deduced the 12th sword. However, it was still a little difficult to truly combine it with the mystery of speed. After all, Qianzong had comprehended the mystery of sharpness separately. He had comprehended the mystery of sharpness together from the beginning. As for the cultivation of the Yin Thunder Force, the progress was relatively slow. This Yin Thunder Force was divided into 3 levels. When the first level was mastered, it could increase the attack power by 10% with the impact of the Thunderbolt Force. When the second level was mastered, it could increase the attack power by 20%. When the third level was mastered, it could increase the attack power by 30%. This kind of increase could be continuously increased. It was the same as the power cultivated by oneself. It was not the kind of explosive power that could only be used a few times or maintained for a short period of time. However, the cultivation of the Yin Thunder Force required absorbing the power of thunderbolts and condensing it in the body. If I go to the Thunder Palace of the 9 Great Holy Palaces, I should be able to cultivate it faster with the help of the environment there. Qianzong thought to himself. After becoming a first-grade earthly Tao disciple of the Tao Alliance, Qianzong enjoyed the highest level of cultivation. Naturally, the time he could enter the 9 Great Holy Palaces also increased. Originally, he could enter the 9 Great Holy Palaces every 10 years. Now, he could enter the 9 Great Holy Palaces for 2 years. Of course, the Tao Alliance was unable to obtain the rights to enter the 9 Great Holy Palaces. Only Primordial, the Demon Palace, and the other 3 great powers were qualified. Moreover, even the Demon Palace and the other 3 great powers only had a small share of the 9 Great Holy Palaces. Among the 9 Great Holy Palaces, the Tao Alliance was at the bottom. The 3 Great Holy Palaces did not have the right to interfere. Only the 9 Great Holy Palaces could. However, only first-grade Tao disciples were qualified to enjoy the benefits. Not all of them. Originally, I planned to use that time in the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Hall. Now, I have to split a portion of my time in the Thunder Palace. Qianzong thought to himself. He immediately came out of seclusion and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. The Thunder Palace was located in a vast expanse of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. With the power of the Thunder Soul, Qianzong entered the Thunder Palace. He felt the strong aura and power of the lightning and began to cultivate the Yin Thunder Force. In just one day, Qianzong successfully cultivated the first level of the Yin Thunder Force. He condensed a grey thunderbolt in his body, which was like a shadow. Of course, this was also related to Qianzong's cultivation in the past half a year. He was only missing the last step. Qianzong continued to cultivate, trying to break through the second level. The second level was even more difficult. It took him a whole month to cultivate it. He continued to cultivate the third level. Half a year. Qianzong spent half a year to completely cultivate the Yin Thunder Force. A sword broke through the air. Within the sword light, a grey light flashed like a thunderbolt and pierced through the void. Sure enough, the same amount of energy is consumed. After using the Yin Thunder Force, the power has indeed increased a lot. Chen Zong thought to himself. In this way, his strength had been further improved. The third level of the Yin Thunder Force increased the attack power by 30%. Although it was not a lot, it could be used continuously. It was the same as his cultivation power. As for those that could increase their strength even more, they were either secret techniques that were rarer and more advanced, or secret techniques that were more explosive. Since he had cultivated the third level of the Yin Thunder Force, Chen Zong did not waste any time and quickly left the Thunder Palace. However, Chen Zong did not return. Instead, he went through the Realm Gate to the Hurricane Palace. He wanted to use the environment there to cultivate the Annihilation Force. For the first level, Chen Zong was still at the entry level and had not reached the small success stage. He wanted to see if he could use the environment of the Hurricane Palace to reach the small success stage within half a year. If he succeeded, his cultivation power would be even stronger and his overall strength would also increase. Half a year passed. When the time came, Chen Zong had no choice but to leave the Hurricane Palace. However, he was happy that the first level of the Annihilation Force had finally broken through the entry level and reached the small success stage. The power of the Cool Breeze Force had doubled. Of course, this did not mean that Chen Zong's attack power had doubled. After all, the Cool Breeze Force was only a part of the attack power, not all of it. However, Chen Zong's attack power had increased by at least 30%. With my current strength, if I want to defeat the 3 origin race people from more than a year ago, I shouldn't need to use the Sword World. Chen Zong said to himself. After all, after more than a year, his strength had improved significantly. As for now, it was hard to say. After all, he was improving and so were others. The only difference was the speed of improvement. Originally, Chen Zong had thought that after he defeated the 3 origin race members, other origin race members would come looking for trouble with him and get back at him. However, after more than a year had passed, and Chen Zong didn't care too much about it. Even if the origin race people did come looking for him, it would just be a battle. Even if he lost, it was just a loss. It was nothing. Chen Zong was very open-minded when it came to winning and losing. It was normal to lose when one's strength was inferior. He just had to work hard and cultivate to catch up. After leaving the Realm Gate Mountain, Chen Zong did not return to the Heartsword Peak. Instead, he went to the Dao Union. This time, Chen Zong planned to enter the Dao Enlightenment Tower to comprehend and cultivate properly. He had already reached the point where he could no longer improve in the Yuan underworld realm. At the very least, if he was in the void, but after entering the universe, he realized that even if his cultivation base reached its limit, he could still continue to improve because of cultivation techniques, sword techniques, and so on. If this was known by the cultivators in the void, who knew how shocked they would be. At the same time, while Chen Zong was heading to the Dao Union, 7th Wu found an origin race person who had just come out of seclusion in the Origin Division Hall. Big brother, please help me, 7th Wu said directly to the origin race person. An origin tribesman wants to challenge me. Chen Zong was slightly surprised when he received the message from Jiaoyi. But it seems like it's been a while. Chen Zong had expected to be challenged, but he didn't expect it to be more than a year later. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the challenger could only be a disciple of the same generation. In other words, it couldn't be a disciple of the previous generation challenging a disciple of the current generation. That would be against the rules. After all, the previous generation entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court earlier and cultivated for a longer time, so they were usually stronger. But on the other hand, if a disciple of the current generation was brave enough and strong enough, he could challenge a disciple of the previous generation. Coincidentally, Chen Zong met Lin Ming. What's the name of the origin tribesman who wants to challenge you? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Shi Zhang, Chen Zong replied. It's him. Lin Ming immediately frowned. Without waiting for Chen Zong to ask, he took the initiative to say, Shi Zhang is considered one of the most outstanding people among this batch of origin clan members. A year ago, he had already passed the 3rd level of the Battle Tower. In terms of strength, he should be ranked in the top 10 among this batch of disciples. 3rd level of the Battle Tower, top 10. Chen Zong couldn't help but look serious. Chen Zong had challenged the battle tower once before, but was defeated in 2 strikes on the first level. Now, Chen Zong was confident that he could pass the first level, but the second level would be more difficult. As for how difficult it would be, he hadn't tried it yet, so he wasn't sure. As for the third level, the difficulty would increase again. Chen Zong was confident about the first level. He wasn't sure about the second level, but it might be possible. As for the third level, based on his current strength, Chen Zong didn't feel confident about it. When is Xi Zhang's challenge? Lin Ming asked again. 10 days later, Chen Zong said. Well, it's okay. Xi Zhang is very strong, there is no doubt about it. The Origin people have a very obvious innate advantage, and this is something that we humans can't compare with, Lin Ming said. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter, as long as he is not afraid to fight. In other words, Lin Ming was not optimistic about Chen Zong's chances either. After all, the West staff was very strong, much stronger than Qi Wu and the other Origin clansmen. Oh right, do you have any questions about your cultivation? Lin Ming changed the topic. He was a 4th realm cultivator after all, while Chen Zong was only at the 2nd realm. The gap between the 2nd realm and the 4th realm was not so easy to bridge. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a 2nd realm cultivator was, even if they were strong enough to rival a weaker 3rd realm cultivator, they would still be like ants in front of a 4th realm cultivator like you. Senior Lin Ming, I have some questions about body refining, Chen Zong said immediately. Body refining? I've never dabbled in it, nor have I deliberately tried to understand it. Even though Lin Ming was surprised that Chen Zong would ask about the Tao of body refinement, he still replied. However, if you need it, I can recommend you to our Tao Alliance's protector Tai Zhongling. He mainly cultivates in body refinement and has extraordinary attainments. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior, Chen Zong said immediately. Okay, but Tai Zhongling has been away for a while, and it will be a while before he returns. I'll recommend him to you then, Lin Ming said with a nod and a smile. After bidding farewell to Lin Ming, Chen Zong headed to the Tower of Enlightenment. From the outside, the Tower of Enlightenment looked like an illusion, but after entering, it was as if it was real, and there was no difference at all. It was very strange. Chen Zong wanted to comprehend the way of the sword, so he stepped into the room with the word sword carved on it. The room was very spacious, and there was only a praying mat that emitted bits of silver light. On the wall, there was a picture scroll. Chen Zong stepped into the room and carefully observed it. The praying mat was somewhat gorgeous, but other than that, he couldn't feel anything else. The picture scroll hanging on the wall also looked very ordinary. It was white with a few black marks on it, as if someone had casually scribbled on it. Chen Zong looked at the 4 words above the picture scroll and read them aloud, 9 sword picture. But he didn't understand what they meant. Immediately, Chen Zong walked to the praying mat and sat down. His whole body seemed to sink into it, and he became one with the praying mat. A very strange feeling arose spontaneously, and traces of a cool aura spread out from his body. It was like a myriad of streams returning to their origin, and flowed into his spirit sea. All distracting thoughts disappeared in an instant, and they were replaced by a feeling of clarity. An incomparably clear feeling spread out. His mind was clear, and his thoughts were unobstructed. A thought was like an aurora or lightning. With this strange feeling, Chen Zong glanced at the picture scroll in front of him. In an instant, he felt that the picture scroll had changed greatly. The few black ink scratches on it seemed to come alive in an instant, wriggling like dragons and snakes. With the white background, it seemed to have transformed into a part of the world in an instant. The few ink scratches were like dragons and snakes dancing, and the wisps of aura emitted an amazing sharpness. Sword Qi. The ink dragons and snakes seemed to be condensed by the sword Qi. Each wisp contained a kind of unfathomable mystery, and Chen Zong couldn't help but be immersed in it. It was as if Chen Zong had transformed into an ink dragon snake at that instant. He wandered about wantonly in that white world, patrolling in all directions. Chen Zong forgot everything, including himself. Like a dragon, he was unrestrained and carefree. In the beginning, the ink dragon and snake that Chen Zong had turned into was very small and thin. However, as it continued to wander, wisps of sword Qi were born out of thin air and constantly condensed, causing the ink dragon and snake to continue to condense and grow. They became stronger and more majestic, gradually approaching the size of the other ink dragons and snakes. Every wisp of sword chi in the ink dragon and snake was gradually transformed from Qianzong's accumulation on the way of the sword since he embarked on the path of cultivation. This was a kind of polishing, a kind of aggregation, and a kind of transformation that removed the impurities and retained the essences. The transformation was carried out unconsciously. Qianzong himself didn't know because he was completely immersed in this enlightenment. After an unknown amount of time, the ink dragon and snake grew to their maximum size. They let out a series of resounding roars that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Wisps of sword chi surged around their bodies, as if they were going to tear everything apart. In the next moment, the ink dragon and snake suddenly exploded, turning into countless wisps of sword chi that pierced through the air and suddenly dissipated into the white world. His consciousness also returned in an instant. Qianzong's body shook unconsciously, and he instantly woke up. After his consciousness returned, Qianzong was still immersed in the aftertaste for a while before he truly woke up. Once he woke up, Qianzong felt that he was different. In his body, there was an additional force. In other words, the way of the sword of the heart had been successfully separated into the complete way of the heart and way of the sword. It was equivalent to having an additional force of the great way. Way of the heart, way of the sword. Everything was complete. Then, as Qianzong's thoughts moved, the power of the way of the heart and the way of the sword instantly overlapped, and their power increased by a lot. Indeed, it's as Mo Wui said. Qianzong was secretly excited, and his eyes shone brightly. Overlapping and merging the way of the great way was something that many cultivators wanted. However, the prerequisite was that one had to comprehend at least 2 great ways and master the power of 2 great ways. Most cultivators only comprehended and mastered 1 great way. Naturally, there was no need to talk about overlapping or merging. Previously in the trial ground, Mo Luogu overlapped the power of 2 great ways, and his power had also increased significantly. In terms of absolute power, he had surpassed Qianzong. When he merged the power of 2 great ways into the power of dark destruction, its power increased exponentially. Qianzong had been thinking about how to overlap the power of 2 great ways that he possessed. However, it was very difficult. It felt as if 2 tigers could not live on the same mountain. The demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe could do it because of their racial talents. Now, he could do it too. Overlapping the power of the way of heart and the power of the way of the sword. According to Mo Wui, I can overlap the power of the way of the heart and the power of the way of the sword because they were originally one, but now they are separated, Qianzong said to himself, but I can't merge them because they were not complete when they were one. 2 types of great Tao power superimposed, the power multiplied. In other words, Qianzong's strength increased by several times from the original foundation. The increase from the 3rd level of the Yin Thunder Force and the initial success of the 1st level of the Annihilation Force of the 9 Heaven Breath Gale. Now, it was the combination of the 2 great ways. The total increase of 90%? No, that was not the case. The 30% increase from the 3rd level of the Yin Thunder Force was closely related to one's original attack power. After achieving the initial success of the Clear Wind Force, Qianzong's attack power had increased by a lot. Naturally, the 30% increase would be more. The same was true for the increase from the power of the way. Therefore, in terms of attack power, Qianzong had definitely increased by more than 2 times compared to before. The effect of a 10% increase or decrease in attack power was still very obvious, not to mention a doubling of the attack power. It was like the impact of 50 kilograms of force and 200 kilograms of force. They were 2 different levels. Has it been 5 days? Qianzong recovered from his surprise and realized that there were still 5 days before the battle with the original tribe member, Xizhang. Then in these 5 days, I will meditate and improve myself as much as possible. Qianzong thought to himself. He immediately left the Enlightenment Tower and went to the Sutra Depository. Firstly, he wanted to return the secret swordsmanship and cultivation experience that he had borrowed. Secondly, he wanted to choose other swordsmanship and master more of the mysteries of the 9 stacks true sword. When the way of the sword of the heart was separated into the complete way of the heart and the way of the sword became pure. Chen Zong felt that it might be easier for him to comprehend swordsmanship. This time, Chen Zong borrowed 2 swordsmanships from the Sutra Depository. They were the mysteries of the 9 stacks true sword, the mysteries of hardness and the mysteries of softness. When these 2 swordsmanships were cultivated to the extreme, they could be combined to combine hardness and softness. With the mysteries of the 2 swordsmanships, Chen Zong quickly left the Taoist Union and returned to the Heart Sword Peak. He went straight into the Heart Sword Palace and began to meditate. As soon as he meditated, Chen Zong was delighted. Double, compared to before, the effect of meditating had doubled. Under the 10 intents of mind, the efficiency was really amazing. Even Chen Zong was shocked. There were 6 origin race members in the death arena. There were also other races, such as the Demon Tribe and the Celestial Tribe. There were more than 20 of them in total. It was obvious that one of the 6 origin race members was the leader. That origin race member had his hands behind his back, and his expression was arrogant. The other 5 origin race members stood to the side as if they were supporting him. It was as if they were the stars surrounding the moon. Why isn't that human here yet? 7th Wu frowned and said angrily. Maybe he's scared. Maybe he heard about Big Brother Xi Zhang's reputation and felt that he was no match for him. He's afraid of losing and doesn't dare to come. The origin race members discussed animatedly. The others were also discussing in secret. Don't worry. A day hasn't passed yet. Xi Zhang looked calm and relaxed. He did not show any signs of impatience. In the evening, when the origin race members were getting more and more impatient, Chen Zong finally arrived. Human, you still dare to come? 7th Wu mocked as soon as he saw Chen Zong. Sorry, I was delayed by my cultivation. Chen Zong ignored the 7th Wu. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the leader of the origin clansmen. He clasped his sword and bowed as he spoke in a sincere tone. It's okay. Since you're here, let's start. Xi Zhang smiled and replied unhurriedly. When he found out that Chen Zong had defeated 3 members of the origin race in a row, he was very surprised. As for defeating people from other races, he didn't care because other races couldn't compare to the origin race in terms of innate ability. In the universe, only the powerful origin race could be innately comparable to the origin race. This was also the reason why he agreed to 7th Wu's challenge to Chen Zong. Otherwise, how could a human from the 3rd sequence void be qualified to fight with him? Everyone quickly retreated to the edge of the death arena but did not leave. This was because Xi Zhang was the one who initiated the challenge. He had the right to decide whether or not to spectate. It seemed that he intended to let others spectate. Chen Zong could not interfere with this. Let's fight. Traces of aura emanated from Xi Zhang's body. The aura was pure and vigorous, just like the aura of the 9 Heavens 1000 condensation technique. However, it was much purer and more vigorous than the aura of the origin clan member that he had defeated earlier. First stage, this West staff had at least cultivated the first layer of the 9 Heavens 10,000 essence condensation technique to the great success stage. It was not that easy to break through a small realm in a supreme art. After breaking through, the difference in strength was still very obvious. This Xi Zhang was a disciple who had entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court at the same time as him. However, compared to the 7 Wu and the other 2, he was much stronger. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's sword intent surged, and a sharp aura spread out. Chen Zong wasn't sure how strong he was now, but he was sure that he was much stronger than when he was still in the void. Although he was still in the same realm, he was definitely much stronger than when he was still in the void. If the current him were to fight the past him, he would only need a single sword strike to kill him. Xi Zhang flipped his hand and took out a dark golden staff. A powerful aura spread out and filled the surroundings, as if it wanted to repel and crush everything. With the staff in his hand, Shi Guang's aura was suffocating, and it also gave Chen Zong a strong pressure. Let's fight. Xi Zhang suddenly lifted the long staff, and a terrifying aura burst out in an instant, like a surging sea. It was vast and mighty, and it impacted everything. Boom, Xi Zhang took a step forward, and as his foot landed, his boundless aura gushed forth like a surging tide. The oppressive pressure caused Chen Zong to feel suffocated. Soon after, the dark golden long staff also smashed down with a loud bang. This strike carried a terrifying force, and it was as if it wanted to smash Chen Zong into pieces with the force of a landslide and tsunami. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. Like a sword, Chen Zong swept out like a gust of wind. He became one with his sword, and his sword was unsheathed. With a flash of extremely sharp sword light, it was as if it could tear everything apart, and it went against the current. Chen Zong's initial success in the clear wind force made his speed faster, and his sword sharper. In addition, the heart sword principle was divided into the complete heart sword principle and the sword principle. The pure sword principle did not have the mystery of the past, but because of its purity, its sharpness was also enhanced. The sword principle's sharpness was determined from its structure. Since the sword principle was the sword principle, it naturally focused on sharpness. The sword carried a strong and mighty force. It directly struck out, and it collided with the dark golden staff without fear. Stupid! How dare you confront Brother Xizhang head-on? The three Origin tribesmen sneered. They had fought Chen Zong more than once, and they naturally knew what Chen Zong was good at. The annihilation force of the Nine Heaven Breath Gale focused on speed and sharpness, but it was not good at strength. Although the 9 Heaven Thousand Essence condensation technique did not focus on strength, its power was vigorous and pure, and its power was not ordinary. Moreover, a weapon like the staff was better at confronting force with force. Therefore, Chen Zong chose to confront Xizhang head-on. In their eyes, it was indeed a stupid thing to do. What they did not know was that Chen Zong did this as an experiment, because the mystery contained in this sword was the mystery of hardness. The mystery of hardness was best at confronting force with force. In the blink of an eye, the dark golden staff struck down with a majestic force, and Chen Zong's sword broke through the air. It was incomparably strong, and it collided directly with Xizhang's sword. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt the long sword in his hand tremble violently. The body of the sword bent in an instant. The frightening and direct power was incomparably vigorous and pure. It directly passed through the body of the sword and struck him, causing the wrist that was holding the sword to tremble. Instantly, it became numb. His arm also felt as though it was about to break. If Chen Zong had not refined his body and had a strong physique, he would have been seriously injured by this blow. The staff paused and bounced back. I can't believe he blocked it. West's staff was secretly surprised. He was very clear about the power of his staff. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The staff that had been bounced up suddenly fell down again. The interval was very short, and the second blow fell down. Chen Zong's expression changed. He waved his sword again, but this time, the aura of the sword was completely different. The mystery of softness was not suitable for confronting force with force, but it could lead and weaken the opponent. Chen Zong exerted the mystery of softness to the extreme, causing the falling dark golden staff to deviate slightly. Then, the sword suddenly burst out at an astonishing speed. It was extremely fast, and the mystery of speed was clearly displayed. The sword was like a flash of lightning, breaking through the air in an instant. Xizhang was secretly shocked, but he did not lose his composure. In an instant, he operated the staff at will and suddenly raised it up, and then stabbed it toward Chen Zong. It burst out a terrible and direct power like a dragon out of the water. Facing Chen Zong's sword, Xizhang did not have the slightest intention of resisting. Instead, he wanted to exchange injury for injury, and life for life. But Xizhang was confident. Although Chen Zong's sword was fast and its power was not weak, it might not be able to kill him. After all, Chen Zong's protective power was very strong, and his own staff was very powerful. Once it hit Chen Zong, it would explode in an instant and directly kill Chen Zong, or at least severely injure him. Xizhang's killing method was very shocking, and it surprised Chen Zong. It was not at all comparable to Qi Wu and the other original clansmen. For this staff, Chen Zong could only retreat or block it with his sword. No matter what, he could not continue to attack Xizhang, unless he really wanted to exchange injury for injury. When the staff came crashing down, Chen Zong could keenly feel the power contained in it. It was so shocking that it could seriously injure him. At this critical moment, Chen Zong took a step back and put some distance between them. At this distance, the staff could still hit Chen Zong, but it would weaken some of its power. At the same time, Chen Zong's sword changed in an instant. It changed from the mystery of speed to the mystery of strength, and slashed directly at the staff. The moment the long sword hit the staff, it immediately changed into the mystery of softness, dissipating the power, guiding it, and slightly deflecting it. In addition to the mystery of softness, Chenzong also integrated the mystery of slowness. The mystery of softness could guide and dissipate the power, while the mystery of slowness could take advantage of the opportunity to accumulate power. Then, it changed into the mystery of speed, and he attacked again. Because of the mystery of slowness, this sword was not only fast, but also powerful. Retreat, without hesitation, Xizhang retreated in an instant. Because he felt a threat from this sword, an obvious threat. It might not be able to kill him, but it was enough to injure him and affect his ability to exert his strength. What really surprised Xizhang was Chenzong's reaction to his attack. It was completely beyond his expectations, and it also showed Chenzong's amazing ability to adapt in the face of danger. This ability was closely related to not only talent, but also acquired experience. Amazing, even Xizhang was amazed. For a moment, he was full of fighting spirit. If he had only been curious when he fought with Chenzong earlier, then now, he was filled with a real fighting spirit. The fighting spirit that was bursting out caused Xizhang's aura to soar several times in an instant. "Human, you are qualified to make me use all my strength." Xizhang's voice became more and more vigorous. It turned out that Xizhang had only used part of his strength, while Chenzong had used all his strength. Of course, this was without using the Yin Thunder Force, the superposition of the Way of Heart, and the full strength of Sword Principle. "All my strength?" Chenzong muttered to himself. His eyes became brighter and sharper. His body flashed, and he took a few steps forward, like a flash of lightning. He took the initiative to attack. His sword broke through the air, and a flash of gray lightning flashed in the sword light. Chenzong directly used the Yin Thunder Force, which made the power of the sword 30% stronger. The power increased by 30%, so the threat was naturally greater. However, Xizhang, who had used all his strength, did not dodge. Instead, he raised the dark golden long staff and smashed it down again. The moment the long staff smashed down, the body of the staff seemed to be bent. The heavy pressure pressed down in an instant, as if it could break the earth. Chenzong felt that under the staff, he would be smashed into pieces. The shadow of the staff was like a mountain, smashing everything. He could not block it. Chenzong knew that he wouldn't be able to block this strike. Even if he used superb skills, like just now, it would still be difficult to block it. This was because the power of this strike was too strong. He was afraid that his attack would be destroyed if he came into direct contact with it. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. Everyone, the 6 Dao's grandmother has passed away. The 6 Dao has to send her off tonight. Tomorrow's update will be late. Fight, fierce fight, incomparably fierce fight, with the West staff in his hand, every strike carried a majestic force. It was so powerful that it was as if a mountain was crushing everything. It posed a great threat to Chenzong. However, Chenzong was not afraid at all. He directly increased his speed to the extreme and activated the Yin Thunder Force. He even combined the power of the Path of Heart and the power of the Sword Principle. He went all out. Even so, Chenzong could not do anything to West staff. Instead, he kept dodging under West staff's attacks. He relied on his superb swordsmanship and rich combat experience to contend with West staff. That was how he managed to stay undefeated. So powerful. Chenzong could not help but be secretly surprised. This primitive named West staff was indeed too powerful. Although his combat experience was not as good as his adaptability was also inferior, and his martial arts were not as good as his swordsmanship. His strength was too strong. He was completely superior to Chenzong. He could suppress or even crush Chenzong in a head-on confrontation. This was the difference in strength. Chenzong was surprised, but he did not know that West staff was also very surprised. Although West staff did not use any secret techniques, he had already activated all of his strength. This kind of strength was very powerful, and when combined with his staff techniques, it was extremely powerful and could cover all directions. Even so, he still could not defeat his opponent. It was a tug of war. His opponent was extremely fast, but that was not the point, because he had encountered opponents with fast speed before. The point was that his opponent was very experienced in combat. His adaptability was amazing, and his swordsmanship was superb. His attainments in martial arts were not comparable to Weststaff. Excited, the more he fought the more excited Weststaff was. It was hard to imagine that this was a human from the third sequence void. On the contrary, he seemed to be a native of the universe. In terms of strength, this human is not as strong as me. I can use my strength to fight a war of attrition and exhaust him to death. As Xianxia attacked, he thought to himself, however, this is not the victory I want. What I want is an absolute victory, a crushing victory. Only then will I be satisfied. With a change of thought, an incomparably vigorous aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and the earth, as if the sea was flowing, impacting everything. It was incomparably tyrannical and shocking. Chen Zong's expression changed involuntarily. Secret technique. Xianxia activated a secret technique, and his power immediately increased explosively. Boom, another staff strike was launched. This time, it was like a dark golden mountain pressing down from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying force of billions of pounds, shattering everything. Pressure, the incomparably heavy pressure fell from the sky, suffocating Chen Zong. So powerful, very strong, compared to before, the power of this strike had increased by at least 50%, what a terrifying secret technique. Erupt, without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately ignited the heart fire. Under the 15 heart palaces, the heart fire immediately increased Chen Zong's strength and speed by 15%. Of course, this did not mean that Chen Zong's true strength and speed could be increased by 15%. After all, Chen Zong was using the strength of Qi refining Dao, so the increase in his body was limited. However, it still increased Chen Zong's overall strength by 30%. Retreat, the 30% increase in speed allowed Chen Zong to move even faster. He retreated rapidly, and at the same time, he raised his sword and slashed out a sword aura. The sword aura was shattered by the long staff. After the long staff fell, Xianxia's arms suddenly blasted forward with endless divine power. The impact was like a violent wave, destroying everything in its path. The power of this attack was too shocking. Moreover, it covered a large area. Chen Zong had to continue retreating. He pushed his speed to the extreme and quickly went around it, intending to face the attack from the side. However, Xianxia swung his long staff and rolled up a dark golden staff shadow, which roared with the power of 10,000 tons. It directly covered a large area. Unreasonable, this method was very unreasonable. It was meant to be suppressed. Slash! Chen Zong shouted in a low voice. He did not retreat this time. Instead, his body swayed, and he took small quick steps, activating the sharpness to the extreme. The mysterious 12th sword of the ninefold true sword of sharpness, kill, all the power was integrated into the sword. It directly slashed out, tearing apart the void and the oncoming staff shadow. With an irresistible force, the body and sword became one. He quickly rushed forward, approaching Xianxia in an astonishing and indomitable manner. Xianxia was secretly shocked by the sharpness. The sharpness under the pure sword Dao seemed to have received some kind of enhancement. Looks like I have no choice but to bring out my full strength. Xianxia suddenly shouted. What he said shocked everyone. The strength that he had displayed was already very terrifying. Seventh Wu and the other Origin people could not resist at all. Of course, they were also shocked by Chen Zong's strength. The speed of his improvement was much faster than theirs. Was he really a human from the third sequence void? Was he not an Origin person who had been mistaken? Hearing Xianxia's words, Chen Zong was also secretly shocked. However, he did not think that Xianxia was bluffing, because at that moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Xianxia's body. Vigorous, heavy, it was an aura that seemed to suppress everything. Its power was unparalleled. Chen Zong seemed to see a khaki-colored pattern appear behind Xianxia. It instantly sank into the dark golden staff in Xianxia's hand. The vigorous and heavy aura erupted in this way. Boom, the staff struck down. The staff seemed to have expanded from the thickness of an arm to 10 meters in an instant. It directly covered a large area. The dark golden color looked even more vigorous and heavy. When it struck down, it seemed to shatter everything and make the earth collapse. The impact of the staff's power doubled again. Doubled, it had doubled again, it was too terrifying. The staff's power had been increased by 50%, and now it had doubled again. The terrifying and direct power directly suppressed the void below. It was madly suppressed, like a loose cotton being directly squeezed into steel. Chenzong was also greatly suppressed. He was instantly restrained and could not move. Burst, although Chenzong immediately burst out and brandished his sharp sword to split the invisible pressure, the 10-meter-thick staff shadow had already bombarded him. In a hurry, Chenzong turned into a gust of wind and immediately squeezed out through the gap created by the sword. He immediately avoided the staff. When the staff landed, it stirred up an extremely violent wind and roared. The continuous waves were endless. The entire death battle arena was shaking. The spectators were even more horrified. "What is that?" someone exclaimed. Everyone had seen the khaki-colored pattern just now. "Dao pattern," Seventh Wu muttered to himself. Then, he was very excited. "Dao pattern. Brother Xizhang has condensed a Dao pattern. He is indeed the top genius of our origin tribe." The other two origin tribe members were also very excited and surprised. Only those who have reached the third realm can truly comprehend Dao patterns. It is extremely difficult to comprehend the second realm. There are only 3 of us in this batch of origin tribe disciples. Now, Brother Xizhang is one more. Under the Dao pattern, Xizhang's strength was pushed to the extreme. It was extremely terrifying. The power of each staff strike was extremely terrifying. It gave people the feeling that they would be injured if they touched it. Chenzong could only use his speed to the extreme. After dodging, he activated Sword World. However, under Sword World, the sword light condensed and could not get close to Xizhang. Instead, it was shattered again and again. His strength was not as vigorous as Xizhang's. Under the constant consumption, he gradually ran out of strength. Pressure, Chenzong was constantly pressured by Xizhang. He compressed the space to dodge. He could not do anything to Xizhang with Sword World alone. Hong, another strike of the staff arrived. This time, Chenzong was finally unable to completely avoid it. Just by being affected, Chenzong felt half of his body go completely numb, he lost consciousness, he was severely injured, and the Sword World was unable to continue. In such a situation, with another strike, he could not block or dodge it, and was directly killed. Defeated, soon, Chenzong came back to life. Recalling the power of that staff strike, he was still shocked. "You are very strong. I am not your opponent now," Chenzong said. He admitted that he was not as strong as Xizhang. He took out 100 Cosmos God crystals and gave them to Xizhang. "You are not weak either." Xizhang did not mock Chenzong. Instead, he said, "If I had not grasped Dao patterns, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to predict. A defeat is a defeat." Chenzong smiled. It was just a defeat. It was nothing. What is a Dao pattern? There was no such thing as a Dao pattern in the void. Dao patterns are also called Great Dao God patterns. It is a sign that one has comprehended a great Dao. Xizhang did not hide anything. He answered straightforwardly, "Generally, only those who have reached the third realm can comprehend a great Dao and condensed Dao patterns." "Many thanks." After saying that, Chenzong's figure quickly faded and disappeared. He left the deathmatch arena. Although he lost this battle, he gained a lot. "Dao patterns," Chenzong said inwardly. He quickly went to the Dao Union. This time, he was going to use other sword techniques to comprehend the mysteries. There was not enough time to enter the 9 sacred palaces. The refinement path world could not be entered because one's cultivation level was not high enough. The only place he could go was Mount Wuwang. Chenzong planned to go to the Dao Union to borrow some sword techniques before going to Mount Wuwang. After that, he would challenge the battle tower. As for the Dao pattern, he did not have any ideas to speak of and could not find any clues. However, he could ask Senior Lin Ming for guidance. When he arrived at the Dao Union, Chenzong found Lin Ming and asked for advice on the Dao pattern. "Dao patterns? I don't have any good ideas." You can only rely on yourself. You are quite talented in the sword Dao. Practice the sword and comprehend it. You may have some hope, Lin Ming suggested. After all, Dao patterns could only be comprehended and grasped at the third realm. It was too difficult to grasp them at the second realm. There was no good way to do so. One could only rely on oneself. When the opportunity came, one would naturally be able to comprehend and grasp them. However, the possibility of that happening was too low. After returning the previous sword techniques, Chenzong chose a few more sword techniques to take with him. Then, he quickly went to the Realm Gate Mountain. Senior He, I want to go to Mount Wuwang. Chenzong bowed to Senior He and said. Go. Senior He waved his hand and activated a Realm Gate. Chenzong turned and stepped into the Realm Gate. He disappeared. Senior He also disappeared. After stepping into the Realm Gate, Chenzong continued forward. Just like before, there was no strange feeling. After stepping out of the Realm Gate, a mountain appeared in front of him. I'm back, here's the first update. Mount Wuwang was a mountain whose peak could not be seen, so no one knew how high it was. Mount Wuwang was divided into 4 parts, the foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain, the top of the mountain, and the middle of the mountain. Chenzong was only in the spirit condensation realm, so he could only stay at the foot of the mountain. When Chenzong appeared at the foot of the mountain, he immediately felt an invisible force rushing toward him from all directions. The force was silent, but it carried with it an indescribable pressure, as if it wanted to crush Chenzong's spiritual sea. Divine Decree. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. The so-called divine decree was the spiritual will. From the perspective of an ordinary person, it was the will, but for a powerful cultivator, it involved the spiritual soul. Of course, it was not much, and it was mainly the will. Of course, the will itself was one with the spirit and could not be separated from the spiritual soul. It was an extension and a symbiosis, so it was called the spiritual will, or divine decree for short. However, the divine decree and the spiritual soul were not the same, and they were different. A powerful spiritual soul did not mean that the divine decree was powerful. It only meant that one had great potential, and a powerful divine decree did not mean that the spiritual soul was powerful. It could only be said that one had experienced many hardships to become powerful. In the void where Chenzong came from, there was no such thing as divine decree. Or rather, there was no such thing as refining the divine decree. Everything depended on one's own experience to slowly strengthen oneself. The invisible divine decree rushed over and directly hit Chenzong's divine decree. Chenzong felt his own divine decree tremble, and it resisted the attack. As it resisted, Chenzong's spiritual will was constantly being consumed, but there was a trace of extremely pure divine decree that quietly merged with Chenzong's divine decree, replenishing the divine decree that Chenzong had consumed. It formed a cycle, and thus had the effect of refining and sharpening. Chenzong could stay here for a month. Because of the Heart Sutra, Chenzong did not need to focus on controlling the divine intent to refine it. He only needed to focus on it. The rest of the divine intent could be used for other things. For example, when cultivating the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale, Chenzong immediately received the impact of the divine will to refine his divine will while cultivating the martial art starting technique. Perhaps the effect of cultivating the martial art starting technique was not as good as cultivating in the Hurricane Hall or even the Heartsword Peak, but there was still some effect. Many a little makes an ocean. After that, Chenzong withdrew the sword techniques he'd obtained from the Tao Alliance's scripture repository and started to comprehend them. Tempering the divine will, cultivating cultivation techniques, comprehending sword arts, and comprehending the sword Tao. Chenzong was multitasking at the same time, which was astonishing. Furthermore, the effect of the One Heart Sutra was not something that could be compared to multitasking. After all, even though multitasking was multitasking, there would still be some side effects. It would cause one to be unable to do their best and achieve the best effect every time. At the very least, it would be reduced by half. However, the One Heart Sutra was different. It directly achieved the best effect. If others knew that Chenzong had such an ability, how shocked would they be? Moreover, Chenzong could also activate the 10 intents of mind. The effect of comprehending the 10 intents of mind was even more terrifying. One day, when Qinzong cultivated the three intents of mind to the third level of the One Heart Sutra, the effect would be even more shocking. Unfortunately, Qinzong's current cultivation level could only reach the 15th level of the 33 heavens of mind. Otherwise, the more he cultivated, the stronger Qinzong's mental strength would be, his recovery speed would be faster, and he would be able to maintain the 10 intents of mind for a longer period of time. It was worth mentioning that after leaving that side of the void, Qinzong's title from the Heavenly Will Palace's titled stele also disappeared. Otherwise, it would be even more shocking. Time passed slowly. Qinzong's divine will unknowingly became stronger. His comprehension of swordsmanship also deepened. However, his progress in the cultivation of the annihilation force of the nine-heaven breath gale was not obvious. Firstly, it was limited by the cultivation environment. Secondly, there were no resources. In other words, there were no nine-heaven life-refining elixirs to use. Soon, a month had passed. Qinzong felt a strong repulsive force. He was directly expelled and appeared outside Mount Wuwang. Has a month passed? Qinzong came back to his senses. It felt so fast. It seemed that he had just entered not long ago. Feeling it, Qinzong could feel that his divine will seemed to be much stronger. However, he did not know how much stronger it was. After all, the power of the divine will was too intangible. What were the benefits of the strengthening of the divine will? There were many benefits. It was not easy to be confused, and it was not easy to be influenced by the outside world. I'll go to the three great trial grounds now and try my luck. Qinzong thought to himself as his eyes lit up, the battle tower, the 1,000 illusions pavilion, and the 10,000 slaughter sea. If I can pass the third floor of all of them, I'll be able to enter the secret pavilion and choose a supreme secret art to cultivate. That was right. This was the rule of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Any true disciple who had just joined the Nine Heavens Imperial Court could choose a supreme martial art formula or a supreme secret technique to cultivate in the secret pavilion for free. However, almost all true disciples would choose a supreme martial art formula because martial arts formulas were their fundamental strength. One secret technique was enough. It was impossible to choose two as they would conflict with each other. This was common knowledge in cultivation, unless one separated chi cultivation and body cultivation. However, the three great supreme secret techniques were very attractive. Everyone in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court wanted to cultivate them. Unfortunately, there was no way to do so for free. There were only two ways to cultivate the supreme secret techniques. The first was to make a great contribution and be rewarded. The second was to go to the three great trial grounds and pass the third level or the third stage. Only then would one be qualified to enter the secret pavilion and choose a supreme secret technique or supreme secret technique. Qinzong did not need the secret technique, but Qinzong wanted the supreme secret technique. Go. In front of the battle tower, Qinzong ignored the others and stepped in directly. He was still the same saber-wielding man from back then. As he took a step forward, his body swept like a gust of wind. His saber cut through the air with terrifying power and suddenly slashed down. Previously, Qinzong could not even react to this attack. But now, Qinzong saw this attack clearly. He dodged in a flash, but the saber did not stop at all when it came down. It suddenly flipped and cut across the air. Saber after saber, a dense storm of saber light rolled up, sweeping over in a violent manner. It had to be said that this armored man was still very strong. In the void where he came from, he would be considered invincible in the Yuan underworld realm. He would probably be able to contend against a weaker transcendent realm cultivator. Previously, Qinzong had been defeated by two saber moves, but he had not been able to see anything. Now, however, Qinzong could deal with it calmly. Furthermore, he could use this armored man to hone the few sword techniques that he had just comprehended. Mystery of hardness, mystery of slowness, mystery of lightness. Mystery of gravity. When it was about time, Qinzong stabbed out with his sword. This move seemed very slow, but there was also a sense of heaviness to it, as if it contained terrifying power. Qinzong had combined the profundities of slow and heavy that he had just comprehended with this sword strike. The mystery of slowness was accumulating power, and the mystery of gravity was powerful. When combined, the power was even more tyrannical. Sword. The sword directly shattered the opponent's saber light and killed him like a hot knife through butter. Then, Chenzong entered the second level. On the second level, there was also an armored man, but he was holding a long spear in both hands. The body of the spear shook and instantly rotated at high speed. As his body moved, it carried an extremely terrifying power and stabbed out fiercely. It was like a venomous dragon coming out of its cave. Its speed was fast, and it contained extremely terrifying power. This kind of power was very terrifying. Its fundamental power was not inferior to Chenzong's, who had cultivated a supreme technique. It was much more tyrannical than the armored man on the first level. Chenzong was a little excited. He immediately drew his sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the armored man. The fierce battle was also a way to hone himself and allow Chenzong to have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship was a method of meditation, and actual combat was also a method of improvement. The combination of the two was the most effective. Chenzong also realized that different mysteries could be combined with each other. The key was how he applied them. It was like breaking them up and then reassembling them. For example, the mystery of slowness and quickness was not necessarily a combination of slowness and quickness. The mystery of quickness could be combined with the mystery of lightness to further enhance the speed. The mystery of slowness could be combined with the mystery of gravity. When accumulating power, the power would be even stronger. How to apply and combine them depended on his ability. He had to think and try. Actual combat was an excellent test. Chenzong's mind was very fast. Especially with the help of the Heart Sutra, he could comprehend while fighting. He could cultivate and fight at the same time. This kind of improvement was even more amazing. The sword pierced through the air. It was fast, and extremely light, as if it was weightless. In addition to combining different mysteries, Chenzong also tried to use them alternately. For example, when he was extremely fast and was about to hit the target, he would switch to a combination of other mysteries to increase the power, and so on. Carefree, this feeling was incomparably carefree. He was defeated again and entered the third level. The opponent on the third level was wielding a sword. The sword pressure was terrifying to the extreme, causing Chenzong's expression to change drastically. Powerful, extremely powerful. Chenzong knew that he was inferior to his opponent in terms of strength. In terms of cultivation strength, his opponent had at least cultivated the first layer of the Supreme Skill Sutra to the realm of great accomplishment. In other aspects, he was not weak at all. Coupled with his powerful body, he was even more frightening. One must know that this battle tower belonged to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The challenges here were initially targeted at the Origin clan. Therefore, the opponents here were all using the Origin clan as a reference. The opponent on the third level gave Chenzong a lot of pressure. What his opponent used was also the Nine Heavens True Sword. All kinds of mysteries were ever-changing, which inspired Chenzong even more. Yin Thunder Force, Heart Dao and Sword Dao superimposed, Heart Fire Burn, Chenzong unleashed his strongest strength and fought wildly with his opponent. Relying on his superb swordsmanship, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position for a while. After honing his swordsmanship to the extreme, Chenzong opened the sword world. Relying on the power of the sword world, he continuously exhausted his opponent. He also took out the Nine Heavens Soldier Sword and attacked at close range. With their cooperation, he finally defeated and killed the sword-wielding man. I wonder how strong the opponent on the fourth level is. Thinking to himself, Chenzong stepped into the fourth level without hesitation. He might not be able to pass, but he could first experience the strength of the opponent on the fourth level and see how strong he was. Second update, so strong. Outside the battle tower, Chenzong was shocked. The opponent on the fourth floor was too strong, and he was no match for him at all. That kind of strength was not only reflected in strength, but also in killing techniques. It was as if he was an expert who had experienced countless battles. In short, with his current strength, even if he activated the sword world, he would not be able to pass through. He felt that the opponent was even stronger than the West staff that had activated the Dao pattern. Chenzong did not know if he could pass through. After all, the opponent's cultivation was the same as his. The higher his cultivation, the higher his opponent's cultivation. However, under the same cultivation, the other aspects were constantly improving, making the overall strength stronger. To put it bluntly, it was fighting above one's cultivation level. Every additional floor meant that the opponent would be stronger. Even if I cultivate the clear wind technique to the greater success stage, I'm still not his opponent. If I cultivate it to the perfection stage, I wonder if I can defeat him? Chenzong thought to himself as he left. This time, he was heading to the Thousand Fantasy Building. The Thousand Fantasy Building was different from the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower tested one's strength through direct combat, while the Thousand Fantasy Building tested one's divine will. The Thousand Fantasy Building seemed to stand between the real and the illusory. It was very strange. If one looked at it a few more times, they would have a feeling that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Stepping into the first floor of the Thousand Fantasy Building, Chenzong immediately felt a tyrannical force coming from all directions. It was invisible, colorless, and formless. It was silent and difficult to sense. In just an instant, with his extremely sharp senses, he seemed to feel that there was an invisible force silently spreading out. It ignored all obstacles and directly entered his spirit sea. In an instant, Chenzong felt that everything around him was changing. Illusion, the secret of the Thousand Fantasy Building was to create illusions. In order to resist illusions, one had to rely on one's own divine will. Of course, some treasures could resist illusions, but in the Thousand Fantasy Building, one could only rely on one's divine will. This level of illusion was unable to affect Chenzong. After experiencing it for a while, Chenzong broke through it and entered the second floor. The second floor was also an illusion, but it was much more advanced than the first floor. However, it was still unable to affect Chenzong. He broke through it and entered the third floor. The intensity of the illusions on the third floor had increased significantly, and it was enough to affect Chenzong. However, it was only an effect. Chenzong continued to observe the illusions, and in the end, he managed to break through them with his powerful divine will. It feels even easier than challenging the Battle Pagoda. Chenzong couldn't help but muse, let's try the fourth level. In theory, the Thousand Fantasy Building, the Thousand Fantasy Building, and the Thousand Slaughter Sea. Maybe they could pass the third floor of the Battle Tower, but that didn't mean they could pass the third floor of the Thousand Illusions Tower. For example, Xizhong was very strong. He had passed the third floor of the Battle Tower a long time ago, but he hadn't passed the third floor of the Thousand Illusions Tower. Divine will was not absolutely related to one's strength. A person with a strong divine will might not be very strong. On the other hand, a person with a weak divine will might not be weak. The strength of one's divine will was not only related to one's spiritual soul, but also to one's training. Chenzong's experience was very rich. He had been as weak as a speck of dust. He had experienced many hardships and grew up continuously. The training of his spiritual will was very shocking. Coupled with the month of training in Mount Wuwang, it had improved even further. The fourth floor of the Thousand Fantasy Building. The illusion's strength increased again, and the level of increase was even more shocking. The gap was greater than the gap between the second floor and the third floor. The fourth floor's illusion was naturally a real threat to Chenzong. However, it was only a threat. It could not completely trap Chenzong and make him fail. Time passed slowly. Break! A low roar that sounded like thunder instantly exploded. In the next breath, there seemed to be an invisible force that was filled with astonishing power erupting from between Chenzong's eyebrows. It rushed in all directions, and the illusion immediately collapsed and disintegrated. I've passed the fourth floor. Chenzong was secretly overjoyed, but he also knew that the reason why his divine will was so strong was closely related to his past experiences. Then, what about the fifth floor? Chenzong thought to himself. However, he did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he recovered his divine will first. From the first floor to the fourth floor, he had used up more than 90% of his divine will. It was impossible for him to pass the fifth floor. When his divine will was fully recovered, Chenzong stepped into the fifth floor. As soon as he entered the fifth floor, Chenzong immediately fell into the illusion. This is an illusion. I have to block it. Chenzong used his divine will to defend himself. He reminded himself not to be fooled. However, the illusion on the fifth floor was too strong. Chenzong's divine will was consumed rapidly. In the end, he fell into the illusion. Once he fell into the illusion, it would be judged as a failure if he could not break free from it after a while. In terms of divine will, I'm more outstanding. Chenzong appeared outside the Thousand Illusions house and said to himself. Divine will was one of the aspects that he excelled in. It was a pity that divine will was mainly used to strengthen one's will and resist external disturbances and illusions. It could not directly increase one's strength. No, the universe was so vast. There might be some methods related to divine will. He could ask Senior Lin Ming to teach him in the future. Of the 3 trial grounds, there was only one left, the 10,000 kill sea. The nature of the 10,000 kill sea was similar to the battle tower. However, there was a big difference. The battle tower was a one-on-one battle, while the 10,000 kill sea was a one-on-one battle. On the first floor of the 10,000 kill sea, 10 figures appeared and immediately attacked. Chenzong drew his sword to meet them. As soon as they started fighting, Chenzong realized that the 10 people on the first floor of the 10,000 kill sea were not as strong as the armored men on the first floor of the battle tower. However, when the 10 of them worked together, their attacks came from all directions. They were dense and continuous, making one feel overwhelmed. The battle tower was a one-on-one battle, while the 10,000 kill sea was a one-on-one battle. It was the embodiment of one's ability to fight in groups. The threat of the 10 people working together was not inferior to that of the first floor of the battle tower. However, it was not the same. The nature of the two was different. After getting used to it, Chenzong quickly defeated the 10 people, passed the first floor, and entered the second floor. The opponents on the second floor increased to 50 people, and each of them had increased in strength. It was more difficult, fierce battle. Chenzong also used these 50 opponents to sharpen his swordsmanship, constantly improving his control and application of swordsmanship. After defeating them and entering the third floor, the number of opponents increased to 100. The fierce battle was endless. Chenzong was under great pressure, almost suffocating. This level of difficulty seemed to be even higher than the third floor of the battle tower. Of course, there was a difference between the two. The strength of the third floor of the battle tower might not be able to deal with the siege of the third floor of the 10,000 kill sea. However, the strength of the third floor of the battle tower might not be able to match the strength of the third floor of the battle tower. It was just like how some people were good at strength and some people were good at speed. Chenzong exerted his strength to the limit, and also exerted his swordsmanship to the extreme. Under the 5 wills of the heart, his swordsmanship was improving at every moment. It was amazing. Even if this improvement was difficult to detect bit by bit, it would accumulate like water droplets accumulating. Eventually, it would become a puddle, then a pond, and finally a qualitative change. After passing the third floor, Chenzong recovered his strength and tried to challenge the fourth floor. The number of opponents on the fourth floor increased again. There were now 200 of them, and their individual strength was stronger than on the third floor. Although they were not as strong as Chenzong, with 200 people working together, it was extremely terrifying. Fierce battle, but in the end, Chenzong was defeated after killing 50 opponents. The pressure was too great, and the threat was too great. The third floor of the battle tower, the third floor of the 10,000 kill sea, and the fourth floor of the 1,000 illusions house. Chenzong was secretly excited. I can finally enter the secret pavilion to choose a supreme secret technique. There were 3 supreme secret techniques, namely the 9-fold melee, the 9 mysterious protection technique, and the 9 void escape technique. They represented attack, defense, and speed. Without hesitation, Chenzong made his choice. He chose the 9-fold melee. Although all of them were important, Chenzong's preference was to focus on attack and destroy everything. What a pity. If only I could choose all of them, Chenzong said to himself. However, unless one had made a great contribution, one would only be qualified to choose the second supreme secret technique after passing through the 5th level of the 3 great trial grounds. As for the third supreme secret technique, one would have to pass through the 7th level of the 3 great trial grounds. It was impossible to pass through so many levels and challenge the 7th floor. So far, no one in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had been able to do so, not even the monstrous Origin clan members. As for passing through the 5th floor, there were some, but very few. After obtaining the supreme secret technique, the ninefold melee, Chenzong left the secret pavilion. However, he did not immediately return to the Heart Sword Peak. Instead, he went to the Tao Alliance to look for Senior Lin Ming. He wanted to return the previous sword techniques and borrow the other sword techniques to study. About the divine decree? Lin Ming immediately pondered. After about 10 breaths, he said, I remember that there should be techniques related to the divine decree in the sutra depository. You can go look for them. Thank you, Senior. Chenzong immediately took his leave and went to the sutra depository. After returning the sword techniques, he chose the other sword techniques and began to look for them. He searched through the 2nd and 3rd floors, but unfortunately, he did not find them. What a pity, Chenzong muttered to himself. He left the Tao Alliance with the sword techniques and returned to the Heart Sword Peak. Cultivate, continue to cultivate. The feeling of being able to cultivate continuously and improve oneself continuously was too wonderful. Chenzong was addicted to it. It was really a supreme pleasure. Chenzong cultivated the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale while comprehending the sword techniques. And the supreme secret technique, the ninefold melee, which he had just obtained. He progressed side by side without wasting any time. Suddenly, Jiaoyi sent a message saying that Lin Ming from the Tao Alliance had come. Although Chenzong was surprised, he immediately went to welcome him. Chenzong, the divine guidance technique is on the 4th floor. I have applied to the Palace Lord, and he has made an exception for you. Lin Ming took out a jade book of inheritance and handed it to Chenzong. It recorded a technique called the divine guidance technique. There was no sense of time in cultivation. Year after year, Chenzong didn't challenge anyone, nor was he challenged by anyone. This was because every new pupil was working hard in cultivation, using all the resources available in the 9 heavens imperial court to improve themselves as much as possible. Before one's potential reached its limit, one should not be distracted by other things. Protector Tai Zhongling had returned. He was an expert at the 4th level of body refinement. His physique was extremely powerful, and as he stood there, he was like an unshakable mountain. The aura he exuded pressured the surroundings, as if it wanted to repel everything. With Lin Ming's recommendation and Chenzong's status, Tai Zhongling did not refuse. Instead, he talked to Chenzong about the universe's body refinement path, which was quite different from the void. However, this difference would only become apparent at the 3rd level. At the 2nd level, the difference was not particularly big. This was similar to the Qi refinement path. It could be said that the difference between the void and the universe's cultivation path was the same at the Tao control realm and the Tao power realm. At the Yuanming realm and the spirit condensation realm, there would be subtle differences, but the real difference would only appear at the divine power realm and the divine aspect realm. Since this was the case, Chenzong chose a body refinement technique from the Tao Alliance's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion to cultivate. Although this body refinement technique was not as good as the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath, it was better than nothing. Chenzong could feel his body gradually strengthening as he cultivated it. The more Chenzong cultivated, the more he realized how amazing the spirit condensation realm was. It was as if there was endless potential to be unearthed. Even if he felt like he was about to reach a bottleneck, he could still improve as long as he worked hard. Strong, even stronger, gradually stronger. 10 years, another 10 years passed. Chenzong had just come out of seclusion when Lin Ming came looking for him. The disciple meet is about to begin. The Palace Lord hopes that you can stay alive and participate. Lin Ming went straight to the point. Disciple meet? Chenzong was surprised. The 9 heavens imperial court has 2 levels of disciple meets. The first is earth level, corresponding to the spirit condensation realm, and the second is heaven level, corresponding to the divine aspect realm. Lin Ming quickly explained, the earth-level disciple meeting is held once every 100 years, while the sky-level disciple meeting is held once every 1,000 years. Chenzong listened quietly. Disciples can choose to participate in the disciple meet or not. However, participation is generally encouraged because you can fight with other disciples to your heart's content. It's a good training for yourself. In addition, if you can get a good ranking, you will be rewarded handsomely. Lin Kuei smiled. For example, the rewards of pills, cosmos god crystals, cultivation time in the 9 great sacred halls, and even the 3 holy grounds for cultivation. There's also the promotion of disciples. Lin Kuan laughed, causing Chen Zong's eyes to brighten. 10 years ago, you were able to fight with Shifu and pass through the first 3 levels of the 3 great trial grounds, which means that you are not weak. 10 years have passed, and I believe that you have become even stronger. Lin Kuan said with a smile. His tone was full of encouragement. Who knows, you might be able to fight for the top 10. If you can get into the top 100, the rewards will be quite generous. For you, the benefits will be great. Senior, when will the Earth Grade Disciple Meet begin? Chen Zong asked immediately. After 10 years of cultivation, there was obvious improvement every year. After 10 years, his strength had become much stronger. However, Chen Zong was not very clear about how strong he had become. This was because in 10 years, no one had challenged Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not challenge anyone, nor did he challenge the 3 great trial grounds. This was because he could feel that he was improving every moment. It was either in one aspect or another. It was so shocking that Chen Zong did not want to leave the Heartsword Palace. Until now, when he came out of seclusion, Chen Zong could feel that his cultivation was reaching the limit of the spirit concentration realm. Therefore, he came out of seclusion. He did not expect to encounter the disciple meet. 1 month. You have 1 month to prepare. Lin Kuei smiled. Prepare well for the disciple meet in your best state. I hope you can get into the top 100. Top 100? When Chen Zong heard this again, he was a little surprised. This did not sound like a good ranking. Don't underestimate the top 100. Lin Kuei seemed to see Chen Zong's confusion. With a serious expression, he said in a serious tone, this time, the disciples who will participate in the Earth Grade Disciple Meet will not only be from your batch. There will also be some from the previous batch. As long as they have not broken through to the 3rd realm, they are qualified to participate. Think about it. The previous batch of disciples who had not broken through to the 3rd realm have been in the 2nd realm for a longer time than you. They are all very talented. In addition, the origin tribesmen have a great innate advantage. Their strength is also very shocking. From what I know, there will be at least 10,000 disciples participating this time. In the past, at least half of the top 100 were obtained by the origin tribesmen. The remaining half was obtained by the origin tribesmen. If an outer disciple can get into the top 100, he can directly become a true disciple. Lin Kuei's words surprised Chen Zong. Once one became a true disciple, it meant a change in the cultivation environment and an increase in opportunities. In addition, those who perform well enough, even if they do not get into the top 100, have a chance of gaining the favor of the upper echelons of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. They will make an exception and promote them to true disciples. According to Lin Kuei's words, this disciples' meet was like the carp leaping through the Dragon Gate convention. As long as you performed well enough, you had a chance of receiving generous rewards. Because of this, almost all disciples would sign up to participate. Even if they could not get into the top 100, as long as they performed well enough, there was still hope. Senior, what's the highest ranking our human race can achieve? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. In the past 300 years, the highest ranking that the human race has gotten in the 3 Earth-level disciples meets is the 200th, Lin Kuei said with a bitter smile. Chen Zong was stunned. The human race came from the 3rd tier and 2nd tier voids, and there was no lack of prodigies among them. However, for the 3 Earth-level disciples meets in the past 300 years, the highest ranking was only the 200th. They did not even get into the top 100. It was really hard to imagine. 300 years ago, someone from the human race managed to get into the top 100, but the highest ranking was only the 30th. As far as I know, the highest ranking that the human race has gotten was the 13th, Senior Lin Kuei sighed. That was 10,000 years ago. Now, that lord is one of the upper echelons of the Tao Alliance and has a prominent reputation in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Hearing Lin Kuei's words, Chen Zong also understood how difficult it was to get into the top 100. He did not expect that there would be a human who could get the 13th place. This meant that he would have to defeat many members of the origin race. Cultivate well and welcome the disciples meet in your best state. It would be best if you could get into the top 100 and bring glory to the Tao Alliance again, Lin Kuei said with a smile. Of course, although he had confidence in Chen Zong, it was still unknown whether Chen Zong would be able to get into the top 100. After all, the innate differences between races were very obvious. The longer one cultivated, the greater the difference. Remember, even if you are unable to obtain a ranking in the top 100, you cannot perform too badly. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be demoted. In serious cases, you may even be stripped of your status as a true disciple and be directly demoted to an outer disciple. Lin Ming said this in an incomparably solemn manner. In history, there had been cases of true disciples being demoted. The competition in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was this direct. The capable would rise to the top. Chen Zong nodded. After sending Lin Kuei out of the Heartsword Palace, he returned. The disciples meet, huh? Chen Zong could not help but clench his fists. He took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his lips. I will definitely get into the top 100. This was a form of confidence that originated from the continuous improvement of one's strength. It was also a form of conviction. After 10 years of closed-door training, coupled with the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong knew very well that he had improved in all aspects. Cultivation, swordsmanship, secret techniques, great Tao comprehension, all of these directly formed one's strength. Any one-sided improvement would eventually lead to a deformed strength. It might be good in the short term, but it was not conducive to long-term development. If one encountered a true expert, one's weakness would be grasped and eventually defeated. Although a true expert had his strengths and weaknesses, at least he would be able to bring out the best in what he was good at to cover up the shortcomings in what he was not good at. Of course, the best way was to improve the aspects that he was not good at as much as possible and reach a certain level. I will cultivate well in this 1 month. Perhaps there will not be much improvement, but at least I can sort out the results of my 10 years of cultivation, Chen Zong said to himself. In addition, I will also adjust my essence, spirit to the best state. Prepare for battle. Chen Zong was preparing for battle. Many of the spirit condensation realm disciples were also preparing for the disciples' meet in a month's time. The disciples' meet was an excellent opportunity for them to change their own destinies, especially for external disciples. Whether or not they could become a true disciple depended on this event. Otherwise, they could only suppress their own cultivation level and try their best to improve other aspects while waiting for the next Earth-level disciples meet. Or they could break through to the third realm and work hard to improve themselves so that they could participate in the sky-level disciples meet that was held once every 1,000 years. To be fair, the latter was more difficult than the former. After all, they had just broken through to the third realm. Compared to a peak third realm expert, the difference was very obvious. Even if they participated in the sky-level disciples meet, they would not be a match for them. Instead, it was more likely to suppress their cultivation level and improve other aspects to improve their strength. Time flew. 1 month was actually very short. Day after day passed quickly. Finally, it was the last day. In Heartsword Palace, Chen Zong also received Lin Ming's message. He opened his eyes, and a cold glint shot out. It tore through the sky and pierced through everything. Then, it disappeared. Is it finally starting? Chen Zong's lips curled into a smile. With a move, he walked out of the secret cultivation room and out of the main door of Heartsword Palace. After notifying Jiao Yi, Chen Zong quickly walked down Heartsword Peak and toward the Realm Gate Mountain. The disciples' meet was not held in the 9 heavens of the 9 heavens Imperial Court. The 9 heavens Imperial Court was a great force with great strength and deep heritage. For example, the 3 great cultivation sanctuaries, the 3 great training grounds, the 5 great mystery realms, and the 9 great temples were all located outside the 9 heavens Imperial Court. In addition, the Death Battle Ring was also established and was not located in any of the 9 heavens. And now, the place where Chen Zong appeared after passing through the Realm Gate Mountains. Realm Gate Mountain was one of them. This was a squarish piece of land. This squarish piece of land was built from pieces of dark green stone slabs that were 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. Figures kept appearing on it. There were humans, the Origin clan, and other races. There were more than 10 of them in total. By the time all the members had arrived, there were already more than 10,000 of them. Every one of them had the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm, and they were all at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. They had reached the point where their cultivation could no longer be improved. Of course, just because the cultivation realm could no longer be improved did not mean that other aspects could not be improved. For example, there was still room for improvement in the cultivation of martial arts techniques, the cultivation of secret techniques, and even the comprehension of the Great Tao. The improvement in every aspect would promote the enhancement of one's strength. More than 10,000 people at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. Every one of them would be a top prodigy in the void. Their foundations were much more solid than the average cultivators. With the cultivation environment and resources of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, they had become more powerful than before. Their auras were condensed and very shocking. 13,000 disciples, the Earth-level disciple meet, which is held once every 100 years, will now officially begin. A majestic voice that seemed to come from above the nine heavens with an indescribable power directly impacted the hearts of the crowd and caused them to tremble. As the majestic voice fell, a violent and mighty roar sounded and reverberated in all directions. At the same time, the crowd only felt that the land under their feet seemed to be shaking violently. Immediately, pieces of dark green stone slabs that were 10 meters long and wide appeared from nothingness and flew in from all directions. Sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Pieces of stone slabs immediately formed a path that was nearly 1,000 meters wide. To be precise, it was 999 meters wide. It continued to extend forward, and no one knew how far it went. At the end, a huge gate appeared. The gate was 1,000 meters tall, and on the two pillars, there were countless runes. Each rune seemed to have a trace of indescribable mystery. The countless runes gathered together, and the mysteries converged as if there was no end to them. A buzzing sound rang out, and within the 1,000-meter-wide gate, there seemed to be a stream of light rippling out like water. Disciples, the path before you is called 1 in 10 miles. As the name implies, it is 1 in 10. That vigorous voice sounded again. This stage is an elimination round. Those who are not qualified will be eliminated. Only those who are qualified will be able to participate in the disciples' meeting. The total number of participants for the disciple meet is 1,000. As the voice sounded, everyone was secretly surprised. There were 13,000 outer disciples and true disciples, but only a total of 1,000 people could participate in the disciples' meeting. The ratio was very low, less than 1/10. It was somewhat appropriate to say that it was 1 in 10. Attention, disciples. When I give the order, you must start moving. The earliest 1 in 10 miles will pass the 1 in 10 miles gate. The 1,000 people who pass through the 1 in 10 miles gate will enter the real disciples' meeting. The rest will be eliminated. But there is one thing that you must remember. You are not allowed to deliberately attack others in any way. Once you violate this rule, you will be eliminated. So simple. Doesn't that mean that those who are faster will have an advantage? While the group of disciples were secretly preparing, they were also very surprised. This path seemed to be very long, but to them, it was actually nothing. Moreover, it was a smooth path. There was no doubt that such a path would be unimpeded. In this way, those who were fast would be able to get a spot, and those who were slow would lose the opportunity. However, being fast did not mean that one was strong, and being slow did not mean that one was weak. Begin. After a few breaths of silence, the vast and powerful voice immediately sounded. It did not give the crowd much time to think. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it resounded through the void and directly entered everyone's ears. Although a few breaths of time was short, it was enough for everyone to adjust themselves. Moreover, everyone was already prepared. Charge! In an instant, everyone exploded with their fastest speed and immediately rushed forward. After all, the 1 in 10 miles gate seemed very long, but in fact, it was only 999,000 meters long. With everyone's speed, this distance could be crossed very quickly. However, it was not that simple. When Qinzong's body moved, he activated his movement skill and flew forward. He felt an invisible pressure forming in front of him and pressing on his body. Invisibly, it began to affect his speed and slowed down a little. Qinzong also noticed that the others were also affected. However, some of them were more strongly affected, while others were less affected. Everyone understood what was going on. As they continued to move forward, the pressure was still there. It did not increase or decrease. Those who were fast were still fast, and those who were slow were still slow. In just a few short breaths of time, someone had already crossed the distance of 11,111 meters and continued to move forward. However, his speed had once again decreased by a bit. Among everyone, Chenzong's speed was not the fastest, nor was it the slowest. He should belong to the upper middle level. Most of the people who were faster than him were from the Origin clan, while the rest were from the 4 first sequence void life forms. Chenzong was not in a hurry. The 1 in 10 miles gate was not that simple. If one could take the lead and get a spot by relying on speed, it would be too shallow. When Chenzong crossed the distance of 11,111 meters, he immediately felt the omnipresent pressure become stronger. It was at least twice as strong. Under this pressure, his speed was affected again and decreased a little. Soon, Chenzong discovered that the 99,999 meters should be divided into 9 sections. Every time he crossed 11,111 meters, the invisible pressure would double. Now, Chenzong had crossed the 2nd section and entered the 3rd section. The pressure was even stronger, and his speed decreased again. When Chenzong crossed the 3rd section and entered the 4th section, he discovered that there was a change. It was no longer the invisible pressure. Instead, with a series of buzzing sounds, layers of invisible waves came directly from the front. The power of the waves was very shocking, and the coverage was very wide. It completely covered the entire 10 miles gate. There was no way to dodge, and one could only face it head-on. Under the impact of the tyrannical invisible waves, the faces of the disciples who were rushing at the front changed, and their speed decreased again. This kind of powerful impact could not be resisted by relying on speed. One must have enough strength to withstand it. If one only relied on speed, they would be at a disadvantage here. Indeed, the people who were rushing at the front began to show a gap under the powerful impact. Some were still very fast and continued to move forward, while others slowed down greatly. Some even stopped directly. When Chenzong sensed the powerful impact, he immediately unleashed a wave of energy. Using his fingers like a sword, he slashed through the air, using his sharpness to cut through the pressure. He continued to advance as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves, but his speed had indeed decreased. Could it be that the 1 in 10 miles gate is divided into 3 sections and 9 sections? Chenzong thought to himself. According to the current situation, it was possible. Now that he was at the 4th section, the impact of the 5th section should be even stronger, and the 6th section should be even stronger. At this point, the gap that appeared at the beginning changed again. Some people were not good at speed, but they had an advantage in other aspects, such as resisting the impact. Therefore, they gradually caught up. At the 5th stage, just as Chenzong had expected, the invisible force of the impact increased once again. At the 6th section, the impact power increased again. 13,000 people were all in the middle 3 sections. The fastest was at the 6th section, and the slowest was at the 4th section. The gap was very obvious. Someone took the lead to pass the 6th section and rushed into the 7th section. On the 7th section of the road, beams of light appeared out of thin air. Each beam of light was 1 meter long and as thick as an arm. They were circular in shape, like glowing round rods. Each round rod was filled with a shocking power. In the void, around the path, there were thousands of round sticks, and they were still increasing. Boom, as soon as the round sticks moved, they immediately bombarded from all directions. It was extremely shocking, and it was chaotic and without any pattern. Dodge. 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 The first person to reach the 7th section immediately dodged, using his agility to the extreme. As he dodged, he gradually moved forward, but his speed was also greatly affected. The round sticks seemed to be endless, constantly bombarding. Moreover, some of the round sticks would circle and attack from the side or the back, making it even harder to defend. One of the original people was careless and was hit by a round stick. In an instant, the round stick exploded with a terrifying power, causing the original person's body to be sent flying. While his body was still in midair, and he was quickly adjusting. More round sticks bombarded him. Once, twice, thrice, the original person was sent flying for 10 miles, and he fell directly into the darkness, as if he was swallowed up and disappeared. This scene made everyone's expression change. What would happen if he fell? Would he die? No one knew, and they did not have time to think about it. When one reached the 7th section, they had to face the impact of the round sticks, and they had to focus on dodging. At this time, speed was not much of an advantage, because it was a test of one's ability to adapt. Speed, power, and adaptability, these were the 3 aspects that were being tested in the path of Tenli. Only by excelling in these 3 aspects could one be the first to pass the 10-mile path, pass through the 10-mile path, and obtain the qualification to participate in the disciple meet and compete for the top 100. This was because only the top 100 could receive the reward from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The chances of receiving the reward outside the top 100 were too low. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. From time to time, people would be hit by the round rods and fall off the path, disappearing into the darkness below. But thinking about it, those people probably wouldn't die. Otherwise, it would be a loss to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Chenzong had already passed the 7th and 8th sections and was now on the 9th section. In the 9th section, the round rods attacked more frequently. They were so densely packed that it was almost impenetrable. It was extremely terrifying. These round rods could be dodged or blocked, but the power of the round rods was too strong. Once blocked, it was very likely that one would be momentarily paralyzed, which was very disadvantageous. The best way was to dodge. Under the 1 mind and 5 realms, Chenzong grasped all the movements around him. His reaction was also raised to the extreme, and he kept dodging. Even so, he was still hit a few times. Fortunately, Chenzong's reaction was extremely fast, and he avoided the danger of being hit continuously and flying off the path. His figure flashed past the last round stick, and directly rushed into the door that was overflowing with flowing lights and colors, and disappeared. One by one, they rushed into the door and disappeared. Almost there, only 3 meters left. A heavenly legend's eyes shone brightly, and he was slightly excited. 3 meters was extremely short. Dodging and stepping out, he reached the door in an instant. His body also came into contact with the colorful door, but he didn't rush in. Instead, he was blocked, as if he collided with a layer of toughness, and was directly rebounded. How can this be? This person's face was full of surprise. He had already reached the 1 section, so why couldn't he enter? In the next breath, he was directly hit by the round rods, flying off the path and falling down. The quota was full. In the next breath, all the round rods disappeared. Unfortunately, you didn't get a quota. The vast voice sounded again, and instantly, the expressions of the people who were still on the 1 section changed. They were very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Rules were rules, and they couldn't be violated. Where is this? Chenzong raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was gray and covered with wisps of dark clouds. They gathered into a large, dark mass, as if they would collapse at any time, bringing a very oppressive atmosphere to this side of the world. The ground was covered with craters and fissures, and rubble could be seen everywhere. Chenzong got the feeling that this place was a wasteland that had been left behind after a great battle. In addition to himself, Chenzong also saw a figure thousands of meters away. It was a member of the Vajra clan. Everyone, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the disciple meet. The vast voice sounded, and everyone's ears. This is the ruins of the death battle. Your disciple meet will be held here. What I'm going to say next is very important. Everyone's listening to me. If you find other disciples and kill them, you'll get 1 point. First, you won't get repeated points for killing the same person. Second, there's no time limit for this meet. It will end when everyone dies once, and the final ranking will be determined by the final points. Now, begin your battle, disciples. As the voice fell, Chenzong's eyes turned and immediately stared at the member of the Vajra clan who was thousands of meters away. The member of the Vajra clan also looked at Chenzong immediately, and his eyes flickered. Boom! The strong legs of the member of the Vajra clan suddenly bent and erupted with a tyrannical force. He directly hit the ground and pushed his body forward, rushing out like a war chariot rampaging. The Vidra clan's talent was physique, and they were good at it. Their strength was amazing, and every member of the Vidra clan could be more than 3 meters tall. The bigger the body, the higher the talent of the Vidra clan. It could be said that the Vidra clan and the giant clan were similar. It was said that the bloodline of the two clans had something in common. Of course, the Vidra clan's bloodline was not as good as the giant clan's. Therefore, the Vidra clan was born in the second order void, while the giant clan was born in the first order void. In addition, while the Vidra clan and the giant clan were similar, there were also differences. However, even among the second order void clans, the Vidra clan belonged to the top, and their individual strength was very strong. His tyrannical body rushed forward, his feet repeatedly stomping on the ground. Every step he took would shatter a piece of the ground. Regardless of whether it was mud or stone, they would be crushed in an instant, leaving behind footprints. The ground shook and rumbled. Dust and smoke billowed like a giant python swaying in the wind. The astonishing aura was madly oppressive, and Xianxia felt suffocated. Strong, very strong, the distance of thousands of meters was crossed in just a few breaths. The Vidra clan member raised his arm with a ferocious smile and suddenly blasted out a punch. The weapon of the Vidra clan was their body. As the punch blasted out, in an instant, a bronze luster flickered on the skin of the Vidra clan member and flowed like a turbulent tide. It rushed into the right fist and directly covered it. It was as if he was wearing a pair of bronze gloves, and it was incomparably solid. The similarity between the Vidra clan and the giant clan was their strong physique. However, the difference was that the giant clan was better at strength, unparalleled strength. Although the Vidra clan was also good at strength, they were better at defense. Their body was like a Vidra, and its defensive power was amazing. Therefore, it became a kind of weapon, and when combined with the Vidra strength that they cultivated, it was extremely terrifying. For example, when the Vidra clan members cultivated the martial arts, it would be transformed into the Vidra strength. Of course, there were some differences in the Vidra strength transformed from different martial arts. For example, when the Vidra clan members cultivated the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath, their Vidra strength would be faster and sharper. However, if it was the art of domination of the Nine Heavens strength, it would focus on strength and dominance. This punch seemed to be unreserved. It was like a bronze meteorite blasted out. The aura shook, and the air was repelled. Layers of ripples rushed out and swept in all directions. It turned into a raging wave, and a gust of wind whistled endlessly. The pressure of the punch was so amazing that Xianxia could hardly open his eyes. In the face of this terrible punch, Xianxia's body swayed, and immediately, it was shattered. However, what was shattered was only an afterimage. After the afterimage was shattered, the power of the punch blasted the ground. As the dust flew, Xianxia had already bypassed it. He unsheathed his sword and slashed across the sky. This sword was so fast that it hit the body of the Vidra clan member in an instant. The Vidra clan member only reacted then. It was a pity that this sword did not break the defense of the Vidra clan member. With the ninth heaven armor weakening 10%, the remaining 90% of the power was not enough to break the defense of the Vidra clan member. So strong. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Die. The Vidra clan member suddenly sneered and blasted out another punch with terrifying power. However, no matter how strong the power and the pressure was, it could not really affect Xianxia. It was just an afterimage that was hit. You can't break my defense. The Vidra clan member roared. Is that so? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes were as sharp as ice. He drew his sword, the sword light carried a touch of light green. The light green was like a wisp of wind. It was very thin, extremely light, and extremely fast. It was also filled with a sense of sharpness. The sword was infused with 3 kinds of mysteries, namely the mystery of lightness, the mystery of speed, and the mystery of sharpness. Moreover, the power of the cool wind force was activated to the extreme, and the power of the sword principle was also activated. Kill, this sword was unavoidable and once again hit the Vidra clan member's body. The Vidra clan member's face was filled with a cold sneer. Just as he was about to speak, As if to mock Chenzong for not being able to break his defense, his expression changed drastically, and there was a touch of fear. This was because his body's defense was broken. That sword was extremely sharp. Kill, this sword directly tore through his defense, leaving a sword wound on his waist that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed out. Before the Vajra clan member could fight back, the second sword light went straight for his neck. Kill, one sword cut off his head. The Vajra clan member's tall body fell to the ground, and immediately, it quickly faded and disappeared. Those who were killed in the death battle ruins would not really die. Instead, they would be randomly resurrected in the ruins and continue to fight. Chenzong received 1 point for killing the Vajra clan member. He's really strong. Unfortunately, he can't make me use all my strength, Chenzong said to himself. He glanced around, and then his body swayed, turning into a gust of wind and swept out to look for the other disciples. This was hunting, it was also being hunted, the time limit was 1 year, and there were 1,000 people. 1 point would be awarded for killing one person. If one killed 999 people, one would be awarded 999 points. This was because no matter how many times one killed the same person twice, 3, or even 4 times, one would only be awarded 1 point from the first kill. This also eliminated the possibility of deliberately gaining points. It had to be said that the rules were very clear. All kinds of tricks were prohibited. In the end, all that was left was a real contest of strength. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. With my strength, I should be able to get into the top 100. Chenzong thought to himself as he swept out to look for prey. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, each of the 1,000 people had extraordinary strength. They had been tested and were the best of the best. Those who had been eliminated could not be compared to them. Perhaps there might be a few stronger people among those who had been eliminated, but that was it. It would be difficult for them to get into the top 100. If they did not get into the top 100, it would be difficult for them to get the generous rewards. Top 100, at first glance, it sounded sloppy and ordinary, but it was very difficult and contained a lot of gold. The reason why Chenzong was not absolutely sure that he could get into the top 100 was that in addition to this year's disciples, there were also disciples from the previous year who had participated. It was said that some of the disciples who had gotten into the top 100 in the previous year deliberately suppressed their realms and did not break through. Their purpose was to get a higher ranking in this year's competition and make it into the top 10. This was because the rewards for the top 10 were far better than the rewards for the top 100. It was worth it to exchange 100 years for a place in the top 10. Of course, everything was not absolutely perfect. The ruins of the Battle of Death, as far as the eye could see, were ruins. Broken walls, pits, and cracks crisscrossed everywhere. It was a remnant scene after a great battle. Chenzong also knew how this was left behind. For example, in the battle between him and the Vajra clan member, the Vajra clan member's fists were fierce and incomparably violent, directly smashing the ground into a pit. The pit would remain, and if there were no accidents, it would continue to exist. It has been 30 years since I entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. I have been cultivating, and finally, it is time for me to make a name for myself. A demon dweller flew rapidly above the ruins at an astonishing speed, like a black light flashing past. There was a sinister smile on his face, and his eyes were cold. 30 years, it had been 30 years since he entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In these 30 years, he had never fought or battled with others. He had only focused on cultivating and improving himself. Compared to 30 years ago, his current abilities were much stronger. Finally, it was time to test the results of these 30 years of hard work. This demon dweller had his eyes on a prey. In a flash, he approached silently from behind. Immediately, his speed soared to the extreme, and a sharp whistle sounded in the void. When that person sensed something, he was already a step too late. A black light broke through the air, like an arrow leaving the bow, carrying an extremely sharp aura, and instantly arrived. Too fast, and the angle was tricky, and it was a very strange attack that was difficult to guard against and dodge. This attack directly penetrated from the back, broke the heart, and killed him. Until death, this person did not have much reaction, because the demon dweller was like an assassin. First, he approached stealthily, and then he struck a fatal blow. It was impossible to guard against. 3 points. The demon dweller stared coldly at the corpse on the ground, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he left again. Such an assassination did not consume much of his strength at all, and he did not need to rest to recover. Not long after, the demon dweller found another prey and fixed his eyes on it. A human. Let me think, it turns out to be the third-order void human Xianxia, a true disciple of the fifth layer of heaven. This demon dweller was not a true disciple, but an outer disciple of the third layer of heaven. Then, you will be the first fifth heaven disciple to die under my blade. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he silently approached Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he was unhurriedly moving through the rubble, searching for the other disciples. The Vajra clan member was the first one, and he had also killed one just now, so he had a total of 2 points. Immediately, Xianxia's eyes flickered imperceptibly, and he regained his composure in an instant. His expression did not change at all, and his movements did not change at all. He continued to walk forward step by step. A black shadow swept over and approached Xianxia silently. When it was 10 meters away, it suddenly exploded. That was a kind of extreme power, the eruption of extreme power. In just an instant, it turned into a beam of black light, a sharp beam of black light that seemed to be able to pierce and tear everything apart. It carried an incomparable murderous intent as it broke through the air in an instant. There was no obstruction at all. The distance of 10 meters was very short, not even 1/10 of a breath's time. The black light directly arrived and penetrated Xianxia's body. However, at the moment of penetration, there was no obstruction at all. It directly penetrated through. This kind of relaxed and carefree feeling was too empty. The demon dweller's expression suddenly changed, and without hesitation, he immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed forward at the fastest speed. Because in an instant, what he penetrated was not Xianxia, but an afterimage. The other party actually dodged the assassination at the moment. His reaction speed and movement speed were really amazing. Since you are here, then leave your life. A cold voice that carried a hint of sharpness blew over like a gust of wind and entered his ears. At the same time, a pale green sword light tore through the air and arrived with an attack. Fast, the extremely fast sword was integrated with the mystery of 3 kinds of swordsmanship. In addition to the power of the great success clear wind force, its speed reached the extreme. However, the demon dweller was indeed extraordinary. His speed was extremely fast, and it was very shocking. Moreover, at the critical moment, he burst out with a secret technique, and his speed increased again. He actually narrowly avoided Xianxia's sword. However, Xianxia's speed also burst out in an instant, and the sword attacked again. This time, he could not dodge. He could only quickly turn around and wave the black sharp blade in his hand to block Xianxia's sword. The black sharp blade was extremely fast. When it was waved, it brought about a series of afterimages across the air. It was like a folding fan that opened in an instant, to block Xianxia's sword. However, Xianxia's wrist turned slightly. His swordsmanship was superb. In an instant, it changed several times, as if it had turned into a shadow, directly passing through the opponent's black sharp blade. It seemed to penetrate everything and kill the demon dweller. Pierce through, this sword, like a gust of wind, was all-pervasive, and directly pierced through the opponent's forehead. You. The demon dweller stared at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. Then, they turned gray and lost their vitality. Xianxia looked at the opponent, and a light smile appeared on his face. One must know that his divine will had been tempered and became more powerful. What followed was the improvement of his perception. When the demon dweller targeted and approached him, Xianxia felt it. Naturally, he would not be unprepared. He dodged the opponent's attack with an extremely fast speed, and then counterattacked in an instant. With his extremely fast speed and superb swordsmanship, he killed the opponent. In those 10 years of seclusion, Xianxia's swordsmanship had obviously improved. It could be said that this was the biggest improvement. Xianxia had already comprehended and mastered the mysteries of the more than 30 swordsmanship in the Tao Alliance's scripture depository. In this way, Chenzong also combined some mysteries with each other to increase the power of his swordsmanship. For example, the previous sword was not simply fast. In addition to speed, there was a kind of sharpness that could pierce through everything. These three are not qualified to make me use my full strength. Chenzong thought to himself and continued to move forward. In addition to looking for disciples to kill and gain points, Chenzong also wanted to fight with a strong opponent. 10 years of seclusion, 10 years of polishing a sword. Then, if his swordsmanship was to be used to the extreme, how strong would it be? He did not know. At least, he lacked a suitable opponent to test it out. But it doesn't matter. Among the 1,000 people who entered this time, there is no lack of people who are extremely powerful. I will fight with them. Chenzong thought to himself. This battle was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. The fourth opponent was a heavenly human. However, he was also from the third heaven. Although he was talented and powerful, he was still unable to make Chenzong use his full strength. He was still easily killed. However, the fifth opponent was not ordinary. This was because this opponent was from the ancient beast clan. Not only was he talented, but he was also a true disciple of the fourth heaven. In addition, he was also a disciple of the previous batch. In the previous batch, he was an outer disciple. However, because of his outstanding performance in the disciples' meet, he made it into the top 100 and was promoted to a true disciple of the fourth heaven. However, his ranking was not high enough and he did not receive as many rewards as he expected. Therefore, he suppressed his cultivation level and did not make a breakthrough. This was all for the sake of making a name for himself this time and achieving a higher ranking. Do you understand the feeling of suppressing your cultivation level and not making a breakthrough? This ancient beast clan member did not attack directly. Instead, he smiled crazily and said, "That feeling is not good. It is really not good. You can make a breakthrough and master more power, but you have to painstakingly suppress it. What am I doing this for? Isn't it for this year's disciples' meet?" This ancient beast clan member roared at Chenzong as if he was crazy. However, Chenzong did not dare to underestimate this ancient beast clan member. This was because the aura that this ancient beast clan member exuded was very powerful. It was far more powerful than the 4 opponents that he had killed before. The difference was huge. Thinking about it, this ancient beast clan member was not bad to begin with. Moreover, he had cultivated for at least 100 years in the fourth heaven. This was only the most basic estimate. After 100 years, his improvement would be shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient beast moved at an astonishing speed. He closed in on Chenzong like a streak of light. He clenched his fist, and his joints seemed to bulge. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Chenzong with terrifying power, as if he was about to shatter the sky. From the aura, Chenzong knew that this ancient beast clan member cultivated the 9 heavens thousand condensation technique of the 3 great ultimate techniques. It seemed that he had cultivated the first level to an extremely high level. Each of the 3 great ultimate techniques had 5 levels. The first level corresponded to the divine condensation realm. If one wanted to cultivate the second level, they would have to break through to the third level, the divine condensation realm. However, there were differences even in the first level. There were 4 small levels: entry, small success, large success, and complete. The difference between each small level was very obvious. This ancient beast clan member should have cultivated the first level of the 9 heavens thousand condensation technique to the complete realm. However, Chenzong had only cultivated the first level of the annihilation technique of the 9 heavens thousand condensation technique to the complete realm. He was close to the complete realm, but he had not yet reached the complete realm. There was a huge difference between being close to the complete realm and having reached the complete realm. In addition, with the extra 100 years, this ancient beast clan member's talent was not bad. He could have improved in all other aspects to a shocking level. In fact, this ancient beast clan member had already improved everything that he could improve to the extreme. He had reached a point where he could not improve anymore. If it was not for the disciples' competition, he would have broken through to the divine condensation realm decades ago. The feeling of not improving for decades was very frustrating. It was not that he could not see the hope of breaking through. It was that he could break through at any time, but he had to suppress it. That punch seemed simple, but it wasn't. It directly blended the profoundness of a few fist arts. Its power was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. As the fist pressure pressed down, it directly brought about a great threat to Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes lit up in an instant. An indescribable power filled the air, and a touch of sharpness exploded. He drew his sword, the sword light turned into a light green color. It blew out like a gust of wind, carrying with it a strong power. It directly slashed at the Ancient Beast clan member's powerful punch. Chen Zong wanted to test the Ancient Beast clan member's direct attack power. One punch, one sword, it was a head-on attack. In an instant, the sword light was shattered and the sword force was dispersed. An extremely powerful force blasted towards Chen Zong as if it was going to smash him into pieces. Retreat, Chen Zong had to retreat to avoid the powerful impact of the punch. You are indeed powerful. Chen Zong was secretly shocked. He did not use any secret techniques in that attack, but he had unleashed the full power of the clear wind force. That attack had also integrated the mystery of hardness and other powerful mysteries that were suitable for head-on attacks. However, it was still defeated and pushed back. Since that was the case, he had to show his true strength. In a flash, Chen Zong immediately disappeared like a gust of wind. He circled around at an astonishing speed and attacked the Paleo beast from the side. Here. A glint flashed across the ancient beast's eyes. Immediately, he threw out a ferocious punch. It was powerful and the fist force was majestic. It seemed to be even more powerful than the previous punch. It was as if it was going to shatter the space. Pressure, the shocking pressure of the punch directly smashed Chen Zong's body into pieces. However, what was smashed was only an afterimage. At the critical moment, Chen Zong dodged at an astonishing speed. Boom! Boom, you are really powerful. Chen Zong was even more shocked, but he was also more excited. His fighting spirit was bursting, and his sword will was surging. The way of the heart, the way of the sword, the power of the two great paths overlapped, and the power of the sword increased again. Immediately, it merged with the Yin thunder force. The power of the sword increased tremendously. Suddenly, it was as if it could cut open the sky. It rushed forward and attacked. The superb swordsmanship was unstoppable. Chen Zong was hit directly. The defense of the Nine-Heaven soldier armor could not withstand it and was instantly cut open. Even though its power was reduced by 10%, the remaining 90% of its power was enough to break through the defense, tear open his skin, and injure him. If Chen Zong had not dodged in time, the sword would have caused more than just a slight injury. You've angered me. The ancient beast roared and immediately shapeshifted. In an instant, the ancient beast's body swelled up and changed into an ape-man. Its fur was short and black in color. Each strand of hair stood up like countless steel needles. Its aura became even more violent, brutal, and direct, repelling everything around it. As the ancient beast transformed into a ferocious ape-man, the wound caused by Chen Zong's sword quickly healed. After transforming, the ancient beast clansman's strength, speed, defense, and self-healing abilities would be significantly enhanced. This was the true appearance of the ancient beast clan. It was the appearance of their true strength. Normally, they would transform into a human-like appearance just to make it easier for them to move around. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. His fists became more violent and faster. Every punch was like a black iron meteorite piercing through the sky, forming a meteorite-like bombardment. The terrifying fist force even shattered and turned the surrounding ground into powder. Under such an attack, Chen Zong found it difficult to get close because the power was too strong. It wasn't something that Chen Zong could withstand. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Zong had cultivated a body refining technique in the past 10 years and his physique had been strengthened a lot, he would have had no choice but to retreat under such a terrifying attack. Heart fire. Chen Zong muttered to himself. Instantly, layers of heart flame phantoms burned and covered Chen Zong's body. His entire body seemed to be bathed in layers of illusory flames, swaying endlessly and emitting a boundless halo. Power, speed, his strength and swordsmanship became even more powerful in an instant. This ancient beast's attacks were even more ferocious after he shapeshifted. He was faster and more powerful. However, he was not flawless. Chenzong took advantage of the gaps and pushed his sword forward. He pushed the sword's sharpness to the extreme. His sword seemed to split the air as it closed in on the ancient beast once again. Kill. Die. The ancient beast roared again. He opened his fists and suddenly clapped. Then, with endless power, endless smoke and fire, they closed in on Chenzong as if they were going to squash him into a meat patty. Chenzong did not panic in the face of danger. He moved and slashed with his long sword, bursting with an extremely strong power. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was not slow at all. With the astonishing power of 3 mountains and 5 mountains, he slashed twice, one on each side of the ancient beast. Countless streams of energy surged out, crazily rushing in all directions. The ancient beast's combined palm attack was blocked in an instant. Chenzong rushed forward and slashed at the ancient beast's neck. The extremely sharp aura made the ancient beast's expression change drastically. Roar, the powerful roar turned into rolling sound waves. Like a soundstorm, it blasted toward Chenzong's face with an astonishing power. This sound wave was enough to shatter steel. Slash, with a slash of his sword, he split the sound wave and continued to attack the ancient beast. At the crucial moment, the ancient beast avoided the vital point on its neck and gathered all of its power to its shoulders. Layer after layer of power overlapped, and every single strand of hair was suffused with astonishing radiance. It was incomparably cold like steel, and its defensive power was raised to the extreme. The light green sword light was filled with wisps of gray. There seemed to be an invisible ripple of flowing light that slashed at the ancient beast like water. One by one, the needle-like hairs were sliced and shredded. However, the sword light was also blocked by layers of resistance. The slash of the sword was instantly blocked by the ancient beast's stacked strength and strong physical defense. However, the ancient beast's expression changed instantly. He felt an invisible force rushing toward him and attacking his spiritual will. Although it did not break his divine will, it affected him somewhat and forced him to defend himself. At the same time, he was distracted and could not control all his strength to attack Chenzong. Divine Will Attack. This was the Divine Will guidance art that Chenzong had received from the Tao Alliance 10 years ago. During these 10 years, Chenzong had been constantly comprehending and cultivating it. The Divine Will guidance art could not strengthen one's own divine will. However, the depletion of divine will would speed up the recovery of the divine will. Additionally, when one cultivated it to a certain level, they would be able to guide the divine will and integrate it into their attacks. Chenzong was able to guide the power of the divine will and integrate it into his swordsmanship so that his swordsmanship would have the power of the divine will. Of course, this was only a small part of the power of the divine will. It was not even 10% of its power. For example, under normal circumstances, Chenzong could only guide 1% of the divine will into his swordsmanship. It sounded very advanced, but the divine will attack was actually not that profound. It was just an application of the power of the divine will. Moreover, this application was only useful for cultivators with powerful divine wills. The so-called cultivators with powerful divine wills referred to those whose divine wills were stronger than their own cultivation level. Using the 3 trial grounds of the 9 heavens imperial court as a standard, for example, the strength of the 3rd level of the battle tower corresponded to the divine will of the 3rd level of the 1000 fantasy house. However, there were also cultivators who had the strength to pass the 3rd level of the battle tower but did not have the strength of the divine will to pass the 3rd level of the 1000 fantasy house. In that case, mastering the divine will attack was actually not very useful. This was because even if it was used, it would not cause any impact or influence on the divine will of others. Of course, it would be effective if it was used against someone weaker than oneself. However, if the opponent was weaker than oneself, then what was the use of the impact of the divine will? It would just be a waste of time. After all, mastering the application of the divine will was not a simple matter. It required a lot of time and effort to study it. One also needed to have the corresponding talent. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of time and effort. The application of the divine will was only suitable for cultivators whose divine wills were stronger than their cultivation level. This was because it was an advantage that had to be used reasonably. Zhong's 1% of the power of the divine will would naturally not be able to truly harm the opponent's divine will. However, it could cause an impact and cause the opponent to be distracted for an instant and unable to attack him. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhong struck again with his sword. With Zhong's speed, it was enough for him to seize the opportunity and slash out with an extremely sharp sword. A battle between experts only lasted for a moment, just like what was happening now. In terms of strength alone, Zhong was indeed inferior to the Skypride from the ancient beast tribe. However, he was not inferior in any other aspect. In fact, he was even superior, such as his speed and swordsmanship. Now that a portion of the impact of the divine will had interfered with the opponent, causing the opponent's divine will to be shaken. This caused the opponent to be unable to exert his full strength. This strike was so sharp that by the time the ancient beast tribe member reacted, it was already too late for him to block or dodge. In a hurry, the ancient beast tribe member threw out a punch and fought with his life on the line. He was very decisive and ruthless. A sharp and cold light flashed across Zhong's eyes. However, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he fully activated his body-enhancing skill and planned to take the blow head-on. Slash, in an instant, the sword struck the ancient beast tribe member's neck. The powerful and direct sword light immediately broke through the ancient beast tribe member's defense and severed his neck. At the same time, Zhong's chest was also hit by the ancient beast tribe member's punch. Although it was weakened by 10%, the remaining 90% of its power was still terrifying. With a bang, like the roar of a drum, the ancient beast tribe member's punch broke through Zhong's protective energy and landed on his chest. It was as if it was going to shatter him. Retreat. Zhong's body swayed and he staggered back a few steps. Every step he took seemed to break the ground, leaving deep footprints. His face was slightly pale, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Zhong was still injured by that punch. Fortunately, the ancient beast tribe member's counterattack was a little hasty and did not use his full strength. After being weakened, it finally hit Zhong. Zhong's body-enhancing skill was not bad, so he was only slightly injured. If Zhong did not have body-enhancing skills, this punch could have killed him. That would be equivalent to perishing together. Seeing that his punch did not kill Zhong, the ancient beast tribe member was unwilling to die. Your strength is not bad. You forced me to use 2 secret skills and the divine will attack. Unfortunately, you still can't force me to use my full strength. Zhong seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the dead ancient beast tribe member. No one knew how much Zhong had improved in those 10 years with the help of the Heart Sutra. In addition to his amazing talent, even if the ancient beast tribe member had cultivated for 100 years, he still could not compare. Cultivation time was one of the factors to measure a cultivator's strength, but it was not the standard. It was only one of the factors. Besides, there were other factors such as talent and opportunity. The ancient beast was indeed a top genius and had cultivated for a longer time than Zhong. However, Zhong's talent was more outstanding. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he could make up for the difference in cultivation time. In addition, there was the means. The strength of Zhong's divine will was one of his strengths. When he used it, he turned the tide of the battle and secured victory. 5 points. It was really difficult to obtain points. 1 point could only be obtained by killing one person. The same person could only be killed once. Moreover, the Battle of Death Ruins was not small. There were 1,000 people. It would only be considered over if everyone died once. Unknowingly, it increased the difficulty. Zhong was not in a hurry to continue hunting other disciples. Instead, he used his Cultivation Sutra to recover his strength. He had used up a lot of energy in the battle just now. He had to recover to his peak state first. Otherwise, if he encountered a strong enemy, he would be vulnerable if he was not strong enough. Although according to the rules, everyone was destined to die once before the disciples' meet would end, they could choose how they wanted to die. Even if he had to die, Zhong did not want to die simply. At least, he wanted to die in the hands of a stronger opponent. However, Zhong did not take any elixirs to recover his strength. These elixirs were not bad. Although he had accumulated some over the past 30 years, they were not much. Good steel should be used on the blade. After a while, Chenzong's strength was completely recovered. During this period, he was not disturbed. The Battle of Death Ruins was not small. There were 1,000 people. It was not easy to find the others. Chenzong moved again. He turned into a gust of wind and spread out his divine will to find the whereabouts of the other disciples. The Battle of Death Ruins was full of ruins. It was the result of countless battles and would not be restored. Many figures were moving through the ruins. Some of them were dashing and emitting a dazzling aura. It was as if they were telling others, "I'm here. Come and find me." There were also some who retracted their auras and flew past at lightning speed. There were also some who completely concealed their auras and used the terrain to hide their tracks so that they wouldn't be discovered by others. Once they discovered others, they would erupt with their fastest speed and hunt them down. In this place, because one would not really die, there was no need to hold back. After all, this was the disciples' meet, a competition between the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's spirit condensation disciples. If one were to hold back, then one might not be able to display one's abilities to the fullest and obtain a better ranking. And these were all related to the opinions of the higher-ups, rewards, and so on. Therefore, the most correct way of doing things was to bring out all of his abilities and compete with the other disciples to his heart's content. Of course, this didn't mean that he had to act blindly. Instead, he had to bring out what he was best at and display his most outstanding aspects. He didn't have to expose his weaknesses, as that would only lower the evaluation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's experts. At this very moment, the group of experts from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court were all staring at everything that was happening in the ruins of the deathly battle. They were all aware of who was performing well and who was not. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the ruins of the deathly battle, there was no distinction between day and night. The sky was also gloomy, extremely oppressive. However, everyone could feel the passage of time here. Everyone's 9 heavens rings carried elixirs that could restore energy, as well as elixirs that could eliminate hunger and restore physical strength like fresh water elixirs and meat essence elixirs. Fresh water elixirs and meat essence elixirs were provided by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, and they could be supplied in unlimited quantities. Of course, there was no need to do so. Generally, 1 fresh water elixir and 1 meat essence elixir a day was enough to maintain daily consumption. No matter how intense the consumption was, it would only be 2 or 3 more elixirs. For example, Chenzong had accumulated thousands of fresh water elixirs and meat essence elixirs in the 9 heavens rings over the past 30 years, enough to last him for quite a long period of time. In these 10 days, Chenzong had fought more than 10 battles and won every battle. In every battle, he didn't use his full strength. In this way, Chenzong obtained 19 points. In these 10 days, sometimes when he was lucky, he could kill 3 people a day. Sometimes when he was unlucky, he could only kill 1. His figure drifted past like a breeze, but Chenzong didn't use his full speed, because that would increase the consumption of energy. Suddenly, Chenzong's figure paused, and his eyes became sharp. It was as if there was a flash of light shooting through the air, directly locking onto a figure 1,000 meters in front of him. That figure was attacking and killing a disciple with 1 strike of his staff. It was as easy as breaking bamboo. "West staff," Chenzong called out in a low voice. His paused figure flashed again, and his speed increased again, like a gust of wind blowing past. West staff, a member of the Origin clan, a top prodigy of the Origin clan. 10 years ago, Chenzong had fought with him. Although he used all his strength, he was still defeated in the end. After that, Chenzong didn't challenge West staff. Now, 10 years had passed. Since they met in the ruins of the Battle of Death, it was naturally a battle. After killing that disciple with 1 strike of his staff and obtaining 1 point, West staff also sensed the aura. He turned around and saw Chenzong. He was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face. He had a deep impression of this human. He was obviously from the 3rd sequence void. He was obviously a human without any special talent, but he was able to defeat many members of the Origin clan. He even fought fiercely with him, and in the end, he had to use the power of the Tao pattern to defeat him. In other words, if it wasn't for that 1 year of seclusion, when he happened to comprehend and condense a Tao pattern, the outcome of the battle with Chen Zong would have been hard to predict. How could he not have a deep impression of such a person? Now that they met here, it was natural for him to have another battle. Human, since we've met and we're going to die anyway, let me end you. West Staff laughed and completely turned around. However, he didn't charge forward. Instead, he stood quietly in place, waiting for Chen Zong to come closer. The distance of 1,000 meters was actually very short. With Chen Zong's explosive speed, he could cross it in just 1 or 2 breaths. Close in, a light green sword light bloomed in an instant, condensing into a line and piercing through the air. It was an extremely fast sword, but it also condensed an indescribable sharpness. West Staff was secretly shocked, and at the same time, his pupils shrank. From this sword, he could see that Chen Zong's strength was much stronger than it was 10 years ago. This is interesting. West Staff grinned and immediately raised the dark golden staff in his hand. Then let me see how strong you are now. Let's see if you're qualified to make me use my full strength like I did 10 years ago. After 10 years, West Staff's improvement was astonishing. After all, he was an Origin clan member and a top prodigy among them. He had a great innate advantage, and with Primordial's nurturing, he was improving almost every moment. His strength after 10 years would definitely be able to defeat his strength from 10 years ago. If this human was too weak, he would be disappointed. Of course, West Staff didn't think that this human's improvement in the past 10 years would surpass his, or even catch up with him. It would be amazing if this human could improve half of his. This was because most of the demon tribe and heavenly human tribe couldn't do this, let alone a human who was only a third-rank void realm. That staff smashed down directly. It was as if it had stirred up wind and thunder. It directly exploded with an extremely terrifying might, falling down from above. Its power was astonishing to the extreme. Suffocation, under the staff, Chen Zong felt as if a dark golden meteorite was falling from the sky, as if it could shatter everything below. Compared to 10 years ago, he was much more powerful. With a loud bang, Chen Zong's body collapsed. A huge crater was formed on the ground. Countless cracks spread out, and waves of earth rose up. A light green sword suddenly appeared behind West Staff, cutting horizontally in the air with astonishing sharpness. You've become even faster. West Staff seemed to be a little talkative. As he spoke, he swung his staff horizontally, as if he was sweeping away an army. It carried an astonishing force that was extremely heavy and vigorous. The great Tao that West Staff had mastered was the great Tao of Earth. It was extremely heavy and vigorous, and its power was even stronger. Chen Zong didn't plan to fight it head-on at all, as that would be very disadvantageous to him. As for using the Tao domain to suppress it, it was also ineffective. Chen Zong realized that although there was also a Tao domain in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it was different from the Void. In the Void, the Tao domain was released outwards. Here, the Tao domain was restrained. Of course, this restraint could only be truly achieved in the third realm. As for the second realm, it was only in the brewing stage. Although it was in the brewing stage, they could naturally resist the suppression of the Tao domain. The only thing that was truly effective was the Sword World. However, the suppression power of the Sword World was also imperceptibly weakened. At the end of the day, there was still a difference between Chen Zong and the cultivators of the universe. Only when one reached the third realm would that difference truly disappear. Turning into a breeze, Chen Zong dodged again and attacked again. He displayed his maximum speed and even used the secret technique of the heart flame. The immense power of the mind was enough to support Chen Zong to use the secret technique of the heart flame for a very long time. He was stronger and faster. It was an extremely intense battle. After attacking several times in a row, he still couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Shi Staff also knew that this human's improvement over the past 10 years was not weak. He really had to fight with his full strength, which was quite similar to what happened 10 years ago. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content. Shi Staff let out a long whistle. His aura skyrocketed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the dark golden staff emitted a dazzling light, bursting forth with layers of halos. It seemed that the staff had expanded by one size and was even more powerful. When he attacked, every strike of the staff seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Not only did it have an extremely astonishing offensive power, but it also affected the surroundings, creating an invisible pressure. This pressure would affect Qianzong's figure. Vaguely, Qianzong actually felt that this kind of pressure was somewhat similar to the Tao domain. Within the eighth heaven of the nine heavens imperial court, there was an incomparably majestic hall. Numerous gigantic figures that were 100 meters tall stood in 4 directions. Every single one of them exuded a boundless aura that was incomparably majestic, deep, and boundless. There were more than a dozen of these figures, almost 20 of them. They were all experts of the nine heavens imperial court. To be able to stay in the 8th layer of heaven was already an incredible existence. Cultivators like Lin Ming and Ao Wu were not qualified to stay in the 8th layer of heaven. The 20 figures came from various races. Among them, there were humans as well, but most of them were from the origin race. What's up with that human? One of the origin race experts stared at one of the many images and said in surprise, he can actually fight such an intense battle with that little guy from the origin race. It's a little unbelievable. Let me ask. That little guy from the origin race is called Xianxia. He's one of the more outstanding prodigies of the origin race in this year's cohort. It's said that he can make it into the top 10 this year. Another origin race expert said slowly, as for that human, he should be an incredible human because he's from the 3rd sequence void. 10 years ago, he fought with Xianxia. Although he lost in the end, he still displayed extraordinary abilities. Oh, a human from the 3rd sequence void actually has such abilities. The other experts were all surprised. They were all high-level experts of the nine heavens imperial court. Naturally, they would not pay too much attention to the disciples unless it was extremely special. So special that it piqued their curiosity and drew their attention. After all, they had other important matters to attend to besides cultivation. How would they have the time to pay special attention to a group of disciples? A human from the 3rd sequence void is indeed not bad. Jing Yuan, it looks like there's another good junior among the humans this time. It seems so. The one who was called Jing Yuan was a human. He was also the only human expert here. He had another identity, the leader of the Tao Alliance. After a few breaths, he spoke again. This little guy is from the Tao Alliance. I didn't expect there to be another outstanding junior in the Tao Alliance. Just now, he had contacted the other members of the Tao Alliance and learned about this. While the high-level experts were talking, the battle between Qianzong and Xianxia was getting more and more intense. Qianzong was intoxicated by the feeling of unleashing his swordsmanship to his heart's content. With the sword in his hand, he had complete control over it. He could use it as he pleased, and the changes in weight and speed were as he wished. In terms of absolute strength and attack power, Xianxia was better than Qianzong. However, Xianxia soon discovered that Qianzong's swordsmanship was too superb. Xianxia knew from the battle 10 years ago that Qianzong's swordsmanship was superb, and he had rich combat experience. 10 years later, his swordsmanship had improved a lot, and Xianxia found it difficult to deal with him. After a fierce battle, Xianxia realized that it was very difficult for him to compete with his opponent's swordsmanship with his staff skills. Although his staff skills had improved a lot in the past 10 years, his opponent's swordsmanship had improved even more. He was truly a genius in swordsmanship. Since that was the case, Xianxia decided to use his strength to suppress his opponent. Xianxia unleashed his secret technique again, and the power of his staff skills suddenly increased by 70%. It was even more terrifying. Every strike of his staff carried the power of an embryonic Tao domain. It suppressed the surroundings and increased the pressure on Qianzong. It made it harder for Qianzong to move. However, Qianzong's superb swordsmanship still allowed him to contend with Xianxia. He was not at a disadvantage for a while, but at the same time, it was difficult for him to close in on Xianxia. He could only move around and look for an opportunity. Superb techniques could allow the weak to defeat the strong, but powerful strength could also defeat 10 people. There was no such thing as absolute strength. Everything depended on how the person used it. If they used it well, they would be strong. If they did not use it well, they would be weak. Seizing the moment of opportunity, Qianzong closed in and attacked with his sword. The speed of his sword was so fast that Xianxia could not react in time. Moreover, the sharpness of his swordsmanship was astonishing. When it reached him, Xizhang was shocked. He felt as if he would be torn apart by the sword. However, when Qinzong's sword hit Xizhang's body, he realized that there was a layer of resistance that blocked the sword. That resistance was extremely tough and difficult to break through. In just an instant, the long rod of the West staff slammed through the air. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. It was as if a mountain was pressing down, wanting to shatter Qinzong. Retreat. In an instant, Qinzong immediately retreated. At the same time, he saw that there seemed to be a halo flashing on Xizhang's body. The halo was as thin as a piece of paper, but it was surprisingly tough. Qinzong recognized it at a glance. The 9 Mystic Protection Technique. Qinzong said to himself. That was one of the 3 supreme secret skills of the secret pavilion, the 9 Mystic Protection Technique. It was a defensive secret skill. After mastering it, it would naturally form a thin layer of defense on the surface of one's skin. Once it was attacked, it would be automatically activated to defend against the attack. As one of the 3 supreme mystic techniques of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, and the only defensive mystic technique among the 3 supreme mystic techniques, it was naturally very shocking. It was normal that his sword couldn't slice it open. The powerful staff technique and the amazing defense of the 9 Mystic Protection Technique put Xizhang in an invincible position. Although Xizhang had only mastered the first layer of the 9 Mystic Protection Technique and condensed a protective force, it was enough to block Qinzong's swordsmanship attack. Human, do you have any more powerful moves? If not, you will definitely lose this time, Xizhang said with a smile. Qinzong stared at Xizhang. Sure enough, after 10 years, both he and Xizhang had improved a lot. Fortunately, he had passed through the 3rd level of the 3 great trial grounds and had chosen a supreme secret technique. In the past 10 years, he had also cultivated it to some extent. 9 layers of mixed killing. Among the 3 supreme secret skills, this was a secret skill that focused on attacking power. He drew his sword. Qinzong moved again. He became one with his sword and once again swung his superb swordsmanship. Xizhang's staff came down, but Qinzong dodged it. Then, he rushed forward and swung his sword again. It seemed like a brief exchange, but in fact, Qinzong had used more than 10 different swordsmanship skills to get rid of the influence of Xizhang's staff technique and directly closed in on him. The Heart Sutra allowed Qinzong to discover his shortcomings in battle and improve himself at the fastest speed. In other words, Qinzong was a person who could constantly improve himself in battle. That was terrifying. He swung his sword again. This time, Xizhang still could not dodge it. He could only resist it with his own defense. When the sword hit Xizhang again, it cut through his armor and hit the protective power of the 9 Mysteries body protection technique. Qinzong felt that amazing toughness again. 9-fold mixed kill. He muttered to himself. It seemed that a sword shadow appeared in an instant and merged with the sword to launch a second attack. It was extremely fast. The first slash was the slash of Qinzong's sword. The second slash was the slash of the sword shadow that had been condensed in an instant. The interval between the first attack and the second attack was very short, almost at the same time. Moreover, the power of the second attack was exactly the same as that of the first attack. This was the secret of the supreme secret skill, 9-fold mixed kill. The 9-fold mixed kill could launch up to 9 more attacks. Using the sword as an example, it meant that there were 9 more sword shadows in a row. Each sword shadow's power was the same as the first one. If the 9-fold mixed kill was cultivated to the advanced level, one attack would be accompanied by 9 sword shadows. It was equivalent to launching 10 attacks of the same power in an instant. It was very terrifying. But now, Qinzong could only launch the first attack, which was to condense a sword shadow to accompany his sword. It was equivalent to launching 2 attacks at the same point. Any defense had an upper limit. The interval between the sword shadows of the 9-fold mixed kill was very short. Although it was not the same as doubling the attack, it was very close. The first attack was blocked by the protective power of the 9 Mysteries body protection technique. However, after blocking Qinzong's 10 attacks, the protective power was also in a state of extreme. As the sword shadows chased after him, the protective power was immediately broken and directly attacked Xizhang. His body was split open and blood splattered. 9-fold mixed kill. Zhang was not killed directly because the moment his protective power was broken, Zhang reacted quickly and immediately retreated. Therefore, he was not seriously injured. He had mastered the 9 Mysteries body protection technique, while his opponent had mastered the 9-fold mixed kill. In other words, his 9 Mysteries body protection technique could not block the power of his swordsmanship. He felt that this battle seemed to be more difficult than the one 10 years ago. However, Zhang was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed a smile. In an instant, an earthing yellow vein pattern appeared behind him. Compared to 10 years ago, that vein pattern seemed to be even more solid. The might it emitted also seemed to be a bit stronger. Dao pattern, the Dao pattern of the Earth Dao. In an instant, the Dao pattern integrated into the long staff. The long staff suddenly trembled and its power surged. Its aura was extremely shocking. Boom, when the staff arrived, its power increased by a lot, becoming extremely terrifying. It was as if everything would be shattered under this force. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, Chen Zong's expression was extremely solemn. Too powerful. Compared to 10 years ago, it was much more powerful. Moreover, the embryonic form of the doctrine domain was much more powerful. Its influence on the surroundings was obviously more intense. Without hesitation, Chen Zong activated the sword world. Although his swordsmanship was excellent and far surpassed Zhang's staff skills, the difference in power was too great. It was as if it had exceeded the limit. The sword world activated and covered all directions. Rays of sword light condensed in an instant and 10 swords merged into one. In an instant, 200 rays of sword light appeared. Compared to 10 years ago, there were 100 more rays. Each ray of sword light was extremely powerful. Kill, 20 rays of sword light formed a wave and immediately bombarded Zhang. Come on. Zhang's face was filled with excitement. The feeling of unleashing his full power was too wonderful. Every attack was extremely powerful, as if it could shatter a mountain. Attack, attack to your heart's content, attack with all your might, fight, 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 Chen Zong clenched his right hand. In an instant, the bracelet turned into the 9 Heavens soldier sword. His body flew out. Chen Zong's sword world had become even more powerful, and the pressure it brought to Zhang had also increased. However, under Zhang's full power, the power of the staff was too strong. When the sword light arrived, it would be shattered immediately. Even if the 200 sword lights were divided into 20 waves of continuous attacks, even if Chen Zong came close with his sword, he could not do anything to Zhang. This was because Zhang's attack power after the Dao pattern power was too terrifying. It had the shocking ability to defeat 10 people with brute force. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. His eyes became brighter, and his expression became more serious. Immediately, Chen Zong took a deep breath, and seemed to have made some kind of decision. His left hand's fingers were like a sword, and he directly pointed at his forehead. From top to bottom, it was as if he was going to cut his forehead open. In an instant, a shocking sharpness shot out, and a rune appeared. The rune wasn't curved in the slightest, and it was completely straight. It was like the edge of a sword, and it was incomparably dazzling and shocking. As soon as it appeared, the shocking sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Seeing the straight and sharp pattern that appeared between Chen Zong's eyebrows, Zhang's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "Dao pattern." The aura fluctuation was obviously a Dao pattern, and it was a sword Dao divine pattern. Some of the powerhouses in the 8th heaven also noticed and were slightly stunned. Not bad, a human from the 3rd sequence void can actually master a Dao pattern. A real dragon is born in shallow water. The great Dao divine pattern was something that could be comprehended and mastered when one's cultivation realm reached the divine aspect realm. It was equivalent to comprehending the great Dao to a certain extent. However, a small number of prodigies could also comprehend and master a Dao pattern in the 2nd realm of the spirit condensation realm, but it was extremely rare. In short, any cultivator who could master a Dao pattern in the spirit condensation realm could be called a true top prodigy. Regardless of race, they were the top prodigies in the universe. For a human from the 3rd sequence void to be able to master a Dao pattern in the spirit condensation realm, even if it was only one Dao pattern, was already very impressive. This was because even most of the origin race could not do it. Only a few of the top prodigies of the origin race could do it. There was no doubt that Chenzong had attracted the attention of the powerhouses of the eighth heaven. This strand of Sword Dao divine crest was the result of Chenzong ceaselessly comprehending, cultivating, and ceaselessly improving his attainments in the Sword Dao during these past 10 years. It represented that Chenzong had truly stepped onto the threshold of the Sword Dao. Even though he'd only taken a small step onto the threshold, there was an obvious difference when compared to before. Strands of energy seemed to be gushing out from the sword mark between his eyebrows. It was extremely sharp. Chenzong turned the sword in his hand back into a bracelet. The power of the sword runes spread out and merged into the sword world. In an instant, the pressure of the sword world doubled, immediately causing the west staff to feel suppressed. At the same time, the power of each ray of sword light was doubled. In this way, the west staff could no longer shatter the sword light with a single strike. The result of this was that he had to face wave after wave of sword light bombardment. It became more and more strenuous for him, and the pressure on him increased dramatically. The west staff directly became a target. He could only deal with Chenzong's sword light attacks tirelessly. In the end, he could not hold on and was killed by the sword light. Even in death, the west staff did not have time to express any emotions. Only his eyes were filled with shock. In the battle 10 years ago, he had won. In the battle 10 years later, he had lost. Oh, this little human actually won. Amazing. Xingyuan, your Dao Alliance is really lucky this time. The leader of the Dao Alliance, Xingyuan, let out a hearty laugh. He was truly satisfied, because it had been many years since there had been a human junior who had made his eyes light up like this. The last person he had seen was probably the one from 10,000 years ago. Now, he was a very powerful fighter in the Dao Alliance, and he was also very famous in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It would be very beneficial for the Dao Alliance to have a few more prodigies of the human race like him. The Dao Alliance's maintenance and development could not only rely on himself and those of the same generation. They also needed powerful juniors. Otherwise, if there was a shortage of juniors, the Dao Alliance might collapse. After all, the Dao Alliance was almost at the bottom of the 9 great factions. After killing the West Staff, Chenzong smiled. Of course, after 10 years, his strength had increased more than the West Staff's. However, Chenzong did not have an easy time in this battle. He almost used all his strength to defeat the West Staff. His strength was also greatly depleted, and there was not much left. He hurriedly took out an elixir and consumed it to quickly recover his depleted strength. Chenzong then circulated his cultivation technique to speed up the recovery of his strength. He left while recovering his strength. After all, the battle here had caused a huge commotion, and it might attract other disciples. With his current state, if he encountered a powerful disciple, he might not be a match for them. As expected, not long after Chenzong left, a stream of light approached in an instant and turned into an Origin clan member. That Origin clan member's eyes seemed to be flickering with a faint green light. His aura seemed to be restrained, but it also seemed to be released. It was very shocking. Moreover, his feet were off the ground. Although it was only 3 inches, it was still a shocking display of strength. One had to know that those in the spirit focus realm could not fly. Even those in the divine phase realm could only hover in the air for a short period of time. A pair of eyes that flickered with a pale green brilliance swept across the area. After sizing up the surroundings, a dense cold smile hung from the corners of his mouth. His body flashed and once again transformed into a green light figure. He actually rushed swiftly in the direction that Chenzong had left in. His speed was shocking and his presence was extremely soft. This little guy seems to be the Origin clan prodigy from the previous generation, Green Nightmare. An Origin clan expert from the 8th layer of heaven laughed. That's right, it's him. He was born with a wind spiritual body. In the previous disciple competition, he was ranked 11th. He hasn't made a breakthrough yet, so he should be aiming for first place. There's a big difference between the rewards for being ranked 11th and 1st. It seems that the little guy from the human clan has been targeted. He's going to be in danger. No one thought that Chenzong would be a match for Green Nightmare. After all, Green Nightmare was much stronger than Xizhang. In the previous disciple competition, he had been ranked 11th. After 100 years of cultivation, he was also born with a strong constitution like the wind's spiritual body. After 100 years of cultivation, even if his progress was slow, he was constantly improving. However, that little guy from the human clan was not bad. If he had been born in the universe, he might have been even more outstanding. However, it was very rare for a real dragon to be born in shallow water. Even a real dragon would often have some shortcomings due to the limitations of the environment. It might be possible to make up for it, but it required more time and opportunities. As Xianxia flew away, he quickly recovered his strength. At the same time, he recalled the battle with Xianxia. That battle had not been easy. It could even be said that it had been very difficult. After 10 years, his strength had increased a lot, and so had Xianxia. The embryonic form of a Dao domain. Xianxia thought to himself. Dao domains existed in the universe and the void. However, as he cultivated and broadened his knowledge, Xianxia also understood that the void's application of Dao domains was actually very simple and rather crude. The void's initial application of Dao domains was to release it to suppress the opponent. The more advanced application was the second level of Dao domains, which gave rise to a more unique power. As for the higher levels, Xianxia was not clear because he was still far from reaching them. As for the application of Dao domains in the universe, it was directly integrated into martial arts, which was more profound. Xianxia had not mastered it yet. After all, he was a newcomer and there were too many aspects that he needed to improve in. Even with the help of the Heart Sutra, he could not take care of everything in a short period of time. The battle with Xianxia allowed Xianxia to see an application of the embryonic form of a Dao domain integrated into the staff arts. It caused every staff strike to affect the surroundings, creating a greater pressure. With contact, Xianxia had an opportunity. It would be easier for him to gain entry into the Dao domain. Not long after, Xianxia's exhausted strength was completely recovered. Vaguely, Xianxia felt that his cultivation seemed to have reached a critical point. He seemed to be only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Originally, after 10 years of cultivation, Xianxia had not only cultivated the first level of the annihilation force to the greater success realm, but he had also taken a big step forward, nearing the perfection realm. However, there was still a gap. However, after entering this place, there had been many battles. Under the continuous battles, his strength had been exhausted and recovered, causing the cool breeze force to improve slightly. Although the improvement was insignificant, it was closer to the perfection realm. Xianxia felt that perhaps after a few more battles, his cultivation might usher in an opportunity for a breakthrough. As for whether it would be 2 or 3 battles, or even 5 or 6 battles, Xianxia did not know. He would only know when he really reached that step. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. I was just thinking about a battle, and now my wish is about to come true. Xianxia said to himself. He turned around, and his eyes condensed in amazing sharpness. In an instant, he shot out, as if he could pierce through the void. Under Xianxia's gaze, a green shadow appeared and approached at an amazing speed. Although the speed was so fast that it surprised Xianxia, it did not cause an amazing momentum. On the contrary, the sound was faint. It was as swift as a gust of wind. How can it be? Xianxia focused his gaze and saw more clearly. He found that the green shadow was flying 3 inches above the ground, as if it was weightless and was not limited by the realm. It should be noted that he could not fly even at full speed. He could only maintain a distance of 100 meters above the ground. That was all. Could it be that it was not a disciple participating in the disciples' assembly? As this thought flashed through his mind, the green shadow approached even closer. It directly entered the range of 100 meters, allowing Xianxia's sharp eyes to see it more clearly. It was indeed a person, a member of the Origin clan. The symbol of the Origin clan was very obvious, silver hair and double pupils. However, this Origin clan member seemed to be a little special. The ends of his silver hair were light green, as if they were constantly emitting a faint light. There seemed to be a touch of green in his double pupils. This Origin clan member looked indifferent. Without saying anything, he flew directly towards Xianxia. Extreme speed, in the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Xianxia. Fast, too fast, it was so fast that Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. For a moment, it was hard for him to react. However, Xianxia was well-trained and had experienced countless battles. His subconscious mind exploded in an instant. He unsheathed his sword. The sword radiance streaked across the sky like a pool of autumn water flowing in the void, emanating an astonishing chill. The light cyan sword radiance slashed horizontally, as if it could cut through everything. However, the Origin's expression did not change. His face was indifferent, and he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he flicked his finger. A wisp of cyan chi condensed at the tip of his finger and struck the sword radiance. The sound of metal clashing rang out in an instant, and sparks seemed to fly out. The light cyan sword light was shattered in an instant, and Xianxia immediately felt a powerful and sharp force coming at him. It was as sharp as the edge of a blade. Xianxia's superb swordsmanship erupted in an instant. With a twist of his wrist, he pushed his sword forward. At the same time, the sword dispelled this tyrannical force and turned into a pale green flowing light, piercing directly towards the opponent. Xianxia displayed all the skills of swordsmanship, such as stabbing, slicing, flicking, cutting, slashing, and so on. Speed, sharpness, weight, hardness, gentleness, and so on. Xianxia integrated all the mysteries of swordsmanship into his swordsmanship. A hint of surprise flashed across the Origin's eyes. His swordsmanship was so superb that it seemed to be in the top 3 of his previous opponents. But so what? In the face of absolute speed and strength, even a superb swordsmanship would be useless. Green Nightmare waved his fingers delicately and nimbly. He accurately blocked each of Xianxia's attacks. No matter how superb Xianxia's swordsmanship was, he could not break through the defense of Green Nightmare's fingers. This was because Green Nightmare was too fast. He was much faster than Xianxia. Moreover, Green Nightmare's martial arts attainments were also superb. Xianxia could not compare to him. Although this was only the beginning of the fight, Xianxia was sure that Green Nightmare's strength and martial arts skills were far superior to Xianxia's. A strong enemy, an incredibly powerful enemy. However, Xianxia didn't feel the slightest fear. On the contrary, a trace of excitement grew in the depths of his heart, grew crazily, and then burst out again, turning into a soaring fighting spirit and a sword will that split the sky. The sword intent on his body became increasingly pure and powerful. You have some skills. The Green Nightmare spoke for the first time. Its voice was erratic and unpredictable. Then, take this. At the same time, dozens of green finger forces spread out. They were densely packed and surrounded Xianxia from all directions. All of them pointed at Xianxia. Every finger force was extremely fast and contained amazing power, which made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. He swung his sword, resist, the dozens of finger forces were all blocked by Xianxia's excellent swordsmanship, but the long sword was still vibrating, and Xianxia was also forced to retreat. The remaining finger force continued to rush into Xianxia's body, causing continuous impact. So strong. Xianxia was shocked. His opponent's finger technique was too powerful. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also terrifyingly direct with continuous force. Immediately after, the other party pointed out with his finger again. Dozens of green finger forces instantly gathered into one and directly shot out. It was clearly just one finger force, but it had the astonishing power of a huge spear piercing through the air. Even if it was a mountain, it would be directly smashed into pieces. Moreover, the speed of this green finger force was extremely fast. It was like a stream of light that directly pierced through the air, causing Xianxia's hair to stand on end. He was unable to dodge, and could only rely on his well-trained instincts to break out in an instant and slash out with his sword. This sword was infused with the mystery of hardness and several other mysteries, so it exploded with amazing power. It was the most powerful direct attack. Moreover, Xianxia also unleashed his maximum combat strength, even using the ninefold mixed killing secret skill. However, Xianxia's sword was directly shattered the moment it came into contact with the finger force. The sword bounced up high, and Xianxia's body flew back quickly, his chi and blood trembling. The ninefold mixed killing secret skill was very advanced, and it was compatible with the Yin Thunder Force. In other words, Xianxia's third-level Yin Thunder Force would also be enhanced by the ninefold mixed killing secret skill by 30%. Even so, he was only able to shatter his opponent's finger. He was also directly forced back, his chi and blood surging. "You're not bad. You can block my finger with 50% of my power." Green Nightmare was even more surprised. He knew that his opponent was a human from the third sequence void. Moreover, he was a disciple of this batch, one batch lower than himself. One batch difference meant 100 years of difference. Moreover, Green Nightmare was born with a wind spiritual body. Although this kind of body was only higher than a mortal body in the universe, its power was unimaginable. At least, when cultivating a technique of the same attribute, the technique's power would be increased by a small realm. For example, Green Nightmare cultivated the annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale, which was compatible with his wind spiritual body. When he entered the first level, because of his wind spiritual body, the power of the clear wind force could reach the initial level. Now, Green Nightmare's annihilation force of the 9-heaven breath gale had already reached the perfect level. Although he didn't break through to the second level, because of his wind spiritual body, his power was increased by a small realm, infinitely close to the second level. Moreover, because of his wind spiritual body, his power was even more powerful, majestic, and vast. His recovery speed was also faster, which was extremely shocking. Chen Zong was even more shocked that his opponent used 50% of his power when he unleashed his maximum power. Sword pattern appeared, sword world. Open, 2000 rays of sword light condensed and turned into 200 rays in an instant. Kill, the 200 rays of sword light alternated and attacked Green Nightmare from all directions, but Green Nightmare blocked them all. Under the full power of his finger force, none of the sword light could get close to Green Nightmare. Instead, they were blocked and shattered by Green Nightmare. Immediately, a mysterious aura radiated from Green Nightmare's body. Green runes appeared in the void. As soon as the runes appeared, they radiated astonishing mysteries. There seemed to be the sound of wind whistling through the world. Chen Zong could feel the breath of the wind. Wind Dao pattern. In the next moment, the Wind Dao pattern fell and merged into Green Nightmare's body. When he attacked again, the power of his finger doubled. When he slashed out with his finger, it was as if he could cut through everything and directly shatter the sword light. Green Nightmare grasping the Dao pattern was within Chen Zong's expectations. The sword pavilion was shattered one after another, but Chen Zong could do nothing about it. The strength of this origin tribesman was much stronger than that of Xizhang. Chen Zong immediately put away Sword World because Chen Zong was sure that Sword World couldn't do anything to his opponent. "Oh, you're going to admit defeat?" Green Nightmare's expression changed slightly. He didn't attack again, but his tone was indifferent. He didn't attack directly because he was also surprised by Chen Zong. A human from the rank 3 origin. A third-rank Void Realm human was actually like this. That little fella of the human race. I'm afraid there's nothing he can do about it. An origin powerhouse in the 8th Heaven's main hall laughed. Not enough. Given his background, it's indeed very shocking that he has such strength. You're the first opponent to make me use my full strength, Chen Zong said seriously, staring at his opponent. Before that, I want to know your name. Green Nightmare. Green Nightmare didn't hesitate and directly said his name because this human was very outstanding and qualified to know his name. Green Nightmare, I'll use my strongest move next. Light shot out of Chen Zong's eyes and then gathered inwards. A speck of green condensed in the depths of his eyes. Green Nightmare was slightly taken aback when he heard Chen Zong's words. Then, he smiled for the first time, but it looked very stiff. His aura surged endlessly. There was an indescribable nimbleness to his aura, and it also revealed an incomparably shocking sharpness. As the sword runes fluctuated, they flickered endlessly between Chen Zong's eyebrows. Power. Chen Zong activated his power to the extreme. His aura continued to spread and strengthen, becoming more and more shocking. In the past 10 years, my swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds. I broke through the shackles and created this move. The green light in Chen Zong's eyes continued to condense. He stared at Green Nightmare as if he wanted to see through him. His voice had a trace of sharpness. I'll name this move Vanishing Wind Slash. As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, endless green aura surged out and entered the sword, dyeing it green. Accumulating power, explode, he slashed with the sword, Chen Zong's figure seemed to have vanished when he became one with his sword. Together with the sword in his hand, he turned into a ray of green sword light that slashed out like a crescent moon. Its might was endless, and it was accompanied by a series of violent howls. It seemed as if a gale was howling endlessly in the world, sweeping out in all directions and causing Green Nightmare's long hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. Slash, as the green sword ray tore through the air, the gale also paused and was directly cut apart. This move seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. It was so powerful that Green Nightmare's expression changed drastically. This was because the power of this move was much stronger than the previous swordsmanship. It was more than twice as strong. To think that this little brat of the human race could create such a sword by himself. The experts in the eighth heaven were astonished. A profound martial art. I didn't expect him to be able to create a profound martial art at the spirit condensation realm. No, this isn't a complete profound martial art. It's only a prototype of a profound martial art. Even a prototype of a profound martial art is extremely shocking. After all, it's more difficult to comprehend and create a prototype of a profound martial art than a Dao pattern. First there was a Dao pattern, then there was Ao Wu. Jing Yuan, the leader of the Dao Alliance, was full of smiles. He couldn't hide it at all. When he saw Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship, he was very happy. When he saw Chen Zong's various techniques and even comprehending the sword Dao pattern, he was overjoyed. Now, when he saw Chen Zong perform a prototype of a profound martial art, he was indescribably excited. Genius, monstrous, 10,000 years ago, that human genius wasn't even this outstanding. After all, he hadn't created a prototype of a profound martial art when he was in the spirit condensation realm. This was really the fortune of the human race and the Dao Alliance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. The wind held, roared, and held. The sword light shot forward, tearing the sky apart. This sword was unstoppable. It was as if nothing in the world could stop its sharpness. Green Nightmare's face lost its composure in the face of this strike. It was replaced by shock because this strike had truly threatened him. Explode, in an instant, a second green pattern appeared in the air. It gave off an extremely mysterious aura, causing the wind to howl endlessly. The green pattern also descended and merged into Green Nightmare's body. His aura instantly skyrocketed. 2 Dao patterns. Green Nightmare, this little guy, actually condensed 2 Dao patterns. 2 wind Dao patterns. He's born with a wind spiritual body. This makes sense. Green Nightmare, who'd unleashed 2 Dao patterns, gathered all his strength and raised his right arm. Countless green forces surged forward like a storm or a tidal wave. They rushed through his arm to his finger and condensed on his index finger. His finger seemed to be made of green jade. Then the finger trembled and an indescribable force erupted. With a boom, it transformed into an arm-thick beam of green light that pierced through the air. This finger contained all of Green Nightmare's strength. The finger force and the sword light collided. There was a slight pause, and the sword light shattered. However, a sword shadow also slashed out and shattered in an instant. At the same time, cracks appeared on the green finger force and it crumbled. An extremely tyrannical power erupted in an instant like a storm or a volcanic eruption. It directly pushed Chen Zong back and sent him flying. His chi and blood were shaken, and the power attacked him. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Human, you're not bad. You actually comprehended the fledgling form of a profound martial technique. Green Nightmare forced Chen Zong back with one finger. There was a hint of praise in his tone. The green light in his eyes grew even more intense. Then, you should also receive my finger, the embryonic form of the profound martial art. My finger is called Cloud Piercing. The moment he finished speaking, his power was also fully condensed. In an instant, the surroundings fell into silence, as if all the wind and waves had stopped in an instant. A ray of green light broke through the air. That green light was extremely powerful, and one could vaguely see the tip of it. It looked like the tip of a finger. Point by point, it was as if it could pierce through everything and shatter everything. It was extremely fast and carried a shocking oppressive force, as if it was going to crush everything. Zong couldn't dodge it, so he could only burst out again and block it with his sword. Absolute wind slash, the prototype of Ao Wu collided. The gap between them was revealed once again. Zong's vanishing wind chop was shattered. The piercing cloud finger paused for a moment before attacking again. The difference in strength, there was also the gap between the embryonic form of Ao Wu. After all, Green Nightmare was born with outstanding talent. Moreover, he was from the previous batch and had cultivated for at least 100 years more than Zong. It could be said that the time Green Nightmare spent comprehending the embryonic form of Ao Wu was at least a few decades longer than Zong. Using a few decades of cultivation and polishing was enough to improve the embryonic form of Ao Wu to the extreme. It was only a step away from a true profound martial technique. In comparison, Zong's embryonic form of Ao Wu had only been comprehended for a short period of time. It was still at a relatively shallow level. The tip of his finger directly hit the blade of the sword. A terrifying force exploded and bombarded through the blade. The defense of the Ennead soldier armor was also broken. His consciousness fell into darkness in an instant. It was his first death. A third-rank Void Realm human actually required me to use cloud-piercing finger to kill him. He's indeed extraordinary. Seeing Zong disappear, Green Nightmare looked away and muttered in a low voice. Immediately, he turned into a gust of green wind and disappeared. Elsewhere in the death battle ruins, a figure condensed from the void. When the figure condensed to the extreme, he opened his eyes. Green Nightmare is indeed powerful. Zong let out a long breath. Although he was killed by Green Nightmare, Zong did not feel any hatred. This kind of death was not surprising. On the contrary, it allowed him to see an even more powerful origin prodigy. With pressure, there would be motivation. With a goal, there would be a clearer path forward. Immediately, Zong's expression changed. He quickly scanned his surroundings. He did not see anyone else, nor did he sense anyone else's aura. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. The first level of the Nine Heavens Breathgale Annihilation Force was activated at full force. However, at the same time, Zong also diverted part of his attention to pay attention to his surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching and attacking him. In the death battle ruins, other than himself, everyone else was considered an opponent. They were all points. Activate. As it continued to activate, the cool breeze surged endlessly. When it was activated to the extreme, it swept up wisps of cool breeze. In the next breath, the cool breeze paused slightly. When it started running again, it seemed to have broken a shackle and a limit. It became faster and sharper. Breakthrough, complete realm. Although he had lost in the battle with Green Nightmare and died once, it was not without benefits. At least he had found an opportunity to break through. It was a blessing in disguise. After the cool breeze broke through to the complete realm, its power also increased. It became stronger, and so did Zong's strength. Although I've broken through and become stronger, I'm still no match for Green Nightmare. Zong thought to himself. Thinking back to his battle with Green Nightmare, he felt that even if he was stronger, he was still no match for Green Nightmare. Even so, Zong did not feel discouraged. Although he was weaker than Green Nightmare now, it did not mean that he would be able to surpass Green Nightmare in the future. For example, the battle with Xizhong 10 years ago. The result would be completely different if they fought again 10 years later. Zong's confidence was boosted by the breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his strength. With a move of his body, he immediately turned into a wisp of light green wind and flew away. His speed was several times faster than before. Under normal circumstances, spirit condensation realm experts could only master the first level of the supreme technique. As for the second level, only divine manifestation realm experts could master it. Even Green Nightmare, who had a natural wind spiritual body, could not break through this shackle. He could only rely on his natural wind spiritual body to raise his power by a small realm. In other words, Zong had reached the limit in terms of cultivation. He might still have room for improvement in other aspects, but it was already very difficult. To some extent, Zong had reached the limit of the spirit condensation realm. Before long, Zong encountered another disciple. Without hesitation, he attacked. In this place, except for himself, everyone could be killed. They were all walking points. Of course, in the eyes of the other disciples, he was the same. Kill or be killed, gain points or be gained points, fight. Chen Zong's strength had increased several times. He did not use any profound martial arts, nor did he open his sword world. He defeated and killed the disciple, gaining another point. Currently, Chen Zong's strength was divided into several stages. The first stage was to use 100% of his normal strength without using any secret techniques. The second stage was to use the Yin Thunder Force and combine the power of the Tao of Heart and the Tao of Sword. The third stage was to use the Supreme Secret Technique, 9-layer slaughter. The fourth stage was to use the Sword World. The fifth stage was also the last stage, to use the profound martial arts. From this point, one could see how powerful the profound martial arts were. Of course, there were differences between the two. For example, in terms of group attacks, the Sword World was definitely more practical. Of course, after opening the Sword World, the condensed sword light could use the profound martial arts. Then, the Sword World would become Chen Zong's most powerful technique. Unfortunately, using the profound sense martial art consumed too much energy. With Chen Zong's current cultivation, he could not use it that many times. He estimated that 3 or 4 times would be his limit. Opening the Sword World also consumed a lot of energy. Using the Sword World to perform the profound sense martial arts embryonic form was simply impossible. Chen Zong's energy was instantly sucked dry, and he could not use it at all. Fight. Fight, fight. Day after day passed. The number of disciples who received the attention of the 8th heaven experts increased. After all, some of the disciples' performance was average at the beginning, but later, they showed amazing tenacity and became more outstanding. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. I have accumulated more than 300 points. Chen Zong thought to himself. On average, Chen Zong gained about 2 points a day. In other words, 2 people were killed by Chen Zong. But in this half a year, I have died 3 times. Chen Zong said again, the first time, I was killed by the Origin Tribe's Green Nightmare Finger Technique, Ao Wu. The second time, I was killed by the Giant Tribe's Wang Malia's Fist Technique, Ao Wu. But both of them were the last batch of true disciples. They were extremely talented, and their cultivation time was much longer than mine. Only the third time, Chen Zong's eyes could not help but reveal a touch of shock. The third time, the opponent's strength was too terrifying. That was a member of the Origin clan, a member of the Origin clan named Yun. He wasn't a true disciple of the previous batch, but a true disciple of the current batch. He was in the same batch as Chen Zong, but his strength was terrifying. The Origin races Hui used a pair of dark gold maces and cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique. What shocked Chen Zong was that Hui had actually broken through the limits of the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique. At the spirit focus realm, the power of the 9 heavens 10,000 Origin condensation technique far exceeded the first level. It seemed to have reached the second level, which was even more astonishing than the Green Nightmare. What he had comprehended was the Tao of Destruction, and he had also condensed the great Tao divine glyphs. In that battle, Chen Zong was extremely difficult. He was almost completely suppressed. Qing did not use any powerful martial arts at all, such as the embryonic form of the arcane martial art. Of course, Chen Zong was not sure whether the opponent had mastered the embryonic form of the arcane martial art, but he guessed that the opponent had mastered it. However, Hui relied on the pair of dark gold truncheons to continuously attack. The might of every single truncheon was extremely powerful, overbearing, and endless. It was like the combination of mountains and tsunamis, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Chen Zong opened the sword world, and the sword light was directly shattered. He used the Ao Wu prototype, but it could not do anything to Qi. The tyrannical sword light was still shattered by Qi's maces. In the end, he was killed by Qi with a single strike. Crushing, he had unleashed all of his strength, but against Qi, he was still crushed. It was extremely terrifying. He was like a monster. Chen Zong thought. Now that he thought about it, he was still shocked. In the death battle ruins, 1,000 disciples wandered around in search of prey. Chen Zong, let's fight again. As soon as Shi Zhang finished speaking, the dark golden staff seemed to expand in an instant. the staff smashed down with the force of a falling mountain. The staff was forceful, direct, and domineering. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. In the battle 8 months ago, Xianxia was defeated and died. Now that they had met again, his strength had increased due to the repeated battles. Now that Xianxia encountered Qianzong again, he did not hesitate to attack. If he lost this battle again, Xianxia did not plan to challenge Qianzong again in the death battle ruins. Xianxia unleashed his full strength in this attack. The power of the fledgling Dao domain became even more intense. It condensed on the staff, and it seemed to have increased in size by 10 times. When it struck down, the void within 100 meters was completely suppressed. The astonishing pressure pressed down on Qianzong's body, making him feel as heavy as the earth. That was the fledgling Dao domain of the Earth Dao. Naturally, it possessed the power of the Earth Dao. At the same time, Qianzong also slashed out with his sword. The sword emanated a different aura of power. It seemed to be accompanied by countless sword qi. The sword pressure rushed out. Fledgling sword Dao domain, Qianzong condensed his sword Dao domain again and integrated it into his swordsmanship. It was compatible with the cultivation path of the universe and transcended the void. It further enhanced the power of his swordsmanship. Qianzong has also mastered the fledgling Dao domain. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Xianxia remembered that during his battle with Qianzong, Qianzong did not integrate the fledgling Dao domain into his swordsmanship. Now, not only had he integrated it, but he also seemed to be very proficient in it. It was truly shocking and terrifying talent. Fight. In the past 8 months, Xianxia's strength had also increased significantly. West Staff, take my sword. Qianzong intended to end the battle quickly. In an instant, as the sword qi filled the air, his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair seemed to be filled with a wisp of sword qi, revealing an astonishingly sharp aura that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianzong's sword pierced through the air as the sword qi filled the air. At first glance, this sword seemed to be very slow because the movement and trajectory of the sword could be seen clearly. However, Xianxia was horrified to discover that he couldn't dodge it. That was because the sword wasn't very slow. Instead, it was very fast. It was so fast that it gave the illusion that it was very slow. Speed. This sword was a sword of speed. With a flash of sword radiance, the green radiance pierced through the air and pierced through Xianxia's forehead. The incomparably sharp sword radiance broke through all defenses. When the sword light dissipated, the sword had already returned to its scabbard. What is that sword attack of yours called? West Staff didn't die immediately. He struggled to speak, his eyes filled with astonishment. The pull of wind, Qianzong answered unhurriedly. Xianxia's eyes dimmed, and his body quickly disappeared. The pull of wind was a sword attack that focused on speed. In order to make up for the lack of lethality in speed, Qianzong also integrated the mystery of sharpness into it, causing the power of this sword to condense into a single point and concentrate on the tip of the sword, penetrating everything. It could be said that the vanishing wind slash focused on the power of frontal attacks and was good at strength, while the pull of wind was good at speed. Qianzong didn't get any points for killing Xianxia, because he had already killed him once. In this battle, Qianzong's opponent was a heavenly human, a talent from the previous heavenly human tribe. He was very talented and powerful. Then, let's listen to the sound of the wind. Qianzong's voice sounded as if he was singing. Vaguely, there seemed to be a gentle breeze blowing past. Gusts of wind began to blow in the air, blowing past their ears and causing their hair to flutter and ripple. It was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, as agile as a swallow's silhouette, as beautiful as a willow leaf falling down, creating layers of fine ripples. The wind whispered softly, as if it was whispering something in her ear. When the whispering sound was heard, the heavenly human's eyes became blurry. She struggled continuously, as if she was enduring some kind of pain. Divine decree, her divine decree was directly attacked, as if it was about to be crushed. At that moment, she lost control of her own power, as if she had lost consciousness. The sword light flashed, and the green light rippled like autumn water. In an instant, it pierced through the air. One sword attack killed her. And, the Song of the Wind. This sword attack was also the embryonic form of a profound martial technique. It was called the Song of the Wind, and it was the embryonic form of a profound martial technique that attacked with divine decree. Normally, when he used divine decree, he would only use 1% of his divine decree and integrate it into his swordsmanship to attack and affect his opponent's divine decree. However, when he used this embryonic form of the Ao Wu, he directly used 10% of his divine decree. Naturally, the power of his divine decree would increase tremendously. The death of the heavenly human gave him another point. It had been more than 8 months, and Chenzong had obtained more than 500 points. Of course, Chenzong wasn't sure if these points were considered more or less in the overall system. He could only continue to work hard and kill more disciples to obtain more points. So far, Chenzong had only died 3 times. However, he had also encountered opponents that he couldn't defeat. Similarly, his opponents couldn't defeat him either. In the 9th month, Chenzong's opponent was the previous generation's prodigy of the ancient beast clan. Among the 1,000 disciples, most of them were this generation's prodigies. However, a small portion of them were the previous generation's prodigies. There were at least 100 of them, and they all planned to fight for a higher ranking in this generation's generation. Of course, they might not get what they wanted. In fact, many prodigies of this generation were even more outstanding. For example, the prodigy named Qi had terrifying strength. This prodigy of the ancient beast clan shapeshifted and unleashed his full strength. After shapeshifting, he looked like a lion man. He roared, and the sound waves roared as if they could shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. He waved his arms and punched out with both fists in an instant. Every punch carried terrifying power as it blasted towards Chenzong. The shadows of the fists filled the air and covered Chenzong's entire body. It seemed as if Chenzong's body was going to be smashed into pieces. Chenzong brandished his sword and slashed horizontally across the air. In an instant, an extremely shocking sharpness burst out from the blade and slashed horizontally. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. The slash of the sword shattered all the shadows of the fists, leaving a clear, light green sword mark in the air. Wind mark, this was also an embryonic form of a profound martial technique. It was the 4th one that Chenzong had created. It focused on sharpness and was suitable for cutting. The vanishing wind slash focused on frontal attacks. The pinnacle of wind focused on both speed and sharpness. The whistling of the wind was an attack that incorporated divine intent. The wind mark focused on cutting. The 4 embryonic forms of profound martial techniques took into account all aspects. In the 10th month, Chenzong killed many more opponents. However, he also died once. The person who killed him was a prodigy named Dangxing. Dangxing's strength was not as strong as Zhang's, but he was still very strong. He was even stronger than Green Nightmare. Chenzong used the 4 embryonic forms of profound martial techniques to fight a fierce battle with Dangxing. In the end, he was defeated. However, although he was defeated and died once again, Chenzong's points increased from 500 to 600. He was close to 700. However, in this place, there was no time limit. Only when everyone died once would it be considered over. In other words, there were still people who had not been defeated or killed in the past 10 months. That Jing from the prodigy should be one of them, Chenzong said to himself. In the 11th month, Chenzong died for the 5th time. However, his points had officially exceeded 700. More than 750 points meant that 750 out of the 1,000 disciples who had entered this place had died under Chenzong's sword. It would not be a problem for him to enter the top 100 with such points. However, Chenzong didn't only want to be in the top 100. Being in the top 100 was only the most basic guarantee. He wanted to be in the top 10 if he could. Of course, the top 10 was many times more difficult than the top 100. Chenzong did not have much confidence. He could only say that he would try his best. It didn't take long for a green light to appear. It approached Chenzong at an astonishing speed. Green Nightmare. Chenzong frowned slightly. Although his strength had increased, Chenzong still felt that he was not Green Nightmare's match. Moreover, Green Nightmare had already killed him once. Even if he killed him again, he would not get any points. Human, are you interested in joining forces? Green Nightmare asked directly. Joining forces? Chenzong was surprised. Green Nightmare was stronger than him. Why did he want to join forces with him? Moreover, why would they join forces to kill other disciples? With Green Nightmare's strength, there was no need for that. That's right. This time, we are joining forces to deal with Hui. Green Nightmare's expression was solemn. His words made Chenzong's heart skip a beat. Deal with Hui, join forces to deal with Hui. Just the two of us might not be enough. Chenzong replied. He recalled the battle with Hui that day. It was completely one-sided. He was not Green Nightmare's match at all. Although Green Nightmare was stronger than him, Chenzong felt that he was not Green Nightmare's match either. The two of them would be stronger if they joined forces, but could they really deal with Hui? Not just the two of us. There are a few others joining forces, Green Nightmare replied directly. Do you want to join? In other words, Green Nightmare had already joined forces with a few others. Now, they were joining forces with more experts to ensure that nothing would go wrong. All right. Chenzong agreed after pondering for a moment. He was more curious. Who were the people joining forces to deal with Hui, and to what extent was Chi's strength? Even an expert like Green Nightmare had to join forces with others. Let's go. Green Nightmare said after taking a deep look at Chenzong. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and drifted away. Chenzong left as well, exploding with his fastest speed to catch up. Soon, Chenzong realized that in terms of speed, he was not as fast as Green Nightmare. Green Nightmare's body seemed weightless. He was extremely light, drifting with the wind. He looked very relaxed. On the contrary, Chenzong seemed to be having a hard time. However, Green Nightmare did not seem to be moving at full speed. Instead, he limited his speed to just a little faster than Chenzong so that Chenzong could keep up. There's a vote for the annual ceremony. If you have a vote, please vote for the 6 paths. On the ruins of the battle, there were a few figures standing outside a half-collapsed tower. In the distance, another 2 figures flew over quickly, one in front and one behind. In an instant, the people below the half-collapsed tower turned their gazes and looked over. It's them. The 2 people flying over were Green Nightmare and Chenzong. Chenzong was shocked when he saw them. Because those people were all acquaintances. Dang Xing of the primitive race, Wang Monlia of the giant race, Mo Luo Luo of the demon race, and a female heavenly human that Chenzong had never seen before. She was introduced as a disciple from the previous generation. Her name was Xingtian Liusu. 6 people, including Chenzong and Green Nightmare, there were 6 people in total. Dang Xing, Green Nightmare, and Wang Monlia of the giant race had all defeated and killed Chenzong before. They were all stronger than Chenzong. The female demon race, Mo Luo Luo, was also quite strong. She had fought Chenzong before. Both of them had used their own methods. In the end, neither of them could defeat the other and had to retreat. They were evenly matched in that battle. As for the female heavenly human, Xingtian Liusu, although they had never fought before, she should be quite strong since she was invited. They didn't look down on Chenzong because they had all fought Chenzong before. They knew that Chenzong was quite strong too. Although he wasn't as strong as them, he was one of the stronger ones among the disciples they had fought before. Naturally, he was qualified to be invited to team up with them. Being born in the void and the strength of one's race were indeed important. However, strength was more important. Whether it was in the void or in the universe, strength was the only criterion. Everything else was just secondary. Of course, not everyone understood this. Some understood it, while others didn't. Fortunately, they all understood it. Otherwise, there would be some unpleasant things. Since everyone is here, let's go, Dang Xing said. His voice was low and deep, which had a strange charm. Earlier, Green Nightmare had stated that the target of their alliance was the origin race genius, Deng Long. The 6 of them joined hands and moved quickly to search for the pyrolite. That Hui did not bother to hide its whereabouts at all. Its ferocious and overbearing aura was wantonly pervading the air. It was as striking as a lighthouse in the dark night. Therefore, as long as they were within a certain range, they would be able to sense his presence, and the difficulty of finding him was reduced by more than 10 times. When the 6 of them passed by, all the disciples who encountered them were shocked and retreated one after another. 10 months had passed, and many people had fought against each other. There were victories and defeats. Naturally, they recognized these 6 people and knew how powerful they were. One of them was already so powerful. Now that there were 6 of them together, it was even more terrifying. However, they were all very surprised. Why were the 6 of them together? Why didn't they have the slightest intention of fighting each other? Could it be that they are going to do something? Some of the sharper people immediately guessed. Let's go and see. With this thought, they immediately moved and quickly followed behind Xianxia and the other 5. They felt that since the 6 of them were together and did not fight each other, but acted as if something big was going to happen, they should follow and take a look. Not long after, the 6 of them discovered the Pyrolite's aura and quickly found it. Boom, like a thunderclap, the Pyrolite swung the dark golden truncheon and directly smashed a disciple into pieces. It was very violent. At the same time, the 6 auras spread out in an instant and directly locked onto the Pyrolite. The Pyrolite also sensed it and looked back. His polychoria eyes flickered with an extremely shocking cold light. The cold light was extremely domineering, as if it could make people submit to it at a glance. His body also gave off a very strong and robust feeling, as if it contained an extremely terrifying power. Before, Xianxia did not know the details of the Pyrolite, but now he knew. The Pyrolite had a treasure body called the Yuan King body. In fact, the Origin clan also had another name, the Yuan clan. Treasure bodies were divided into different levels. The lowest level was the spirit body, and the next level was the king body. It was said that there were even higher levels above the king body. Green Nightmare's treasure body was the wind spirit body. Although Xianxia had the Taichu sword Origin body in the void, which was a spirit body, it was different from the spirit bodies in the universe. Moreover, because Xianxia's Taichu sword Origin body was closely related to the Taichu sword Origin technique, when Xianxia gave up on the Taichu sword Origin technique, the Taichu sword Origin body also degenerated. Now, in terms of physique, Xianxia was only a mortal body in the universe. Not to mention Xianxia, even the 4 first sequence of the 4 major life forms in the void would all become mortal bodies once they entered the universe, no matter what physique they had. Of course, if there was a suitable opportunity, it was equivalent to being unsealed and transformed into a treasure body in the universe. Only a small number of the native races in the universe could have extraordinary physiques, which were collectively known as treasure bodies. The spirit body alone had an incredible increase in strength, let alone the king body, which was of a higher level. The king body of the Yuan king body allowed Qi to have extraordinary origin energy. The quantity and quality of his origin energy were both more vigorous and pure, and his power was also more powerful. The native races did not have the innate power of the Great Path like the demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe, but they were born with the advantage of origin energy. The advantage of origin energy was amazing, enough to make up for the innate Great Path power. In addition, they were more outstanding in their cultivation. The king body of the Yuan king body greatly increased this point. Hey, if I kill you, this meeting will be over. Dang Xing shouted. Until now, among the 1,000 disciples who had entered the death battle ruins, only Qi was still alive. The others had died at least once. You think you can do it? Qi smiled arrogantly and turned around to face the others. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Attack! Dang Xing shouted again. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding loudly. In an instant, the 6 of them took action at the same time, rushing towards Qi from 6 directions at full speed. In the distance, the people who had followed them were shocked. They finally understood why the 6 of them had taken action together. Their goal was to join forces to deal with Qi. Those who had fought with Qi had a deep impression of him, even a shadow. Qi was too powerful. Most of the disciples could not withstand one of his attacks and would be smashed into pieces. Facing the 6 of them, Qi was not afraid. Instead, he looked excited and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. Come, let's have a good fight. Qi roared and his pair of maces suddenly struck out. They turned into a dark golden shadow, hitting the sky and shattering the earth. Dang Xing pushed out his palm. Dots of starlight gathered and turned into a big starlight hand, carrying a terrifying power. It smashed the sky and smashed everything, hitting Qi directly. This was the embryonic form of the Ao Wu. In the face of Qi, ordinary means were useless. They could not even break through his body's defense. Even if they could, the damage would be limited. Only by exerting all of his strength and displaying the strongest embryonic form of the Ao Wu, could they threaten Qi. Green Nightmare's finger trembled and a finger shadow shot out. It was the cloud-piercing finger that had defeated and killed Xianxia. Compared to that time, it was more solid and powerful. Wang Monglia's body seemed to become even more imposing as astonishing fluctuations erupted from his body. With a roar, he raised his fist. His muscles swelled, causing his arm to become as thick as his waist. Large veins could be seen protruding from his arm like snakes. Power, unparalleled power gathered in it. What Wang Monglia had comprehended was the way of power. The giant tribe was good at power and their strength was unparalleled. After comprehending and mastering the way of power, their strength had reached the pinnacle. The punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky. It was as if it wanted to shatter everything and turn everything into dust. Luoluo also attacked. The moment he attacked, he merged the power of the way of darkness and the way of water. It was a combination, not a superposition. It turned into a dark water spear and shot out. Sagely Skyliosu's body shone brightly. The power of the way of light and the way of wind merged and formed a wind blade that was a few meters long. The edge of the wind blade shone with shocking light as if it could tear everything apart. Slash, the wind blade instantly pierced through the air, leaving a mark in the void. Xianxia also unleashed his maximum combat strength. Endless power surged and sword chi fluctuated. It pierced through the sword and slashed out. Wind slash, the might of every single attack was extremely tyrannical and terrifying, causing the expressions of the spectators in the distance to change greatly as their hearts trembled with fear. Terrifying, each attack was extremely terrifying, easily able to kill them. Could Ho survive the 6 terrifying attacks? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were extremely excited and could not help but feel nervous. However, Ho laughed sinisterly. The mace that he had swung earlier suddenly became much more powerful. Every strike seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Clash, the earth-shattering collision exploded in an instant, and the terrifying might of the collision spread out in all directions, as if it was going to shatter everything. Flowing light surged, smoke and dust billowed, covering everything in the surroundings, covering the sky and the earth. Soon after, a figure shot out from within. His speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. He also possessed a shocking might, like a thunderstorm. It was Qi who had both power and speed. Possessing the Yuan King body, his talent and comprehension were amazing. Coupled with his cultivation of the 9 heavens 1000 condensation technique, his strength was extremely majestic. Coupled with his amazing strength and terrifying speed, he was able to unleash an incomparably shocking power. The embryonic form of the Ao Wu that the 6 of them had joined forces to attack Qi, however, they were not able to kill him. He was not even injured. Qi had not only blocked the attack but also counterattacked. Inside the large mace, it contained an extremely terrifying power that could shatter everything. Spread out, in an instant, the 6 of them spread out. They knew that Qi's great mace was extremely powerful. Once they were hit, they would not be able to defend themselves. Even Deng Xing, who was the strongest among the 6 of them, was not confident that he could defend himself from Qi's great mace. He would be injured immediately if he took it head-on. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. The dark golden mace smashed down, shattering the void. It was as if nothing could resist it, as if everything would be smashed to smithereens. The 6 of them scattered as quickly as they could to avoid this attack. The ground was directly blasted apart, and a 100-meter-long crack appeared as if it had been run over by a massive beast. It was an extremely terrifying scene, and the tremors and explosions blasted out, causing the spectators in the distance to tremble. The 6 of them narrowed their eyes at the shocking destructive power. They spread out, closed in, and attacked again. It was another embryonic form of Ao Wu. Xianxia used Wind's extremity. His sword was extremely fast, and his power was concentrated at the tip of the sword. It pierced through everything. There was a faint shadow in the sword light. It was the ninefold mixed killing secret technique. Dang Xing pushed out his palm. It seemed slow, but it was dazzling and resplendent. It was like a comet that carried a terrifying power. Everything in its path was shattered by the great power. There was also a shadow in the palm. It was also the ninefold chaotic killing technique. Green Nightmare's finger trembled. In an instant, he pointed out 3 fingers. The tip of each finger could be seen, and there was also a faint shadow in each finger. It was also the ninefold mixed killing secret technique. Mo Luo Luo, Xingtian Lu Su, and Wang Monlia also used the other embryonic forms of Ao Wu. In an instant, there seemed to be flowing light flashing on Zhao's body. It was the brilliance of the 9 mysterious body protecting technique. There were 2 layers. It meant that Zhao had cultivated the 9 mysterious body protecting technique to the 2nd layer. His defensive power was even more shocking. Immediately after, waves of dark golden light appeared on Ho's pair of truncheons. They were suffused with an indescribably overbearing might. Boom, the dark golden rapiers collided with each other. There was a sudden shake, and a layer of dark golden ripples appeared. It was like a ring of stars exploding. It carried a terrifying power and swept out in all directions. It covered 100 meters in an instant. It was as if everything within 100 meters was shattered by the impact of the dark golden ring. The power of the dark golden ring was extremely shocking. Dang Xing's expression changed greatly when he came into contact with it. He was sent flying with a pale face. Wang Monlia was the slowest, so he was hit by the ring. His huge and muscular body was sent flying. Light flickered on his body, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The bodies of the giants were strong and direct. Their strength was unparalleled, and their defensive power was also terrifying. But even so, they were still injured. One could see how frightening the power of the star ring was. Ho laughed loudly as he suddenly burst forth with unparalleled speed. He immediately charged at the injured Wang Monlia and swung his maces repeatedly. 1 strike, 2, 3, one after another, the maces exploded with a terrifying might that could shatter mountains, and all of them blasted towards Wang Monlia. It was too fast and too violent. Wang Monlia wasn't able to dodge in time, so he could only let out an explosive roar and forcefully muster his strength to the limit. Every single muscle on his body instantly swelled up and erupted with an extremely shocking might. His arms swelled up to the size of his waist. A layer of fluorescent light spread out from his muscles and tendons. It was as if it could shatter rocks into powder. Boom, without hesitation or fear, Wang Monlia's fists exploded with the strongest power. It was as if he was fighting with his life on the line. However, the power of his fists was shattered under the violent bombardment of Ho's maces. At the same time, the others reacted and immediately chased after him. Wang Monlia was their teammate, so they couldn't let him die. Otherwise, their strength would be weakened, and the pressure against Ho would increase. After the power of his fists was shattered, Wang Monlia took the blow. He crossed his arms to block it, but he felt as if his arms were shattered. The second blow was aimed directly at Wang Monlia's head. If he was hit, even if he didn't explode, his head would bleed, and he would feel dizzy. The sword light pierced through the air, but it seemed to have blended into the void, into the air, and turned into a gust of wind that blew gently, light and agile. Vaguely, there seemed to be a gust of wind that seemed to be singing in a low voice. The embryonic form of Ao Wu. Sound of the wind, this was the embryonic form of Ao Wu, a divine decree attack. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It crossed the void and directly attacked Ho. Ho couldn't dodge in time and was immediately hit. The 9 mysterious body protection technique on his body could only block part of the power of the sword, but it couldn't block the attack from the divine decree. It was undeniable that Ho's physique was amazing, and his strength was terrifying. His strength and speed were terrifying, and his defense was strong. His martial arts seemed simple, but they were all well practiced. To a certain extent, it was as if he had no weaknesses. However, the strength of his divine decree wasn't as strong as Qinzong's. Qinzong had such a strong divine decree because he had been through countless life and death situations in the past. It was accumulated bit by bit, and finally, such a strong divine decree was formed. Ho was born better than Qinzong, but his experience was far less rich than Qinzong's. It should be known that the more outstanding one's talent was and the better their cultivation environment was, the more monotonous their initial experience would be. This was because they only needed to constantly cultivate in a good environment to continuously improve themselves. Only when their cultivation had reached a certain level would they go out to gain experience and temper themselves. In the universe, the Tao power realm was only the beginning, and the spirit focus realm only had some ability to protect themselves. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't leave their place easily. Instead, they would cultivate continuously. For example, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Only when they reached the third realm, the Divine Image realm, would they be truly qualified to explore the universe. However, this was only the beginning. This sword carried 10% of Qinzong's divine decree power. It directly hit Ho's divine decree and shook it immediately. It was an uncomfortable feeling when one's divine decree was shaken. It was as if one's head had been hammered. It would hurt and stupefy, and it would affect one's body. The mace that was about to hit Wang Monlia paused slightly. Wang Monlia seized the moment and immediately stepped on the ground to pull away. Boom! 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 The other people's attacks also followed and bombarded Ho's body. You're all courting death. First, he was attacked by Qinzong's divine decree sword. Then, he was attacked again. Ho didn't feel good either. His qi and blood were shaken, and he was instantly furious. Explode, his strength completely exploded. His body, which didn't look very tall at first, instantly became more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on his body swelled as if he had extremely terrifying strength. Secret technique, Ho directly activated a powerful secret technique to increase his strength. His aura soared into the sky like a burning flame, becoming more and more terrifying. Boom, the pair of truncheons blasted out once more. Its might was extremely formidable and shocking to the extreme, and its might had increased explosively by at least 50%. Moreover, it was densely packed and transformed into a dark golden waterfall that poured out like a torrent, and it shattered everything, causing the expressions of all 6 of them to go pale. Then, Ho, his figure leaped into the sky, and the giant mace struck down in a crisscross manner. It carried a terrifying force that could destroy mountains, and it directly hit Qinzong. Just now, it was Qinzong's divine decree sword attack that affected Ho. Therefore, Ho thought that this person would cause some trouble for him. He wanted to get rid of him first before dealing with the others. It had to be said that Ho's choice was correct. If it was one-on-one, unless Qinzong's divine decree attack could become stronger, it wouldn't be a threat to Ho. However, in a one-on-one situation, a little influence could become a disadvantage. Ho was very confident in his strength, but he wasn't arrogant at all. He would first destroy the people who would cause trouble for him, and then deal with the others. When the giant mace struck down, the pressure was extremely shocking. It was as if it was pressing down and crushing him, causing Qinzong's pupils to shrink and his expression to become aghast. He couldn't avoid it, he was completely locked on, and there was no way to avoid it. It seemed that he could only resist it, but the result of resisting it was most likely death. Without hesitation, Qinzong directly activated Sword World. The sword light instantly condensed, and after the 10 swords merged into one, streaks of sword light rushed into the sky, carrying a terrifying and direct power, directly hitting Ho in the sky. Insignificant skill. Ho sneered. Qinzong naturally knew that Sword World couldn't do anything to Ho. Its power wasn't as powerful as his Aowu prototype, but Sword World had an advantage that Qinzong's Aowu prototype couldn't compare to. That was, it didn't need Qinzong to attack at close range. Moreover, there were many sword lights, which could play the role of delaying the opponent. As long as he could delay the opponent for a moment, he would be able to retreat and avoid the terrifying attack. The other 5 would rush over as reinforcements, and once again form an encirclement. When the sword light arrived, it was directly shattered by Ho. But at the same time, Ho was also delayed for a moment. The feeling of being locked on weakened. Qinzong immediately retreated, increasing the distance between them, and controlled the sword light to attack. Dang Xing and the other 4 also attacked from 5 different directions, all displaying the Aowu prototype. Only the Aowu prototype could truly threaten Ho. Battle, berserk battle, an extremely intense battle. This kind of battle could be said to be crazy. The spectators from afar were all dumbstruck, they were all scared stiff. Terrifying. Monster, that Ho is simply a monster. Fighting 1 against 6, and still not being defeated, this is too shocking. The difficulty of fighting 1 against many was relative. If one was strong and the enemy was weak, then it was normal to fight 1 against many. On the contrary, if the enemy was also strong, then the difficulty of fighting 1 against many would greatly increase. All of them looked cold and solemn as they unleashed all their strength and techniques, attacking crazily. When they had consumed about 70% of their strength, they immediately took out elixirs and took the opportunity to recover their strength while continuing to fight. It was simply a battle of attrition. Ho was like a god of war. Even though he was injured, he was still full of combat strength and was extremely terrifying. He can't hold on any longer. Let's exhaust him to death, Dang Xing shouted with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. If you want to exhaust me to death, you will have to die first, Ho laughed loudly. Chen Zong struck out with his sword again. The sound of wind blowing could be heard, as if it was singing softly, there was an indescribable gentleness to it. Song of the Wind, only this sword could truly threaten Ho, and it could be used together with the Ao Wu prototype of the others. Dust, debris, and shockwaves, countless shockwaves surged and collided with each other in all directions, shattering everything. Die. A dark golden figure dashed out with his mace raised high and struck down at an astonishing speed. It was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. It was unbelievably powerful. Roar. Wang Monglia roared as he gathered all of his strength into his right arm. He clenched his right fist tightly and threw it at Ho like a meteor in the most berserk manner. Fighting with his life, with a bang, Wang Monglia's head was hit hard. His skull caved in and blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. However, his fist also hit Hui at the same time. It hit Hui's 9 mysterious body protection technique. The violent power that carried the power of the 9 layers of slaughter shattered the 2 layers of protection and hit Hui's body, causing some injuries. Wang Monglia fell to the ground and struggled to get up. He had lost the ability to fight and was on the verge of death. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Hui's mouth. He had been hit many times and was severely injured, but he still had a terrifying fighting ability. Wang Monglia had lost his ability to fight, but the other 5 were not in a good state either. They were all pale and had some injuries. This battle was extremely difficult. Hui was simply a monster. He was able to fight against 6 people at once. It was terrifying. If this battle continued, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Chen Zong kept his sword whirled. He had used up too much energy after maintaining it for a long time. However, he was not injured, but his face was pale. He had used the embryonic form of the Song of the Wind Ao Wu a few times, which consumed his divine will. The recovery speed of the divine will was too slow. Chen Zong was not injured because the others cooperated with him. After all, they all knew that Chen Zong's divine will was a threat to Hui. Therefore, Chen Zong could not die. Once he died, the others would be less of a threat to Hui. Hui was injured because he was hit by Chen Zong's divine will. There was a momentary pause, which allowed them to take advantage of the opportunity to attack him. How many more divine will attacks can you use? Dang Xing asked quickly as he crossed paths with Chen Zong. 3 times, Chen Zong replied quickly. Alright, kill Hui within 3 times. Dang Xing's tone was resolute. Chen Zong performed the Song of the Listening Wind once again. Every time he performed it, Chen Zong's usage of the Song of the Listening Wind became better. Divine intent attacks were hard to dodge and hard to defend against. Kill, others took advantage of the opportunity to attack, and Rong was more seriously injured. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong unleashed 2 more bursts of power and performed the Song of the Listening to the Wind twice. The power of his divine will was almost depleted, and he felt as if his head was being pricked by needles. The excruciating pain made Chen Zong frown. He felt extremely uncomfortable and lost the ability to fight for a while. After all, the 9-fold mixed killing mystic technique could also stack the power of the 2 attacks. The other 4 people also erupted with power, disregarding everything else. Attack, bombardment, in an instant, Ding Long was heavily injured. As his body trembled, he coughed up blood. However, in that instant, he erupted again, brandishing his great mace to counterattack. Emolualua was directly hit and was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his figure slowly faded. He was already dead. It was extremely tragic. Chenzong did not attack again. Instead, he focused on recovering his power. Cultivation power could be recovered with the help of elixirs, but it was difficult to recover the power of his divine will. He could only recover it on his own. The remaining 3 people attacked Danglong with all their might. Danglong stood where he was and continuously brandished his great mace to counterattack. Boom, Saintly Sky Tassel was also killed. However, Danglong staggered and his robe was torn apart. Blood flowed out from his body as he panted heavily. Dangxing and Green Nightmare were the only ones who could fight, but they were also exhausted. One of Dangxing's arms drooped down, as weak as a snake that had its spine removed. Green Nightmare's leg was crippled, so his speed was limited. "You're all dead." Danglong grinned. His aura was extremely dangerous. "You're the one who's going to die." Dangxing forced a smile and attacked again. Green Nightmare also gave up on his speed. He gathered the last of his strength and performed the embryonic form of the Ao Wu again. Collision, the final collision. Dangxing and Green Nightmare flew backward and spat out blood. They fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Danglong retreated and staggered as if he was drunk. In the end, he knelt down on one knee and supported himself with his great mace to prevent himself from falling to the ground. He squinted one of his eyes and blood flowed down from the corner of his eye. He looked at Dangxing and Green Nightmare with the other eye and smiled. A cruel smile. Dangxing and Green Nightmare were still alive, but they had fallen to the ground and could not get up immediately. Should we take this chance to kill them? Some of the people who were watching the battle from afar were bold enough to think about it. Their thoughts were like the temptation of the devil, growing crazily and uncontrollably. Normally, they would not have dared to think about it. However, they were all heavily injured and seemed to have lost the ability to fight even though they were still alive. Wasn't this the best chance to kill them all? They had been killed by them before. If they killed them now, it would be the same as killing them back. Finally, that thought could no longer be suppressed. The group of people immediately moved, exploding forth with their fastest speed. Without hesitation, they directly attacked Feng Xian, erupting with their most tyrannical attacks. Danglong raised his head slightly and looked at them with a ferocious expression. "A bunch of ants." As soon as he finished speaking, Ho once again burst forth with a terrifying power. The huge truncheon swept across the sky, bursting forth with a dark golden ring of stars that swept out. Immediately, all the incoming attacks were shattered, and Ho even counterattacked. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Oh no! Run!" In an instant, their expressions changed drastically. They were horrified. However, they were still one step too late. Under the impact of the dark golden ring, these audacious people were all killed. At the same time, a cold green light pierced through the sky. Chenzong attacked with his sword. He gathered the last of his strength to perform the wind's extremity of the embryonic form of the Ao Wu. It was the fastest and sharpest sword. After this attack, Danglong's strength was almost exhausted. He could not maintain the 9 Mysteries protection technique. Facing Chenzong's sudden attack, Danglong could not dodge at all. His reaction was even slower by a hair's breadth. This hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Piercing, in an instant, Chenzong's sword pierced through the center of Ho's brows. At the same time, Ho also launched a counterattack in this desperate situation. Ho shot out like a dragon, aiming for Chenzong's body. Mutual destruction. Danglong and Chenzong died almost at the same time. However, they killed Danglong in the end. With Danglong's death, everyone felt a repulsive force fall on them, as if trying to squeeze them out. Sure enough, Danglong was the only disciple who survived. However, under the joint attack of 6 experts, he was killed in the end after a fierce battle. Tragic. This battle was truly incomparably tragic. 1,000 disciples quickly escaped from the ruins of the battle, which meant that this year's disciples' assembly was coming to an end. Next, naturally, was the ranking. 1,000 disciples appeared in a spacious and huge hall. the hall was vast and majestic. Soon after, a huge scroll appeared in the main hall. It opened naturally and fell down. The gazes of all the disciples were attracted to the huge scroll. Top 100 list of the disciples' assembly. The 7 words were very conspicuous and eye-catching. Below the 7 words, there was a blank space. Immediately, at the bottom of the scroll, there seemed to be an invisible pen in the hand of a calligraphy grandmaster. The first name appeared, emitting a silver-gray light. It became clear as it shone. This name was at the bottom. Naturally, it was the 100th name. Then, the invisible pen wrote the second name, which was the 99th name. As the names appeared one after another, the 1,000 disciples stared at the scroll. When they saw their own names appear on it, some of them felt extremely excited. However, there were also some who frowned, as if they were not satisfied with their rankings. Basically, those who frowned were full of confidence in their own strength. They thought that they could get a higher ranking, but their rankings were not satisfactory. The last 10, the last 20, the last 30, more and more names appeared, but Xianxia did not see his name. He could not help but feel serious. Could it be that he did not enter the top 100? That should be impossible. With the 700 points he had, it should not be a problem for him to enter the top 100. Now that the last 50 had been listed, did that mean that his ranking should be in the top 50? If 1,000 disciples could see the list, naturally, the other disciples could see it too. That was because the image of the list had appeared outside. Xianxia's name is not on it. Could it be that he did not enter the top 10? Everyone in the Tao Alliance was paying close attention, especially Lin Ming. As the person who recommended Xianxia to the Tao Alliance, he paid the most attention to Xianxia. Only the top 30 are left. It seems that there is no hope. How can this be? Lin Ming was confused. He felt that with Xianxia's strength, he should be able to enter the top 100. Lin Ming was quite confident that Xianxia would enter the top 100. As for the top 30, he had no confidence at all. After all, it was limited by race, talent, background, and so on. It could be said that only the monster from 10,000 years ago from the human race had entered the top 30. He was ranked 13th. The 29th place was still not Xianxia. The 28th place was still not Xianxia. As the names appeared one after another, the hearts of the Tao Alliance members gradually sank. The chances of entering the top 20 were even lower. Then, the 13th place was still not Xianxia, nor was it a human. It was an Origin clan member. It's hopeless, Lingzhen said. He can't enter the top 10. No one in the Tao Alliance spoke. It's fine. Xianxia's cultivation time is still too short. Let him stay in the spirit focus realm for another 100 years. I believe that in the next disciple assembly, his strength will increase again. He should be able to enter the top 100. Finally, the palace lord spoke. As if a hammer had struck the final nail, everyone fell silent. They could only accept this fact helplessly. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. Outside the hall, everyone was in a heated discussion as they stared at the list. There were already 90 names on the list. After the name, there was also the name of the person's race, followed by the points and the number of deaths. There's no human. Isn't it normal that there's no human? It's been many years since the human race made it into the top 100. It's normal that no one made it into the top 100 this time. The human race was at its peak 10,000 years ago. That person got 13th place. Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom of the hall. There were already 90 names on the list, but he wasn't among them. The remaining 10 names were the top 10. His chances of making it into the top 10 were slim. No matter how confident Xianxia was, he didn't dare to think so, especially after witnessing the strength of those strong disciples. Xianxia glanced at the 10th name. There were only 3 words in the name. It was a member of the heavenly human tribe. Moreover, it was the heavenly human tribe that Xianxia knew. Sagely Liusu, Mo Luolua's ranking wasn't low either. He was ranked 11th, and his points were only 1 point away from Sagely Liusu's. The name of the 9th rank also appeared. When the first word appeared, Xianxia's eyes instantly shot out a ray of light. Everyone in the Tao Alliance was a little dejected. However, when they saw the first word, they were stunned. It was Chen. Chen what? Was there anyone among the Origin tribesmen who had such a name? When the second word appeared, Chen Zong's eyes widened. Even his breathing stopped. Chen Zong. A murmur sounded in the Tao Alliance. It was filled with disbelief. Did I see it wrong? Someone rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. There was no mistake. It was indeed Chen Zong's name, followed by the word human. Finally, there was the number of points he had. It was more than 700. This meant that Chen Zong had killed over 700 prodigy disciples in the deathly battle ruins. After all, the 1,000 disciples who could enter the deathly battle ruins were selected from tens of thousands of people. They were the elites among them. 9th place. Lin Ming's voice was trembling, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. I'm in 9th place. Chen Zong was also in a daze. This ranking was completely out of his expectations. Chen Zong was sure that he could make it to the top 100, but he didn't dare to expect to make it to the top 10. It was too difficult. There were many people who were stronger than him. Who would have thought that not only was he in the top 100, but he was also in the top 10, ranked 9th. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Within the Tao Alliance, the Palace Lord, who had just suggested that Chen Zong suppress his cultivation base for 100 years and participate in the next disciple meet, opened his mouth wide. For a moment, his expression was blank. Even someone like him, who was used to seeing great storms, didn't know how to react. After a long while, the Palace Lord finally closed his mouth and revealed a smile. After all, he had experienced countless storms and waves, so he still had the ability to remain calm. Even if his heart was as shocked as a raging sea, he still had to remain calm on the surface. This was the recuperation and demeanor a Palace Lord should have. Although he regained his composure on the surface, the Palace Lord's heart was blooming with joy. 9th place. That was the 9th place. That was a higher ranking than that monstrous genius from 10,000 years ago. Of course, the 13th place was also very high, but it didn't make it into the top 10. Chen Zong, on the other hand, really made it into the top 10. Exclamations of surprise rang out everywhere. In the first heaven, second heaven, and third heaven, especially the human disciples, they were incomparably shocked. In the third heaven, the eyes of the war demon, who was wearing a ghost mask, shone brightly. He didn't have the qualifications to enter the deathly battle ruins. He was just a bit short. If there were 100 more spots, the war devil would have been able to enter the ruins. However, there were only 1,000 spots, not 1,100. Chen Zong, no matter where you go, you're always so dazzling. A deep voice came from under the mask. It was somewhat dull. However, wait for me. It'll be very, very soon. I won't lose to you. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Zong calmed down and regained his composure. The 8th place belonged to a member of the Origin race. The 7th place belonged to Wang Monglia from the Giant race. From the 6th place to the 1st place, they were all members of the Origin race. The 1st place belonged to Hui, who was as terrifying as a monster. He had obtained more than 900 points. The 2nd place belonged to a member of the Origin race named Sui Han, not Deng Xing. He had obtained almost 900 points. The 3rd place belonged to Deng Xing. However, there was still a big gap between his strength and Hui's. He had obtained about 850 points. Chen Zong didn't know how he was compared to Sui Han. Because Chen Zong didn't encounter Sui Han in the death battle ruins, he naturally didn't know how strong he was. In the last battle, the 6 of them had joined forces. In terms of injuries, Deng Xing was the one who had caused the most damage to Hui. At least half of Hui's injuries were caused by Deng Xing. The 4th place belonged to a member of the Origin race named Wu Dao. Chen Zong didn't encounter him either. The 5th place belonged to Qing Yan. Then, another scroll appeared. When it was opened, 1,000 names appeared. They were the names of the 1,000 disciples who had entered the death battle ruins. They were ranked from top to bottom. The 1st place belonged to Hui. After the 100th place, the rankings of the other disciples were displayed. They could see their own rankings. However, it was difficult to obtain any rewards after the 100th place. Only the top 100 disciples could get rewards. The rewards were divided into 3 levels. Top 100 rewards, top 10 rewards, top 3 rewards. Of course, the rewards for each level would more or less have some differences due to the difference in ranking. Starting from the 100th place, the rewards were announced one by one. The 9th place belongs to Xianxia from the human race. 5th Heaven True Disciple. His rewards are as follows. 29 Heaven Origin Elixirs, 209 Heaven Origin Elixirs, 20,000 Cosmos God Crystals. As the announcement sounded, Xianxia was still a little dazed when he heard his rewards. The 9 Heaven Origin Elixirs and 9 Heaven Origin Elixirs were not ordinary. On average, a true disciple would get 1 elixir per year. Now, he got 200 elixirs each, which was equivalent to 200 years of accumulation. The Cosmos God crystals were a common currency and had other uses. They were not cheap. However, this was not the end. The announcement continued to announce Xianxia's rewards. 2 years in the 9 great sacred palaces, 2 months in Mount Wuwang, and 2 months in the refinement path world. The announcement paused. Xianxia almost stopped breathing. This reward was amazing. Besides the refinement path world, Xianxia had been to the 9 great sacred palaces and Mount Wuwang. He knew very well that the cultivation effects were amazing. Now, he got 3 years and 3 months, which was more than before. The others were envious. In view of the fact that Xianxia is from the human race and is from the 3rd sequence void. His outstanding performance in the disciple assembly has attracted the attention of more than half of the 9 heavens imperial courts supremes. Xianxia is given a special reward. What? Special reward? One by one, they were shocked. The special rewards were not included in the rewards for ranking in the disciple meet. In theory, all the participants of the disciple meet were eligible to receive the special rewards. However, in reality, only a small number of disciples were able to receive the special rewards. After all, the special reward was targeted at those who performed well in the disciple assembly. Xianxia was from the human race and was from the 3rd sequence void. However, he could kill more than 700 disciples and ranked 9th in the disciple assembly. From this, one could see how extraordinary he was. Of course, Xianxia's performance in the death battle ruins was clearly seen by the supremes of the 8th heaven. Because of this, more than half of the supremes passed and gave the special reward. When Xianxia heard that voice, he also revealed a dumbfounded look. The special reward is as follows: True disciple Xianxia is promoted to the 6th heaven. 2 months in Mount Wuwang, 1 month in the refinement path world, and 2 years in the 9 great sacred palaces. For a moment, Xianxia was stunned. The total reward was too generous, so generous that it made people jealous. Finally, all the rewards were announced. Zheng was the first, so his reward was the most generous. However, if all the rewards were added together, Xianxia's ranking reward and special reward were not much inferior to Zheng's. They were even more generous than Sui Han's. For a moment, Xianxia was the center of attention. Their gazes were full of envy and passion, which made Xianxia's scalp tingle. Xianxia also silently counted the rewards he received. 209 Heaven's Origin Refining Pills, 209 Heaven's Origin Recovery Pills, and 20,000 Cosmos God Crystals were the lowest rewards. The others were worth more. The cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces was 2 years for the ranking reward and 2 years for the special reward. The total was 4 years. Moreover, if Xianxia remembered correctly, it would be the next 10 years soon. He would be able to get cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces again. And because he was promoted to the 6th heaven, he could get 2 years in 10 years instead of 1 year in 10 years. In this way, Xianxia would be able to accumulate 6 years of cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces. The cultivation time in Mount Wuwang was 2 months for the ranking reward and 2 months for the special reward, which added up to 4 months. And the true disciple of the 6th heaven could enter Mount Wuwang to cultivate for a month every 100 years. In this way, it would be 5 months. Finally, the cultivation time in the refinement Dao world was 2 months for the ranking reward and 1 month for the special reward, which added up to 3 months. Including the 1 month that Xianxia had not used, it added up to 4 months. Then, Qinzong would have 209 Heaven's Origin Refining Pills, 209 Heaven's Origin Recovery Pills, 20,000 Cosmos God Crystals, 6 years of cultivation time in the 9 Great Sacred Palaces, 5 months in Mount Wuwang, and 4 months in the Refinement Tao world. These resources added up should be enough for my strength to reach a higher level. Qinzong was inwardly excited. There was a huge difference in one's cultivation with or without cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, it might be hard to make any effective progress in 10 years just by relying on one's own efforts. But on the contrary, if one had enough cultivation resources, 1 year of improvement might surpass 10 years of cultivation. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Guest Residence Mobile Edition website, shocking, Qinzong had shocked everyone. He was the biggest dark horse in this batch of disciples. Combining everything, he was an unparalleled dark horse. Besides Qinzong, there were 4 other people who received special rewards. However, their rewards could not be compared to Qinzong's. One of them was promoted from an outer disciple to a true disciple of the 4th heaven. Another one was promoted from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven and received other rewards. In short, some people were happy while others were sad. Overall, everyone was happy. Qinzong was promoted from a true disciple of the 5th heaven to the 6th heaven. Naturally, he had to choose a new mountain for his cultivation. In addition, Jiaoyi and the other 20 attendants did not leave when he was at his lowest point. Qinzong did not give up on them this time. Instead, he brought them to the 6th heaven. This was Qinzong's right. Jiaoyi and the other attendants were naturally very excited. It should be known that the cultivation environment of the 6th heaven was much better than that of the 5th heaven. In the 6th heaven, even if they could not get any extra resources, the improvement of their cultivation environment was a very good opportunity. In addition to these substantial benefits, there was also an invisible improvement in their status. The attendants of the 6th heaven were of a higher level than those of the 5th heaven. Sure enough, they did not leave the Heartsword Peak at that time. Of course, Qinzong also named the mountain of the 6th heaven Heartsword Peak. The palace on it was also named the Heartsword Palace. As for the original cultivation place of the 5th heaven, it was no longer called the Heartsword Peak. It was cancelled and would be given a new name one day when it was chosen by others. The world chi of the 6th heaven is indeed richer and purer. The fluctuation of the great Tao is also clearer. Standing on the Heartsword Peak, the mountain breeze blew gently, blowing his hair and clothes. Qinzong unconsciously closed his eyes and revealed a touch of satisfaction. The feeling of being immersed in the rich and pure world chi was very wonderful and comfortable. It seemed that the speed of the clear wind force in his body had been improved imperceptibly. Sure enough, the quality of the cultivation environment had a great impact. If he had cultivated in the environment of the 6th heavenly layer, his cultivation speed would have been much faster. Now, my cultivation and abilities have basically increased to the limit of the spirit focus realm, Qinzong thought to himself. Then, should I try to break through to the 3rd realm next? In the universe, the 1st level, Tao Force, was the threshold of the true path of cultivation. The 2nd level, Spirit Focus, was the foundation. The 3rd level, God Phase, was the true starting point. One would have the qualifications to travel the universe, but it was only barely enough. One could only travel in a small area. Only those who had reached the 4th level were truly qualified. As for those who had reached the 5th level, they could be considered a powerhouse. In the original void, he had already reached the limit of the Yuan underworld realm. The next step would be to break through to the divine ability realm. If that unparalleled opportunity had not appeared, he would have been a divine ability realm cultivator by now. However, that unparalleled opportunity had come at the right time and Qinzong had also grasped it. Even though he was still equivalent to the Yuan underworld realm and had not broken through to a higher realm, Qinzong did not have any regrets. On the contrary, it would have been his greatest regret if he had not obtained this opportunity. Although he was equivalent to the Yuan underworld realm in terms of level, there was an essential difference. At the very least, Qinzong was certain that his current combat strength had completely surpassed what it had been in the past. In the past, he had been able to match the combat strength of a 2-star divine ability realm cultivator. Now, it would not be difficult for him to match a 3-star divine ability realm cultivator. However, it seemed that he had also reached the limit now. Just as Qianzong was pondering and preparing to break through to the 3rd realm, Lin Ming arrived. Senior. Qianzong greeted Lin Ming with a sword salute. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations. Lin Ming laughed heartily. When he saw that Qianzong was ranked 9th, the excitement in Lin Ming's heart was indescribable. It lasted for a long time before he slowly calmed down. One had to know that Lin Ming was a 4th realm powerhouse and had experienced a lot. It was very difficult for him to lose his composure, let alone be excited for a long time. It was obvious how shocking the impact of Qianzong's ranking was. Shocking, this was an incomparable shock. It was not just him, but the entire Dao Alliance was also shocked. Lin Ming was a straightforward person, and his words were also straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush. Besides congratulating you, I also came to see you this time. There is also an important person who wants to see you, Lin Ming said. An important person wants to see me? Qianzong was slightly startled. Who is it? You will know when you get there. Lin Ming smiled. Qianzong did not ask any more questions and left with Lin Ming. This time, they did not leave the 6th heaven. Instead, they went directly to the Dao Alliance's headquarters in the 6th heaven. The headquarters of the Dao Alliance, the Solitary Horn Castle, the Great Black Forest, and the Full Moon Valley were all located in the 6th heaven. After stepping into the Dao Alliance's headquarters, they kept going deeper and deeper. Finally, they stopped in front of a small valley. The important person who wants to see you is inside. Lin Ming smiled. Go on. Qianzong glanced at it for a moment before he stepped forward, stepping into the entrance of the valley. Deep and quiet, there was no sound in this valley. It was very quiet, but it did not make people feel frightened. Instead, there was a kind of peaceful feeling. That invisible aura was everywhere, and it made people feel peaceful and comfortable. As he walked, Qianzong saw a simple and unadorned courtyard appear in front of him. The door of the courtyard was open, as if it was welcoming guests. Qianzong walked in and saw a figure standing in front of a table in the courtyard. The figure was writing with a brush. Every stroke had an indescribable feeling that far exceeded Qianzong's realm. As he looked, Qianzong felt that the figure was unfathomable. There was an incomparable mystery contained in the figure. However, he could not see anything else. Qianzong did not disturb the figure. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, watching and waiting. The middle-aged man did not seem to notice Qianzong's arrival. He ignored him and was completely immersed in writing, constantly writing words full of Taoist charm. After a short moment, the final stroke was drawn. It was like a silver hook and iron drawing, like the edge of a blade, yet also like a strand of sword light, and it was suffused with an unparalleled profundity and sharpness. It seemed as if it directly flashed past Qianzong's heart, causing Qianzong to suddenly tremble while an indescribable feeling instantly surged into his heart. In just a moment, as if struck by lightning, he was completely stunned. It seemed that he had sunk into a strange state. The middle-aged man in a pale golden robe gently put down his brush. He raised his head and looked over with his hands behind his back. His seemingly ordinary face was filled with a faint smile. His eyes seemed to be flickering with rays of light. It seemed that he wanted to see through Qianzong. Time passed slowly. The middle-aged man turned his head and carefully looked at the dozens of words he had written. At last, he waved his hand and the words of several crosses suddenly disappeared as if they were directly erased. About half an hour later, Qianzong suddenly woke up. Little guy, what did you gain? The middle-aged man looked over with a smile and asked, neither too fast nor too slow. Qianzong greets Senior. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. Qianzong immediately saluted with his sword. I gained a little. Indeed, the moment of enlightenment just now was just half an hour, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Qianzong had a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. However, it was only a preliminary stage. He still needed more time to sort it out. He believed that once he finished sorting it out, the improvement in the way of the sword would be even more obvious. This was no doubt an opportunity given by the middle-aged man. In this year's disciple assembly, your performance was completely unexpected. Everyone expected it. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Compared to the demon of our human race 10,000 years ago, you are even more outstanding." "Thank you, Senior, for your praise." Qianzong responded, "But how should I address you?" "I am the primitive emperor." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "My other identity is the master of the Tao Alliance." Qianzong was shocked. The master of the Tao Alliance, that was the expert who founded the Tao Alliance. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he was also a well-deserved expert. He did not expect that this was the big shot who summoned him. "Greetings, Master." Qianzong saluted again. "No need to be so polite. Make yourself at home." The primitive emperor smiled and said, "I summoned you this time mainly to meet you in person. After all, your performance in the Death Battle Ruins was amazing. I am also very curious. Born in the third rank void but with such amazing talent. This is the first time I have seen or heard of someone like you. Even the demon of our human race 10,000 years ago was at least born in the second rank void. Third rank void and second rank void were both from the human race. However, there was still an innate difference between them. Master, who was the demon of the human race 10,000 years ago?" Qianzong could not help but ask curiously because he had heard it many times. "His name is Mo. The primitive emperor smiled and said. Qianzong came to a realization. Previously, in the Tao Alliance's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, he saw a book of sword practice insights called Mo's Sword Practice Insights. It was also the sword practice insights that led him to the correct path of sword Tao. For a moment, Qianzong was even more curious about Mo. Mo can also be called a genius in the sword Tao. The primitive emperor smiled and said, "Unfortunately, he is not in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court now, and I don't know when he will return. Otherwise, I would have let you meet him." Qianzong was also looking forward to meeting Mo. However, since he was not in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he could only leave it to fate. "Little guy, I summoned you this time not only because I want to meet you, but also because I want to meet you back then." The primitive emperor smiled and his expression immediately turned cold and solemn. "You should also know that the origin of our human race can't be compared to the four major races. The highest is only the second rank void. Therefore, it is necessary for us to unite. This is also the purpose of the Tao Alliance's first master and the ancestors of the Tao Alliance when they established the Tao Alliance. It is to let our human race have a cohesive force, and also to provide shelter and guidance for the newcomers." Qianzong listened to the primitive emperor's words quietly and did not interrupt. "First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember." Book Guest House mobile version website. Many years ago, when the human race was first guided into the universe by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it was like walking into a bustling city for the first time from a remote mountain valley. The impact they received in that instant was unimaginable. After obtaining the cultivation resources from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, those humans began to improve by leaps and bounds. However, because the human race's innate talent was indeed nothing special, they appeared rather mediocre. As such, it was difficult for them to compare with the other races, especially the origin race. They were completely inferior. If one's strength was insufficient, one's status would be low. This was the same everywhere. Therefore, in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the human race was mostly ostracized and oppressed. Because of this, the First Alliance Master and the other Tao Alliance ancestors shared the same ideals. They worked together and eventually established the Tao Alliance, gathering the humans in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Only then did they truly establish themselves in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Now, the Tao Alliance had been established for more than 1,000,000 years. From its establishment until now, it had grown stronger and stronger. However, it was still at the bottom level among the 9 major forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Until now, the ancestors of the Tao Alliance had either died or disappeared. The current primitive emperor was the third alliance master. There were also 2 vice alliance masters, one was the third and the other was the fourth. Under the vice alliance masters were the venerables, also known as great venerables. There were a total of 9 of them. Under the great venerables were the guardians. The number of guardians was slightly higher, about 100 of them. The great venerables were 5th realm experts, and the guardians were 4th realm experts. In other words, there were at least 9 Fifth Realm experts in the Tao Alliance. Not counting the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Masters, there were more than 100 Fourth Realm experts. If compared to the Void, it was equivalent to having at least 9 Sovereign Realm experts and 100 Tao Venerables. Even the Will Heavenly Palace was far from it. However, the Tao Alliance with such strength was at the bottom level among the 9 major forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was hard to imagine how strong the other 8 major forces were. Of course, the Singlehorn Castle and the Tao Alliance were not much different. The primitive emperor's purpose of summoning Chenzong was very straightforward. First, he wanted to meet Chenzong face to face and have a chat with him to increase his understanding of Chenzong. With the primitive emperor's experience, he could easily see the other party's character and temperament, and see if he was worth nurturing. Although some people had outstanding talent, their temperament was not good and not worth nurturing. Because after nurturing, not only did they not contribute to the Tao Alliance, but instead, they only cared about their own interests. How could such people be nurtured? There were very few things that didn't ask for returns. There was no love and hatred and love without cause. Compared to those who fought for their own fortuitous opportunities and faced life and death crises, having someone give them a fortuitous opportunity and then returning the favor was the safest and gentler way. The primitive emperor was the leader of the Tao Alliance and also one of the supremacies of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He had a lofty status and was usually very busy, so he wouldn't casually summon anyone. He would only do so if there was an important matter or if he thought highly of someone. Was he venerables? When Chenzong left the primitive emperor's courtyard, he had gained a lot. Little guy, I do have some opportunities, but I can't give you too much. It's not good for you, the primitive emperor said in a low voice in the courtyard. It sounded as if giving the other party more opportunities would allow the other party to improve even more. However, giving too much would leave behind a hidden negative effect. Reaping without sowing was not a good thing for cultivators, especially those who relied on their own abilities. Because they were geniuses who made their way through step by step. Fighting for and obtaining by oneself was the result of one's hard work. Of course, a simple gift was nothing. Everything was about being just right. Chenzong left quickly with the primitive emperor's gift. To be honest, Chenzong was surprised that he could get the opportunities. Because he didn't think about it when he came. The first opportunity was the comprehension that the primitive emperor gave him when he came. At that time, he only had a preliminary understanding. He needed to go back and study it. The second opportunity was a secret technique, an incomplete secret technique. When the primitive emperor learned that Chenzong cultivated both qi and body cultivation, he was very surprised. When he learned that Chenzong didn't have a body cultivation technique comparable to the Nine Heavens Breath Gale Annihilation, the primitive emperor gave Chenzong a secret technique. This secret technique was called Mirror's Extremity. It was obtained by the primitive emperor in a secret realm in the universe many years ago. As it was only the first volume, it was only useful for the first 3 realms. Moreover, it required one to have extraordinary attainments in both qi cultivation and body cultivation to be able to cultivate it. It was extremely difficult for the human race to cultivate both qi and body cultivation. Only a few people had the ability to do so. Therefore, Mirror's Extremity had always been in the hands of the primitive emperor. Now, the opportunity was right, and he gave it to Chenzong. After leaving the valley, Chenzong saw Lin Ming waiting outside. They chatted and laughed as they left, returning to the Heart Sword Peak. Lin Ming's cave dwelling was in the 5th heaven. He couldn't stay in the 6th heaven for long, so he left. After returning to the Heart Sword Peak and entering the Heart Sword Palace, Chenzong began his seclusion. The first thing was to comprehend the mystery of the Sword Tao. The primitive emperor wasn't a sword cultivator, but as an expert, he had dabbled in the Sword Tao. Or rather, he had a certain understanding. At least compared to Chenzong, he had a better understanding. Therefore, the mysteries brought by his brush tip gave Chenzong a kind of inspiration, allowing him to comprehend. As for the first volume of the secret technique, Mirror's Extremity, Chenzong put it aside for the time being. Because the Heart Sutra directly activated the Heart 10 intents, comprehending it at the fastest speed. That kind of comprehension would stay in the mind and would slowly fade with the passage of time. He had to seize the time to comprehend it with all his might before it completely faded. The effect of comprehending with the heart 10 intense was more than 10 times that of normal comprehension. It was comprehending from 10 different angles. That kind of improvement could be said to be more than 20 or even 30 times more. Time passed. A month later, a straight line appeared between Xianxia's eyebrows. It was like a sword edge, spreading out a shockingly sharp fluctuation. That was the sword Dao divine pattern. It was a sword pattern that Xianxia had comprehended and condensed before. But before that, the sword pattern wasn't as clear as it was now, and its sharp aura wasn't as strong as it was now. This meant that Xianxia had condensed the first sword pattern to the extreme. Immediately after, another rune appeared beside the first rune. However, the rune was extremely faint and couldn't be compared to the first rune at all. The second sword pattern. Xianxia opened his eyes, revealing a trace of excitement. He didn't expect that the opportunity brought by the primitive emperor's brush tip not only allowed him to condense the first sword pattern to the extreme, but also allowed him to condense the second sword pattern. Even if it was just a very faint one and didn't have much power, it meant that his comprehension of the sword Dao had increased. He took a step forward. In the spirit condensation realm, there were very few people who could condense two great path divine patterns. At least as far as Xianxia knew, there were only a few people who were at the spirit condensation realm. For example, Ho, Dang Xing, Green Nightmare, and so on. As for Sui Han and Wu Dao, Xianxia hadn't fought with them before, nor had he seen their battle. So, he wasn't sure. But thinking about it, they should have condensed two great path divine patterns. It could be seen how difficult it was to condense two great path divine patterns in the spirit condensation realm. The second sword pattern is just a preliminary condensation. Next, I'll slowly comprehend it and completely condense it, Xianxia said to himself. In the cultivation of the universe, the spirit condensation realm was equivalent to building one's foundation. The more solid the foundation was, the more helpful it would be for future cultivation. Because to a certain extent, the foundation was equivalent to potential. The level of potential had a great impact on a cultivator's future cultivation. Those who didn't have a solid foundation and insufficient potential might stay in the third realm for a long time. But if the foundation was solid enough and the potential was enough, then the time they stayed in the third realm would be shorter, unless they deliberately suppressed their realm and didn't break through. Previously, Xianxia had the idea of breaking through to the third realm. After all, he felt that he had reached the limit of the second realm. But now, he temporarily suppressed this idea, because he could still continue to improve, at least in the sword Dao. After completely condensing the second sword pattern, he would think about breaking through. Then, he would start to cultivate the extreme mirror secret technique. The extreme mirror secret technique was a very special secret technique. It couldn't directly increase one's strength, but it also didn't need to be used. It was the kind of unique secret technique that would always exist once it was mastered. The cultivation requirements of the extreme mirror secret technique were very high. That was, one had to cultivate both body refining and chi refining at the same time. But there were very, very few cultivators who could do this. Moreover, those races with special talents didn't count. For example, the giant race had extremely strong bodies. Even if they walked on the path of chi refining and improved their physique, they couldn't cultivate the extreme mirror secret technique because it wasn't a power that they cultivated themselves. This point was very interesting. The function of the extreme mirror secret technique was to equalize the power of chi refining and body refining at the same time. In other words, take Xianxia's situation as an example. Xianxia cultivated the annihilation force of the nine heavens breathing gale on the chi refining path, but the cultivation method that he cultivated on the body refining path was inferior to the annihilation force of the nine heavens breathing gale on the chi refining path, so there was a gap in the power that he cultivated. But if he cultivated the extreme mirror secret technique, then Xianxia didn't need to cultivate any special body refining technique, because the mystery of the extreme mirror secret technique would allow Xianxia to cultivate chi refining technique at the same time as his body refining technique, leading to the simultaneous improvement of his body refining technique. In other words, the extreme mirror secret technique allowed Xianxia to improve his chi refining and body refining at the same time when he cultivated. Moreover, the level of power wouldn't be inferior to that of chi refining at all. It was as if he had also mastered a body refining technique of the same level as the chi refining technique. Moreover, he could cultivate both at the same time, which would be more efficient. The advantages were so obvious, but of course, the disadvantages were also there. That was, the resources consumed during cultivation would be doubled, but this was nothing. After comprehending, Qianzong immediately began to cultivate. The extreme mirror secret technique was not very difficult. With Qianzong's comprehension ability and the help of the Heart Sutra, he completely comprehended it in just a few days. Of course, it might not be easy for others. After comprehending it, Qianzong immediately began to cultivate. The practice of mirror's extremity was not difficult. It was very easy for Qianzong to practice it after comprehending and mastering its mystery. In just one day, Qianzong had mastered it. I don't feel anything, Qianzong said to himself. It seemed that there was no difference whether he had mastered it or not. However, when Qianzong ran the first level of the annihilation force of the nine heavens breath, he immediately felt that a part of the cool breeze force was leaving the track of the chi cultivation system and entering his body. It spread out and began to run in his body under the guidance of an invisible force. It was like wisps of cool breeze blowing through his body. It was a wonderful feeling. Under the gentle breeze, Qianzong's body refining cultivation did not change, but his body refining strength was increasing. It became more powerful and gradually caught up with the chi cultivation strength. Time passed slowly. Qianzong took out 9 heaven energy pills from time to speed up his practice. When Qianzong consumed 59 heaven energy pills, he felt that the cool breeze paused slightly, gradually weakened, and finally disappeared. The level of the body refining strength was finally level with the level of the chi cultivation strength. Lingwu Supreme Method. Without hesitation, Qianzong used this secret method in an instant. Immediately, the chi cultivation strength and the body refining strength were mobilized and merged into a more powerful force. However, Qianzong could feel that this force was still the cool breeze force, because the chi cultivation strength and the body refining strength had the same nature. They both originated from the annihilation force of the nine heavens breath. This kind of increase feels stronger than before. Qianzong felt it carefully and was overjoyed. This seemed to be because the chi cultivation strength and the body refining strength came from the same source. In that case, my strength has increased by about 50%. Qianzong came to a conclusion after trying it out. This kind of increase was because in the universe, the power of the martial arts had a greater impact on one's strength. Secondly, it was because the two systems of power came from the same source. With his strength increased by 50%, Qianzong's strength had improved significantly. If my strength is increased by 50% in the Death Battle Ruins, I wonder if I can compete with the Green Nightmare. Qianzong thought to himself. His final answer was uncertain. But no matter what, he had indeed improved a lot. I need time to condense the second sword mark. I won't be able to break through to the divine phase realm in a short period of time. I've raised my cultivation to the maximum as well. Without a unique constitution, this is all I can do. Next, I should improve my swordsmanship and sword Dao. Qianzong fell into deep thought. He now had 6 years of cultivation time in the 9 sacred halls, 5 months in Mount Wuwang, and 4 months in the world of refinement. However, the world of refinement was still inaccessible at the moment, but the 9 great temples and Mount Wuwang could. Let's try the 3 great trial grounds first, Qianzong muttered to himself as he came out of seclusion. After passing the 3rd level of all 3 trial grounds, he would get a chance to choose a supreme martial art or supreme secret technique. If he passed the 5th level, he would get a second chance. Previously, Qianzong passed the 3rd level of the Supreme Battle Tower and the Infinite Slaughter Sea respectively, but failed at the 4th level. In the Thousand Illusion House, he passed the 4th level and stopped at the 5th. What about now? In terms of strength, he had improved quite a bit compared to before. Could he pass the 3rd level? It was worth a try. Qianzong immediately left the Happy Sword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. This time, Qianzong didn't rely on his legs. Instead, he rode on the golden feathered eagle puppet. This was the 6th level of the True Gate. It was one of the rewards given by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The golden feathered eagle puppet flew at twice the speed of the Fengshan bird puppet. Therefore, it didn't take long for Chenzong to arrive at the Realm Gate Mountain and enter the Realm Gate Palace. A figure appeared. It was still Elder Black. This surprised Chenzong. Elder Black was in the Realm Gate Mountain of the fifth heaven. Was it the same for the sixth heaven? However, Chenzong didn't ask directly. He passed through the Realm Gate and went straight to the Supreme Battle Tower to challenge. Chenzong appeared on the fourth level immediately. Because he had been defeated on the fourth level before, Chenzong's cultivation hadn't broken through and was still in the spirit condensation realm, so he didn't need to start from the first level again. The opponent on the fourth level was very strong. Chenzong wasn't his match before, but this time it might not be so. Fight, activating all of his chi refining power, the third layer of the Yin Thunder Force was also unleashed. The sword light pierced through the air and shot towards the opponent with a shocking strike. Fight, 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 there was no probing. It was just a fierce battle. 10 years ago, Chenzong was defeated on the fourth level. At that time, he had only mastered the first level of the annihilation force of the ninth heaven's breath, which was not as good as the consummation realm now. His swordsmanship then wasn't as profound and powerful as it was now. Flame of Heart, his strength was further enhanced. Lingwu Supreme Technique was used. His strength was enhanced again, ninefold mixed killing technique, kill, this opponent was killed by Chenzong in the end. Chenzong didn't use his full strength. At least, he hadn't used the sword pattern and the embryonic form of Ao Wu. The fifth level. After his strength was restored, Chenzong took a deep breath and stepped into the fifth level. The strength of the opponent on the fifth level had increased by a lot. Just the power emitted from his body was very shocking and oppressive. Without any hesitation, Chenzong exploded with all his strength in an instant. Immediately, he activated another sword pattern. Because the second sword pattern was just a preliminary condensation, it didn't have much power yet. Wind's extremity, with all his strength, the sword pierced through the air. Its speed was extremely fast. A cold light bloomed, sharp and unparalleled, piercing through everything. Wind slash, wind's mark, wind's chant, Chenzong continuously used the four embryonic forms of Ao Wu. But the opponent's strength was so strong that it was extremely terrifying. He couldn't gain the upper hand. Battle, battle, battle. In the end, Chenzong was defeated. He couldn't defeat his opponent. The opponent was too strong. Chenzong felt that he wasn't weaker than Green Nightmare. Of course, the opponent on the fifth level was different from Green Nightmare. He was more balanced in all aspects and didn't have any obvious weaknesses. He was very difficult to deal with. Although he was defeated, Chenzong saw the gap between them. If he was a little stronger, he would have a chance to pass. If I condense the second sword pattern, I should have a chance to pass, Chenzong thought to himself. Next, it was time to challenge the Thousand Illusions house. Chenzong chose to start from the fourth level. After passing the fourth level, he entered the fifth level. But in the end, he was defeated. However, compared to the last time, he lasted a few breaths of time. It was a small improvement. Finally, he challenged the Thousand Kill C. After a fierce battle, Chenzong passed the fourth level and started to challenge the fifth level. He was defeated, just like the battle tower, he was defeated in the end. Next, I'll go to the Divine Martial Palace. Chenzong immediately set off. The 9 divine palaces were divided into the outer palace, the middle palace, and the inner palace. The palace that Chenzong had been to before was the outer palace. This time, Chenzong wanted to go to the sword palace in the outer palace to continue comprehending the mysteries of the sword principles. Chenzong had mastered more than 30 of the 99 mysteries of the ninefold genuine sword. There were still more than 50 that he hadn't mastered yet. If he could master all of them, his strength might not increase directly, but his accumulation of sword principles would definitely improve a lot, and his foundation of sword principles would be more solid. He had 6 years to cultivate, and Chenzong was confident that he could comprehend and master the remaining mysteries of the swordsmanship within this period of time. This might not increase his strength in a short period of time, but it would be very beneficial in the long run. Chenzong was not a short-sighted person. Stepping into the sword palace and the outer palace of the divine martial palace, Chenzong began to comprehend. With more than 30 mysteries of the sword principles as a foundation, he had further adapted to the cultivation environment of the universe and experienced many battles. In addition, the purity and improvement of sword principles made Qianzong more efficient in comprehending the mysteries of the sword principles. It was at least several times more efficient than before. With the help of the Heart Sutra, the efficiency was simply amazing. Time flew. A year later, Qianzong successfully comprehended 13 mysteries of the sword principles and completely mastered them. In the following year, Qianzong comprehended and completely mastered 18 mysteries of the sword principles. In the third year, Qianzong's comprehension efficiency was further improved. He comprehended the remaining 25 mysteries of the sword principles. At this point, Qianzong had completely grasped the 99 mysteries of the nine-layered true sword. When Qianzong opened his eyes, there were countless sword lights flickering within them. One could vaguely see countless sword scars passing by, flickering in and out of existence. Gradually, Qianzong's consciousness seemed to return. His body was motionless, but there was an incomparable sharpness spreading out. This feeling is so fulfilling, Qianzong said to himself. He had completely comprehended and mastered the mysteries of the ninefold true sword. There was a feeling of completeness in his body and mind. It was very fulfilling. With a change of mind, many spiritual lights gushed out like sword qi, as if they were unstoppable. With every breath, many inspirations about the sword principle would emerge. Then, the second sword pattern appeared between his eyebrows. It was much more condensed than 3 years ago, and he could already use its power. It was just like the first sword pattern 3 years ago, which had not yet been condensed to the extreme. This was beyond Qianzong's expectations. The second sword pattern is even more condensed. Then, what about the embryonic form of the 4AO Wu? Qianzong suddenly had an idea. However, this was not the place to experiment. Qianzong quickly came out of seclusion, and his mind calmed down. I'll go back to the Heart Sword Palace and go into seclusion to digest what I've comprehended in the past 3 years. After that, I'll go to Mount Wuwang to refine my divine will and try my best to pass the 5th level of the 3 trial grounds, Qianzong thought to himself. If he couldn't do it, it would be difficult for him to do it in a short period of time after he broke through to the divine manifestation realm. Because reaching the divine manifestation realm was a new beginning. He had to improve a lot. Only when he reached the divine manifestation realm would he have some confidence to challenge the 3 trial grounds. The difference between obtaining the second supreme secret technique in the divine manifestation realm and obtaining the second supreme secret technique in the divine manifestation realm was very obvious. At least it was a proof of his potential. After returning to the Heart Sword Palace, Qianzong started to experiment. As expected, the embryonic form of the 4AO Wu sword moves became more and more perfect. The power of each move also increased by about 30%. This improvement was undoubtedly shocking. Moreover, Qianzong was confident that after a period of seclusion, the embryonic form of the 4AO Wu sword moves would be further perfected and close to the real AO Wu. At that time, its power would increase again. After the disciple meet, everything fell silent. The disciples who did not receive any rewards were all motivated to cultivate with all their might, using the 9 heavens imperial quartz resources to improve themselves. Needless to say, the disciples who received rewards were even more so. Every moment was very important. Some disciples were prepared to use the 100 years to improve themselves and strive to enter the top 100 in the next disciple meet to achieve better results. Some planned to prepare and break through to the divine manifestation realm. Different people had different choices. In Heart Sword Palace, Qianzong went into seclusion. Another 3 years had passed, and he finally mastered all the mysteries that he had comprehended in the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Hall. The second sword pattern was also completely condensed, and its power was fully grasped. At the top of Heart Sword Peak, Qianzong's clothes fluttered in the wind. Countless mysteries of sword light seemed to be contained in his eyes, flickering endlessly. I have completely grasped the mysteries of the 99 sword techniques. The second sword pattern is also completely condensed. The embryonic form of AO Wu has also been further perfected. Each move has fused 7 mysteries, and its power has increased. However, to cross that line and become a true AO Wu, there is still some distance. The most basic AO Wu has fused at least 9 mysteries. There was only a difference of 2 mysteries between 7 and 9 mysteries. It did not seem like much, but in reality, it was very difficult. Qianzong knew that it was limited by his own cultivation realm. The embryonic form of profound martial arts was already beyond the realm of the spirit condensation realm. It belonged to the level of the divine aspect realm. Being able to fuse 7 mysterious embryonic forms of profound martial arts was already considered outstanding among them. It was even more difficult. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong took out the golden feathered eagle puppet again and quickly headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. This time, Qianzong wanted to enter Mount Wuwang to refine his divine will. 5 months in Mount Wuwang was much longer than the previous 1 month. The results of the refinement would definitely be better. Mount Wuwang was divided into 3 levels: the foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain, and the peak. With Qianzong's current divine will, he could only accept the refinement at the foot of the mountain. Once he stepped into the middle of the mountain, his divine will would not be able to withstand it and would collapse directly. Calming his mind and focusing his spirit, he began to accept the impact and tempering of Mount Wuwang's divine will. However, while undergoing the tempering, Qianzong did not neglect other aspects. He continued to comprehend swordsmanship, as well as the profoundness of Heart Tao and World Tao. Sword Tao, Tao of the Heart, the World Tao, these were the 3 great Taos that he had comprehended and grasped. Every single one of them was very important and could not be neglected. At present, the power of Heart Tao could be superimposed with the power of Sword Tao, but it was still difficult for the power of World Tao to be superimposed with the power of Sword Tao. However, Qianzong already had an idea. As for the Tao of Heart and Tao of the World, it was difficult to combine them, let alone combine the power of 3 grand Taos. If he could stack 2 great path powers, his power would increase. If he could stack 3 great path powers, he would become even more powerful. The increase in his strength would also be very obvious. Tempering, the tempering of the divine will of Mount Wuwang would bring about a certain degree of impact and pressure, and as time passed, it would gradually increase. When the time was up or when one could no longer bear it, one would be expelled. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Qianzong was still enduring, and there were only 4 months left. The effects of this month's tempering of the divine will were not as obvious as the first time, and the improvement was also very weak. He continued tempering. Another month passed, and Qianzong began to feel the pressure. The true pressure was coming, and it was constantly increasing, as if it was going to crush his divine will. In the 3rd month, Qianzong could only endure the impact of the divine will with all his might. He could not use the Heart Sutra anymore. The strength of the divine will was terrifying to the extreme, and it was like a madly surging tsunami, as if it was going to crush everything. Within the deity sea, waves of extremely terrifying power crazily emerged from the outside world, as if it was going to break Qianzong's deity sea. In the face of the power of Mount Wuwang's spirit intent, his own spirit intent seemed so insignificant. It was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea that was constantly being battered. He didn't know when it would shatter and be completely destroyed. I'm almost at my limit, Qianzong said to himself, and a sudden realization came to him. Once he reached his limit, he would be expelled. This was the protective mechanism of Mount Wuwang. After all, this was a holy land for cultivation, a holy land for tempering one's divine will. There would be no harm in it. However, Qianzong was not willing to be expelled just like that. It should be known that the closer he was to his limit, the more likely he was to break through it and become even stronger. The limit, it was getting closer, and it was getting closer and closer. It felt as if countless giant hammers were madly bombarding it, as if a tsunami was surging. His entire divine will was in a state of imminent danger, and it could be broken and crushed at any time, turning into powder and dust that would dissipate into the deity sea. Once the divine will was damaged, the consequences were not as serious as damage to the spiritual soul, and it could be recovered. However, for a short period of time, it would still be very uncomfortable, and it would be difficult to concentrate. Day after day passed, Qianzong continued to endure the impact. His forehead bulged, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. It was as if he could crush everything with his fists. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they almost broke. The muscles all over his body were trembling. The limit, he was approaching the limit, it was getting more and more uncomfortable. He felt as if his divine will was about to be shattered, and his entire deity sea was about to shatter. Even his entire head was about to collapse. This feeling was very frightening and terrifying. However, Qianzong did not plan to give up. He wanted to continue to persevere and break through the limit. Perhaps in the next breath. The high intensity and overload made Qianzong more and more uncomfortable. However, Qianzong's indomitable spiritual will allowed him to persevere. This was the intangible embodiment of the divine will. The divine will was the spiritual will. Living creatures were born with the spiritual will. As they grew, the spiritual will would slowly strengthen. However, this kind of strengthening was only the most basic and not very significant. If one wanted to truly strengthen the spiritual will, one could only continuously train and experience all kinds of challenges. Only then would one be able to sharpen the spiritual will to become extremely tough and tyrannical, and resist all external attacks. Indestructible, indestructible, indestructible. After 3.5 months, another strengthened divine will came crashing down. In an instant, Qianzong felt that his divine will could not withstand it any longer. In an instant, it was suppressed and crushed. However, Qianzong was not expelled. Instead, he remained at the foot of the mountain. This was because Qianzong still had a little bit of spiritual light supporting him. Recasting, the divine will was condensing again. It was like a sword embryo that had been tempered thousands of times. The recasting process of the divine will was not that fast. On the contrary, it was somewhat slow. During this time, the divine will of Mount Wuwang continued to attack. However, a portion of it was absorbed and used to recast the divine will. Gradually, as time passed, Qianzong's spiritual light of consciousness grew stronger and clearer. The divine will was also recast. After recasting the divine will, Qianzong immediately felt that something was different. It was as if his divine will was suffused with a ray of light. It was an invisible ray of light that could only be felt by the divine will. This is the glory of the divine will. Qianzong was secretly surprised. During the decades in the Nine Heavens imperial court, apart from cultivating, Qianzong would also read many ancient books. This had always been his habit. Reading ancient books could increase one's knowledge reserve and also allow one to understand more general knowledge. It would only be beneficial to one's cultivation and would not be detrimental. It just so happened that Qianzong had some understanding of the cultivation of the divine will. In the ancient books that Qianzong had read, the divine will was divided into 3 levels, or rather, 3 realms. The first realm was the most ordinary realm. The second realm was called the glory of the divine will realm. When one's cultivation broke through and increased, the strength of the divine will would also increase. This was very normal. It was an increase in strength. However, the realms were different. If one had to describe it, it was like wood and stone. As one's cultivation increased, the divine will would be like a piece of wood becoming 2 or 3 kilograms, 10 or even 100 kilograms. It was an increase in quantity. However, when one's divine will level up, such as the first and second realms, it was like a piece of wood transforming into stone. When comparing ordinary wood to ordinary stone, under the same weight, stone would naturally be tougher. This was a kind of qualitative change in the improvement of one's power. The improvement of the strength of the divine will was actually not very difficult. After all, as long as one's cultivation increased, the strength of the divine will would also increase. Furthermore, one's own experiences would also increase the strength of the divine will and so on. However, it was very difficult to improve the realm of the divine will. Unexpectedly, Qianzong's goal was to improve the strength of the divine will. He unexpectedly broke through the limit and improved the realm of the divine will from the first to the second realm, giving birth to the glory of the divine will. The glory of the divine will was like a solar eclipse. It was filled with an undetectable ray of light. Although the ray was weak, it had an indescribable tenacity. After breaking through to the second realm of the divine will and giving birth to the glory of the divine will, it was meaningless to continue staying at the foot of Mount Wuwang. Qianzong went to the middle of the mountain. The impact of the divine will here was stronger, and it was also suitable for cultivators who had given birth to the glory of the divine will. Simply put, the foot of Mount Wuwang, the middle of the mountain, and the top of the mountain corresponded to the 3 realms of the divine will. Before, Qianzong could only stay at the foot of the mountain. Now that he had broken through to the second realm of the divine will, he could naturally go to the middle of the mountain to continue refining his divine will. He had just broken through to the second realm of the divine will. It was considered a preliminary step into the second realm, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. However, the difficulty of refining the second realm had increased by more than 10 times. Qianzong did not feel much improvement in the remaining month or so. Of course, it was not to the extent that there was no improvement at all. Everything has been improved to the true extreme, Qianzong thought to himself. After leaving Mount Wuwang, he did not return to the Heartsword Peak. Instead, he went directly through the realm gate and went to the battle tower. Now that everything had been improved to the extreme, Qianzong felt that he could no longer improve. Then, if he wanted to become stronger, he could only break through to the third realm and break through to a higher realm. However, before he broke through, there was still one very important thing to do. That was to challenge the 3 trial grounds and pass the 5th level of all of them. Then, he would be qualified to enter the secret pavilion again. This time, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, Qianzong did not plan to stay any longer. He had to break through. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, book. Guest house mobile version. On the 5th floor of the battle tower, Qianzong was engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. Previously, Qianzong had been defeated by his opponent's saber after a bitter battle. This time, however, they were evenly matched and did not fall into a disadvantage. Wind's extremity, a sword pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. It pierced through the air in an instant. The speed of this sword strike was faster and sharper than before. However, this sword did not kill his opponent. His opponent was too balanced. He was strong in all aspects, and his defense was naturally strong as well. A single sword was not enough to kill him. In that case, let's try this sword. Qianzong's expression darkened slightly, and his eyes flashed. In an instant, the power of his divine decree, which had reached the 2nd level, was immediately activated and integrated into his swordsmanship. A sword pierced through the air. That sword seemed to be filled with a faint layer of light. The light was so faint that it was difficult to see it with the naked eye. Only the divine decree could sense it. Under the glow of the light, the sword carried an indescribable power as it struck the opponent. This sword still contained 10% of Qianzong's divine decree power. However, due to the light born from the 2nd level of the divine decree, its strength and power had more than doubled. Although it was only the embryonic form of the Ao Wu, its power had surpassed the embryonic form of the Ao Wu and stepped into the threshold of the real Ao Wu. Unable to dodge or block, his divine decree received a strong impact and was instantly injured. The sword light pierced straight through his forehead. Kill, he had passed the 5th floor. I wonder how difficult the 6th floor will be. Qianzong thought to himself. After recovering his strength, he stepped into the 6th floor eagerly. Compared to the 5th floor, his opponent on the 6th floor was much more powerful. Fight, Qianzong unleashed all of his power, displaying the 4 Ao Wu embryonic forms, and fought fiercely with his opponent on the 6th floor. However, in the end, Qianzong realized that he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Even if he used his most powerful move, the Hymn of the Wind, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. His opponent was much stronger than his opponent on the 5th floor in every aspect. Even the strength of his divine will was very shocking. Although he couldn't completely block the Hymn of the Wind, he wouldn't be as distracted as his opponent on the 5th floor. In the clan, Qianzong left the 6th floor by himself. He couldn't do anything to his opponent on the 6th floor, but with the Hymn of the Wind, his opponent on the 6th floor couldn't do anything to him either. Of course, once his divine intent was almost exhausted, he wouldn't have any other means to fight. Therefore, overall, Qianzong was still inferior to his opponent on the 6th floor. As for the 7th floor, he didn't even need to think about it. It looks like I won't be able to pass the 7th floor, Qianzong said to himself. If he could pass the 7th floor of the 3 great training grounds, he would be able to obtain another chance to enter the secret pavilion. Immediately, Qianzong smiled. He had only passed the 5th floor of the battle tower. He hadn't even passed the 5th floor of the 1,000 Illusions house and the Sea of 10,000 Kills. He was too confident to think about the 7th floor. With some self-mockery, Qianzong entered the 1,000 Illusions house. The impact of the illusions on the fourth floor didn't affect Qianzong at all. It was completely blocked by the divine will. The impact of the illusions on the fifth floor was even more shocking. However, under the divine will, it was blocked in the end. Qianzong successfully passed the fifth floor and went straight to the sixth floor. The divine will produced by the second floor of the divine will realm was indeed very shocking. Qianzong finally passed the sixth floor. However, passing the sixth floor was his limit. The seventh floor was too shocking. It easily broke Qianzong's divine will, causing Qianzong to fall into the illusions. Finally, there was the Sea of 10,000 Kills. Qianzong was confident that he could pass the fifth floor of the Sea of 10,000 Kills. Fighting one against many, the battle was fierce. With a sword in hand, Qianzong blocked and dodged all the attacks. With a counterattack, he killed them one by one. The fifth floor of the Sea of 10,000 Kills successfully passed. The sixth floor of the Sea of 10,000 Kills continued to battle. Unfortunately, Qianzong was defeated in the end. He couldn't pass the sixth floor. The Battle Tower's fifth floor, the Sea of 10,000 Kills fifth floor, and the Thousand Illusions House's sixth floor. Qianzong obtained a second chance to enter the secret pavilion. As for the seventh floor of the three great training grounds, Qianzong didn't dare to think about it. It was too difficult. Qianzong doubted if anyone could do it. For example, the seventh floor of the Thousand Illusions House required one to have reached the second stage of the divine will and have the ability to produce light. Moreover, it wasn't the initial stage of the divine will. However, Qianzong also knew that it was too difficult to improve his divine will after reaching the second stage, unless he could obtain a large amount of time to cultivate at Mount Boundless. Unfortunately, that was almost impossible right now. However, being able to refine his divine will to the second stage while still in the spirit condensation realm was simply shocking. Inside the secret pavilion, Qianzong chose the 9 mystic armor technique without hesitation. The 9-fold slaughter technique focused on offensive power, while the 9 mystic armor technique focused on defense. As for the 9 void extreme escape technique, it focused on speed. Speed of pursuit or speed of escape. The best thing would be to master all 3 supreme secret techniques, but that was obviously impossible. At least for now. Thus, Qianzong chose the offensive and defensive supreme secret techniques first. As for speed, he could only put it aside for the time being. Of course, the Tao Alliance also had secret techniques related to speed. When the time came, he could choose to cultivate them. Once I master the 9 mystic armor technique, I'll start breaking through, Qianzong thought to himself. The difficulty of comprehending the 9 mystic armor technique was about the same as the 9-fold slaughter technique, so it wasn't difficult for Qianzong. Thus, Qianzong quickly comprehended the first stage and mastered it in a short time. Naturally, Qianzong felt power condense on his body. In the end, it covered his skin and formed an invisible layer of defense. Even if this layer of defense was broken, it would consume his own power to replenish itself. Next, I should break through to the third stage, the divine aspect realm, Qianzong thought to himself. He took a deep breath and prepared to continue his closed-door cultivation. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. Green Nightmare has come to visit. Qianzong was astonished. Green Nightmare was of the origin race, while he was of the human race. Although they had worked together in the deathmatch ruins, that was to deal with Denglong. Moreover, Qianzong felt that Green Nightmare was quite arrogant. No matter what, since he was here, he naturally had to meet him. Qianzong wasn't someone who was particularly good at pleasantries. Of course, he wouldn't beat around the bush. Evidently, Green Nightmare was also such a person. I came to find you this time to ask if you're interested in working together, Green Nightmare said directly. Working together? Qianzong was surprised. That's right. The heavenly spirit fruit is about to ripen in the Spirit Rush Mystic Realm, one of the 5 major mystic realms of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Green Nightmare said. You and I will work together to seize the heavenly spirit fruit. Spirit Rush Mystic Realm. Heavenly spirit fruit. Qianzong fell into deep thought. The Spirit Rush Mystic Realm was one of the 5 major mystic realms controlled by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was also the lowest level mystic realm. The 5 major mystic realms were also resources of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, Qinzong hadn't entered any of them yet. The 5 major mystic realms all had restrictions. The restriction was usually one's cultivation level. For example, in the Spirit Rush mystic realm, the highest level one could enter was the Spirit Condensation realm. The Heavenly Spirit fruit was the fruit of a tree called the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree in the Spirit Rush mystic realm. It bloomed every 300 years, bore fruit every 300 years, and ripened every 300 years. It was considered a very valuable fruit. It was quite helpful for the cultivation of the third realm, the Divine Image realm. If he could get a few Heavenly Spirit fruits, his cultivation progress would be faster after he broke through to the Divine Image realm. Qinzong was tempted. It just so happened that he hadn't broken through to the Divine Image realm yet and was qualified to enter. In addition, his strength had improved a lot. He could definitely compete for it. Okay, let's work together. Qinzong thought for a while and agreed. Let's go now, Green Nightmare said. The two immediately left the Heartsword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. On the way, Green Nightmare also explained that if they worked together this time, they would encounter other powerful Origin clan members, such as Wu Dao, Sui Han, Deng Xing, and even Qi. Green Nightmare felt that his strength might not be as good as the other Origin clan members, so he found someone to work with. However, some other people also had the same idea. After thinking for a while, Green Nightmare made a prompt decision to look for Qinzong. They also had to pass through the Realm Gate Mountain to go to the 5 Great Mystery Realms. However, they wouldn't appear directly in the 5 Great Mystery Realms, but would appear at the location of the 5 Great Mystery Realms. The 5 Great Mystery Realms were located on 5 planets, which were under the jurisdiction of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, besides the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Spirit Condensation Realm disciples, there would also be Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Spirit Condensation Realm Origin clan members who weren't disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There was no doubt that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a great force. The territory under its jurisdiction was vast, and it sat on many planets. Many of these planets were inhabited by the Origin clan, and they were also the main source of disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, other than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the Origin clan members on each planet also had various forces, such as family clans or sections. Naturally, there would be some geniuses among them. Some of them were even geniuses who could compete with the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's prodigies. Although there weren't many such examples, they still existed. The planet where the Spirit Charging Secret Realm was located was called the Spirit Charging Planet. A huge door emitted endless light, which was incomparably mysterious. That huge door was the door to enter and leave the Spirit Charging Secret Realm. Outside the door, there was a figure standing tall, exuding an extremely powerful aura. He was obviously a Divine Manifestation Realm elite, someone from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After checking their identities, this Divine Manifestation Realm elite very politely stepped aside, allowing Qinzong and Green Nightmare to enter. This was because Green Nightmare and Qinzong were the top 10 of the Disciple Assembly not long ago. Their talents were superb, and their potential was limitless. Their future achievements weren't something he could compare to. If he was impolite and offended them unknowingly, it wouldn't be a good thing. However, when facing non-disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, this person's expression was different, especially those forces of the native planets outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Although there were existences who were stronger than him, there was still a gap in status. The 5 Great Mystery Realms belonged to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court could enter at will. Of course, there was a condition, which was that they had to complete the corresponding mission. As for forces that weren't from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and belonged to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, if they wanted to enter the 5 Great Mystery Realms, they had to pay a price. The Spirit Charging Mystic Realm was called a mystic realm, but it was more like a world of its own. Since it was a world, there would be the movement of the sun, moon, and stars, and the existence of living beings. These living beings were not limited to plants, but there were also beasts and intelligent life forms. They were a type of life form that resembled humans, or perhaps the Origin race. Within the Chongling mystic realm, there was no nation. Instead, it was ruled by various forces. The strongest force was called the Chongling Heavenly Palace. Spirit Rushing Heavenly Palace was located at the peak of Spirit Mountain. There were countless strong cultivators there. Of course, this was relative. After all, this was the Spirit Rushing secret realm that restricted the entry of cultivators. The strongest cultivators here were equivalent to the Divine Manifestation realm. Of course, among the Divine Manifestation realm, they were not bad. Of course, in the Spirit Rushing Mystery realm, the cultivation system was different from the outside world, and the names were also different. The Heavenly Spirit fruits on the Heavenly Spirit treasure tree will ripen in half a month. According to our investigations, there are at least 99 of them. An expert in the palace spoke slowly. Every word was incomparably clear. What a pity. I wonder how many of the 99 Heavenly Spirit fruits will be ours in the end. Another expert sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the strength of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court is not something we can imagine. According to the agreement, those who enter from the outside world can only be at the second realm, and the highest is at the peak of the second realm. In that case, we also cannot send out third realms, and can only send out second realms to compete. The difference between our second realm and the second realm of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court is too great. That was the case in the past. However, this time around, that might not necessarily be the case. That's right. I believe that Lan Yu's abilities are definitely not inferior to those from the outside world, and definitely not inferior to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Heaven's Pride. Yes, I can only hope that Lan Yu can get a few more Heavenly Spirit fruits. Geniuses from the outside world? This time, let me see what you guys are capable of. In a secret room, a young man with short blue hair had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his hands with half-finger gloves, and there was a crackling sound. Blue electric arcs flickered endlessly, seeming to be filled with amazing power. The location of the Heavenly Spirit treasure tree was not a secret in the Spirit Charging realm. Everyone in the Spirit Charging realm knew about it. It took 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. But to many people, the Heavenly Spirit fruit was more like a legend. After all, the maximum number of fruits each time was 99. Even if they knew, they would not be able to compete. Furthermore, the Heavenly Spirit treasure tree was located on a small island in the middle of a lake. If he wanted to reach the island, he would have to cross the surrounding lake water. However, the lake water was filled with danger and was home to terrifying demon beasts and fishes. Without a certain level of strength, it was simply impossible to reach the island, let alone compete for the Heavenly Spirit fruit. Although there was still half a month's time before the Heavenly Spirit fruit ripened, many of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's disciples and the Spirit Condensation State experts from other forces outside the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had also entered the Spirit Charging secret realm. They arrived in advance to scout for information and make various preparations. It was better than being caught off guard. As time passed, many figures flew across the ground at an astonishing speed and stopped in front of a huge lake. The lake was huge and azure in color. It was calm without any wind or waves, just like a huge sapphire. Standing by the side of the lake and looking forward, one could vaguely see the outline of a small island. That island was the Heavenly Spirit. The island where the Heavenly Spirit treasure tree was located was about 10,000 meters away from the shore. The distance of 10,000 meters was actually nothing. It was quite short and could be crossed very quickly with the speed of the Spirit Condensation State. However, the problem was that the distance of 10,000 meters was not so easy to cross because everyone could feel that there was an indescribable danger lurking under the surface of the lake that was as calm as a huge sapphire. Let's go. Although it's not ripe yet, we can seize a better position now. Immediately, the figures that had paused started moving again. With an explosive speed, they rushed to the surface of the lake and toward the small island in the middle of the lake that was 10,000 meters away. Since they could not fly, they could only walk on water at high speed. This was not difficult for them to do. Shenzong and Green Nightmare moved together. In a flash, they rushed out of the lake and rushed toward the small island. Green Nightmare was an innate wind spiritual body. His body was naturally light. Moreover, he had cultivated the annihilation force of the 9 Heaven Breath Gale and comprehended the way of wind. His body had become even lighter. Although he could not fly, it was not difficult for him to stay 3 inches above the ground. As a result, it seemed easier for Green Nightmare to cross the lake 10,000 meters away. Of course, it was not much easier because there was danger at the bottom of the lake. A black shadow appeared at the bottom of the blue lake, as if it had been dyed with ink. When it appeared, it was only the size of a palm, but it continued to expand in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 meters in size. Then, it rushed out from the bottom of the lake and broke out of the water. With a boom, countless waves surged into the sky. They turned into rolling waves that reached hundreds of meters into the sky and covered 1,000 meters. Amidst the huge waves, a huge shadow appeared. It was a fish, a huge fish, a ferocious black fish. This fish seemed to have grown a pair of wings, and the edges of the wings were filled with an astonishingly cold sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. When it opened its huge mouth, there were countless crisscrossing canine teeth. Each of them was at least a meter long and flickered with an incomparably dazzling light. There was not just one fish like this. In an instant, hundreds of them surrounded the lake and rushed out. Attack! It was an attack from the monster beasts at the bottom of the lake. Green Nightmare's body flashed, dodging the attack. Xianxia walked on the water. With his super sharp senses, he had already sensed the fish before it rushed up and dodged in advance. As a result, the fish's attack missed. The fish was huge. It broke out of the water and attacked not just one person, but at least a dozen people. Everyone's goal was to cross the lake and go straight to the island, not to fight with the monster fish. Therefore, everyone chose to avoid it to avoid being delayed. However, the monster beasts at the bottom of the lake were not that simple. Soon, more monster beasts appeared at the bottom of the lake. Basically, it was difficult to pass if one was not at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. Even ordinary cultivators at the peak of the spirit condensation realm could not pass. Although that was the case, many people were confident in their own strength. Naturally, they still wanted to give it a try. After all, the heavenly spirit fruit was too tempting. Even if they could not use it, they could sell it and exchange it for a large sum of money. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was a common principle everywhere. In the world of cultivators, there were many people who did not know their limits. The water kept splashing. It shot up into the sky, but many people kept dodging and bypassing it. They continued to walk on water. However, some people had to stop and deal with it. Some were even swallowed by the monster fish. Some were directly cut into pieces by the blade-like wings. Some were even bitten by the crisscrossing teeth. Blood dyed the surface of the lake red. This was not a game. It was a fight with one's life on the line. Soon, someone crossed 5,000 meters of the 10,000-meter-long lake. They were even closer to the island. At the bottom of the lake, a large patch of pitch-black darkness appeared. It was different from the pitch-black darkness from before. Not only was there a 100-meter-long shadow in the center, there were also dozens of tentacle-like shadows in the surroundings. They were several hundred meters long, and they were constantly fluctuating. They broke out of the water. Those were pitch-black tentacles that were a few meters thick and hundreds of meters long. They were covered with strange patterns and looked very frightening. Dozens of tentacles directly rushed out of the water and swept out in all directions. Traces of strange fluctuations rushed out from each of the tentacles. That's... Xianxia dodged a tentacle sweep but was also hit by the strange power. His expression changed slightly. Divine will attack. Divine will attacks were common, but there were not many of them. Only those who were more outstanding in divine will would cultivate them. They also needed to have the corresponding talent, which made it rare for people to master divine will attacks. Xianxia did not expect to encounter a monster with a divine will attack here. He was a little interested. Soon after, the owner of the tentacles appeared. A huge head that was dozens of meters long emerged and rushed out of the water. Together with the tentacles around Hassan, it made the whole body look very huge. It was at least hundreds of meters long. Its bald head, which was dozens of meters long, was covered with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, it gave people a creepy feeling. It looked like the face of a ghost. The ghost face seemed to be constantly emitting divine will attacks, affecting the surroundings. Immediately, the ghost face patterns on the octopus wriggled, and the strength of the divine will attack suddenly increased more than twofold. Of course, such a divine will attack was nothing to Chenzong. Chenzong could easily resist it, but for many people in the God concentration realm, they had to concentrate fully to resist it. The ghost face octopus was huge and not weak, but in fact, it was only at the peak of the God concentration realm. It was stronger than the average peak of the God concentration realm. However, for Green Nightmare Chenzong and the others, it was nothing. Chenzong stared at the ghost face octopus. A thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he moved and turned into a sword light at an amazing speed. He unsheathed his long sword and broke through the air to kill the ghost face octopus. The sword pierced through, and the terrible sword chi drilled into the head of the ghost face octopus and destroyed it. The tentacles of the ghost face octopus swung wildly. It was extremely violent. Kill, Chenzong's divine will moved and immediately followed the sword chi into the head of the octopus. After searching for a while, he waved his sword and cut it. A fist-sized silver-gray irregular crystal appeared in Chenzong's hand. The crystal was filled with a trace of divine will aura. Without studying it too much, Chenzong directly put it into the 9 levels of heaven ring and killed the other ghost face octopuses. After Chenzong killed 3 ghost face octopuses and obtained 3 irregular crystals, the other ghost face octopuses seemed to sense the threat and disappeared into the bottom of the lake. But in such a short time, more than 100 people in the God concentration realm were killed, and more than 100 of them were injured and fell into the lake. The island in the middle of the lake was tens of thousands of square meters wide. The island was surrounded by vegetation that had withered to the extreme and looked like it was about to turn into ashes. It was lifeless. Only a tree that was almost 1,000 meters tall stood in the center. It should have been lush with branches and leaves, but at this moment, every branch was sparse. Moreover, the leaves on the branches were slowly withering. The completely withered leaves were falling off the branches. 99 fist-sized green fruits were condensed on the branches that covered an area of several thousand meters like a huge umbrella. The joints where the fruits were connected to the branches seemed to be very tough, and they would not fall off no matter how strong the wind and rain were. The Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree, the Heaven Spirit Fruit. It was said that the Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree took 300 years to flower, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. During the flowering period, the Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree was lush with branches and leaves. The surroundings were also lush with vegetation. However, during the 300-year period when the Heavenly Spirit Fruit was about to ripen, the vitality of the surrounding vegetation would gradually be sucked away, and they would slowly wither and die. This was not enough. When the surrounding vegetation withered and died, even the leaves of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree would be affected, and their vitality would also be sucked away by the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. Now, it was nearing the end. The Heaven Spirit Fruit was about to be fully mature. Naturally, the leaves of the Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree were almost withered, leaving only a few that were still withering. Waiting, everyone was waiting. There were less than 100 condensed gods who had crossed the lake and reached the island. The others were either killed by the demonic beasts in the lake or severely injured. They all retreated and did not dare to set foot on the island again. Therefore, the 100 condensed gods who finally reached the island were all at the peak of the condensed god realm. Every one of them had extraordinary strength. Among them, most of them were cultivators from outside the spirit-charging secret realm, such as the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's disciples or other forces' disciples. A small number of them were local cultivators in the spirit-charging secret realm. Chenzong and Green Nightmare stood together. Their eyes scanned slowly, and they saw everyone clearly. Chenzong's divine will had broken through to the 2nd level and given birth to light. His senses had also become sharper, allowing him to make judgments based on the traces of aura emitted by his opponent. He had teamed up with Green Nightmare, but Deng Xing, whom he had teamed up with before, was standing with Bladeless. When he saw Chenzong's gaze, he smiled at Chenzong. As for Sui Han, he was alone. In addition, Chenzong also saw Zhui. Without a doubt, He was also alone. He didn't need to team up with anyone. Just by standing there, his body was suffused with an incomparably domineering aura. He didn't need to hide it, nor did he need to deliberately emit it. It was as if he had become the center of attention, making people feel his strength and fear. In the face of Chen Zong's gaze, Qi's gaze froze. The radiance emitted from his eyes seemed to contain substantial power, which made Chen Zong secretly shocked. Stronger? Chen Zong was surprised. Originally, Qi's strength was already ridiculously strong. When they were in the death battle ruins, Chen Zong estimated that Qi's strength at that time should be enough to pass through the 6th level of the battle tower. In other words, even if he was more than twice as strong as before, he still wasn't a match for Qi at that time. But now, Chen Zong could feel that Qi's strength had grown even stronger. What a monster! He wondered who could be compared to him. Sweep, 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 he could pose a threat to Chen Zong. There weren't many people who felt it. Among them, Qi was the strongest, followed by Sui Han, Deng Xing, and the others. Although Bladeless also made Chen Zong feel threatened, it wasn't strong. Of course, the feeling of being threatened didn't mean that he could defeat or suppress him. He could only bring a certain amount of pressure and threat to Chen Zong. That was all. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be known after a real battle. Of course, Chen Zong was sure that he was no match for Qi unless he could combine the power of Sword Principle, Heart Principle, and World Principle. Only then would he have a chance to compete with Qi, but it was only a competition. In addition to these people, there were a few others who posed a threat to Chen Zong. 3 of them were from other clans or sects outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The last one was a young man with short blue hair. His short hair stood up like steel needles, and he exuded a terrifying aura. He was wearing a short blue robe, and his aura was restrained. However, there was a kind of exuberant brashness about him, as if he would explode at any time. This person was a practitioner of the spirit-rushing secret realm. Next, they naturally had to wait for the heavenly spirit fruit to fully ripen. However, there were still some important things to do while waiting for the heavenly spirit fruit to ripen. And that was to clear the place. There were 99 heavenly spirit fruits, and there were close to 100 of them. In theory, everyone could get one. However, this wasn't a child's play, nor was it treating each other to a meal. It was a competition, and everyone wanted to get all the heavenly spirit fruits. Of course, that was impossible. However, it was not impossible to get a few more heavenly spirit fruits. In order to prevent too many people from plucking the heavenly spirit fruit after it ripened, it was even more direct to consume it immediately. Of course, the consequences of doing so would not be good, but it would be a wasteful act. Therefore, it was necessary to clear the place before the heavenly spirit fruit ripened. Without sufficient strength, even if one was lucky enough to cross the lake and set foot on the island, he would stop here. The heavenly spirit tree and the heavenly spirit fruit belonged to the spirit-rushing secret realm. You outsiders, leave. Quickly. An old man beside the young man with short blue hair suddenly spoke. His tone was authoritative. He was from the spirit-rushing heavenly palace. What a joke. What right do you have to make us leave? Just because of your old face? Someone from the outside world sneered. The fight began. At the beginning, it was naturally a conflict between the local cultivators of the spirit-rushing secret realm and the outsiders. It was unknown who made the first move, but it was like a fuse that could not be stopped. It directly evolved into a fierce battle. Get lost. Chen Zong slashed with his sword. The sword light broke through the defense and sent the attacker flying into the lake. Green Nightmare and Chen Zong teamed up. Naturally, they would not leave. Instead, they attacked from the surroundings and forced the others to retreat, regardless of life or death. The difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. Although they had the same cultivation, the weak could not withstand the strong one's attack. The giant mace slashed horizontally and killed several people. It was extremely brutal. Let's go. Some people's expressions were extremely ugly. It was too terrifying. They could not deal with that kind of strength. If they attacked forcefully, they would be killed immediately. Those who knew their place could only retreat unwillingly. Those who did not know their place. Those who did not know their place would be seriously injured or even killed in the battle. Chen Zong also paid attention to other people's battles when he was attacking, especially those who made him feel threatened. The focus was on Wu Dao and Sui Han, who he had not seen their strength before, and other strangers, especially the young man with short blue hair from the spirit-rushing secret realm. The young man with short hair shot out bolts of blue lightning as soon as he attacked. The bolts of lightning and thunder were so powerful that they broke through the air. Those who were hit were sent flying. Their bodies were covered with blue electric currents and they were seriously injured. A bolt of blue lightning pierced through the air like a long spear. Its terrifying aura seemed to be about to smash Qianzong into pieces. Qianzong swung his sword to meet the attack. The sword light trembled and was shattered in an instant. However, the bolt of blue lightning was also shattered by Qianzong's sword. He blocked it. The young man with short blue hair was secretly surprised. He attacked again with a punch. The fist force condensed by blue lightning carried an even more terrifying power. Qianzong also attacked with his sword. This time, it was even more powerful. After 2 collisions, there was a third one. However, they all shattered each other. No one could do anything to the other. The scene was chaotic. It was destined not to be a battlefield for the two unless they had the strength to crush the others. However, that was obviously not the case. At least Zhao was still invincible here. In a one-on-one battle, no one was Zhao's match. The fierce battle started abruptly and ended quickly. In the end, there were only a dozen people left on the island. They each had their own camp. Zhao was alone, Sui Han was alone, Deng Xing and Wu Dao were on one side, Green Nightmare and Shenzong were on one side, and Wang Monglia, Mo Luoluo, Xingtian Liusu and others were on one side. As for the spirit-rushing secret realm, there were only 2 people left. One was the old man who had spoken earlier, and the other was the young man with short blue hair. Both of them were extraordinary. Compared to the 100 people, the remaining dozen people would undoubtedly get more heavenly spirit fruits. However, should they distribute them like this? No, everyone wanted more heavenly spirit fruits. There was bound to be competition. The blue-haired young man, Lan Yu, was the #1 genius of Chongling Heavenly Palace and also the #1 genius of the Chongling Secret Territory. He wouldn't allow outsiders to take away the heavenly spirit fruit. Even though it was impossible, he had to do his best to stop it. He would stop as many as he could. Time slowly passed. Day after day passed. Everyone was waiting. The leaves on the branches continued to wither faster and faster. For cultivators, they had to adapt to all kinds of environments. The environment here was not bad. They could even stay here for a month. Moreover, it was only for a few days. They were here to get a good opportunity. Zhao was in one camp, Sui Han was in another, Deng Xing and Wu Dao were in another, Green Nightmare and Shenzong were in another, and others like Wang Monglia, Mo Luoluo, and Xingtian Liusu all had their own camps. On the last day, everyone's eyes sharpened. Because the 99 heavenly spirit fruits were about to ripen, the leaves on the branches accelerated the process of withering. In the end, they completely withered. A gust of wind blew by, breaking off the leaves and causing them to flutter in the air. At the same time, the 99 heavenly spirit fruits, which were originally green in color, became even more vivid. Vaguely, they became even more round and plump. Vaguely, strands of light spread out, giving off an indescribable feeling. They were ripe. The moment the fruit ripened, a sharp light shot out of their eyes, but no one moved. When the fruit was still on the branch, it couldn't be directly plucked. The consequence of forcibly plucking it was that the fruit would wither and lose all its effects. Wait for the fruit to fall off. Would all 99 heavenly spirit fruits fall off at once, or would only part of them fall off? According to records, the fruits would fall off in batches each time, not all of them. However, it was uncertain how many would fall off in each batch. A gust of wind blew across the surface of the lake, creating ripples on the surface of the lake. It blew into the island and towards the heavenly spirit treasure tree. It was only a gentle breeze, but it caused the branches of the tree to sway, creating a series of rustling sounds. The heavenly spirit fruit on the tree was also swaying, as if it was going to leave the tree at any moment. This caused everyone's eyes to waver, and their minds to be completely captivated. Which heavenly spirit fruit would fall? With that thought, under everyone's gaze, the 5 heavenly spirit fruits' branches suddenly shook and the 5 heavenly spirit fruits were sent flying in all directions as if they were being thrown by a force. Move, everyone moved. In an instant, they burst out at full speed and rushed toward the heavenly spirit fruit that had been thrown out. There were 5 heavenly spirit fruits in the first batch, but there were more than a dozen people. Even if they were divided into groups, there were more than 5. Naturally, they had to fight for it. Green Nightmare and Xianxia teamed up to target one of the heavenly spirit fruits. Since they were teaming up, they naturally had to act together. The distribution method was equal. No matter how many heavenly spirit fruits they got, they would split them equally. Even if they only got one, it was still equal. Green Nightmare was faster, so he took the lead. Xianxia supported him from the side, blocking the other's attacks so that Green Nightmare could take the heavenly spirit fruit more easily. At the same time, Lan Yu and the old man also targeted the same heavenly spirit fruit. The old man went for it, while Lan Yu attacked Green Nightmare to stop him from taking it. Green Nightmare ignored him because he was confident in Xianxia's strength. He might not be able to defeat Xianxia, but he could definitely hold him off for a moment. A bolt of blue lightning tore through the air and blasted towards Xianxia with astonishing power. However, Xianxia also brandished his sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and pierced through the sky as it shot towards the blue lightning. The sword light was shattered, and so was the lightning. At the same time, a second ray of sword light flashed through the sky and shot towards the old man. Green Nightmare was even faster. It reached out and grabbed the flying heavenly spirit fruit, quickly storing it into the 9 heavenly rings. Outsiders, hand over the heavenly spirit fruit. Lan Yu was instantly enraged. The sky spirit fruit had been snatched right under his nose. Furthermore, it had been under the circumstances where he had made a move. Anger, the enraged Lan Yu's short hair flashed with endless blue lightning arcs as if they were going to soar into the sky. Blue lightning arcs were constantly emitted from his body. As they flashed wildly, they seemed to have turned into blue lightning flames. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions, as if it was going to crush everything. Is that the Khanate Thunder spiritual body? Xianxia murmured. His movements were not slow. Sword light flashed again. Slash, the wind blew, but it was cut in half by the sword light. Absolute wind slash. At the same time, Lan Yu also unleashed an extremely frightening attack. The blue thunderbolt seemed to transform into a ferocious beast. The power of the attack was astonishing to the extreme. They clashed once more, and boundless energy exploded in all directions, shattering everything in its path. Since the heavenly spirit fruit was already in his hands, Xianxia had no intention of continuing his attack. After one strike, he immediately retreated. Green Nightmare also quickly retreated with the heavenly spirit fruit. At the same time, the second batch of heavenly spirit fruits was thrown out. This time, Lan Yu temporarily gave up on attacking Xianxia. He immediately dashed toward the other heavenly spirit fruit with the old man. Green Nightmare sped up and turned into a gust of wind, shooting directly toward the nearest heavenly spirit fruit. Xianxia did not move, but he had already swung his sword. The fastest strike. Wind's extremity, a pale blue sword shadow swept across the sky. At the tip of the sword, there was a blue spot that was dazzling like the stars. This strike was aimed at Deng Xing, who was trying to snatch the heavenly spirit fruit. So powerful. Deng Xing was secretly shocked. He knew Xianxia's strength. After all, they had fought together against Zhao in the death battle ruins. But now, the power of Xianxia's sword seemed to be much stronger than before, and the increase was a little shocking. Although Deng Xing also knew that Xianxia's strength would definitely become stronger after receiving the reward, such a degree of improvement was really unexpected. It seemed that the increase was even greater than Deng Xing's. This sword strike actually made him feel a clear threat. But Deng Xing also attacked at that moment. He pushed out a palm, gathering starlight and breaking through the sky, colliding directly with Xianxia's sword light. Deng Xing had also received a handsome reward. Plus, he was originally talented and much stronger than Xianxia. The power of this strike was shocking, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. But Deng Xing was still blocked by Xianxia's strike for a moment. Bladeless, who had teamed up with Deng Xing, was better at speed. His figure flashed like a flash of sword light, streaking across the sky, rushing quickly toward the heavenly spirit fruit to fight with Green Nightmare. In the previous disciple meeting, Bladeless ranked above Green Nightmare. Of course, there was only a difference of one rank. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger. After all, they had never really fought before. However, Green Nightmare was still slightly faster than Bladeless. Sword light flashed suddenly, tearing through the sky and slashing mercilessly at Green Nightmare. If Green Nightmare still wanted to grab the Heavenly Spirit Fruit, he would definitely be hit by this strike. At the critical moment, Green Nightmare pointed out a finger. The cyan finger force condensed into a line, shooting toward the sword light. Get out of the way. Dangxing attacked again, trying to push Qianzong back so that he could help Bladeless. If it had been before, he might have been able to do it. But now, Qianzong's strength had increased too much. Wind mark, a sword mark streaked across the sky, leaving a faint but clear mark. Dangxing's expression changed slightly. Once again, he felt an obvious threat coming at him. Dangxing and Qianzong were fighting, while Bladeless and Green Nightmare were fighting for the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. This time, Lanyu was fighting against Sui Han. Sui Han didn't team up with anyone. He blocked Lanyu and the Elder's attacks by himself. His shocking strength shocked Lanyu. Only now did Lanyu realize that he had been too confident. He thought that he could suppress the talents from the outside world with his own strength. But it didn't seem to be the case. Lanyu used all his combat strength. His entire body was wrapped in shocking blue lightning. It was so dazzling that it seemed to shoot out blinding light. Even his eyes were turned blue with a hint of whiteness. The strike tore through the sky. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to break everything. After pushing Sui Han back, Lanyu turned into a flash of lightning and quickly took the Heavenly Spirit Fruit in his hand. Sui Han was caught off guard. He wasn't hurt at all, but he lost a Heavenly Spirit Fruit. He immediately frowned, and coldness shot out from the depths of his eyes. The coldness seemed to be able to freeze everything. Anger, Sui Han was furious. But before he could attack Lanyu, the third batch of Heavenly Spirit Fruits shot out again. However, Green Nightmare and Bladeless hadn't reached a conclusion yet. At the same time, Qianzong and Dangxing both stopped fighting. They immediately rushed to the nearest Heavenly Spirit Fruit. They were assisting the other two, but it didn't mean that they couldn't fight for it. This Heavenly Spirit Fruit is mine. Dangxing roared. Countless beams of starlight shot out from his palms. Each beam of starlight shot toward Qianzong. They exploded in all directions as if they were going to blow up everything. Qianzong immediately waved his sword and blocked all the explosions. But in that instant, the Heavenly Spirit Fruit fell into Dangxing's hands. Qianzong's eyes narrowed, but he didn't try to fight for it. After all, Dangxing wasn't weak. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to defeat Dangxing and take the Heavenly Spirit Fruit from his 9 heavenly rings. At the same time, the fight between Green Nightmare and Bladeless came to a conclusion. Green Nightmare was faster and got the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. The fourth batch of Heavenly Spirit Fruits shot out again. This time, there were 9 of them. Attack, everyone attacked. Dang's pair of maces shot out in all directions, repelling everything. Then he grabbed a Heavenly Spirit Fruit and quickly put it into his 9 heavenly rings. Sui Han also got a Heavenly Spirit Fruit quickly. This time, it was Wang Monglia and Qianzong who fought for the same Heavenly Spirit Fruit. Qianzong had been killed by Wang Monglia once in the Deathly Battle Ruins. Of course, Wang Monglia wasn't as strong as Dangxing and Green Nightmare. But after receiving the rewards from the Disciples' competition, Wang Monglia's strength had improved a lot over the years. He was even more powerful. But Qianzong had improved a lot. Wind mark, a sword pierced through the air and cut through everything. Even though Wang Monglia's defense was strong and his physique was amazing, it was useless. He was still cut open by the 9 heavenly killing secret skill. Of course, only his defense was broken and he was lightly injured. Wind slash, the sword, which focused on attacking power, slashed down and collided with Wang Monglia's attack. Qianzong took advantage of the momentum and rushed directly to the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. He grabbed it and quickly put it into his 9 heavenly rings. A rustling sound could be heard. It was the sound of the wind and the swaying of the branches. It was accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the wind. More heavenly spirit fruits were thrown in all directions. This time, there were 6 of them. Grab, this was the 5th batch. After 5 batches, almost 40 heavenly spirit fruits had been thrown out. However, most of the remaining fruits were still hanging on the branches, trembling slightly as if they would be thrown out at any moment. Actually, everyone didn't attack with all their strength. Their main goal was to grab the heavenly spirit fruits. If they attacked with all their strength, they were worried that it would affect the heavenly spirit fruits and cause them to be destroyed. Then it would be meaningless. Because of this, they didn't activate the power of the Great Path Divine Pattern. Otherwise, it would be more intense. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Version. All the leaves on the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree, which was thousands of meters tall, withered and fell to the ground. There were less than 30 heavenly spirit fruits left. The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree seemed to have a mind of its own as it shook its branches once again. In an instant, another 7 heavenly spirit fruits shot out at an extremely fast speed. However, this speed was nothing compared to the crowd. In an instant, they all moved to intercept, snatch, and fight fiercely. In a fight, speed and accuracy were the most important, followed by power. Because if one was not fast enough and accurate enough, no matter how powerful one was, it would be useless. The heavenly spirit fruit would have fallen into the hands of others long ago. Because of this, they could not use their full strength to fight. This time, Qianzong and Dangxing both had their eyes on another heavenly spirit fruit. Because the heavenly spirit fruit was close to Qianzong, Green Nightmare tried to protect Qianzong. However, Wu Dao also tried to stop Green Nightmare. Dangxing clapped his hands. Beams of starlight shot out and exploded around Qianzong. This was the same move as before. Dangxing used the explosion of starlight to block Qianzong's sight and perception, delaying Qianzong for a moment. Dangxing had used this move to successfully snatch a heavenly spirit fruit. Now, he was using the same move again. Qianzong's eyes flashed and he waved his sword. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of wind singing and whispering in his ear. It was as gentle as a lover's whisper. A sword listens to the wind. Dangxing's expression changed drastically when he heard the whisper of the wind. He recognized it, or rather, he had a deep impression of it. It was the embryonic form of Ao Wu, Qianzong's divine will attack. Although he could block it, his divine will would be affected for a moment. That would cause him to lose the ability to snatch the heavenly spirit fruit. Dangxing concentrated his divine will and raised it to the extreme. During these years, Dangxing had been tempered by his divine will in Mount Wuwang for a long time. Compared to before, his divine will had been strengthened further. However, he did not expect that Qianzong's divine will would break through to the 2nd realm and give birth to Ao Wu. As for the radiant divine decree, its power had more than doubled. More importantly, if it wasn't much stronger than Qianzong's divine decree, due to the difference in cultivation level, the effects would be even more obvious. Therefore, Dangxing was hit directly. His divine intent, which had become stronger, could not resist at all. In that instant, the soft whispers that sounded like the whispers of a lover by his ear instantly turned into a shrill howl that sounded like a malicious spirit. It was like an incomparably vicious blade that ruthlessly pierced towards him. Dangxing's expression changed drastically. He felt that his divine intent was being attacked. His divine ocean was shaking. His head felt like it was being torn apart. Even though it was only a momentary feeling, he quickly recovered. However, the heavenly spirit fruit was already gone, falling directly into Qianzong's hands. Dangxing's heart was filled with horror. The might of the divine will attack just now was actually so powerful. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and completely unexpected. Just how in the world did this human cultivate? Why was it that a few years ago, Xianxia was inferior to him, but now, Xianxia was showing signs of surpassing him? Dangxing thought. If it had been a battle of life and death, he would have been hit again. Even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Could it be that in just a few short years, a mere human from the 3rd sequence void has already surpassed me in strength? To be honest, Dangxing had overestimated Ao Wu before. Qianzong took a few glances at Dangxing, but he did not really care. After all, Ao Wu was just a human from the 3rd sequence void. He might have great talent, but Deng Xing thought that talent was only temporary. His potential was limited. After a certain level, Ao Wu would not be able to compare with Deng Xing and the others. In the future, Ao Wu would not be worthy of being his opponent. He did not expect to be slapped in the face. It was unimaginable that Ao Wu had surpassed him. Chen Zong did not have as complicated feelings as Deng Xing. After getting the heavenly spirit fruit, his eyes flashed like lightning and scanned the surroundings clearly. His sharp eyes seemed to lock on to every heavenly spirit fruit at the same time. Under the operation of the Heart Sutra, he made a more accurate judgment. Which heavenly spirit fruit would be thrown out faster? Prediction. Chen Zong was using his ability to make a prediction. Of course, it was not 100% accurate, but at least it had some effect. Chen Zong had already gotten several heavenly spirit fruits. Soon, he got another heavenly spirit fruit. Soon, there were only 10 heavenly spirit fruits left. As the branches swayed, the last 10 heavenly spirit fruits were also thrown out. They broke through the air and flew in all directions at an astonishing speed. Chen Zong stretched out his hand and immediately caught a heavenly spirit fruit that flew past him. He quickly stored it in the 9 heavenly rings. Then, in a flash, he and Qing Fu rushed to the next heavenly spirit fruit. And it was Zhao who had his eyes on this heavenly spirit fruit. Chen Zong's expression turned serious. But deep in his eyes, there was a glint of battle intent. In the death battle ruins, the 6 of them worked together to defeat and kill Zhao. But there was also a bit of luck involved. If they were unlucky, not only would Zhao not have died, but all 6 of them would have been killed. The power that Zhao displayed in that battle was monster level. It was overwhelming and extremely terrifying. After a few years, his strength had also improved significantly. Although he was not sure if he could defeat Zhao or even completely resist him, he should be closer. Chen Zong thought to himself. Boom, Zhao's expression was calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a violent and domineering aura. He raised his mace and gathered a terrifying power. That power seemed ordinary, but it was extremely domineering. It swept through everything and directly blasted toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression turned serious. The sense of threat was raised to the extreme in an instant. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, this attack could not be blocked. If he did, he would be directly knocked back or even injured. Chen Zong finally knew how terrifying the Ho was. After a few years, even though his strength had improved significantly, the Ho had also improved significantly. Originally, his strength was not as good as Zhao's. The gap was huge, and now, the gap was still huge. However, Chen Zong also had a way to threaten Zhao, and that was the attack of divine intent. Over the years, his strength had improved greatly. The most obvious improvement was in his divine intent. By chance, he had broken through the first realm and reached the second realm, giving birth to radiance. He believed that the threat of this attack would be greater than before. Whistling sword, kill. The sword light pierced through the air in an instant like a gentle breeze. There was a slight sound of wind, as if someone was murmuring in a low voice. Zhao's expression suddenly changed. The moment the sword light was shattered, the 2 swords collided. The divine intent collided directly. Even though Zhao had refined his divine intent in Mount Wuwang over the years and had improved significantly, he was momentarily stunned by the impact. That brief moment of distraction was enough. Green Nightmare flashed and directly took the heavenly spirit fruit. Chen Zong had no intention of continuing the battle with Zhao and immediately retreated. However, Deng Long seemed to be infuriated, and he swiftly reacted. A pair of truncheons shot through the sky, and in an instant, a few dozen dark golden rays of light tore through the sky and shot towards Chen Zong and Qing Yan respectively. They seemed to intend to blast them into pieces. Neither Chen Zong nor Green Nightmare had any intention of fighting Zhao. They knew very well that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat Zhao. Chen Zong turned around and slashed with his sword. There was a gentle breeze whistling as he attacked directly. Unable to dodge, Zhao's divine intent was once again impacted. He was momentarily stunned, but that was enough. Chen Zong and Green Nightmare took this opportunity to quickly escape and rush to the lake. They quickly rushed to the surface of the lake and flew toward the shore. The fight for the heavenly spirit fruit was over. Naturally, there was no need to stay. After coming to his senses, Zhao saw that the two had already rushed off the island. His eyes flashed coldly a few times, but he did not chase after them. Instead, he attacked the other heavenly spirit fruits. Because there were other people fighting for the heavenly spirit fruits in other places. They could not stop him, no one could stop him. He swept through everything. Everyone was defeated by him. In the end, Zhao obtained 2 more heavenly spirit fruits. As for the others, they immediately retreated and left as quickly as they could. Damn it! Lan Yu clenched his fists and stared angrily at the departing figures. One figure in particular made him feel powerless. Too powerful, that outsider who used a pair of dark golden maces was too powerful. Even when Lan Yu unleashed his full strength, he was still no match for him. Instead, he was crushed. Outsider. The lightning in Lan Yu's eyes seemed to become more intense. The blue was faintly turning white. Just you wait. One day, I will definitely find you and defeat all of you. Those from the outside world could enter the 5 great mystic realms. Naturally, those from the mystic realms could also leave the mystic realms and head to the outside world. Some people from the mystic realms were even recruited by forces from the outside world. The cultivation limit of the spirit-charging mystic realm was the divine aspect realm, which was the 3rd realm. If one wanted to surpass the 3rd realm, they could only head to the outside world. Similarly, if those from the spirit-charging mystic realm left the mystic realm and headed to the outside world, they would not be able to enter again once their cultivation broke through to the 4th realm. If they were at the 3rd realm, they could still return because they were living in the mystic realm. However, there was a rule that 3rd realm living beings could not participate in the fight for the heavenly spirit fruit. Otherwise, they would not have a chance to enter the 2nd realm at all. In the spirit-charging mystic realm, there were still some powerful divine aspect realm experts. They had all left the mystic realm to explore the outside world. In the end, they realized that they had no hope of breaking through to the 4th realm or for other reasons, so they chose to return to the mystic realm. At least with their strength, they could be considered strong in the spirit-charging mystic realm. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent. However, in the outside world, they were nothing. After obtaining the heavenly spirit fruit, Xianxia and Green Nightmare quickly left and headed to the mystic realm's entrance. This was because both Xianxia and Green Nightmare planned to break through to the 3rd realm. Only after breaking through to the 3rd realm could they consume the heavenly spirit fruit and fully unleash the fruit's power. They could even refine the heavenly spirit fruit into an elixir to further explore the effects of the fruit. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book guest house mobile version. After passing through the portal, Xianxia and Green Nightmare quickly returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. There were too many fatal dangers outside. Only by returning to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would they be relatively safe. After all, they were too weak. They were only in the spirit condensation realm. Xianxia took out the heavenly spirit fruits. So did Green Nightmare. They didn't hold anything back. Green Nightmare had 5 heavenly spirit fruits in total. Xianxia had 4, so there were 9 in total. 9 in total, Green Nightmare said. 4.5 per person. But I suggest we give them to the pill refiners of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to refine them into heavenly spirit pills. They'll be more effective. Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we'll use 1 heaven spirit fruit as the price to ask Master Che Chi to refine the other 8 heaven spirit fruits into heaven spirit pills. We'll split the pills equally when the time comes, Qing Yan said slowly as he looked at Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia had no objections. Green Nightmare smiled and left with the 9 heavenly spirit fruits. Actually, if Xianxia had hesitated or questioned his suggestion just now, Green Nightmare would have split the heavenly spirit fruits and wouldn't ask for Xianxia's help in the future. But Xianxia's answer without hesitation made Green Nightmare trust him. He thought even more highly of Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia didn't think so much. Since he and Green Nightmare had teamed up, they were companions. Since they were companions, there was naturally no need to doubt each other, unless there was something unusual about them. However, Xianxia felt that people like Green Nightmare were arrogant. Arrogant people might not be easy to get along with, but they definitely wouldn't play any tricks. Of course, if he was wrong, Chenzong definitely wouldn't team up with Green Nightmare again next time. He would even draw a clear line between them. Everything was that simple. The refinement of the Heavenly Spirit Pill will probably take some time. I'll give it to you when the time comes, said Green Nightmare before leaving with the 9 Heavenly Spirit Fruits. After Chenzong informed Jiaoyi, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, he was truly trying to break through to the 3rd level, the Divine Aspect Realm. After I break through to the Divine Aspect Realm, I'll make a trip back to the void, Chenzong thought to himself inside the secret room. After becoming a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, one would have the chance to return to their original void. Of course, because going back and forth would also consume a considerable amount of energy, external disciples would need to apply for approval before they could do so. However, it was much simpler for genuine disciples, and it was very easy to pass. If he was a true disciple of the 6th heaven, it would be a piece of cake. If Chenzong wanted to go back now, he could do so directly. However, Chenzong had already reached the limit of the 2nd realm. It was time for him to break through. After breaking through, he would be even more powerful. It might be better for him to return to the void then. However, Chenzong wanted to break through qi refining and body refining, so it would probably take a longer time. Chenzong first adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit, preparing to break through. When breaking through, a lot of energy was needed. Fortunately, Chenzong had obtained quite a number of 9 Heaven Spirit Refining Pills as a reward from the disciple meet. It was enough. The 3rd realm of qi refining and body refining are both the Divine Aspect Realm. The names are the same, but there are differences. The Divine Aspect Realm of qi refining focuses on the primordial spirit, while the Divine Aspect Realm of body refining focuses on the physique. Chenzong adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit as he pondered the main points. The secret of the qi refining Divine Aspect Realm was that it would gather all energy into the primordial spirit. In this way, the primordial spirit would become the main means of combat. After it was activated, it would cover the body and turn into a divine aspect. Hence, it was called the Divine Aspect Realm. The Divine Aspect Realm used the primordial spirit as the core, and the power of qi refining and great Tao as the bones, flesh, and blood. As for body refining, it was to integrate everything into the physique and cast the most powerful body. After it was activated, it would also turn into a divine aspect, and its power would increase greatly. After Chenzong thought about it, he realized that although qi refining and body refining were different, they seemed to be similar. They both condensed divine aspects. Of course, even if it was divine aspects, their power was different. Qi and body, Chenzong cultivated both qi refining and body refining at the same time. If he wanted to break through, he had to break through at the same time. Otherwise, he would lose balance. Once the balance was lost, there would be a situation where one side would be the main and the other side would be the secondary. Gradually, it would tilt. Although Chenzong usually fought with his qi refining cultivation and rarely used his body refining cultivation, that didn't mean that Chenzong focused on qi refining and neglected body refining. It was just a habit. It was only right for the two to advance at the same time. Otherwise, it would affect his own cultivation in the end. It was undoubtedly difficult to advance and break through at the same time in both qi refining and body refining cultivation. Fortunately, Chenzong had the Heart Sutra. Operate, under the operation of the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens breath, Chenzong's breath was constantly condensed. Under the guidance of the extreme mirror, the body refining power was also raised and gathered, waiting to explode. Attack, like a torrent bursting through a dam, an incomparable power burst out in an instant and crazily rushed forward. The shackles of the cultivation realm were like a natural gate. Chenzong's power directly hit the gate, trying to break it. The shackles of the qi refining realm were one gate, and the shackles of the body refining realm were another. The gate of the qi refining realm was azure, and the gate of the body refining realm was dark red. Condense the sword, kill. In an instant, the sword light burst out, rolling up a violent wind, and directly slashing toward the gate. This was the sword that focused the most on power. It was called the slashing of the wind. The sword slashed at the gate, but it couldn't shake it. Chen Zong's foundation was so solid and stable that the gate formed by the shackles also became incomparably stable. The more stable it was, the harder it was to break through. The harder it was to break through, the harder it was to break through. But correspondingly, once a breakthrough was made, there would be more prospects and amazing potential. His future achievements would only be higher and stronger. The gate of the realm was difficult to shake. Chen Zong kept gathering power, turning it into sword light, and slashing out with all his strength. The sword light slashed at the gate, shattering, but was reformed and slashing again. Chen Zong's power was constantly being consumed, and he could only take the 9-heaven energy elixir to replenish it. With a crack appeared on the 2 realm gates, and Chen Zong saw hope. Hope for a breakthrough, because if he couldn't break through the gate, his power would be exhausted. Although he had the 9-heaven energy elixir to replenish it, the speed of replenishment couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. It could only prolong the time. Once his power was exhausted, the breakthrough would fail. Of course, even if the breakthrough failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. After adjusting his breath and recovering his power, he could break through again, but it would take more time. In the universe, the 3rd realm wasn't considered a very high realm. This was different from the void. It was difficult to break through the transcendent realm in the void. If one failed to break through, the impact would be huge because it was related to the transcendent realm. Another slash of the sword widened the crack. With another slash, the 2 realm gates finally cracked and broke through at the same time. With a burst of turbulent vibrations, the chi of the universe in the Heart Sword Peak was immediately drawn and rushed to the Heart Sword Palace at an astonishing speed. Like the surging waves of a great river, the chi of the universe poured into the secret chamber and wrapped around Chen Zong's body. It seemed that there was no need to actively absorb the chi of the universe. The chi of the universe was so strong that it almost turned into clouds and rain. It poured into Chen Zong's body from all directions at an astonishing speed. The first layer of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath continued to circulate, refining the energy that was pouring into his body and transforming it into the cool breeze energy. However, Chen Zong soon discovered that even with the guidance of the extreme mirror secret technique, which divided the energy into 2, one for chi refinement and the other for body refinement, it was still difficult to consume. Breakthrough. The first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens destructive wind was operated to the extreme. The cool breeze force suddenly became faster and more intense. Its power was also constantly increasing and becoming more and more tyrannical. In Chen Zong's body, a series of whistling sounds constantly sounded and became more and more intense. The trajectory of the power also became more and more mysterious. Condense, the clear wind energy was unceasingly condensing and transforming into an even more tyrannical force. Not only was the speed of this force much faster, its might had also increased, becoming even more tyrannical. Gale force, the second level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens destructive wind, was the gale force. The first level corresponded to the level of the divine condensation realm, while the second level corresponded to the level of the 3rd level of the divine manifestation realm. The difference was very obvious. The cool breeze force continued to transform into the gale force. The chi of the universe surged in and rapidly transformed. The gale force also continued to accumulate, becoming more and more majestic and tyrannical. Chen Zong felt that the power in his body was constantly increasing and strengthening. The power of his body was also constantly improving. Breakthrough, this was the true breakthrough. The breakthrough from the 2nd level to the 3rd level could be divided into 2 steps. The first step was to break through the gate of the realm and absorb the chi of the universe into the body. This would cause the transformation of one's power and make it even more tyrannical. The second step was to condense the divine manifestation. With a stronger power, the power of the great path, and so on, it would be integrated into the primordial spirit or the body to become the divine manifestation. Only then would one be considered to have truly broken through to the divine manifestation realm. Chen Zong had already crossed the 1st level and was beginning to enter the 2nd level. Compared to the 1st level, the 2nd level would be more difficult. These 2 levels could not be separated. They had to be broken through in one go. If one stopped after breaking through the 1st level, the difficulty of breaking through to the 2nd level would be more than 10 times greater. Therefore, the breakthrough had to be done in one go. It could not be stopped. Integrate, in an instant, the gale force of qi refining and the power of the great path of the heart fused together and condensed into a storm-like attack. It covered Qianzong's primordial spirit and made a series of rumbling sounds. His primordial spirit was in the middle of it. It opened its arms like a god in the storm. The power of the way of the sword also turned into wisps of sword qi and flew out. They flew into the storm, causing the storm to become even more tyrannical and shocking. At the same time, the power of the way of the world and the power of the body refining merged together. The power of the way of the sword also evolved into wisps of sword qi. They poured into the storm and integrated into his body. Qianzong only felt that his body was constantly filling up. There was a feeling of bloating to the extreme, as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, there was also a tyrannical feeling of power fluctuating and constantly rushing in all directions. Breakthrough, great breakthrough. The new year is coming, so Little Rice Dumpling should be going home to visit his family. Hurry up and give Little Rice Dumpling a monthly ticket. Otherwise, what if he can't pass the security check? In the void, the million-meter-wide sea of light was still there. Traces of power continued to emanate from the sea of light and spread to every corner of the void, imperceptibly changing the environment of the void. This feeling couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It couldn't even be sensed because the changes were too slow. Even a sovereign powerhouse would find it difficult to sense any obvious changes. However, these changes existed. They were increasing the strength of the laws of the void and perfecting them, causing the essence of the void to transform. In short, the third-rank void was gradually approaching the second-rank void. One day, it might even be able to break through to the second-rank void. The impact of this improvement was insignificant at first. However, as time passed, it would invisibly affect the life forms in the void and increase their cultivation potential. The impact was especially obvious for new life forms. Of course, it wasn't easy to advance from the third-rank void to the second-rank void. Even 100,000 years wouldn't be enough. The massive 10,000-meter-wide crack still existed in the million-meter-wide sea of light like a scar in the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching. From time to time, cultivators would come from afar and cultivate there. This was because the cultivators had discovered that there were great benefits to cultivating there. It was simply like a sacred cultivation ground. In order to avoid chaos, the 4 great sacred lands took the lead and maintained order there. However, there was competition. The more outstanding the person, the closer they could get to the sea of light to cultivate. On the contrary, the weaker the person, the closer they would be to the periphery. This formed a healthy competition mechanism. At the forefront, Yu Wuxia was cultivating. Her aura was still at the Yuan underworld level, but she was already at the limit of the Yuan underworld level. She hadn't broken through yet. Instead, she planned to continue consolidating at the Yuan underworld level. After all, the selection was held once every 100 years. The next selection would be held in a few more decades. She had failed the previous selection. This time, she had to be selected. An opportunity, an unparalleled opportunity, how could she miss it? Although her cultivation base had reached the limit of the Yuan underworld level, her cultivation base power would slowly change and become purer while cultivating there. This would also increase her power and strength. In addition, the improvement of her mystic abilities and other aspects would allow her to become stronger without breaking through her cultivation base. At the forefront were other Will Sky Palace's prodigies. However, the highest cultivation base there was only the Yuan underworld level. In addition to the Will Sky Palace's prodigies, there were also prodigies from other sects, including Yun Yanqin. Yun Yanqin already knew that Qianzong had obtained a peerless opportunity. She found that her message couldn't reach Qianzong, as if it was completely isolated. Yun Yanqin's cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the Yuan underworld level. In addition, she had become very strong in all aspects. She had reached the 11-star level. If she unleashed her bloodline power, she would be able to reach the 12-star level. However, this wasn't enough. At the very least, her basic combat strength had to reach the 12-star level. After all, everyone already knew a little about the previous test. It wasn't easy for an ordinary 12-star level to pass the test. Only those who were stronger among the 12-star level would be able to pass. In the million-meter sea of light, a huge dragon snake was coiled under the 10,000-meter crack. It was the void dragon snake. The void dragon snake's aura was extremely terrifying. It had surpassed the Tao Venerate level and reached the sovereign level. The void dragon serpent and the cultivators coexisted peacefully. Everything was tranquil and quiet. Suddenly, the 10,000-meter crack flickered with light and wisps of aura gushed out, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? All of them stared at the crack with their eyes wide open. It had to be known that since a few decades ago, the 10,000-meter-long crack had been very calm. Now that a few decades had passed, it was fluctuating again. Could it be that something was about to happen? Under everyone's gaze, the fluctuation in the 10,000-meter crack became more and more intense. When the fluctuation reached its peak, a burst of intense light burst out and a figure emerged from it. There's someone. Who is it? Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at the figure, trying to see clearly. However, because the light was too intense, they couldn't see anything for a while. They could only tell that it was a figure. However, one thing was certain. Since this person had appeared from the 10,000-meter crack, it must be related to the unparalleled opportunity. Could it be that the unparalleled opportunity was coming again? Didn't they say that it would be 100 years apart? For a moment, everyone was guessing and was unusually excited. Gradually, the light that gushed out slowly converged and faded. The figure then became clearer. Who is that? He looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Many people stared at the figure that had become clearer and were secretly surprised. That person indeed gave them a familiar feeling, as if they had really seen him somewhere before. Only a few people were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. Yu Wuxia was stunned. Then, she smiled excitedly. Xianxia was extremely excited and overjoyed. The reason for that was because that person was someone they were familiar with. Chen was back. When Chen Zong stepped out of the 10,000-meter crack, he immediately felt the difference. The aura here was completely different from that in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As a result, Chen Zong had a strange feeling that he could tear the void apart with one strike and that nothing could stop him. Of course, this was just an illusion. After all, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was in the universe and was shrouded under the laws of the universe. On the other hand, the void was filled with laws. There was a huge difference between laws and laws. Moreover, they were the laws of the third-order void. One thing that Chen Zong could be sure of was that he could definitely exert more strength in this void. It was as if he had received some kind of enhancement. Of course, this description was not accurate. It should be said that the restrictions were smaller. The power that could be exerted with one part of his strength became 2 or even 3 parts. This was not under his control, but directly. All in all, Chen Zong felt that the power that he could exert here was much better than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. While feeling, Chen Zong glanced around and saw third senior sister Yu Wuxia. He smiled and greeted her. Immediately, Chen Zong's eyes flashed with excitement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia as if he had teleported. Xianxia. In Chen Zong's excited eyes, there was a wisp of tenderness spreading, and he naturally opened his hands. He opened his arms wide and hugged Xianxia. Xianxia also leaned into Chen Zong's arms, feeling this long-lost warmth. She was silent. It was as if all the sounds and sights in the surroundings had disappeared at this moment. Only the two of them hugging were the center of this place. Yu Wuxia, who was about to greet Chen Zong, moved her lips. She gently put down the hand she was about to raise. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. She could not help but feel a sour feeling in her heart. Shaking her head, Yu Wuxia clenched her fists hard, as if to dispel the sour feeling. She was Sister Canon. How could she have such a feeling? Chen Zong's return was definitely not a small matter. On the contrary, it was a big matter. A big matter that directly alarmed a group of experts in the void. After all, Chen Zong had obtained an unparalleled opportunity decades ago. There had been no news of him for decades. Now, he had suddenly returned. Then, where had they been all those years? What benefits did he gain in those few decades? Immediately, one by one, the sovereign realm experts arrived at the Will Heavenly Palace. Chen Zong had brought Yun Yanxin and Yu Wuxiao back to the Will Heavenly Palace. In the Will Heavenly Palace, the Will Sovereign was the leader. Other Sovereign Realm experts were also present. In addition, there were many powerful Dao masters. Finally, there was Chen Zong. Previously, Chen Zong felt insignificant when facing the Dao masters. It was not only a gap in cultivation, but also a gap in level. But now, although Chen Zong also knew that he was no match for any of the Dao masters, even the weakest one, he did not feel so insignificant anymore. In terms of level, Chen Zong was not inferior to them. Therefore, in the face of so many Dao masters and even a few Sovereign Realm experts, Chen Zong was calm and did not feel nervous at all. Calm and unhurried, everyone could feel Chen Zong's state at this moment. They could not help but be surprised and even admire him. It was really amazing that a junior could be so calm in the face of so many powerful Dao masters and a few Sovereign Realm experts. Next, naturally, they asked about Chen Zong's whereabouts in the past few decades and so on. What was the so-called unparalleled opportunity? According to the rules, I can't say too much. I can only reveal some simple information. Chen Zong said directly. Before returning, he had been informed by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Because it was not a good thing to say too much and let the cultivators in the void know too much. However, there was some simple information that could be said. For example, some differences in cultivation, different sequences of the void and life races, and the 9 forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and so on. Even though Chen Zong had told them some simple information, it was enough to shock the sovereigns and Dao paragons. It was completely unexpected. The void was divided into 3 sequences, and the void they were in was only the 3rd sequence. And there were such differences in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and so on. When the Dao masters and the sovereigns were almost done digesting the information, Chen Zong also raised a point, which was to pay attention to the foundation of the cultivators in the void, especially the cultivation of some basic abilities. This was because the more basic an ability was, the more versatile it was, and the more versatile it was, the more effective it would be in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. At least, it was a kind of foundation accumulation. Taking my wife and Xiaobao to the maternity and child clinic for experience. Just got home, updated immediately, after getting a simple understanding of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court from Chen Zong, the sovereigns and Dao masters left one after another. They took Chen Zong's warning to heart. Basics, the more basic the ability, the more practical it was after entering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. At least that was the foundation. As for Abhijna, it was useful in the void but lost its effect after entering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, it was necessary to adjust the direction of cultivation in the future. Of course, this was for the top prodigies. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court because they could not pass the test. In short, without the combat power of the 12-star level, there was basically no hope of passing the test and entering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As for the various information about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court that Chen Zong revealed, it was not suitable to be spread out. The impact was too great. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to accept it at all. They would directly doubt their previous views and so on. Chen Zong, after chatting with his master, Xian Dao Master, bade farewell to him and left the Xian Heavenly Palace with Yun Yanxin. This time, he did not come back to stay here forever. He came back to take a look. After that, he would go to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court again. Now, Chen Zong's cultivation had successfully broken through to the divine manifestation realm and his strength had increased greatly. However, after returning to the void, Chen Zong found that the void chi here was not as good as the universe chi, causing his cultivation efficiency to be very low. Only by taking the Nine Heavens energy refining pill could he ensure normal cultivation. Another point was that when comprehending the 3 great Daos, his efficiency was also obviously not as good as when he was in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It could be said that it was very difficult for Chen Zong to improve here. Therefore, after finishing his business, he had to leave the void as soon as possible and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Nianxin, let's go back to the Lingwu sacred world together. Chen Zong said. Yun Yanxin had no objection and immediately took action, rushing to the eastern void at the fastest speed. Zhong had returned once before. Now that he was back, he was familiar with the road. He found the Lingwu sacred world and entered it directly. As soon as they entered the Lingwu sacred world, Zhong and Yunyanxin were surprised. This was because the Lingwu saints world gave the two of them the feeling that its aura had changed greatly. The qi of heaven and earth had become many times denser than before, and its laws had become more complete. To put it simply, the Lingwu sacred world had been restored to its original state. With the restoration of the Lingwu sacred world, the cultivation environment had improved tremendously. To the cultivators within, it had a great impact and many benefits. First of all, it was easier for people with good aptitude to be born, and the path of cultivation would be smoother. Secondly, it was easier to raise one's cultivation base. Even the great sage realm in the Lingwu holy world, which was the immanent deity realm in the void, was easier to reach. With Yunyanxin in tow, Zhong headed straight for Mount Baiyun. Tens of thousands of years in White Cloud Mountain was an unforgettable period of time. Looking at the mountain filled with endless white clouds, Yunyanxin's eyes seemed to be filled with scenes like flowing water. Those were memories. Since they were here, they had to go in and see their former teachers. Without staying for too long, Zhong and Yunyanxin once again bid farewell and left. This time, Zhong brought Yunyanxin back to Blue Wave's world. Blue Wave's world was actually the companion world of the Lingwu sacred world. The distance between the two worlds wasn't very far. Of course, this kind of distance was relative. Although it was a companion world, and although Zhong was now in the divine phase realm, and his cultivation and strength were extremely shocking, if he wanted to open the passage to Blue Wave's world, he still needed to rely on the power of the Heartsword Seal. Under the power of the Heartsword Seal, it was like a peerless sword light cutting through the sky. With one strike, it tore apart the deep layer of the void and pierced through it. In that instant, Zhong felt a kind of indescribable profoundness. He was inexplicably moved. Vaguely, Zhong felt as if he had caught something, but it also seemed as if he hadn't. That sword had left an impression and trace in his heart. Holding Yunyanxin's hand, Zhong took a step forward and stepped into the passage created by the sword. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he walked over step by step. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was incomparably fast. Not long after, Zhong held Yunyanxin's hand and walked out of that deep layer of the void passage. They stepped into the land of Blue Wave's world. This place was the starting point of their past. Yunyanxin was also very curious. Because she was born in the Lingwu sacred world, which was higher than Blue Wave's world. Zhong discovered that in these years, Blue Wave's world seemed to have been affected by the Lingwu sacred world. The world's origin energy was also several times denser, and the cultivation environment was even more superior. Taking a step forward, Zhong rapidly flew towards the eastern continent as if he was traveling through time and space. This time, he specially returned to see his father, elder sister Qin Chuyun, and younger sister Qianlan. He didn't know whether they were still alive after all these years. Thinking about it, he hadn't left for a particularly long time, and their cultivation should have also reached a certain level. In addition, Zhong had given them life-prolonging pills, treasures, and so on. In theory, they should still be alive. Homesickness wouldn't disappear just because of the level of cultivation and strength. Sensing the fluctuations in Zhong's heart, Yunyanxin couldn't help but hold Zhong's hand tightly. She responded with a gentle smile. Soon, Zhong found the secluded Qin Jingtang and younger sister Qianlan. As for elder sister Qin Chuyun, she wasn't here. She didn't even have any aura. Zhong's return naturally made Qin Jingtang and Qianlan ecstatic. Especially when Zhong came back hand in hand with a woman, Qin Jingtang was extremely happy. Although he knew that Zhong's cultivation was superb and had already reached a level beyond his imagination, in the end, Zhong was still his son. A mother would worry about a son traveling thousands of miles. Qin Jingtang, as both a father and a mother, was naturally very worried about Zhong. However, he was an introverted person and wouldn't easily show it. Similarly, in addition to safety, Qin Jingtang also hoped that Zhong could get married and have children. This was his inner desire, but he had never said it out loud. He didn't want to add more burden to Zhong. He didn't expect that this time, Zhong would return with a Taoist companion. Getting married and having children could be considered to have completed the first half, at least so. Greatly comforted, Qin Jingtang drank more than 10 kilograms of fine wine for this meal, and he was completely drunk. As for Qin Chuyun, her lifespan had been extended a lot and her appearance had also become somewhat younger. She couldn't restrain the desire in her heart and left the eastern land with her sword on her back. Chen Zong directly released his spirit sense and swept it across the entire Blue Waves world. In a valley, there were figures all around. There were no less than 100 of them and all the exits were blocked. Jian Luosha, quickly hand over the 9-heaven cold moon pendant and we can spare your life. An old man with a square face shouted at a white-clothed woman who was surrounded in the valley. His voice was stern and his killing intent was astonishing. That white-clothed woman seemed to be in her 20s or 30s, but there were a few strands of crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She wasn't as young as she looked. She held a sword in one hand and her expression was cold and solemn. Her eyes flickered with a sharp cold light like the edge of a sword. Her aura was astonishingly cold. Even though she was surrounded by more than 100 people and had no hope of escaping, she didn't show any signs of weakness. On the contrary, she clenched the sword in her hand. Her sword chi was dense and cold as if she wanted to kill her way out. Even if she couldn't escape, she wanted to kill a few more people. The battle immediately broke out. The white-clothed woman displayed superb swordsmanship. Opponents of the same cultivation level were killed in one strike. Even if their cultivation level was one level higher, they couldn't withstand 3 strikes. If their cultivation level was 2 levels higher, they would be killed within 10 strikes. Her swordsmanship was swift and fierce and astonishing. As expected of Jian Luosha. Her swordsmanship is actually so brilliant. It's rumored that her swordsmanship was taught by an expert. A few people who were obviously the leaders and had the strongest auras were secretly shocked. However, they didn't make a move yet. They wanted to exhaust Jian Luosha's strength first. Suddenly, a buzzing sound seemed to resound out as violent winds whistled out, and the clouds surged. An indescribable pressure suffused the air, and it seemed as if the sky was about to collapse and descend. It directly caused everyone to be extremely horrified, and they stopped successively with expressions of extreme terror. What happened? Suddenly, a light mark appeared in the valley. It was a crack that tore the void apart. Soon after, a figure casually walked out of the spatial crack as if he was taking a stroll. His leisurely and relaxed manner made it seem as if he was strolling through his own backyard. When the person appeared, he didn't even look at the others. Instead, he stared at the white-clothed woman. Sister Yun, long time no see, Chen Zong said with a smile. Brother Zong. Chen Chuyun's face was filled with shock and then ecstasy. It's me. Chen Zong said with a smile. Soon after, he asked Chen Chuyun to follow him into the crack in the void. Then, the crack in the void disappeared. As for the others, those who were still alive, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. After all, he was a divine phase realm expert. The gap between him and them was too big. It was like the gap between a blazing sun and a firefly. Just a breath was enough to turn them into ashes. Even if it was because of the restrictions of Blue Wave's world, a light finger was enough to kill them countless times. Between them and Qin Chuyun, it was because of the competition for treasures. There was no good or evil and so on. Therefore, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. Of course, this was also because Qin Chuyun was safe and sound. Therefore, Chen Zong only took Qin Chuyun away and let her out of her predicament. The family reunited. Chen Zong stayed for a month. Then, he took them away from the eastern continent and left Blue Wave's world for Lingwu Sacred World. After all, the cultivation environment of Lingwu Sacred World was more than 10 times better than that of Blue Wave's world. If they cultivated in Lingwu Sacred World, there was hope for them to advance to a higher level. At that time, their cultivation would be higher and their strength would be stronger. Most importantly, their lifespan would be further extended. The next time Chen Zong returned, there was hope that he would be able to reunite with them. Of course, Chen Zong had also considered the safety of the 3 of them. He directly left a bit of power in them, which was enough to protect them in times of danger. Moreover, he also gave them the authority to enter and exit Bewildering Light Island at will. To put it simply, even the great saint stage powerhouses from the spiritual martial sacred world would not be able to do anything to Qin Jingtang and the other two. Moreover, if they were to attack them forcefully, they would be killed by the power that Chen Zong had left behind. With Chen Zong's divine phase realm strength, killing an imminent deity was easy. He could even kill an ordinary Yuan demon. Cultivation was important, but it was also important to accompany his family. Because cultivation could be done at any time, it ran through his life. As long as he was still alive, he would continue to cultivate. However, it was very difficult to accompany his family. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had been constantly gaining experience and becoming stronger, and the time he spent with his family became less and less. Now, he had returned after a gap of more than 100 years. Only then could he reunite with his family. This was a rare time, and Chen Zong cherished it very much. The vitality and rules of heaven and earth in Blue Wave's world were far inferior to those in the void. For Chen Zong, it was completely useless. Naturally, Chen Zong was also unable to cultivate and improve his own cultivation and so on in Blue Wave's world. However, Chen Zong didn't care. Instead, he truly relaxed. Every day, he drank tea and played chess with his father, chatted with his younger sister Qianlan, accompanied Yun Yanqing to practice her swordsmanship, and gave pointers to his elder sister Chen Chuyun in her swordsmanship, and so on. His days were comfortable and leisurely. Chen Zong was deeply attached to the mountains and rivers, and felt comfortable beside his family. For a time, he forgot everything. This was a rare and unforgettable period of relaxation, but it would eventually become a deeply engraved memory. 3 years, the time that Chen Zong spent with his family was 3 years. 3 years later, before Chen Zong was about to leave, Qin Jingtang reminded Chen Zong, because he was very clear about his son's ambition. 3 years of companionship was enough. Next time, remember to bring our grandson. Chen Jingtang smiled. Yun Yanqing's cheek slightly blushed. Chen Zong hugged Qin Jingtang and said goodbye with a smile. Holding Yun Yanqing's hand, he left again. This time, he didn't know when he would return. Fortunately, in these 3 years, although Chen Zong didn't cultivate much, he still gave pointers to everyone. Therefore, even Qin Jingtang and Qianlan, who had ordinary aptitude, made breakthroughs under Chen Zong's pointers and resources. Their cultivation reached a higher realm, and their lifespans were further extended. In addition, with the authority of Bewildering Light Island, the resources of Bewildering Light Ocean, and the cultivation resources given by Chen Zong, as long as they cultivated well, they might be able to make breakthroughs in the long years. Their lifespans could also be extended again. After Chen Zong left with Yun Yanqing, Qin Jingtang and Qianlan stayed on Bewildering Light Island. Occasionally, they would leave Bewildering Light Island to travel and experience the local conditions and customs of various places. They had a certain level of strength, and with the protection given by Chen Zong, they lived a very comfortable and leisurely life. As for Chen Chuyun, her cultivation talent was much better than Qin Jingtang and Qianlan. She could barely be considered as a genius. With Chen Zong's pointers and resources, the increase in her cultivation was much more obvious. In addition, her swordsmanship became more and more unfathomable. She left Bewildering Light Island with her sword and went to various places in Lingwu Holy World. The reputation of Sword Rakshasa also spread from Blue Wave's world to Lingwu Holy World. In the past, Chen Zong could only use the Heart Sword seal to travel between Blue Wave's world and Lingwu Holy World. But now, his cultivation had reached the divine manifestation realm, and he was many times stronger than before. It was naturally not difficult to bring a few people back and forth between the two worlds. It was nothing more than consuming a little more energy. In the void flying ship, Chen Zong continued to guide Yun Yanqing in her swordsmanship while steering the ship. The foundation of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's swordsmanship was the Nine Heavens True Sword. There were 99 kinds of extraordinary mysteries. Although the Nine Heavens Imperial Court stipulated that it could not be taught to outsiders, it did not say that the insights one comprehended from it could not be imparted. Naturally, Chen Zong could also impart his insights on swordsmanship to Yun Yanqing. In fact, Chen Zong also left some insights of his own. His insights on swordsmanship were in the Mind Heavenly Palace. Other forces could copy from the Mind Heavenly Palace and bring it back to their own sects to nurture those top-notch disciples who were skilled in swordsmanship. Foundation, that was the foundation, and not only the foundation, but also the amazing mysteries of swordsmanship with extraordinary power. This was also the contribution that Qianzong could make to the void where he was born. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Qianzong had deeply experienced the impact of being born into a higher status. If he had not been outstanding enough, he would have been bullied in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, if the void where he was born could be further strengthened, the situation might be better when people went to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the future. Of course, compared to the First Order void, there was still a big gap. However, hard work was accumulated. It was passed down from generation to generation and continued to strengthen. Just like building a skyscraper, it had to start from the foundation and could not be completed overnight. Change was done bit by bit. It was the accumulation of hard work from generation to generation. Under Qianzong's guidance, Xianxia's swordsmanship also improved further, especially in terms of the foundation. Her talent in swordsmanship was also superb. With Qianzong's analysis and enlightenment, she began to improve as soon as she started. Of course, compared to Qianzong's improvement, it was a far cry. However, there were still decades before the next test. Xianxia continued to improve her combat strength and the foundation of her swordsmanship. As long as she could pass the test and enter the ferocious demon wasteland, it would be much easier for her to cultivate the Nine Heavens true sword with a more solid foundation of her swordsmanship. Qianzong was destined to not be able to stay in the void for too long and would leave soon. Therefore, before he left, of course, he had to arrange everything as much as possible. After all, it was not so easy to come back. After paying his respects to his master and reuniting with his father and other relatives, Qianzong had two more things to do now. First, his doppelganger Xianxia had left the Lingwu holy world earlier than him and entered the void. Until now, there had been no news of him and no one knew where he had gone. However, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Shura clan and the inheritance of the Nirvana sword master. There were clues to be found. Qianzong planned to take Xianxia with him to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After all, Xianxia was his doppelganger and his spirit were one. If he wanted to reach a higher peak and become stronger, he naturally had to go to the universe. Second, it was his senior brother Luo Beichuan. Speaking of which, he had not really met his senior brother Luo Beichuan because he had been guarding the northern battlefront. The reputation of the Northern Wei Celestial Wolf had shocked many of the barbarian tribes. After completing these two things, Qianzong would immediately set off and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to cultivate. The void flyboat continued to fly toward the extraterritorial void. That was where the ancient Shura clan was located. Although the cultivation in the void was far inferior to that in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Qianzong would not really give up on cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. No matter how slow your progress was, you had to maintain it. Moreover, the habit of cultivation had long been deeply ingrained into Qianzong's bones. It had become a habit and even an instinct. Vaguely, there seemed to be a buzzing sound. Outside the void flyboat, in the boundless void, a strong force suddenly gathered. It seemed to be attacking, setting off monstrous waves that made the void flyboat seem like a small boat. It was like a small boat on the sea. In the void flyboat, Xianxia was trembling with fear. Terrifying. It was too terrifying, the aura outside the void flyboat was too shocking. It was as if the great Tao in the void was roaring and surging. It made Xianxia feel like he was about to be destroyed. Qianzong also felt it, but he was not suppressed. On the contrary, two sword tattoos appeared one after another between Qianzong's eyebrows. They were incomparably clear and released an astonishingly sharp aura like the edge of a sword. Immediately, the third sword tattoo appeared. Moreover, as it collided with the aura of the great Tao in the void, it became more and more solid. Finally, the fourth sword tattoo appeared. However, it stopped after the initial formation. But this was not the end. In the sky above Qianzong's head, an illusory figure appeared faintly. It was the illusory figure of Qianzong's primordial spirit. It was exactly the same as Qianzong. It was vivid and lifelike. The aura it exuded was incomparably deep and vast. It made Xianxia feel extremely shocked. Soon after, a line quietly condensed on the illusory figure. Traces of an illusory aura spread out. That aura seemed to have never changed since ancient times, yet it also seemed to change in an instant. Not long after, the divine tattoo, which seemed to be on the verge of changing and unchanging, was condensed to the extreme. However, when it was condensed to the extreme, it still felt unreal and elusive. Immediately after, the second divine tattoo appeared. At the same time, a divine tattoo also appeared on Qianzong's body. It was condensed to the extreme. In this way, everything gradually converged. The chaotic aura of the great Tao in the outside world also gradually quieted down. The storm dissipated. Qianzong. Yunyanxin was very worried. "I'm fine." Qianzong smiled. "It's just that I gained some benefits from my cultivation." Gained some benefits? No, it was more than just gained some benefits. The benefits were simply astonishing. It should be known that the cultivation environment in the void was far inferior to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Qianzong had also returned to the void. It was difficult for him to make much progress. However, unexpectedly, there was another opportunity. That was in the comprehension of the Great Tao. What he did not expect was that the reunion with his family and the relaxation of letting go of everything had unknowingly coincided with a kind of mysterious realm. It kept accumulating. Until now, it had directly improved his sword principle, heart principle, and world principle. Originally, he had condensed 2 sword principle divine tattoo on his sword principle. Now that he had improved, he had condensed a 4th Tao tattoo. As for his heart principle, he had condensed a complete Tao tattoo and a preliminary 2nd Tao tattoo. As for his world principle, he had condensed a complete Tao tattoo. Condensing a Tao tattoo meant that he had truly entered the threshold of this great Tao. He could also truly unleash its power. It could be said that compared to before, Qianzong's strength had clearly improved again. Gradually, time passed. Qianzong and Yunyanxin cultivated and communicated in the void flyboat while rushing to the extraterritorial void. It did not take long before they finally arrived at the edge of the void. If they continued forward, they would reach the boundary of the extraterritorial void. Walking out of the void flyboat and looking ahead, Qianzong and Yunyanxin could vaguely see the existence of a thin film. It was like a boundary that separated the void from the extraterritorial void. With a move, Qianzong and Yunyanxin immediately stepped over the thin film and truly stepped into the extraterritorial void. The aura of the extraterritorial void was very chaotic compared to the void. It was like turbid seawater. In this place, one's perception of the void laws was greatly reduced. Yunyanxin was greatly affected, but Qianzong was not. For one, he could still feel the aura of the Great Path here. For another, Qianzong had truly entered the Great Path. He had already condensed the divine pattern of the Great Path, and the power of the Great Path came from the divine pattern. The power of the divine pattern of the Great Path would only disappear in a place where the Great Path was completely isolated. Other than the chaotic aura, the light in the extraterritorial void was even dimmer. Of course, this had no effect on Qianzong. Qianzong carefully sensed and felt Qianxia's aura. As long as they were in a certain range, they could sense each other's presence. Of course, Qianzong was now in the divine manifestation realm. In terms of level, he was equal to the transcendent realm. However, he was stronger than the transcendent realm. At least at the same level of cultivation, the divine manifestation realm was stronger than the transcendent realm. Unfortunately, Qianzong could not sense Qianxia's aura. There were several possibilities. Either Qianxia was not in the extraterritorial void, or he was too far away. Or he had entered some place and was isolated from the outside world. Anything was possible. Carrying Yunyanxin, Qianzong quickly moved. This was his first time in the extraterritorial void. He wanted to take a look and broaden his knowledge. The cultivation system of the alien race was different from the cultivation system of the human race. Naturally, the names were different, but there was a corresponding relationship. The human race had 5 levels of the ascendant realm, and the alien race had 5 corresponding levels. The alien race and the human race were not so friendly. Occasionally, the human race would enter the extraterritorial void to train, but it was not so smooth. This was because only a few alien races were not so hostile to the human race. Most of the alien races were hostile to the human race. Before long, Chenzong and Yunyanqin were surrounded by a dozen alien races. Human, hand over the spatial ring. The gazes of the dozen or so members of the foreign races were cold as they scanned Chenzong and Yunyanqin from head to toe. Nianqin, you can practice with them. Chenzong ignored them and smiled at Yunyanqin. Yunyanqin's cultivation base was at the peak of the Yuanming grade and was only a fine line away from the Great Perfection grade. His swordsmanship was already very brilliant, and his swordsmanship had improved significantly under Luo Yunyang's guidance over the years. Although the improvement was in the foundation of the sword art, the solid foundation of the sword art indirectly led to the improvement of the power of the sword art. Yunyanqin's regular combat power had reached the peak of the 11-star level and was close to the 12-star level. If she continued to cultivate, with her talent, there was a 70% to 80% chance that she would be able to raise her combat power to the 12-star level in the test in a few decades. At that time, with her bloodline power, there was a great chance that she would be able to pass the test. Even if she couldn't pass the test this time, she could still suppress her cultivation base and continue to cultivate. She would definitely pass the test in the next test. Although there were a dozen or so members of the alien races, they weren't very strong. The strongest was only at the second realm. Under Yunyanqin's sword, they were no match for her at all. They were defeated one after another, and their belongings were naturally reduced to spoils of war. Of course, there were also many extremely strong members of the alien races in the extraterritorial void, such as the fourth realm equivalent of the human Tao Master and the fifth realm equivalent of the human Sovereign Realm. About half a year later, Chenzong sensed Qin Xiu's aura. It was very weak, but there was a direction to guide him. Let's go. Chenzong immediately took Yunyanqin and flew quickly in the direction of the aura. The aura was getting more and more obvious. It didn't take long for Chenzong to completely sense Qin Xiu's location. A wisp of gray sword light tore through the void at an astonishing speed, and it carried with it an indomitable might. Behind it, there were 3 figures madly pursuing it. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful killing intent that surged like the tide, and they dashed about madly without stopping in their pursuit. That gray sword light was none other than Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu suddenly sensed something, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He immediately adjusted his direction and flew away at a high speed. Qin Xiu, don't struggle in vain. Stop, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. How long can your secret technique last? The aura of the 3 people chasing after him was obviously stronger than Qin Xiu's, especially the aura of their leader, who was much stronger. 2 levels, it was a complete difference of 2 levels. But now, Qin Xiu had unleashed an astonishing speed that exceeded the limit of his original cultivation. He was able to escape under the pursuit of 3 experts whose cultivation was far superior to his. He was relying on a secret method, a tyrannical secret method. However, the secret technique couldn't last long. Once it was over, it would stop, and his speed would decrease. Once the secret technique was over, his speed would decrease to 1/10 of his original speed, and the 3 people behind him would catch up. Moreover, using the secret technique would exhaust his strength. When he faced the 3 people, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. He would be captured alive, and his end would be very miserable. There was no other way. The opponents he had provoked this time were too strong, and his chances of escaping were slim. However, he had just sensed the aura of Qin Xiu's original body, and it was approaching. If Qin Xiu joined forces with Qin Xiu's original body, they might have a chance of escaping because Qin Xiu's original body's aura was stronger than his. Although Qin Xiu's cultivation was only at the perfected Yuan underworld realm, his strength was not something a 12-star expert could compare to because of his own abilities and various opportunities. He had even killed a 3rd realm 1-star expert before, and he wasn't inferior to a 2-star expert. However, of the 3 people chasing after him, 2 were 4-star experts, and 1 was 5-star. If Qin Xiu hadn't been fast enough and used the secret technique to burn his strength, he wouldn't have been able to maintain a distance from them. However, he could only maintain a distance. Once his strength was exhausted and the secret technique ended, the situation would be very disadvantageous for him. Qin Xiu hadn't expected Qin Xiu's original body to appear here. Moreover, Xianxia felt that Xianxia's original body was very strong, much stronger than him. Perhaps they could escape if they joined forces. Zong also sensed Xianxia's predicament and knew about the experts chasing after him. My original body. Xianxia smiled when he saw Zong. However, it seemed that he hadn't smiled in a long time, so his smile was cold. Yunyanxin looked at Zong and then at Xianxia in a daze, her heart full of doubts. They looked exactly the same, but their auras were different. Otherwise, she would have mistaken them for each other. Two people? Exactly the same? When the three foreign tribesmen saw Zong, their faces were filled with astonishment. Since they look exactly the same, they should be twins. Kill them both and bring the girl back. One of them had an evil look in his eyes, and his aura was extremely evil. However, he didn't know that this sentence had touched his bottom line. Can my original body deal with them? Xianxia asked. Rest first. Zong smiled and replied. However, in the eyes of the three people, there was an indescribable coldness that penetrated deep into their bones. It made the three of them tremble from the bottom of their hearts for no reason. Hearing Zong's words, Xianxia smiled and retreated to the side. He took out a pill and consumed it to recover his energy. Since his original body said so, it meant that he was confident. Indeed, when he sensed from afar, he felt that his original body was stronger than him. However, now that he was closer, he was sure that his original body was indeed stronger than him. In fact, he was much stronger. However, Xianxia couldn't tell how much stronger he was. However, he knew his original body. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Since his original body wanted him to rest, it meant that he was confident. In dealing with the three people, the three outsiders also understood Zong's intentions. He intended to attack, so they quickly spread out and formed a triangular encirclement, directly encircling Zong and the other two, preventing them from taking the opportunity to escape. Leave it to me. One of the people with 4-star third realm combat power said with a sinister smile. His eyes flashed coldly, and his murderous aura was as strong as the tide. It surged and surged. It directly spread out and rushed towards Zong from all directions like raging waves crashing onto the shore. The murderous aura was shocking. It filled the air and was extremely terrifying. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze everything around it. Yunyanxin couldn't help but tremble. Under this terrifying murderous aura, his entire body seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't move. And this was just the ripples of the murderous aura. It wasn't a direct attack. Then, it was as if a cool breeze blew over, blowing away the dust, dispersing the icy cold killing intent that was attacking him, causing Yunyan to feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. Boom, a palm strike carrying endless murderous aura swept across the air. The huge palm print was like a landslide, and it seemed like it was going to smash Zong into pieces. In the next moment, a sword light suddenly flashed. In that flash, it was extremely sharp. That sharpness seemed to be able to tear apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was invincible and unstoppable. The palm print was not obstructed at all. It continued to blast forward. Immediately, it split into two, like a pastry being cut by a sharp knife. It blasted past both sides of Zong, but it didn't affect Zong at all. That person from another race maintained his posture and stood motionless in the air. However, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What exactly happened at that moment, he didn't know. Soon after, a faint red mark appeared between his eyebrows and went straight down. One sword split into two. Now, it's your turn. Zong's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the other two people from another race. Run. The two people from another race were stunned at first. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they exploded with their full speed and immediately flew far away. He killed their companion with one sword strike. Such monstrous combat power was extremely shocking. They weren't a match for him, so they immediately escaped. However, could they escape? They couldn't. Zong instantly drew his sword. It seemed to be a casual wave, as if he was brushing off the dust on his sleeves. It was also as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, 2 rays of sword light shot out. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It pierced through the air and killed them directly. Be it 4-star or 5-star, they couldn't block Chenzong's sword. It only took one sword strike to kill. This was Chenzong's strength after breaking through to the divine aspect realm. End of chapter 2440. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.